Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're getting closer to Sunday. Niners and Chiefs, the Super Bowl rematch. Getting very close. We're getting closer to the Warriors season opener up in Portland. And they'll have a final preseason game tomorrow against the LA Lakers at Chase Center. They had an open practice yesterday. We had some baseball playoffs. Shohei Ohtani helps the Dodgers gain a 2-1 advantage over the New York Mets. Shohei, Muncy, Kike Hernandez. The Dodgers, I mean, they look phenomenal yesterday, shutting out the Mets for the second time in the series. Has there been 3 shutouts so far in that series? Did the Dodgers score in game 2? May have 3 shutouts. Anyway, I could be wrong there.
They scored a run. I could be wrong.
They could have scored a run late. Yeah, they could have scored a run late. 7-3. 7-3. So
okay, there you go.
You got 2 shutouts. The Mets have been shut out twice there. But we got Niners and Chiefs. So we got the Belichick, Andy Reid, Bill Walsh coaching tree we'll get into here. But we're getting closer to this game, Shask, and I'm getting more and more excited.
I am too. And, it's interesting you brought up the NBA. And just for a brief second, I've been reading a ton of stuff about the NBA season, kind of getting myself fired up. And there's been a lot of movement, shockingly, in the offseason. Just player acquisitions, players coming through. And I love my lists. And I know you kind of laugh at them and scoff at them. But a new top 10 was revealed.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see where Steph Curry ranks?
Number 6.
I like it.
Oh, yeah. He's still elite.
I like it.
Anthony Edwards cracked the top 10.
He
Kevin
did.
Durant's at number 9. LeBron at number 7. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at 4. Giannis at 3. So you get your top 10 players list, and it's always fun. Tatum at 5. Very interesting. Coming off of that Olympic run. And look, basketball's going to be legit. I can't wait for the NBA to start. It's a who's who. Everybody's predicted Boston to go back-to-back.
I kind of am too.
Yeah, they look good.
They
and
do.
They have
it's
a lot
hard to bet against them.
They have a lot to prove as well because a lot of people are scoffing at them. The Jaylen Brown Olympic snub. Jason Tatum not playing much in the Olympics. Drew Holiday is a great defender. Horford's still there. They got some ballers, but the Knicks are going to have something to say. We'll see about the Sixers, although I'm Paul George early with an injury. And how about Joel Embiid? We didn't even get into this. Maybe we shouldn't start the show this way, but how about Joel Embiid said that I'm never playing in the back-to-back for the rest of my career?
So what's interesting on things like this, and I know there's medical data that supports and then doesn't support, and then I see people say actually building up the callus and playing, all the time is actually better. I've seen it all the different ways. I just think that sometimes it's a roll of the dice, and the way Bonte Hill reacts to back-to-backs isn't the same way as Joe Shasky or Joe Spadoni reacts. I don't know, man. It feels very much like pitching, where I don't think there is science behind it. I think it's just more random. I know the guy is injury prone. Right. I'm talking about Joel Embiid. I know he's injury prone, but I don't know.
Well,
what did you make of that?
Well, it's interesting because Bully was just on Cam and Mace's podcast. It is what it is. It's Stat Baby, the girl in the middle who kind of moderates on the pedal. So Cam was saying, Bully was saying, look, man, there's too many players who I think don't train to play 82 games. They train to play 60, or they train to play 65. So Cam made a great analogy. He's like, I was talking to a boxer, Riddick Bowe. By the way, he's talking to Riddick Bowe, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting ready for this 4-round fight. I'm training for only 4 rounds. Wait, isn't it a 12-round fight? You're not going to train for 12 rounds. You're only going to train for 4. So a lot of basketball, and I'm not going to say that basketball players aren't training to play 82 games, but load management is a thing. And, when you get players talking about, I'm just now finding my rhythm, and it's game 55. It's like, wait a minute here. Game 55, you're just now finding the rhythm? What's going on here? So I would trade for 82, and Joel Embiid, maybe he's just that player where, okay, it makes sense for him not to play back-to-backs, and you want to get him ready for the playoffs, but the problem is you get to the playoffs and he gets hurt anyway. So I just don't think it's a good look for the consumer who's listening to this saying, wait a minute, we got back-to-backs in our home games.
And I know you're not playing.
And I know you're not playing. My ticket value goes down the drain. All of a sudden, I'm trying to give away tickets. I can't even sell them. I got to give them away. So it's just it's not something you say out loud.
I would agree with that. And you know, it's interesting that you bring up like training for 82 games. Like I talk about this a lot in baseball. There's all these pitchers that like, I can only throw 60 pitches. We talked about this with Kyle Harrison.
I was just about to bring that up.
And I remember, what did I say to you? I'm like, how does, like, for example, Rami Suda, who plays on my 12-13U team, how can he throw 110 pitches?
Right.
And we won't pitch him for a week or two after that. But like, how can he go 110? And Kyle Harrison in AAA can go 60 pitches? What are we doing?
That was the weirdest thing about Kyle Harrison, where he's his top prospect, and he's going to be this flame-throwing lefty, and he's only pitching 3 to 4 innings, and there's this hesitance to stretch him out to pitch 7 and 8. What are we doing here? So then, of course he's going to get to the 5th inning this season and flame out.
And then I'm thinking about like the NFL, and you've talked about this a lot, and I've heard a lot of like, whether it's Dante Whitner, whether it's Tom Raffman, whatever, they're like, hey, part of the callous of training camp was we were going to hit each other a lot, and you were going to build up resistance to being hit and throwing your body around. And these are just theories. He's like, I believe that the reason there are so many injuries is because guys aren't accustomed to hitting each other as much. And I kind of buy into some of that. I think there's something to be said for that. He goes, you know, in a boxing situation, you spar to be prepared to go 12 rounds. And I think that there is, because of the lack of hitting in these camps, you're seeing like everybody's fantasy team, it feels every year there's more injuries than ever.
Oh my gosh. I mean,
see it.
It's patchwork. It's if you can go through a fantasy season, I mean, I've already lost one of my squads. I lost Rashee Rice. I lost Isaiah Pacheco. There's another league where I lost Rashee Rice. Malik Neighbors is in concussion protocol.
Yes.
Jordan Love's already been hurt. My backup was Tua. He got smashed on Thursday Night Football. You know what I mean? And so
Jonathan Taylor.
There's Anthony Richardson. There's a who's who of guys. Look at the 49ers and all their injuries here. So to that point about building calluses up and not having 2-a-days. Well, it's just ironic that maybe guys were playing injured back in the day because they had to, and they had to get paid. That was the only way they were going to get paid and reach incentives. But it just felt like back in the day, you knew a guy was playing 16. Like Jerry Rice, he's playing 16 games. Steve Young, despite all the injuries, he's going to bounce back and play the next week. I don't know what's going on in today's society when it comes to sports, but guys aren't building up the calluses. Guys aren't hitting in practice. Offensive line play's never been worse. Tackling's never been worse. No. You try to eliminate it, say, hey, safety, safety, safety. Well, you might as well just play thud. You don't have to put flags on these guys. Pitching-wise, I'm watching Walker Buehler, and they're like, what a great performance for Walker Buehler. He was great for 4 innings. But he only went 4 innings. And I know he's coming off of Tommy John. But all these guys, Garrett Cole, what a gutsy performance. I'm looking at Garrett Cole's stat line. I'm watching the game and saying, well, he gave up 6 hits and he walked 4 guys. That's 10 base runners.
Well, it's interesting that you bring this part of it up because everyone's like, you can't let your starter go through the lineup a third time. And now more data's coming out. Well, yeah, but if you use the same bullpen arms in a series, eventually people pick up on those bullpen arms in a 5 and 7 game sample, right? And so it's funny how everything's kind of coming back around and we're like, well, wait a minute, maybe the starter matters.
Yeah, I don't know when this happened or if too many trainers or too many like all-season trainers got involved in the game. It kind of dictated some things for athletes in terms of baseball, basketball, even tennis or whatnot, where it's just like, wait, we can't do this. Wait, we got to scale back. Or there's all this all-season, like basketball, for example. I hear from Willie and D. Wright, and especially D. Wright because he coaches the youth and he coaches AAU, and he goes, the way these guys are getting coached is all bad. And the way they're trading, wait a minute, you're trading in non-game day like atmospheres, and you're not trading for games. You're just trading for drills that don't apply to a game.
Did you see the Tracy McGrady video that's it's like floating all across the internet?
No.
I think it's applicable to soccer, to rugby, to basketball, to baseball, to all of these different youth sports that you see around. He goes, look, man, these AAU tournaments are preparing you to play 5 tournaments in a day. But when you get to your high school, what are you playing? You're playing maybe 2 or 3 times a week. It's totally different. He's like, and in these AAU tournaments, what are they all running? Full court press, in high school. You go to a high school game.
Right.
Is it full court press for both teams all game?
No.
No, it's a lot of like zone and work the offense. And he goes, and then it's Clank City when you go to these high school games. Yep. And he goes, it's not indicative of all the games they play during the summer. And then he was contrasting that with the Europeans and how they come into the game. He goes, they're all slow as molasses. Mm-hmm. They don't care about jumping the highest or running the fastest. What they're worried about is half-court execution, seeing the floor, being able to pass into small windows. And it was just a fascinating look. And I think that our society has become so obsessed from 9 years old to 14 years old. Mm-hmm. How can we play the most amount of games, win the most amount of trophies, squeeze all the money from the parents, and not develop your child
it's awful.
To make the high school team?
It's awful.
It's awful. Backwards to me. And I'm not saying everyone. There are a lot of great programs because this is, people say this like, hey, you said, no. There are some great programs that do great programs. There are. But there's a lot of them that aren't preparing your child to simply make the freshman or JV team.
Here's the thing, 415 Comcast Business Sex Line, this may be true. Hey, Bonte, I think the athletes like it because they get paid more and play less, which could be true for some of these guys. But the real ballers, I mean, look at Steph.
Thank you.
LeBron, the guy wants to play. LeBron wants to play.
Plays.
Giannis wants to play. Dame Dollar wants to play. You know what I'm saying? Russell Westbrook, say what you want about him. The guy wants to play. Kevin Durant is a basketball savant. He wants to play. And that's the difference. There's a lot of guys who do get paid and don't mind playing less, where you get the competitors like Michael Jordan. You'd have to drag him off the court.
Yeah.
Steve Young, you literally had to get hit and have his eyes closed on Monday Night Football and basically say, Steve, it's time to go. You had to drag him off the football field. Jerry Rice tried to play for the Seahawks and the Denver Broncos. The guy couldn't give it up. And that maybe is the difference where too many kids are saying, you know what, I don't have to play as much. And maybe they just get burnt out. But I got something for you. As we were talking about top 10 players and player movement and whatnot.
I'm just excited for the NBA.
I'm stoked. How about this? It's Sam Amick's latest piece in The Athletic.
Did it just get dropped this morning?
He was talking to Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Oh.
And I had this quote waiting for you. Because we always talk about disgruntled superstars and who's going to be a player and whatnot.
Let me get ready.
Well, Giannis Antetokounmpo thinks he might be traded if the Bucks don't win the championship. Here's what Giannis had to say. Yeah, if we don't win a championship, I might get traded. This is the job we live. This is the world we are living in. It's everybody. At any given moment, if you don't succeed, that might be it for us. If you don't do a good enough job, you're out. And now the seeds are being planted. It's another way of basically saying, yeah, we don't win, get me up out of there. Yeah, if we don't win, it may be time for me to bolt and throw up the deuces.
Hey,
I'm just saying, bookmark this quote, think about it, and think about the position the Warriors are in.
How long have we been flirting as a station? Forget the fan base. Yeah. This station. How many years have we been flirting with Giannis Antetokounmpo? How many Guru and Steiny segments have been built around, can we get Giannis? And I'm not knocking them. We've done it as well.
Yeah, no doubt. But
slap me for what I'm doing.
What? God,
listen,
I love you.
All I'm saying is there's always a chance. And there's always a chance with this organization now, the Golden State Warriors, because they signed Kevin Durant. They got the big fish. They made the trade for Andre Iguodala.
Well, they have Steph.
They have Steph too. Well, it starts with Steph. But this organization does have credibility now, and players come in. I remember people thought I was a player for the Warriors. King Cell. Walk into the Milwaukee Bucks. I walk in the Milwaukee Bucks locker room.
No, I'm not letting you get away with this.
I walk in the Milwaukee Bucks locker room, and I go, Giannis, it was Greek night. I was like, man. He goes, they always do Greek night when I come here. I love it, man. Me and my brother kind of sit out and watch the ceremonies or whatnot. And I was like, man, what's up? And so I asked him, I was like, man, did you see the Warrior fans who had your name on the jersey or whatnot? He goes, I'm not going to answer that. Nah, you're not going to get me on that one. People started laughing or whatnot. And then I got all this blowback from other writers like, do Warriors have media members on their payroll or whatnot? Look at them. But anyway, Giannis has always loved this area. He's always loved it.
We've got a lot of pieces.
We got Greek Fest out in Oakland. We got a lot of pieces.
All right, so here's the question. A one-on-one, because you have to take, he's going to staple Thanos to the deal. You know that, right?
Well, you guys are ready to take Bronny and LeBron,
so
right?
So that's my question. One-on-one, who wins, Thanasis versus Bronny?
Oh, Thanasis, he's bigger. Got the size advantage.
Highlight tape of missed shots.
I mean,
that is one of the greatest clips I've ever seen.
Listen, he's something different. But I'm not saying
He's a
that the
great
Warriors are going to get.
though. He's so good. I love him.
Before we get clipped and people start tweeting at us or whatnot, I'm just saying, Giannis is saying that he thinks he might be traded the Bucks over the championship. I'm looking at the Warriors' position, which is why not re-signing Klay Thompson is not the worst thing in the world, and letting Chris Paul go is not the worst thing in the world. Not trading for Paul George is not the worst thing in the world, and not getting Lowry marketed is not the worst thing in the world, because you still have plenty of assets and financial flexibility to make a big boy move. And if they don't give Jonathan Kuminga a contract extension or Moses Moody a contract extension, they're in a great spot right now. They got a good roster. I think they have a lot of depth. And in the offseason, if things don't work out for them, you know what? They're going to be in a position to strike. They will be. They're going to be in the mix. That's the thing with the Warriors now. Like the 49ers and John Lynch, they're always in the mix for a superstar.
How much is Giannis making?
I haven't even looked it up.
So you're going to throw in getting wiggy with it. You're going to throw in what else?
I don't know.
Well, I'm just going to start doing it.
No,
I mean, now I'm thinking about it.
No, I mean, I don't know what's going
50?
on. Here, let me pull it up. I got to charge my
thank you.
computer.
Pull it up.
I got to pull it up here. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Salary here. Salary per year. Oh, wow. He's making some big boy money. Average salary of $45 million.
Oh, that's feasible.
It's not 60. So, wait, his cap hit. 54, 58, 62. He's got the player option at 33 years old.
Would you rather pay Giannis $50 million or freaking Kuminga $41 million? Like, just do the math yourself. Come on, people. And I like Kuminga, but come on.
Adam, it's too much.
I mean, do you see some guy with the Raptors that he could walk up and Emmanuel quickly? No one knows who he is. He's making $50 million a year. Again, nice player, young guy. He's on the rise. Emmanuel quickly could walk up to the entire room, shake your hand. I'm Emmanuel quickly. Be like, who? What sport? I mean, other than the fact that he's tall. Be like, what sport do you play?
Hockey. Hockey. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't know. I'm not in the position to start talking about who you would just trade for or whatnot. But I'm just thinking,
I trade
if the
everything.
Warriors are big games, if they're big game hunting, this is something that the Lakers, this is something that Mike Dunleavy are bookmarking, and the league knows it too. And the entire league is saying, boy, if Milwaukee doesn't win, and this is another flame out, and Chris Middleton gets older, I don't know what you do, because I love Kuminga and I love all these guys. I'm just saying, they're going to be in the mix or something.
I thought Dame was supposed to be the magic elixir.
No, they made a mistake in trading Drew Holiday. And because Chris Middleton has not been the same.
That is true.
And that, to me, is the X factor. Once Chris Middleton and that knee went all bad and got bulky, that's it.
You don't want to go bulky.
To 7.
You don't want to go bulky.
You don't want to go bulky. You don't want to go bulky.
You gotta do it.
So it's interesting. It's interesting that Giannis would say that as we get ready for the Warriors season. We're going to get back into the Niners and Chiefs. We got a great guest list today. River Island's guest promotion today. Herm Edwards, 720. Patrick Peterson, who joined us about 3 weeks ago to talk about the passing game of the 49ers, said some really good things. He'll join us at 8 o'clock. Our boy Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game insider, he'll also join us. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Island's guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And shout out to our great friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We're going to call it to the roast. Better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Let's get the Niners and Chiefs on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot of good stuff planned for you. We'll reveal it on the other side. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1-4.
see Mahomes on Sunday. And the Kansas City Chiefs are 5-0. Niners are 3-3. Kansas City coming off a bye week. What's Andy Reid? Like 28-3 off a bye. I see 24-3. Whatever. Numbers are great. Guy's got 3 losses off a bye week since he's been coaching as an NFL head coach, and he's been an NFL head coach for 26 years. 26 years. Andy Reid's been in the game for 33 years. We'll get into Andy Reid and Belichick and Walsh and the coaching tree a little bit later. But I know you want to throw something at me here, but they came in with the Mahomes sound, and we're kind of kicking around some stuff in the show thread yesterday. And I have some wild takes. I do. Wild takes. Bold takes. Got to be bold. Got to have an opinion, right, in this industry. So at one point I said, Purdy's playing better than Mahomes right now. He's not a better quarterback, but he's actually playing better football. And everybody's just kind of stopped, and you hear all these car accidents outside. Like, what? What are you talking about? Earlier this season, hey, Purdy's playing a little better than Joe Burrow. I walked it back because the internet got me. The roasters got me, and I felt the heat. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to be cool, man, because Purdy's such a polarizing player. But honestly, if you take the regular season, dating back to week 1 of last season, these numbers will blow you away when it comes to Purdy and Mahomes. And I'll say it, as great as Mahomes is, and I get it, we're going to take Mahomes number 1 on our draft boards. He's the best quarterback in the league. He's got 3 championships. He's on his way to greatness. Could be the greatest of all time. Well, what if I told you in the regular season, and I know people say, the playoffs. Since week 1 of the regular season, last year when the Niners opened up in Pittsburgh, and Kansas City opened up at home against Detroit, Purdy's been a better quarterback. He's been a more productive quarterback.
By the stats.
By the numbers, and you know what? Maybe by the eye test. Let me throw these numbers at you, Shasky. This is going to blow you away. I was looking at this last night. I couldn't believe it. So Purdy, since the start of the regular season, when they opened up in Pittsburgh.
Last year.
Purdy's thrown for damn near 6,000 yards in 22 games.
Incredible.
40 touchdown passes, 15 picks, completion percentage 68%. Rating 109.3. I mean, it's been great. Then you add the 271 yards on the ground, another 2 touchdowns. Phenomenal. Patrick Mahomes in 21 games since the start of the regular season because he sat out the last week of the season. Patrick Mahomes, only 33 touchdown passes, 20 interceptions, 91.8 quarterback rating, 67% completion percentage. I mean, the regular season, the numbers are, I'm like, what? Mahomes has thrown 5 more picks in 1 less game.
Okay, but I mean, are you factoring in the context of one guy makes $50 million, and so your weapons are going to be less expensive, and you have to go younger, which they did through the draft, and the other guy makes less than $1 million, and your weapons are very expensive.
There's no doubt.
Right? Like, that's baked into. The other thing is this, this is just how I view it. You could tell me, Joe, there are 3 young basketball players playing better basketball since the start of last year than Steph Curry. I don't care.
Yeah,
it's Steph Curry.
No, I hear you.
I don't care what stats you throw in my face because it's Steph Curry. There are certain guys who supersede the numbers. And Mahomes is at that spot. It's like, to me, and I get it. Purdy's been awesome. To me, it's more of a look how great Purdy's been than Purdy's better than Mahomes. And I don't think that's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
I think you're just trying to basically say, like, he's been so good, his stats are significantly better than Mahomes.
I think it goes to that, too. Look, I'm not taking, yes, I'm going to make myself clear because I know how people twist words. I never said I would take Mahomes over Purdy. That. But I think we underrate how well Purdy has been playing. And these weapons that, Purdy has had, Jimmy had these weapons, Trey had these weapons. He's taking this to another level. And so I'm not going to sit here and say these regular seasons, it means nothing here. He's thrown for damn near 600 more yards than Patrick Mahomes. Not only that, it tells me that Purdy hasn't played at such a high level that for some reason we're just scared to say, damn, this guy's playing elite football. And yeah, I get the weapons, right? Mahomes is making all the money. They got rid of Tyreek Hill. He still has Travis Kelce. You still have Andy Reid. You still have Matt Nagy. You have all these great offensive minds in the room. All right, I'm going to take away Matt Nagy. I'm just flexing. Andy Reid's right there. Mahomes is great. There's no doubt about it. But when you look at the side-by-side comparison and you look at just the numbers and you watch the games, Purdy's been excellent. And I think we underrate that. And we're afraid to say it, that Purdy has been playing at a very high level.
But there are, yes, true. But there are certain people where I just don't, the stats are irrelevant. Like Shohei Ohtani, you referenced Shohei Ohtani. And I'm like, I don't need to see stats to know he's freaking awesome. Now, does that data back it up? Of course it backs it up. Here's what I know. Patrick Mahomes in back-to-back years won the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes in back-to-back years was down 10 in the second half of both of those Super Bowls and won the Super Bowl.
No doubt.
Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest players the sport has ever seen.
There's no doubt.
I think in real time, I'm already ready to pass the baton from Brady to him.
I'm not ready.
And he's not even 30.
Let's chill on that. Let's chill.
Okay, I mean, I get that point of view.
But you know, when people say the weapons that Purdy had, this is why we wanted to see the LA Rams game. What did Purdy do without all those weapons in the LA Rams game?
He looked really good, but
it's damn near a perfect game.
But they lost.
Yeah, but it was damn near a perfect game. They lost,
I agree.
But it wasn't on him. We came out of that game saying, damn, Purdy was excellent. Look at Jawad Jennings having a career day. Wow. Who's he throwing to here? Threw a perfect down to Roddy Bell. He drops it. Drops it with his chest. So I think the question's kind of been asked with Purdy without weapons, can he still function as a quarterback? We had a small sample size. He functioned very well as a quarterback.
Who's a young, Jamal Murray. Let's just use Jamal Murray as an example. Like your heart is into the Steph Curry thing, right? Would you agree?
Absolutely.
If I came in here with a bunch of data, I was like, Jamal Murray's actually been the better player for the last 2 years, you'd laugh at me.
Steph has been the better player, though. We see Jamal in the playoffs.
I'm just saying, if I had data that supported that the numbers when he's on the floor were significantly better, you'd say, yeah, but it's Steph Curry and he's Jamal Murray.
But you see but also Jamal Murray's playing with probably the best player in the league.
Okay, then maybe I take away Jamal Murray.
So Jokic has been awesome. And I'm not saying, look, again, I want to make it clear.
Pick the guy that you want to pick. Okay, Jalen Brunson. If I said to you, Jalen Brunson, I'm just saying, just think of what we sound like. If I came in here to a Warrior market and I was like, Jalen Brunson's better than Steph Curry, look at the numbers. People would be like, it's Steph Curry.
Yeah, no, it's the raw data. I get it. But all I'm saying is we don't give Brock Purdy enough credit. As we look at this Super Bowl, as we look at this quarterback matchup, the numbers have been excellent. And so the Chiefs' defense has been really, really good. Has the Niners' defense been good? No, the offense over the last season and a half has had to carry this defense. They had to carry this defense. Those are facts right there. I get Mahomes as a generational talent. He is. I'm not saying I will take anybody over Patrick Mahomes. I want to make myself clear. By the way, Jimmy did have CMC. He had CMC for a couple games and probably started playing his best football with Christian McCaffrey. So that's not factually correct, 5-0. He did have CMC. Brock Purdy, what he has done, I think we underrate what he's done as we're going into this big game. And we keep talking about Mahomes and Andy Reid and Kelce and how great Kansas City is. Well, you know what? For the first time in a long time, the Niners may have their quarterback. They may have their quarterback. And so you want to factor in the weapons? Okay, great. We can factor in the weapons all the time. We pick and choose when we do this stuff, right? But Brock Purdy has shown, with weapons or without weapons, the guy's pretty damn good.
I agree with that.
It just blows me away. Hold up, real quick. It just blows me in the way that the raw data, because all the fantasy football heads will tell you, we take Mahomes in the 5th round or 4th round of the fantasy football draft. I can wait on Brock Purdy in the 4th round and get better production. It's kind of fascinating to me.
I mean, fantasy football is a whole nother
it's a whole nother weapon.
It's a whole nother algorithm because Matt Stafford for years was a fantasy god.
No doubt.
And everyone was like, yeah, he's never won a playoff game. You know what I mean? So I don't know, but I would say this is that me personally, I don't see a lot of people just that I talk football with that are like, Purdy sucks. Most people are like, yeah, Purdy's really good. Now, do they think he's as good as the numbers that you reference? Probably not. Probably people sleep on that to that degree. I think most normal fans think he's really good.
I would hope so. I still have a segment of friends saying, we just don't know yet.
As in, we don't know what?
We don't know if he's worth the $60 million or the $50 million or whatnot.
That's a different question.
You know what I'm saying? Well, but it's just, that's what That's where we're going to have to start basing this off of. Is he playing as well as a guy who's making $50 million a year?
Well,
I'm just saying,
I would
Purdy
say
is playing as well as a guy making $50 million a year. It's hard to say it. It's hard to compartmentalize, but Purdy has played as well as a guy who's making $50 million a season over the last season and a half.
$50 million. Deshaun Watson, who sucks, and Tua, who is always hurt, okay, and had a monster year last year. A monster year statistically.
Played a lot better than those guys.
I would take Purdy in a San Francisco second over Tua and Deshaun, and it's not even close. So if that's what $50 million is worth, then Purdy is absolutely worth $50 million.
But isn't it crazy that Mahomes, who's getting this 50, that Purdy over the last season and a half in the regular season has played just as well as Brock? It's hard to say. It's hard to compartmentalize, and I know people are going to crush me for saying it.
He was an MVP candidate. I don't think it's that outlandish.
I think I'm looking at the Comcast Business Text line. I think people do think it's outlandish. It is kind of crazy that this guy, who was the last pick of the NFL draft, has played as well, if not better, in the regular season than one of the greatest quarterbacks we've ever seen.
I mean, there's been, there's different ways of looking at this. Mahomes makes his money winning 4 games last year on the road, essentially. I guess the one was at home against Miami, but he's a playoff guy now. The regular season is irrelevant to Patrick Mahomes.
No doubt.
There is almost nothing he can do in a regular season to sway everyone's opinion. Now it's about legacy and championships and filling the cabinet. Whereas Purdy is trying to get that first one. I just think they're at different spots in their career.
No, they're in different spots. They're in different spots, no doubt about it. But it's just polarizing to me that nobody will ever bring that up nationally. Nobody would bring this up nationally, that Purdy has played just as well as a lot of quarterbacks in this league. And for some reason, I still think there's, even on Sunday, right, the Jackals, as Guru would say, are ready to hop on Brock Purdy if he can't help this team against a great defense in Kansas City. If he can't help the Niners win that game on Sunday. If he wins that game on Sunday.
I'll tell you, all the good quarterbacks in the league, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, when he was good, everyone is waiting to jump down their throat for why they lost all the time. All the time.
Right.
They had Josh Allen lost that game to that Jets team, I could have seen the next day everyone. That's what happens at the position. Now, I do believe Brock, more than most, gets over-criticized nationally.
Exactly. And those guys are made men. We can continue the conversation. 888-957-9570. We got Herm Edwards coming up at 7:20, the former coach of the New York Jets and, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk to Herm Edwards at 7:20 about this game on Sunday. We'll get into Andy Reid and Bill Belichick as well. What coaching tree would you rather have? Bill Walsh, Andy Reid, or Bill Belichick? Fascinating coaching trees. We'll get into that, too, as well. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Golden State Racing.
afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Shout out to the EDH, El Dorado Hills. Shout out to Troy Aikman on Fox, or formerly of Fox, now on ESPN. Love me some Aikman. Buck. Segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. What's funny about the conversation about just saying, hey, raw data tells you Purdy's been more productive as a quarterback than Mahomes, right? You get he plays with 4 All-Pros. Pretty interesting to me when we think about the dialogue we've had this offseason about the 49ers said All-Pros. There's a lot of people ready to move off of Ayuk saying, well, he's really not that good. We hear the conversation with Deebo Samuel, well, he can't get off a press, man. He can't get off a bump and run coverage. He's washed. Some fans say that. Kittle's still solid. He's still a big-time player. So I don't want to hear the excuse about, well, he plays with 4 All-Pros. Because which one is it? Are they All-Pros or not? With the way people talk about these weapons here, I don't know if they're All-Pros or not. From what we had, the conversations we had about Brandon Ayuk, with a big segment of the fan base, who cares about an All-Pro? He had Purdy. Purdy made him better. So give Purdy his love. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the majority of Niner fans give him his appropriate love, and we all want all the weapons. I mean, Why do you think Josh Allen made a trade for Amari Cooper? They want good weapons, right? Like, there's not a doubt in my mind. Why are the Chiefs kind of limping in this week? They don't have Rashee Rice, who's developing into one of the best weapons in the league, right? So there's no question about it. I think that the skeptics on Purdy are going to be there for as long as he is playing quarterback without multiple Super Bowls. It feels very Steph Curry-esque. No, he's not as good as Steph Curry was in his sport. But in the same way that Steph was diluted and actually at every single turn, I feel like we do the same. Not we. I feel like the cynics do the same thing with Purdy.
That's what I'm saying.
And you can't win them all. But to me, I think we're wasting our energy trying to win those people over because they're not going to be won over.
I don't care about winning them over.
Lamar Jackson people, right? There are a segment of people who will never give Lamar Jackson his appropriate due.
And he's the best player in the league right now.
Now, I would also say, I love Lamar, and I think he's awesome, but there is something to be said, man, the guy can't win the playoffs. Why are we, and this was more the coordinator, but why are you not running the ball in the playoffs? You ran it 6 times against the Chiefs. That's your bread and butter.
Right. Well, you know what? They're going to run it this year with King Henry and Lamar Jackson. We'll have Baldy in studio tomorrow.
But I root for him.
Have breakfast with Baldy, and he's playing clips of King Henry and their fullback Ricard. I formation late in the game. Nobody wants to tackle King Henry. And I think Lamar Jackson is throwing the ball better than he ever has. In the pocket, outside of the pocket. I think Lamar Jackson's playing. He's right now head and shoulders the best player in the league. It's not even close. But I want to read a couple texts here. 734 from the Comcast Business Text Line. I'm in Michigan, and Lion fans out here saw firsthand Purdy beating their team, and I still every Sunday have people tell me he's overrated and not good. That's going to, to your point, that's going to maybe follow and surround Brock Purdy for his entire career. As someone, 262, as someone who spent 2 decades living and dying by the Packers playoff games, Purdy is a better playoff quarterback than Favre or Rodgers so far. But the head coach, this text cut off. So, but the head-to-head outcomes are big for this Mahomes comparison since both teams are on top of the mountain. Purdy has got to slay the dragon to get respect he deserves. This guy who lived and died with Packer football is already saying Purdy's a better playoff quarterback than Favre and Rodgers. Those two are bona fide Hall of Famers.
Well, Aaron Rodgers did come up short a lot in the playoffs, right?
So did Favre.
But during the regular season, this actually is an interesting point. You can make an argument Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest regular season quarterbacks ever.
Yep.
Peyton Manning, too. Yep. But when we talk about the greatest players ever at the position, it feels like it's, in some order, Montana, Brady, Mahomes up here, and those other guys are just a tick down.
Maybe another tier down.
But that goes to, once you reach elite status, now we're judging you by trophies, right? That's just what it is.
Is Purdy there yet? elite status? Is he there yet? Where
once he gets
we could
the
judge
money,
him by.
Yeah. Like I've thought about this like often and long and hard. And I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, when did it change for Dak? Being the Cowboy quarterback just comes with so much scrutiny. Dak was so lovable. For a lot of people early on, I was like, wow, 4th round pick. He got a DUI before the draft. He dropped. He seems like a good dude. It was a mistake. He admitted it. And he's making very little money. He took Tony Romo's job. They go to the playoff. Well, they go 12-4, whatever it was.
See, I think that's when it changed, is when he took Romo's job.
I thought he was pretty lovable, and maybe I'm misremembering it.
He was lovable. He was lovable.
Think the minute he got paid, the question was, is he worth it?
Well,
how good is he? I think Dak is really good. Do I think he's worth 60, 65 million? So, yes, because I know multiple teams will pay it. But it's how you surround that guy with talent. Mm-hmm. I think Dak would be, if they drafted better in later rounds and had other talent, I actually think he'd be better. Now, he has been the reason, a big part, why they fail in the playoffs. Because in the playoffs, he turns the ball over in the first half, left and right.
Turns the ball over way too much.
Right? And
too much.
So Dak is a great example of a guy who, he's had some great regular seasons.
Yes.
His raw numbers are incredible.
They are.
And then they get to the playoffs, and he crumbles.
He does. And I think part of that is head coaching. I think play calling. I think personnel.
Himself.
But also, I do think Dak is a little different because you took a guy's job who was lovable in that fan base, Tony Romo. We forget how lovable he was with the Dallas Cowboys. He was a rock star. And so when Romo didn't get his job back and Dak lost that playoff game, it was all, we don't know about Dak. We don't know about Dak. We don't know about Dak. Purdy, do we know about him yet?
I mean, he has more, just going off the deck, he has more signature wins in December and January than Dak's ever had.
It's crazy, right?
I mean, that he's been that good. And I think that the evidence is a little overwhelming at this point. And this is just where I side and how I judge these quarterbacks. Would Josh Allen be really good with, let's just say, the top 12 to 15 OCs that are out there, head coaches, play callers, whoever you go? Yeah, I think he would. Would Lamar Jackson be really good with the top 12 to, because circumstances matter. You could be the greatest player ever, like you're Andrew Luck, and you go to Indianapolis Colts, and they could ruin you. You could physically be ruined. If I gave Stefanski right now, who I actually really like, who was coach of the year a couple years ago, Brock Purdy, would he be good? Yeah, I think he'd be really good. If I gave Ben Johnson Brock Purdy, would he be good? Yeah, I think he'd be really good.
See?
If I gave, and even though I can't stand this guy, but your boy in Denver, come on.
Sean Payton.
If I gave Sean Payton Brock Purdy, would they be? Yeah, I think he'd be really good. So that's kind of how I do the algorithm. I know other people do it their way. I do the same. Let's do Joe Burrow. Go around the league. How many teams would Joe Burrow be good on? Right? And different offenses. That to me shows me, yeah, he's a really good player.
So you're kind of coming around to my point here that Brock Purdy has proven over the last 22 games that he'll succeed no matter what. And the production is off the charts. And we're just afraid to say it. For some reason, it becomes polarized. For example, the Burrow conversation. It's like, man, Purdy's playing better football than Burrow over the last season and a half. And Burrow's got T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and he had Joe Mixon. He had Boyd in the slot. Boy, he's got weapons. And think about how polarizing that was. Really, Burrow? Last year.
Well, Burrow's the only guy to beat. Real quick, though.
Right, he beats
Burrow's
Mahomes.
the only guy to beat Mahomes essentially in the playoffs.
Well, he beat that defense, and
outside
I get it.
of Brady. And then the other thing is, Burrow, like Steph Curry, inherited one of the worst organizations in sports.
See, and I do cringe a little bit when we say he beat this guy. I don't even know why we do it, because they don't play against each other. And you remember that AFC Championship game, Kansas City up 21-3. They don't score before the half. They throw some bad turnovers and whatnot. No, Burrow did his thing. They won at Arrowhead, so he gets credit for that. There's no doubt about that.
Mahomes himself has said, like he's the one guy that's got my number. He said that.
Yeah, he said
I couldn't
that.
believe
He's
that.
got my number, but, it's still kind of like,
I know.
It bothers me. It's,
but this is what happens with the quarterbacks. Like the quarterback. And I think the other part of this is that Shanahan's such a rock star. People dilute what Purdy's doing. And it's like, it's the Shanahan system, more so than the weapons around him. And they do have big superstar personalities around him. I mean, Christian McCaffrey's on the cover of Madden. Trent Williams is considered the best left tackle in the last 40 years. Brandon Ayuk, okay. Is he elite? People think he's a top 15 receiver. That's pretty good. Deebo Samuel, for all the things he isn't, what we do know that he is a butt kicker on Sundays.
No, let's not dilute Kansas City's personnel, their offensive line, and the running backs they churn out, and the speed they have on offense, and the generational tight end they have, and the head coach we're going to get into, who many consider one of the top 5 head coaches in all of football. We can't dilute that with Kansas City. We act like they got nothing but chopped liver out there.
No, but
they've had playmakers.
They're
galore.
a great example, but they're a great example. I'm glad you bring that up. Like we were talking about Dak. Who's Dak's running back this year? Zeke Elliott?
They're terrible. Dak's terrible.
So this is what Kansas City did. And this is a credit to the situation he's in, which is out of Mahomes' hands.
Yep.
They drafted Isaiah Pacheco in the 7th round, and he looks like a stud. You know, they brought in your boy Hunt, and no one wanted to touch him. And he comes in, and he's ancient, and he gets 100 yards. It's like, wow. They bring in Juju Smith-Schuster, and he fits.
But doesn't it say something more about the Kansas City organization?
Of course.
Because you think about Kareem Hunt going to Cleveland. Cleveland's a dumpster fire. Cleveland's an absolute dumpster fire. Juju goes to New England. They had Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling plays. You know what I mean? So fit in the organization matters. Circumstances. And
yeah, I agree.
Juju at one point was really, really good with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Juju was on the rise, and then the TikTok videos took over, and he got to the riff with Antonio Brown, and we thought Juju, oh, man, Juju's this and Juju's that. But Purdy's been really damn good, really damn good. So, you know, I just, even earlier this season, or last season, I remember when I said, man, Purdy's playing better football than Patrick Mahomes, and people didn't even want me to utter that sentence.
Again, because Mahomes is in the LeBron, Steph category where, you know, the numbers are irrelevant. Like, I just think there are certain individuals, and Bonds was this way. There are certain individuals, like the numbers mean nothing.
No, they mean.
I mean, they're incredible, eye-popping numbers. But once you get to the championship zone, all the regular season stuff becomes mute, which is unfair.
But it was admittedly, though, that even though he won Super Bowls, Mahomes was not playing at the level that we're accustomed to seeing Mahomes play at. And even that was. Watch, you can't say that about Brock Purdy. He's not playing like, I remember the blowback. I was like, dude, he's playing like an MVP. And it turned out he was an MVP candidate. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco, and IC Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Herm Edwards going to join us at 720 here. 720, head coach, former head coach, now with ESPN or whatnot. Now, when we get to Andy Reid, it's Shanahan. This is fascinating because everybody, you're right, Shanahan is a rock star, and he's polarizing. I saw this from Josh Dubois the other day from the Associated Press, and he always has these numbers and whatnot. I don't know how he cranks them up. I want to run this by you because we always compare Shanahan to Andy Reid. I want to get into their coaching trees here. Andy Reid, Belichick, and Walsh, because Andy Reid has been really, really good, and now he's getting all the credit he deserves. He's been a head coach for 26 years. But Shanahan, what is this, year 8 as head coach of the 49ers, which is crazy. 124 coaches have coached 40-plus regular season games decided by 7 points or fewer in NFL history. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan has a .378 winning percentage in those games, and it ranks 119th. In games decided by 7 points or fewer in NFL history, Shanahan's winning percentage is less than 40%. That ranks 119th. When I throw that number at you, and I throw that at you, Shasky, what does that mean to you?
I mean, I would like to see the rest of that list just to see where all the other people are. I mean, they blow a lot of teams out.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, like they blow a lot of teams out. So, you know, I'm sure that this number, like I'm sure Harbaugh's percentage was a lot. I don't know if he played in 47-point or fewer games, but the way they play football, like Harbaugh's team, they want to win a 20-18 game.
Right.
Like they just want to win that way. They love it. Like, yeah, that's how we play. Kyle's like, yeah, I'm going to blow your doors off, you know, and I want to smoke you. There is something to be said, like in these tight games, that you can't win. I'm shocked by that number. 38%. That's a crazy number. What's Andy Reid's?
Well, Andy Reid, at one point, you know, he gets compared to Shanahan gets compared to Andy Reid a lot. Now, Andy Reid's probably played in a lot more games, and I'm guessing the winning percentage is a lot better. He's probably not 119th, right? Because you think about his winning percentage all time, he's won like 66% of his games as head coach in 26 years as a head coach. All the NFC championships, all the AFC championships for Andy Reid, and all the wins that he's had, what he has, 263 wins all time?
So you said 40 games. Right?
40 games.
That's how many Shanahan's had?
Yep.
Okay, were 7 of them in the first year with a crappy quarterback?
Well, the first year, remember, They lost 5 straight games by 3 points or less.
Okay, so now we're down to 35. No, this is interesting.
That was an expansion team.
Right, so now we're down to 35, right? So I kind of throw those out, and then I'm like, all right, how many of those were Beathard games the year of COVID? How many of these were Nick Mullins games?
Exactly.
How many of these were some Jimmy G games?
Exactly.
What's the number with Purdy? That's the question I would like to know.
Well, they've blown a lot of guys out with Purdy. And now, not only have they blown a lot of guys out, I'm thinking about the close games. Detroit NFC Championship game, Green Bay, Dallas, Seattle was close for a while. Those 3 games right there, just Dallas, Green Bay, Detroit, playoff games.
Playoff games, yeah.
They won those games.
Lost the Super Bowl.
Lost the Super Bowl.
I'm just trying to be fair here.
They lost the Super Bowl. Yeah. We all know that. That goes without saying.
Well, no, I know, but it was like a 7-point or less game.
Then it goes without saying. So that's 3-1 right there. It's 3-1 right there. Now they lost to the Rams this year. 7 points or less.
I'm not trying to say I throw out the stuff before Purdy. I would like to know more context of how many of those close games Purdy. Now we know he lost the Cleveland game, which was a close field goal game.
Lost the Cleveland game. He lost the Minnesota game. That's 2 right there.
Yeah.
Purdy the year before. They didn't lose too many games that year. Purdy came in, they were rolling, right? I don't think he lost a game in a regular season.
They won the overtime game against the Raiders the year before.
In Vegas. Yep.
I'm just trying to go.
They blew out Tampa Bay. They blew out the Commanders.
I bet you that number is over 50% with Purdy.
Yeah, no doubt. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Because I think that matters. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I look at.
They won a lot of close games with Jimmy, too, though. They won a lot of close games with Jimmy. The Arizona games,
for sure.
Both of them, the one on Halloween in 2019, where he threw for over 400 when he said, "That's right, baby." What was the tagline to Aaron Andrews?
Feels great, baby.
Feels great, baby. Yeah, feels great, baby. And then he had the one when they came back 16-0, Richie James Jr. and the Texas dropped Jeff Wilson Jr. That was 7 points or less. Did Superdome 48-46. The last game of the regular season in Seattle that they won with Dre Greenlaw making a tackle. So they won a lot of close games with Jimmy as well. Apparently, John Madden's number 1 on that list with 71% from the 7-3-4. So
that was 50 years ago, but that's interesting.
So that's where, but that I think that number is skewed because of the first 2 seasons having those back quarterbacks.
And I don't want to sound like I'm caping up for Shanahan. I think that historical context matters.
I just think that a lot of people, as we get into this coaching tree here, a lot of people are just, Andy Reid. I talked to a lot of people about Philly. Obviously, one of my good friends, Philly Zoo, lived in Philly during the Andy Reid era. And we talked to Jason Dumas about it. And he did get forced out, but it felt like after 14 years, maybe it was time. It was time to separate. It's a long time, and you don't come up short. And they had a great run in Philadelphia. Boy, he made the Eagles relevant. He made them relevant. They became a must-use team on Madden. The jerseys were selling off the chain. Philly was on prime time all the time. I mean, they were doing everything. But he eventually got ran out of Philadelphia. And Shanahan gets compared to him all the time. And you already hear the noise this season. You hear the noise. Boy, if they don't make the Super Bowl, they're going to be on a hot seat or this and that, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, boy, we're sure we ready for this? Because at one point, it felt like they forced out George Seifert. They did force out George Seifert. That's 2 Super Bowl wins.
Look at his just regular season and playoff record. He was really good, but he couldn't get past one team.
Couldn't get past the Green Bay Packers.
They had his number. I mean, let's just...
Mike Holmgren had his number. And they were both coaches together with the 49ers, part of that Bill Walsh coaching tree, which you'll get into here. I hope it doesn't end like Andy Reid. Like, Shanahan has been so close, and I hope we don't get to that point where he gets forced out, because all of a sudden you see Andy Reid get a rebirth in Kansas City, and all of a sudden he goes from, boy, this guy's not getting to the Hall of Fame, can't win the big one, to he's on a Mount Rushmore of coaches. Like, that's what we're dealing with Andy Reid. Think about that. Think about how we felt before him, before 2019 and Super Bowl 54, and how we feel about Andy Reid now. It's unbelievable.
It's night and day.
It's night and day. He's gone from, I can't win the big one, to have his 263 career wins, a 62% winning percentage, and having one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time that he gets credit for.
Look, you show me a great coach, and I'm going to show you probably a Hall of Fame quarterback. Yeah. Probably, which, like, as we talk about great coaches in the history of the game, which is what makes Bill Parcells and Joe Gibbs so unique, is they did it at different times with different quarterbacks, right? And then I think that those guys kind of stick out. Don Shula as well. I don't want to forget him, going way back into the time machine. But, like, we're really talking about the big 3, right? We're talking about Belichick, Andy Reid, Bill Walsh.
Isn't it crazy that he's part of that big three, though? We don't talk about Chuck Noll and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We don't talk about Tom Landry. We don't talk about Vince Lombardi.
Tom Landry is one of the most evolutionary in terms of the 4-3 defense and what he represented.
Right.
Tom Landry is an all-timer.
All-timer. Paul Brown. And I know it was before the Super Bowl era, but the Cleveland Brown teams, Paul Brown was excellent as a coach. And we already catapulted Andy Reid past Vince Lombardi, past Chuck Noll, won 4 Super Bowls with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Well, it's just like, let's just go to the 80s, right? How am I supposed to compare? And I just looked at like Belichick's playoff records. Right. Just Belichick, for example. Belichick was 31-13 in the playoffs.
Yeah.
31-13. Bill Walsh played in 14 playoff games.
Yeah.
Because he's only there 10 years.
Yep.
Longevity in these conversations really matters. And the way the playoffs are formatted now, they're so different than back in the day. Andy Reid, for example, and I'm just looking at it, 26-16 in the playoffs. Right? I mean, these guys have 2-3 times the amount of playoff appearances. So it's really difficult to compare yesterday. Even Bill Walsh, who was just 40 years ago, it's really difficult to compare him to the modern game. It's just so different. Like this year, Shanahan will surpass playoff games of Bill Walsh if they can make it in and go a couple rounds. He's going to surpass the wins.
It's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
It's kind of...
So it's hard to comp these. Like, so your point about like Chuck Noll, like that's 50 years ago. It's really difficult to make the comparisons.
And that kind of bothers me, though. Because, Chuck, when you think about the Pittsburgh Steelers, they won 4 Super Bowls. Mean Joe Green. You know, Mel Blount. Rocky Blyer. Franco Harris. Len Stallworth. Lynn Swann. Terry Bradshaw. Think about Jack Lambert. Think about all the Hall of Famers they had on that team. And we don't even talk about Chuck Noll. We go straight Belichick, Walsh, and Andy Reid. And these set of rules, too, when you think about the rule changes and everything that's made offensive football a lot easier for a lot of these teams, which is why it was so funny here at Mel Kiper Jr. You don't hear anybody talk about 2 high safeties anymore, right? Guys can go in deep, 2 high safeties. Just learn how to execute, all right? That was one of the dumbest things I've heard in the last 15 years. Cannot believe it. And I love you. Well, not really. I just, the eras are different. You're right about that. And then when I think about Belichick and the Patriots, the AFC East was so bad. The division title was theirs.
But the rule changes, I also believe, have skewed toward offense. And like, if let's say Belichick came in today, would he be the same kind of coach that he was in his area? Probably not. He'd be different.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? Like the rules are so, because is that, like Brady's talked about it. While I was playing, the rule changes on defense. All of a sudden, the middle of the field wasn't a war zone for my guys to get basically beheaded, excuse me. Now, like I can use the full field. It's just the game is very different. It's evolving.
Let's get into it with Coach Herm Edwards here. Coach Herm Edwards on the other side. We'll get into this coaching conversation as well as break down Sunday's game between the Niners and the Chiefs. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Save on comfort dishes. What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
What's going on, roasters? What's going on? Baldy tomorrow in studio. Cannot wait to have breakfast with Baldy. We're going to have a lot of fun today, though, as we get set up for Baldy. We're going to have some listeners coming in as well.
Did you see who's giving us food for tomorrow?
Yeah, Jack's Restaurant. Come on now.
Jack's Restaurant.
They're always coming. They always come through.
Pleasant Hill, San Bruno.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Let's go.
All over the Bay Area. And they're opening up a cantina.
Westgate Shopping Center.
Opening up a cantina.
I can't wait for food tomorrow.
I can't wait for food after the show.
Oh, well, I'm gonna get a big workout in tomorrow morning, and for Baldy, gotta look a little svelte, gotta get my pump on, and then just eat all the protein I possibly can.
Baldy, it'll be a lot of fun.
I have never used steroids, period.
No, I will use them if they're, can help me shred,
After watching a Vince McMahon doc, he definitely used a lot of steroids.
Well, and he did something to his lips.
Well, he did. He's done a lot of bad things.
The whole thing is weird.
You want to talk about oh boy. You want to talk about who the Vince McMahon character was just Vince McMahon.
100%.
That's what it was. Poor Shane O'Mac. Shane McMahon.
Play his theme song, please.
Oh my gosh.
Brother, when he would come out stomping Shane Mack, my brother would get so excited.
When he came back and he almost teared up with the fans going crazy over him.
Hey, for real though.
Vince was just laughing. Vince is so
out of their minds. He would jump off that cage. McMahon, the son, Shane Mack, he was a savage.
Oh, dude.
Savage.
He did stuff to just try to.
Thank you. Money, 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 money.
His sons came out with him as well. Oh, dude, it was.
Woo! Dude, I got goosebumps.
Vince was not letting that company go. What a weird. That doc is just. And they asked all these wrestlers and all the people, like, what's Vince's legacy? And they were like, you know what to say.
Well, what can you say? You might need that check at some point, even though he doesn't own the company anymore.
No, he's something else, man. The most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Both Thugs, and DJ Quick, Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. That guy was ruthless, man. I mean, Vince is... gosh, I can't believe some of the things that happened in that documentary, man.
If you had to be a wrestler, what kind of wrestling persona? You'd be the king, right?
I don't know what persona.
Well, come out like Jerry the King Lawler. What would your persona be?
Jerry the King Lawler is my guy. He is. I did like him. I would be Bobby the Brain Heenan. I love Bobby the Brain Heenan.
So are you more of like a hype man?
Yeah, more of a hype man.
Oh.
A manager, if you will.
Jimmy Hart.
Would you be heavyweight division or?
All the divisions. I mean, Bobby the Brain Heenan was tag team managers. He was Intercontinental, Mr. Perfect's manager. He managed everybody. Kind of like our boy, who's it, Paul Heyman.
Yeah, see, if I had to create a persona, Shawn Michaels is at the top of my list.
Brock Purdy!
Not one of the biggest guys, but the showstopper.
He was sick.
Come on.
Kurt Angle was always one of my favorites.
He's so cringe.
Come on, Kurt Angle.
No, he was so good. On the mic, he was a heel, but a self-deprecating heel.
Ever said, Monte.
Hit me.
And you've said a lot of white things.
Hit me.
It's so ridiculous.
Come on, give me the tagline, Spadoni.
You want a leotard?
Give me the tagline, Spadoni.
There's 3 eyes, Joe Shasky.
What are they?
And you got to remember them. It's integrity, intensity,
damn right,
and intelligence.
I love it.
Oh, it's true. It's damn true.
It's damn true. Where's that Olympic gold medal? Come on now. Kurt, Bret, the way they did Bret Hart with the Montreal screw job was just all time, just low and dirty. Just shameful by Vince in the WWE. I mean, Bret Hart was just all-time iconic. Undertaker goes without saying.
So now I'm going to ask this question. If you were to pick one Bay Area sports athlete to be your tag team partner all time, who is it?
Oh, my gosh. All time?
I already know who I'm going with.
I mean, it might be Draymond or Charles Haley.
For you?
Yeah.
You got to pick one.
Tag team partner. You going Kittle?
No.
Who you going with?
No. You need the silent, strong type.
Leon Lyon?
Somebody jaw.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a great one.
I'm going David West.
Oh, wow.
David West, because David West, he doesn't need to talk much. I'll do all the talking.
No, that's a good pull.
Right?
That's
the
a
other
very
guy
good
that I was
pull.
thinking about who would be part of our posse is obviously Bill Romanowski.
Oh, my God.
You got to have Romo, right?
Man. What about
you need to
Justice
have somebody
Smith?
with screw loose.
What about Justice Smith?
Cowboy's not bad.
He's not bad.
Cowboy's not
gotta
bad.
have a screw loose.
You know? Am I wrong?
It's gotta have a screw. Draymond might be my guy.
I don't know if Draymond would play well with you.
He might heel turn. A heel turn.
He turns on you.
That would be great. Oh, Bonte. He just DDTs me. All right, man. Let's bring in our main man. Coach Herm Edwards, of course, formerly New York Jets, Kansas City Chiefs, now at ESPN. He's joining us here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. And, of course, Herm Edwards, man. We love having him on the show. Herm, good morning to you, man. We got a big game on Sunday. And we're just talking about the coaches, like all-time coaches. And it's fascinating to me, Coach. Andy Reid's reputation before Super Bowl 54 in 2019 to what it is right now. And we've had some great head coaches in this league, great head coaches. And, Andy Reid's on that Mount Rushmore probably now with Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick, but we've forgotten so many great coaches like Chuck Noll in Pittsburgh, John Madden, Tom Flores, Paul Brown, Vince Lombardi. But isn't it fascinating how Andy Reid has flipped his reputation by just winning a couple Super Bowls?
Well, no doubt. And, I mean, his longevity obviously has something to do with that as well. Having a good quarterback helps.
Yeah,
but
no doubt.
Andy, Andy, I go way back with Andy. I can remember when I first got into the profession, I was a scout for the Chiefs. And Andy was at the University of Missouri. He was the offensive line coach, a young offensive line coach, just trying to coach offensive linemen, and he worked his way in the NFL and obviously really came off the West Coast tree. You can say Holmgren and those guys. He was up in Green Bay. And then from there, he went to Philly, obviously had a really good stint there and then went to Kansas City, and he's doing a marvelous job. And you're right, he'll go down as one of the better coaches ever to coach the game.
It's interesting, Coach. Like from a coaching perspective, I saw this number being floated around the internet in terms of all the buys he's had in his career for his team, whether it's playoffs or regular season. Andy Reid is 28-3 coming off a bye week where he's had time to prepare. What does that mean to you as a coach? Why is that an important stat?
Well, I think, when you get that bye, first of all, your players are getting healed up. And then as a staff, you get together and try to figure out at that point in time, depending on how many games you play, what are we? What kind of team are we? And every year, it kind of changes. People think, well, no, it changes according to the players you have. Now, when you have the quarterback that they have, obviously, we know we're set there. But then the pieces around the quarterback, how do we make that work, right? And we know they have Kelce. They've got a bunch of young receivers, but then they're kind of in and out of line due to injury. So all these things matter defensively, scheme-wise. Are we going to become a more zone team now because of whatever? Or are we going to become more man-to-man and bring pressure? I mean, so all these things are discussed during the bye week.
Coach, what makes it difficult to prepare for an Andy Reid coach team? We talk about the bye week record, but I think this guy he's coached in the league as a head coach for 26 years. He's been in the league for 33 years. But it's just a head coach, Herm. He's never won less than 8 games 3 times. He had 3 seasons where he's won less than 8 games, which is crazy. But what makes it difficult when you're preparing for an Andy Reid coach team?
Well, obviously, offensively, he is going to attack your deficiencies on defense. He's going to have a way to do that with motion, formations. And it's all a matter of in that first period of play, those first 12 or 14 plays, he's looking, he's trying to figure out what you're going to do when he gives you this look, when he gives you this look with this personnel group. So he's constantly changing personnel groups. There's constantly motion. He's going to figure out what you're trying to play on him. And then from there, he attacks it. The game's all about adjusting. Mm-hmm. When you line up in formations and you have personnel groups and you start in motion, is he more man-to-man? Is he a two-shell? If that's the case, and we can run it a little bit more, he's gonna attack the deficiencies of the coverage unit.
Coach, if you're from the 49ers perspective, you lost this team in the Super Bowl. And look, it's a regular season game. It's not the end-all, be-all. And I know the players have been indicating, hey, we've moved on from the Super Bowl. It's just another game. But we know it means a little something different. You know, you're in that room. You're preparing here. What does it mean to guys that were on the team last year and were on the staff? We know it still stings, and you want to win the game, right?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But, not only that, I think, don't lose sight of this. I mean, this is the measuring stick. The Kansas City Chiefs are the measuring stick. I mean, if you want to participate in the Super Bowl, this is the team. And, this is what the Kansas City Chiefs face every week, not just against the 49ers, but against every team. You're going to get their best shot. And Patrick Mahomes will tell you, I'm not playing good. He's correct. He's not. He's thrown as many interceptions as he has touchdowns. But what this team can do when you boil it down and it gets into the fourth quarter and the game is close, they know how to close games out. That's the difference, guys. I mean, that's what makes them unique. We saw this with the New England Patriots when Captain America was the quarterback, right? Captain America obviously is Tom Brady. I call him Captain America. And, they close games out. I mean, when big moments occur when you got to make plays on offense or defense, these guys seem to come up with the play to close the game out.
Wow.
And that's just the way it is. It's just, and that's where the 49ers, the last couple of weeks, when they were struggling they weren't finishing. They weren't finishing games, guys. That's why they lost. It wasn't like they were getting blown out. They were in the games, but they just weren't finishing them. Now, a bit of their problem is on offense, I'm going to say it. Half of their offense is with the guy that ain't playing right now, McCaffrey. When he don't play in that offense, it's different, guys. And Mason's done a fabulous job, and I get all that. But at the end of the day, when you have McCaffrey, it's a whole you got a handful when that guy's back there because he's going to run it. But here's what he's really going to do: he's going to catch it. And the problem is when he's in the game and they throw him a pass, they're always in 2nd and 4. This offense is about moving the chains, right? That's how they get you, man. Well, Mason can't catch the ball like McCaffrey. He's a unique guy. Think about the history of this guy.
Yeah.
His dad, look, I go way back with the McCaffrey family. Played against his daddy, coached against his son. They were all receivers. He just happened to be a running back. I tell people all the time, he's inherited receiver skills because everyone in his family played wide out. And the mom was probably the fastest of the group because she used to track running.
That's such a good point, Coach. We're talking to Coach Herm Edwards here on the River Islands guest line. Always fun to have him on the morning roast, man. That's such a good point about McCaffrey and his family lineage here. And you talked about closing. And obviously the Niners haven't closed that Super Bowl, or didn't close the Super Bowls against the Kansas City Chiefs. Is it more simply because they don't have McCaffrey? Because it seems to be a stigma with Kyle Shanahan. I don't blame him for the Super Bowl with Atlanta. He wasn't the head coach. He was the offensive coordinator. They put the 28-3 lead. It's hard for me to blame Shanahan for that. But when you look at the 49ers and all the close games they have lost and having 10-point leads or not being able to come back in the fourth quarter, what is the missing ingredient when it comes to closing a football game, especially a big game?
Well, yeah, and like defensively, you're going to have to make some critical stops, and I think when you watch him play with McCaffrey, obviously they can get it done offensively. On the other side of the ball, defensively, can you make the plays in the back end of your defense when people are throwing the ball? Can you get off the field, right? And as of late, there's some games where these guys have given up some big passes. Right? And that's generally not them. They generally don't do that. But that's kind of been their Achilles heel, guys, if you watch them play. They've given up at the wrong time the big pass play. And whether it's catch and run, whether it's, now the secondary's been a little bit wounded. There's been guys in and out of that. I get all that. But that's where it all, because, guys, let me tell you something. When you're leading in a game, the thing you better understand is, two things got to show up: pass rush and secondary. You got to show up. So that's where you're getting attacked. But that's what this game evolved to, guys. It's a quarterback-driven game, and when you're playing against good quarterbacks, and they have the possession, they have the last possession, your pass rush and your secondary have to make plays.
Yeah. Coach, we in San Francisco, we've talked a lot about special teams and just they haven't been good, and it's been like a mixed bag.
No,
take me through as a coach how do you balance this out? You got a lot of injuries, so you have guys that are normally on special teams now playing defense as opposed to special teams. You're probably not practicing it as much as you would like. Like, walk me through how you adjust and fix your special teams when you know it's a glaring issue.
Well, and you're right. It's a third of the plays that you play. You know, whether you're kicking it, punting it, receiving it, however you want to look at it. And, in big moments, they kill you. Especially, at times we watch a lot of these games. It isn't unusual anymore where kickers, 50-yard kicks are like 35-yard kicks and more. And all of a sudden when you miss some kicks or you mishandle a punt, I've always said this, and I don't know the stat anymore, but it used to be when you blocked a punt and ran it in for a touchdown, 90% of the time, guys, you won the game on a block punt for a touchdown. 90% of the chance you're going to win that game. It was eerie. It was an eerie stat, man. And, I just think sometimes guys are a little bit careless about special teams, like this new kickoff rule. They call it dynamic. I don't know how dynamic it is, but it really hasn't become what we thought it was going to become, right? And I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it to protect the players. I get all that. I got no problem with that. But it's just a play where they thought, well, if we do it this way, people won't go to the refrigerator and get a beverage or whatever because no one wants to watch a kickoff because they kick it in the end zone, nobody returns it. Well, basically, people are still going to the refrigerator on this kick game because it ain't turned out real good, guys. When I look at it, I'm like, okay, I get it. But special teams, you're right, is a big part of it. And generally, special teams are going to win. They're going to win 2 or 3 games for you.
Yeah, they could certainly lose games for you, as we see with the 49ers and two of these 3 losses here. Minnesota and, of course, the L.A. Rams when they ran the fake punt and had the big punt return at the end of the game. We're talking to Coach Herm Edwards here on the River Islands guest line. Coach, I got to ask you this because we're talking about Purdy and how productive he is, and you mentioned how McCaffrey's been out, and that's been a difference. There's no doubt in the red zone. The Niners were, 9-24 in the red zone so far this season? I could be wrong there. Got to update my math, but they haven't been good in the red zone. This Chiefs defense, how do the Niners move the ball against this Chiefs defense that's become one of the better units in all of football?
Well, I think, for me, it's kind of like the same thing that the Chiefs have. Who can cover Kittle? Nobody. Who can cover Kelce? Nobody. And I think you got to run it a little bit more with Kittle being involved in the passing game. He doesn't get enough passes, in my opinion. Kittle can be like Kelce.
Yeah.
He's a handful of guys. And at times they use him, but he doesn't catch as many balls as I'm like, hey, man, this dude now they started targeting him here, a couple weeks. I mean, a week ago, they started getting him the ball. I said, to me, that's the guy that has to catch the ball for him because he can make up. He's really the go-to guy, right in those easy zones, right over the ball, and against linebackers. I mean, you get him matched up against guys, man. This dude is a weapon. So for me, I think he's got to be more involved in the offense. Ayuk, when he was out, obviously he was a little rusty. He missed all that time, and any guy that misses time. But now he's back in the groove a little bit. Debo's the guy that's kind of interesting. At times he's quiet. I mean, you don't hear from him, right? I mean, you go through first half of the game, you say, "Where's Debo? Why does he catch a ball like this or whatever?" So I just think it's one of those deals where, I think Purdy's an efficient quarterback. He does a nice job. Doesn't turn the ball over a whole lot at all. He's trying to make more plays and extend plays with his legs, and it almost looks. It's like, it doesn't look natural, but he does it. Right. He makes some plays. This offense is based on timing, guys. This is the West Coast offense. I mean, they want to play from the pocket. They want to get the ball out to their pass catchers who can run after the catch. So that's how the West Coast system was evolved with Bill Walsh. But, look, this is team that has playoff experience. They're a good football team. The expectations are always high on them. You would say right now, if you were looking at teams in the NFC, like I get it, the Minnesota Vikings are 5-0. That whole division, that division was 17-5 or something like that.
They're legit in the North. That's the toughest division of football.
So, but I think the team everyone's looking at now, especially after when they went to Dallas, because they bullied them, was the Detroit Lions. They went and bullied the Cowboys, guys. That was a bully game. They walked into their home and bullied them. And it was like, this is what we're going to do to you, and you ain't going to stop us. And they didn't. They sent a message, I think, to the National Football League with that win in Dallas.
Coach, I'm not going to waste your time and ask you who's going to win or anything like that. We were having fun before this segment, and I was joking around like, hey, if I had to pick a tag team partner in Bay Area sports history for athletes, I might pick Bill Romanowski to be my tag team partner because, Romo's a little out there. I might need somebody to back me up. If you were to put together a tag team of who your partner would be for you in this hypothetical of all the guys you coached or played with, who would it be?
And I'm playing what? So what are we doing?
You're doing WWE wrestling.
Yeah, your tag team. Your tag team champ, Coach.
WWE wrestling?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, who would I take? Of all the guys?
Yeah, like, would you take, I don't know if you ever, like, for example, Parcells might take, Lawrence Taylor. He would want Lawrence Taylor on his team.
Oh, okay, I got you. I would probably take, let me think who I would take. Oh boy, I played with some interesting guys. I gotta get one of the. You asked me to get one of the crazy guys, right?
Yeah,
or it could be anybody. It could be Sap.
It could be a
Sap in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, anybody.
Anybody.
Oh, well, you just mentioned
Warren Sapp.
With Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, let me tell you something now. I was in that era when he played. Oh man, no, he was. This is how good he was. Generally, when the defense goes off the field, you sit on the bench and people are coaching you up. When we used to play against the Giants, the first series or two, all the defensive players would stand up just to watch this guy because they said we can't block him. We can't block him. We can't block him. 56. We can't block this dude, man. And it was almost like this is a crying shame. He's getting ready to wreck the game. I mean, we said that as a defense, right? That's how good this dude was. I mean, he was unbelievable. Man.
I missed that era. I missed that era so much. I mean, they had Pepper Johnson, Leonard Marshall, Carl Banks. Yeah. I mean, Harry Carey. Then you had Washington with Charles Mann and Dexter Manley. What the hell was going on in the NFCs back in those days?
And then watch this one. How about Randy White?
Wow. With Dallas Cowboys, yeah.
How about Randy White? That man, hand monster. That's what you call that dude, man. That dude was something now. He was like, whoa. I saw Randy White running back down about 50 yards, running back broke, and he ran him down. I said, who is that dude, man? He said, that's Randy White. I said, he's a damn defensive lineman. How can he run that fast? He was unbelievable too, man. He was a good player. They were back in the day, man. There were some good players back in the day.
Well, hopefully Bosa could become one of those players. He had a hell of a game last week. He's going to need a hell of a game this week against Mahomes and company here. We'll see about this pass rush. Kurtz, we got to talk to you soon, man. We'll do it again within the next month, man. You're always good to us, man. Thanks for the time today.
Thank you, guys.
You're the best.
Anytime. Coach Herm Edwards here on the Morning Roast. Lawrence Taylor, man. We stand up and just watch him wreck the game.
Okay.
So did you see, you follow this NFL historic page?
Oh, yeah.
On Instagram?
Oh, yeah.
You see the photos they had yesterday?
Yeah, the Brian Cox one with the Dolphins was incredible that you posted.
Yeah, I mean, the neck roll, because he always had that, you knew him. But in this photo, you had Brian Bosworth.
Oh, jeez.
You had Walter Payton with the headband. You had Terrell Suggs with this crazy face mask, looked like the Terminator. And then you had Lawrence Taylor at the end with the Super Bowl Lombardi trophy with the crazy haircut, the Jesus piece in his, the LT piece in his ear. Like LT, I wish fans, youngsters, go just pull up YouTube and watch Lawrence Taylor. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Okay, Bonte, we have a lot to get into today, and you're going to be mad at me, but I started putting together imaginary tag teams with names of Bay Area athletes. Would you like to see some of the ones I wrote down?
Yeah, let me correct myself first on the red zone stuff. The Niners are now 12 of 27 in the red zone, 44.4%. Not good, but the Chiefs are worse.
Can you imagine? Close your eyes. Well, don't close them if you're driving. All right? Two guys that look like they're police officers, sheriffs, okay? Will Clark and Jeff Kent, they come out as Border Patrol.
Oh, that's their tag team. Oh, you're coming up with tag team names?
Tag team names.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Trent Williams and Debo, the Beatbox Boys. Come on, you like that? You like that
Patrol,
one?
I don't.
That Border Patrol is a borderline.
What do you mean?
I'm just going to leave that alone. I'm not going to leave.
Okay.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Charles Haley and Bill Romanowski are a tag team. Unnecessary Roughness.
All right.
Come on, that's a great name.
I'm just going to.
What is going on here?
Here we go.
Quiet.
The Sharpshooters. Manager, Chris Mullen. Okay? Chris Mullen. Curry and Clay. Pretty straightforward. The guy that kicked out of the group was the Slim Reaper.
Oh.
He's a solo act now. He doesn't do tag teams. How about this? Kung Fu Panda and Boogie Bear. Kevin Mitchell and Pablo Sandoval.
What's their name?
I don't know. I just think you call them Kung Fu Panda and Boogie Bear. And here's my other favorite one. Ranch Hands. Madison Bumgarner and Justin Smith. Dressed as cowboys.
Ranch Heads is
You
their
like
name?
that?
Ranch Heads.
And then my favorite one.
Oh, gosh.
Their name is absolutely incredible. It's Draymond and Kittle.
Absolutely incredible.
That's their tag team name?
Yeah,
absolutely incredible.
absolutely incredible.
We got to work on that name.
I think it's a great name.
We got to work on it.
Do you know you didn't like those?
It's needs a little work, but I see the vision.
So like Big Boss Man,
vision.
you know what was the guy's
I don't know
name?
about Border Patrol.
That's
but,
funny. Come on, you gotta laugh.
It's
a joke.
No, I know it is, but I don't.
Can't you imagine Jeff Kent pulling up like he's CHP with the mustache?
Yeah, but you want Border Patrol with it, so it makes it like
trying to think of a
you
good
just call them the
name.
officers or something.
I was trying to think of a good
Big
name.
Boss
Call them
Man.
Highway Patrol.
Just call
Highway
him the
Patrol. There we
Just
go.
call him the Big Boss Man, like Big Boss Man with the WWF when he used to be the Big Boss Man. Just call him Big Boss Man. I don't know.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
I mean, like, see,
Sorry,
510's coming in. The Bash Bros are already a tag team. Love that. Love that.
They are. Back to the Chiefs and the Niners. Where we go down this
And like I was thinking like Smoke and Steel, right?
Oh man.
Dave Stewart, Ricky Henderson.
That's not bad.
Smoke and Steel.
That's not bad.
Isn't that good?
That's not bad.
Come on,
That's
man.
not bad. That's
Come
not
on.
Bad. That's not bad. That's not
We're creating a universe of wrestlers.
You get your Vince McMahon on?
Well, I was thinking of putting together Kevin Durant with Draymond. I was thinking of pairing up Draymond with Jordan Poole, and I was like, all of these would be like breakups. And I wanted to come with him and Pat Bev, but Pat Bev never played in the Bay, and call them the Pod Boys. Or Open Mic.
Oh, my God.
Come on, man.
Open Mic.
They're cutting promos. They get in the middle of the ring and set up the podcast and stuff like that. And they all just sit down. It's actually kind of funny.
You got to laugh a little. Let's laugh a little. Let's have fun.
I am laughing. I'm just, oh, gosh.
Do you like ranch hands?
After talking to Herm about football, I'm just going back during the interview. Shasky is not even here. He's thinking about tag team names, and we got Coach Herm Edwards on the line, and we're talking to him about Chiefs Niners, and my guy's over here thinking about wrestling tag team names.
Writing it down.
Writing it down during the Herm Edwards video.
Mad Bum and Justin Smith are just wearing Wranglers and cowboy boots, and they're coming out. Just the two of them, just straight country music. They're wearing hats, cowboy. I mean, that's Kittle. That's why I almost feel like Kittle and Drake couldn't be a tag team together. They just couldn't do it together.
Oh, my gosh. I'm not going to read this name from the 510. I'm not going to read that name at all.
Oh, Greenlaw and Drake.
Oh, my gosh. Not going to. Don't even say that out loud. Don't even say that out loud. Please don't. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's tempting, but do not say that.
How did I not put Greenlaw in here? Greenlaw's got to be in there.
I'm just not going to. It's not going to go there. Kurt and Oakland, we open up Pandora's box. We got Patrick Peterson at 8 o'clock. Patrick Peterson, promise you, we'll get back to Chiefs Niners and recap what Herm Edwards has to say. Kurt and Oakland, what's happening?
What's up, Kurt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. I had to jump in on the tag teams. So tag team name would be called the Unmovable Objects.
Oh.
and it would be Ted Washington and Sam Adams.
See, now that's genius. Immovable objects. I'm running them.
There it is. There
I
it is.
love that.
Chris A. in Oakland. This is not right, man. 510. This is not right, Chris A. Wiseman and Lance, the Bus Bros.
Oh, my
That's
God.
really good.
Oh, my God.
707 Comcast Business Sex Lines.
Trey Lance.
Hufanga and Odom. Call them bad angles.
They would have been a part of Team Angle, the bad ones.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's genius. You have to create universes.
Oh my God!
So he had
Johnny Lamaster.
Ted Washington, and who was the other guy?
Sam Adams.
Sam
Not the
Adams.
beer.
That's so,
Not the beer.
Both those guys, I imagine,
Yeah.
wearing helmets with no pads in them.
Yeah, I know.
Like in
It's
my
just-
mind, they,
yeah,
like their
no
head
pad-
was
yeah.
so big. There's no padding.
They had no ear pads. It was just tight on it.
They're saying Bonds and McGuire, they could be called the Needle Brothers.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I
I
don't-
see here the turnstiles.
Yeah,
McGlinchey and Feliciano.
Yeah, oh my God,
See, we gotta laugh a little.
It's just
Have a little
disrespectful. I'm laughing at the fact that we got Herm Edwards breaking down the game and the history, and Shassy's got a notepad writing down wrestling. For the entire, we had Herm Edwards on for how long? 20 minutes? And Rashasky sticking a wrestling names through the interview. He's not even here. Oh, Madison. Oh, wow, this is good. Kyle in Oakland.
Give it
Kyle
to me.
K in Oakland.
Get it to me.
Madison Bumgarner and Max Muncy. The 3-1-1s.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Basically, the snitches. They're just basically snitching.
That's a good
Hey,
one.
Muncy was on fire last night.
He was on fire.
Five times on base.
Hey, they did get the last laugh against the Padres. 707. I don't know who that pertains to.
I'm sorry, guys. I derailed the segment.
No,
we
it's
started
okay.
talking about
No, it's
wrestling
okay.
out of nowhere, and I said, I got to create a universe here. Kent and Will Clark would make a great tag team duo, wouldn't they? They're on the same page.
Yeah, but Kent got choked out in the dugout when it mattered.
Oh, dude. Farhan and Gabe Kapler, the unemployables.
I'm not reading that 707. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. You see the 707? Comcast Business Text Line, the top.
Yeah.
You see that?
I've also had a couple of personal texts. Demetrius Flanagan fouls and Jordan Poole slip and slide.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Just nutty. This is where, it's funny. I just got a text from James Kincaid, not about wrestling. This is where James Kincaid, Jimbo Kincaid, works with the Golden State Warriors. He's been very friendly since he stiffed us for his wedding, and he knew we were going to ice him out.
We're Team RC Davis now.
Yeah, we are Team RC Davis. There's no doubt about that. Team RC all the way. But he's trying so hard to get in our good graces. I'm just happy that Jimbo spent a pretty penny to go see the Padres get shut out in Game 4 to NLDS. His Padres now. But he'd be good with this. Speaking of wrestling, he told me at Media Day, he goes, Bonte, I can't watch the Vince McMahon doc because I know it'll ruin it for me.
For sure.
Just like Ric Flair. I watched the 30 for 30. I said, damn it ruined it for me.
Yeah, I feel you.
Ric Flair. I can't even brag about it no more.
I watched the Pete Rose. I'm like, oh, great. Well, there goes him out the window.
Patrol, man.
Hey, come on, that was funny. We got to laugh a little, people.
Oh, my gosh.
Tongue in cheek.
Oh, man. Dublin March, random, #random, Dublin March. Shout out to Lonzo Ball. Come back after 2.5 years. I did feel good for him. He looked really good. I know. I'm not going to. Don't read that. I heard you. Don't. Everybody sees the text line just asking. We see it. I'm not going to read these. Farhan and Jeff Fisher, the pity pitchers.
Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one.
That's not bad.
Is it Jeff Fisher or John Fisher?
Here's a great one. Purdy and Curry, the choir boys. That's good. I like that.
The choir boys. See, I get a soft connotation with that because they're Purdy and Curry are some cold-blooded killers.
Oh, dude. Some of these Jimmy G. Wiggins ones.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that. I'm not reading that. Nope, not fair. Not right. Not right. See, you did it. You did it.
I am imagining in this universe that we've created, Joe Lacob would own the company the way that the Cons own. What is the other company called?
Oh, AEW?
Yeah.
They do own that. Is AEW getting any traction?
I don't know.
I think they'll eventually have a merger, kind of like how they did with WCW and WW. I think that'll eventually be what it was.
They'll buy them out.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They'll have a draft.
All right. Mark from San Jose says he has the perfect tag team name.
I want it.
Perfect
I want
tag
it.
team.
We'll get back into good football stuff. I'm sorry. I apologize, Bay Area.
You're good. You're good.
You guys ready?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Fight Club. Latrell Sprewell and Draymond Green.
Dre works for so many things.
Adam, it's too much for
I
me.
honest to gosh think that, like, the way Rodman did Bash at the Beach, I think that Draymond, if he did enter the WWE universe, would be unbelievable.
Oh, he'd be next level.
He'd be old. Like, I mean this with like the highest respect. He would be phenomenal.
No doubt.
He would be phenomenal.
No doubt. No doubt. Because in wrestling now, people love the bad guys. And that's the one thing in the Vince doc was like, he's right. The whole good old boy, good guy, bad guy, that was out the window. If you were a bad guy, they loved you.
NWO, New World Order.
New World Order.
That's what we liked.
New World Order.
But I, like, Dre's got clearly the athleticism, the size, all that stuff. It's like he's a showman. He understands how to get the crowd. Could you imagine him cupping his ears to a crowd that hated him?
I'm actually going to ask Draymond about that. Would you consider WWE?
I honestly think he'd be, like, as much as everyone like Kittle, and I know Kittle would be good, I think Dre might even be better. Dre is so charismatic in front of a crowd.
510. 510. Comcast Business Text Line. Bronny and Thanasis, the Off Brothers. I'm not going to read the other one.
There's so many unreadables.
Yeah. Trent Ayuk, the holdouts. These guys.
He's full of baloney.
There's a couple of guys, I'm getting personal text, criminally minded, and it's a bunch of individuals who've gotten trouble off the field and the court.
626, Comcast Business Text Line. Kyle Williams or Ted Ginn Jr.? Hands of stone or filthy fingers?
Filthy fingers is good.
Filthy fingers is good.
That is so good. That is just so.
2023 Steph and Clay, a team of ice and fire.
I'm not reading that one.
That's funny.
I'm not going to read the 650. I'm not reading that one. You know what I'm talking about. Robert Kraft. Yeah, no, I'm not reading that. Oh, boy. This is.
Trent and Debo would be a combo, right? Because the way they come out together with the beatbox,
the boombox,
the beatbox boys, and then Charles Haley and Romanowski, unnecessary roughness. That's a great name for them.
That is a great name,
right?
Alex and Livermore. Before we get to the injury report, let's go.
What's happening, guys? Hey, for Kelce and Mahomes, call him the Muppet Show. You know he sounds just like Kermit.
Such a good call. That's good. I like that. Devontae and Randy Moss for Raider fans. The Turncoats. That's a great name.
That's good. They can both be Benedict Arnold as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, boy. Devontae. Oh, man. Got what he wanted, man. Got what he wanted.
Raider fans should be rooting for the Jets, by the way, because that third-round pick would turn into a second if the Jets make the AFC Championship game. So let's all root for the Jets. Let's go.
Gosh. The Jets. You got any more?
No, but come on, that was funny.
It's just, I just can't believe this. We had Herm Edwards on, and this guy was doing something else. I'm not even gonna.
The OCD, ADHD was just turning in my head. Yeah. The Jeff Will Clark is an all-timer. Come on, you guys.
I'm not. Oh my gosh, these just
strawberry malt.
No, I'm just. No, it's not. This is what happens when you do this. This just. I'm just not going to do this. You know what?
The 707 is a great one.
No,
Draymond and Kyle Shanahan.
No,
the choke artist?
No, come on, man. Come on, that's not even fun.
That's all time.
Draymond's a 4-time champion.
I know, but we have to laugh a little.
I know, but we talk about, don't put him, that's not fair to Draymond to put him in that conversation.
It's a different kind of a choke artist. That's the whole point.
They're calling J.J. Stokes and Bill Romanowski. The name of the group is Hawk Tua.
Oh, my God. San Jose Sharks first overall pick. Macklin Celebrini was placed on IR on Saturday with an impaired hip injury. He's eligible to rejoin the Sharks for their game at the Winnipeg Jets Friday. But if he doesn't join the Sharks for the end of the road trip, he'll be able to join them on Sunday when they host the Colorado Avalanche. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll talk to former All-Pro Patrick Peterson, who, of course, is a member of the Odyssey family. We'll break down Chiefs and Niners with him and discuss what makes Andy Reid and Shanahan so good. We'll do that on the other side. Patrick Peterson on the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has...
Warriors and Blazers next Wednesday. Got a preseason game tomorrow night. We got baseball playoffs. Sports are sporting. It is happening, folks. It is happening. Shout out to our good friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it. Because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. We got a great guest coming up here, Patrick Peterson, as we say good morning to all the graveyard shift workers, all the overnight dancers, all the teachers, students, cops, everybody out there getting ready for a nice little Thursday. All the folks with the great tag team names, I see you. Oh, my gosh. These names are just, they're becoming rated R is what they are. They're not PG-13 no more. They're becoming, like, don't read these, Shasta. We get fired for some of these names.
Do you know what they're calling us?
What? Robin Big?
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is good.
That's good. I get a kick out of that. That was a great show.
It was a great show. Underrated.
Really.
Rest in peace, Rob. Big. Rest in peace, Big. I love that show. I did love that show. It was cool, man.
It was great.
Let's bring in Patrick.
They clearly loved each other as
no
friends,
doubt about it.
And it was awesome.
No doubt. Rest in peace to Big. Rest in peace to Big. All right. We're now joined by our great friend of the program. We love this guy. Not that we love him because he's not playing for the Arizona Cardinals anymore. But Odyssey and NFL insider Patrick Peterson, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. That's right. Patrick Peterson may have some snaps into him as he joins us here on the River Islands guest line. Patrick, good morning, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, and yourself? How you guys doing?
Good, man. You ready to go against Kansas City? We give you a call right now. Come out to Santa Clara. Give us about 25 snaps against Mahomes.
I wouldn't mind.
I love that. Niners are 3-3, obviously playing the Kansas City Chiefs in a Super Bowl rematch. The Chiefs are 5-0. And they're led by their defense. Their defense, actually, I think, is the better unit than our offense right now. So let's start with that. How do the Niners, who have struggled in the red zone, they're 12 of 27 inside the 20-yard line here when it comes to touchdown efficiency in the red zone, how do they move the ball against this tough, stout Kansas City Chiefs defense?
Man, they're going to have to commit to the run game, which we know the San Francisco 49ers are going to do. Because once you get one-dimensional, it kind of makes their job a little bit easier. So I believe Kyle Shanahan is going to do a great job of trying to keep those guys off balance with the motions and the post-snap movements and things like that. Brock Purdy is definitely going to have a heck of a game to make sure that the offense is moving in efficiency as they need to be up and down the football field. But like you said, the game breaker is going to be when they get in the red zone, getting the ball in the end zone. We all know that Kansas City Chiefs have been struggling, but we know that's also only going to last for so long. So you don't want to give that team and Patrick Mahomes, so many missed opportunities when you have the opportunity to capitalize. So it's going to come down to the red zone, but I don't have a issue or a problem with the 49ers moving the ball up and down the field. It's just going to come down to those guys capitalizing once they get in the red zone.
What is it about Kelce? There's a lot of big, strong guys and big, fast guys that just aren't anywhere near as good as him. And clearly having the coach and the quarterback, those things are huge factors as well. But what is it about him that makes him so difficult to cover? B and I were at the Super Bowl, and it's like, we all know the ball is going to him, and yet time and time again, he's A, open, and B, just like running through secondaries. Why is he so good?
Man, Travis, watching film, and when I was in the NFL getting prepared for, the Kansas City Chiefs, it was almost like those guys was playing backyard football, or they had like some type of communication system in each other's helmet, because Travis really is not running routes. He's running to get open for the most part. You know what I mean? Especially once the play breaks down, you can just tell that the routes that Travis is given is based on, leverage that he's being guarded with. If a guy's covering him inside, he's going to run outside. If a guy's covering him outside, he's going to run inside. So it's just Travis just beating leverages for the most part. So you just got to have a guy like a Derwin James. He's kind of like an X factor, a guy who kind of like can isolate, Travis out of the game, because he's a big, strong, physical, safety who can cover as well. Where the mismatches come from is when he's going up against linebackers.
Patrick Peterson here on the River Islands guest line, former All-Pro, of course, with the Arizona Cardinals, had a long, long career in the NFL. Still got some stats in him, according to PP himself, Patrick Peterson himself. You talk about Travis Kelce and getting these DBs. What you make of the Niners' young secondary? Thursday night against Seattle. Renardo Green with the interception. Malik Mustafa with a pick back there in the back end. And you know Andy Reid's going to be looking at these youngsters, trying to target them. What was your assessment of these young DBs against Seattle last Thursday night?
Man, the young DBs look real good. They stepped up big last week. Green making a big interception on DK Metcalf, pretty much like a game-sealing interception. I believe DK was trying to run like a deep over route, and Green did a great job of playing leverage and undercutting that route and pretty much securing that interception and helping that team win the ball game. But what really makes that secondary go is the guys up front, for the most part, and having Fred pretty much, guarding the middle of the field, so the guys and the pieces that they have around them really help the guys in the back end really flourish. So they got their hands full going up against the Kansas City Chiefs because there are going to be a lot of broken down plays and they're going to have to cover those receivers a little bit longer. So we'll see how those guys hold up this week.
What makes Andy Reid so difficult to prepare for? He's been in this league's head coach for 26 years now, Patrick. 33 years overall in the NFL. He's got a 62% winning percentage. What makes it so difficult to prepare for his offense?
Yeah, he does a great job of utilizing every blade of grass and every inch of the football field. So Andy Reid does a great job of, spacing the ball out, using his running backs out in space, receivers with jet sweeps, screens and things like that. We all know how to utilize Travis. So the thing that Coach Andy Reid does very well is that he attacks, every blade of grass and every inch of that football field, and it's very hard to game plan for a guy like that. Although they may not have the best running game, but those screen plays, those are the flip passes, those are not essentially run plays, but they're counting them as run plays. So that's what I mean by Andy Reid finding ways to still have his offense be operatable, under the stress of not having the running game or under the stress of not having, top-notch receivers, so he just do a great job of not only putting his guys in position, but using their entire football field.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Have you seen anything from the 49er wide receivers the last couple of weeks? Because everybody's like, you man up on them and you force this team to beat man coverage down the field. Have you seen anything from the last couple of weeks or just throughout the year this year that tells you that the Niners offense is maybe, trying to combat a lot of this man coverage with something unique?
No, not really. I mean, it just seemed like they're still running, the typical glance routes with Ayuk, the crossers with Debo, so the wheel routes with George Kittle, so those guys are still running their offense. I just think, defenses are understanding not the weak points, but understanding where they like to go with the football at, so I think that's just basically what it boils down to.
Patrick Peterson here on the River Islands Gas Line. Don't forget, Insider Calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. All right, we've talked to a lot of people this week and a lot of experts and former players trying to say, well, this is just another game. Is this game bigger for the 49ers considering they've lost 2 Super Bowls in the fashion that they did to this same team that they're seeing on Sunday? How massive is it in that locker room? I know they're downplaying it publicly, but really inside that locker room, Patrick, are they saying to themselves, we got to have this win against Kansas City?
Yes, this is a must-win for the 49ers, in my opinion. And if I'm in that locker room, that's how I'm feeling because, like you just said, we lost to these guys in two of the biggest games, two times in the biggest games of the season, and now we have an opportunity to play them in our backyard, so you don't know when you have opportunity to play the team that you lost in the Super Bowl because we're in different, conferences. But yes, this is a huge game. The 49ers are now starting to get into their groove. We all know how they like to start the seasons over the past years, which has been kind of slow. And probably, midway through the second quarter of the season, that's when the guys and Kyle Shanahan get the team, rolling with the confidence and playing with, the aspiration that, everybody was hoping that they start the season with. So this is definitely a must win for the 49ers. If they don't win, the season's not over. But for them, losing to to the Kansas City Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl game, I'm definitely feeling that this is a must-win for them.
All right, there's no wrong answer on this, but I love having these fun hypotheticals because I like hearing other people's perspective. You played against both guys. Let's say there's a minute, or you can pick anyone else you want. It doesn't matter. But there's a minute to go, no timeouts. You're on the sideline. Your team has to hand the ball to any quarterback that you want to win the game. No timeouts, same roster, whatever. Who's the guy you're giving the ball to? Brady, Mahomes, someone else?
Montana?
Patrick Mahomes.
Why?
Because there's durability. He's able to escape, the pocket and keep the play alive much longer than those quarterbacks, and just his creativity, man. I wasn't old enough to really watch Joe Montana, but I saw clips, so I know of him and watch highlights of him. But to see what Patrick Mahomes is able to do week in and week out, and Brady was able to do it as well. But I just feel like Brady now, the pass rushers and with no timeouts, I just think that makes him a little bit more vulnerable in that situation. But what Patrick is able to do in his young career, week in and week out, year in and year out, it's hard to not put the ball in his hands.
It's hard to argue with that. There's no wrong answer there, though. You're good either way. But Mahomes, I get the durability and the ability to escape the pocket there. Patrick Edwards, after watching the first 6 weeks of the NFL season, let's just focus on the NFC. Obviously, the NFC North has 4 teams that's playing real good football. The Bears are coming along. We know about the Vikings being undefeated. Detroit just lost Aiden Hutchinson, but they put a smackdown on the Dallas Cowboys. That felt personal. And, of course, you have the Green Bay Packers lurking in the cut. Who right now in the NFC do you like? And it's tough to say. We're only through week 6. But who's the top team right now? I'm not even talking Super Bowl or anything right now, but who's impressed you the most so far in the NFC through the first 6 weeks of the season?
It got to be the Minnesota Vikings because, coming into the season, there was a lot of questions on who was going to be the quarterback. Everybody was picking them to be, dead last in their division. And right now they're sitting at number 1, 5-0. Brian Flores got the defense rolling. Justin Jefferson is continuing to play out of his mind. Coach O'Connell got Sam Darnold playing like an MVP candidate right now. So this team, with all the surprises that happened thus far throughout the first 6 weeks of the season, these guys are playing the best football right now in the NFC. But the Detroit are not far behind. I know they're the favorites to win the division, but as of right now, I got to go with the Minnesota Vikings.
All right, there it is. Patrick Peterson joining us again. We always love talking to you, brother. I know you'll be locked in on Sunday. Hell, you may be playing a few Sundays from now, man, with the way DBs are dropping. Patrick, thanks for the time as always, brother.
All right, guys. Take care.
Anytime. That was Odyssey NFL insider Patrick Peterson on the River Islands guest line. And don't forget, host of the Odyssey original podcast, First and Pod. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. I love that. Mayo game day, be delicious. Patrick Peterson said a lot there. Big takeaway I have, he said it's a must-win for the Niners.
Absolutely.
Point blank, period. Like, we hear a lot of people say, well, it's just another game.
I hate hearing that.
It's just inside that locker room, they have to win this game.
He said it. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. And I saw Nick Wagner on ESPN article yesterday basically saying that the Niners are telling themselves, hey, we've moved on. Look, most athletes never move on from a loss years prior. Michael Jordan got cut from his high school team and still hasn't moved on. He's 60-something years old.
Yeah.
He had to rip the coach at his Hall of Fame induction for crying out loud. So, yeah, I know it's what you're supposed to say.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that's really how you feel.
Do you think Jerry Rice has ever forgotten the 92 NFC championship game?
No. No.
You think you know what I'm saying?
The losses haunt you way more than the wins feel celebrated.
You think Steph Curry and company are still ticked off about 2016?
No.
You know what I'm saying? That game 7?
Of course they are.
I mean, so no, I'm with you here. When they see those Chiefs uniforms on Sunday, and what are the Chiefs? Are the Chiefs wearing their all whites or they're wearing their white jerseys with the red pants? I gotta check that out.
I don't know.
I do like when they wear the all white though. I'm not gonna lie. They got sick uniforms. I hate it.
I saw Arizona for Monday night is wearing the all black.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Chargers wearing all white?
I don't know. I like the yellow pants.
Got the double. Who's the first game of that doubleheader? We got two good games.
Did you see the news, by the way? They're going to sell the Sunday morning game. You're going to get at least 10 to 15 Sunday morning. Like I'm talking 6:30 a.m. They're going to do some package that's going to get sold.
And we're going to have to spend more money on football?
Well, $800 million per year is what they're getting from Amazon.
Yeah.
So imagine what a 6:30 a.m. is going to get them.
Oh, yeah. We get Ravens, Bucks, and Chargers, Cardinals, Monday Night Football. And you got Jets, Steelers.
I was going to say, guess which one is on ESPN Plus of those matchups?
Chargers, Cardinals.
Yes.
Buck and Aikman to be in Tampa. Now, your boy Al Michaels is in New Orleans right now getting ready for this doozy. Broncos and Saints, where nobody's playing in this football game. Oh, this is going to be a disaster.
Rattler versus Knicks.
Spencer Rattler.
Oh, hey, Spencer something. He's an adventure, isn't he?
I kind of like him. Yeah.
I kind of like Spencer. I'm not going to lie. I do like Spencer.
It's going to be a defensive struggle. What's the over-under in this game? 30 points?
Oh, my gosh. Dude, who's going to win? I got to pick. I'm in first place in this pick 'em pool, man. I got to figure out who the hell's going to win this game, Saints or Broncos?
I'm going to ask the audience, just let's have fun with this. Yeah. Rapid fire, all right? Line them up. Pick any quarterback in the history of the game. You want to go Montana? I want to hear why. Like for the people that saw all the Montana games, explain to me. A minute to go, no timeouts, you need a touchdown. Who's the quarterback you're giving the ball to and why?
Yeah, 888-957-9570. Or take any quarterback that's not on the board. You want to take Bradshaw? You want to take Steve Young? You want to take Brett Favre?
Absolutely.
You want to take Peyton Manning?
Brock Purdy!
You want to take Brock Purdy?
Mm-hmm.
You want to take Roger Staubach? You want to take Jim Kelly?
Mahomie?
Dan Marino?
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
John Elway?
John Elway's a really good one.
888-957-9570. Patrick Peterson said he's taking Patrick Mahomes with a minute left and no timeouts as his quarterback all time. Now, we only gave him 3 names, and he admitted that he was a little too young to see Montana. Who are you taking out there? 888-957-9570, and I'll open it up. You could have any quarterback on the board. A minute to go. No timeouts. Who you taking?
Before we do that, there's a caller.
I know.
Everybody line them up. We got a couple open lines.
I see the caller. Your favorite.
I want to get to him because he has a comment, and
I
just want to hear it.
Yeah, of course you do.
Brian in Palo Alto. Step right up, no waiting. What's up, Pete?
You're always waiting. That's the biggest lie in sports radio.
Good morning. I think the comp, first off, it's Joe. The question before. Easy for me. And, Joe didn't get a bye to the playoffs for 20 years like Tom Brady did. So, you can break down the pros and cons of that. But, I'd say the historical comp, the only one that it just continues to solidify is that regular season Cowboy game in '94 when the Niners, they had to win that game. Had to. Or that was probably going to be it for Steve, and there's going to be it for Seifert. Because they're not going to win the Super Bowl that year if they don't win that game. Niners have to win this game. I love Kyle and respect Kyle and John and what they've done. They have to win this game. They do.
You said,
or I think they're, I think it's going to brag. He's going to
BPA. Do you really believe this is the biggest game in Kyle Shanahan's career?
Yes. The regular season game, by far. Yes. He has to beat the Chiefs. If you can't beat them now, you're at home, and it's just, you can't beat them now. You're never going to beat them. That's my take. And it's just such a massive game. They have to beat Kansas City. And I don't have a lot of confidence. I don't believe in Nick Sorensen. I think their safety position is a mess. But, they have to win somehow, some way.
So if they don't,
and I think Shasky agrees with me, by the way. So
I think this is a monster game. Is it his biggest game of his regular season career? Well, like the stakes aren't what they were for the Rams game, the Seahawks game, but for the soul, I'll listen. I'm not going to diminish it. I'm not going to hate on his point of view. I think a lot of Niner fans feel that way.
VPA, guess what?
Yes.
Well,
guess what?
I wanted to ask you if you watched Clay his first preseason game with the Dallas Mavericks. Number 2, this is not even close to being the biggest game of his career in the regular season. Come on.
It is. I'm sorry it is, but I don't watch preseason basketball, and I don't put a lot of indicators on Clay going 0 for 9 in a preseason game. If he's doing it in the regular season, maybe, but I can't even think about NBA right now. It's all,
You haven't watched
on the Niners.
You haven't watched the Warriors yet? Warriors are 5-0 right now in the preseason. Deep.
That's great.
Deep roster.
Does that get them like home field? Does that get them like a top 4 seed, or I don't know how that works.
You tell me, BPI. Come on, you're not excited about the season?
All right. It's okay, BPA.
You're not excited? Come on, BPA. I thought you were always optimistic.
I think a lot of people agree with him. This is one of the biggest games.
That's another question then. Let's do this, rapid fire, and then I want to ask this question on the other side. Is this the biggest game of Kyle Shanahan's career in the regular season? Because I wholeheartedly disagree. I think it's a big one, but it's not the biggest one. Not even close. Not even close.
All right. Play some music.
We got it.
Ask me, and I'll answer.
All right. I'll ask you. A minute to go. No timeouts. You got to win a football game. Who you taking? Patrick Mahomes? Joe Montana? Or Tom Brady? Or D? Anybody else?
At one point in my life, it was Montana. At another point in my life, it was Brady. It's unequivocally, without a doubt, Patrick Mahomes. And to me, if you're going no timeouts, right, in those types of situations, being able to move around a little and run up to the line to spike the ball, like, and then just the arm talent to be able to rip one 35 yards into the seam, into a pocket near the sideline, it pains me to say, but this guy is freaking the greatest closer I've ever seen. He's not dead until the stake is all the way through the heart. And even then, I feel like he's going to rise up from the dead and beat you like Jesus of Nazareth. I mean, I'm telling you right now, it's Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes. I hate admitting it.
Shout out Father Patrick. I'm taking Joe Montana, and it's not even close. Because Joe, what's being underrated about everything, and you guys are failing to mention it, and I can't fault Patrick Peterson because he never seen Joe Montana. His scrambling ability was so underrated. Yeah. He could escape the pocket. He could run for first downs. He knew how to spike it. And the guy was doing it way back when at Notre Dame, for crying out loud. The greatest comeback king, in my opinion, is Joe Montana. I'm going with Joe Montana. I may have a little homerism there, but I'm going with Joe Montana.
That was the closest to Guru you've been in years. You were cupping your ears to the audience to try to hear the applause.
Sports, man.
Yeah.
Hey, listen. It's Joe Montana. It's not even close. You guys, recency bias, man, hit you guys hit you quick.
The guy is the back-to-back Super Bowl champ, down double digits in the second half twice.
Recency bias is he's trying to three-peat. Come on.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be one thing, like, he has one title.
Joe Montana.
You're acting like it's like the worst thing ever to compare Patrick Mahomes to Joe Montana.
Montana, 4 Super Bowls, 4 rings. No picks.
You know what Joe Montana said last year that he thought was the greatest quarterback ever? He said Dan Marino.
Well, he's not. I mean,
Joe.
You got my
for sale? What was he doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, but he's right. Dan Marino was.
Buy these Skechers.
You know what? Dan Marino was the greatest thrower in football ever, and that's why I have his jersey. He's my favorite quarterback, so that's why I respect Joe. But Joe's so humble, he's not going to pick himself. Real ones don't pick themselves.
Well, he's also not going to pick. He's specifically not picking Tom Brady or Patrick Mahomes, so he'll go Dan Marino, the guy
because he knows Tom Brady is not better than him.
Pick a guy that he beat in the Super Bowl.
Beaten this exactly.
Does Tom Brady last in the 80s? I don't know.
Well,
he lasted in the early 2000s.
Yeah, the game was so different. You can't touch the quarterback. You can't even breathe on the quarterback.
Are we acting like the year 2000, the Baltimore Ravens and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defenses were soft? What are we talking about?
No, I'm saying the defenses were great, and then they started changing the rules.
That was half of his career.
Carter shaking his head. The whole 2010s.
Tom played till he was like 50.
Brady's playing 7-on-7 football. 7-on-7 football nowadays.
Oh my God. Selective memory.
I want to hear from the callers, but don't eat. You guys don't respect your elders. It's okay. Larry in San Francisco.
You make fun of me with Frankie Albert all the time.
Tom is your guys' elder. He's like 50.
I know.
No, Tom's the same age as me.
Older than us.
Tom's the same age as me.
47.
Larry in San Francisco. What's happening?
What's going on, fellas? I'm going Joe Montana.
Thank you.
I watched Lawrence Taylor, done. Mike Singletary, done. Dan Marino, done. John Elway, done. Less than a minute on the clock, bombed to Jerry Rice and at Eagles House, done. Super Bowl, done. And this is when you can hold, grab, and damn near choke everyone out in that era.
Yep.
Come on now. They running free now. Yep.
Dude, he can't even breathe on these wide receivers.
I want to hear from more.
Yeah, we got more coming up. We got Shaka, Vincent, Justin, Tyler, everybody. Then I want to ask a question, too. Is this the biggest regular season game for Kyle Shanahan? because it is a definite no for me, but some people may think differently. I mean, you're talking about week 17, got to go to the playoffs against the LA Rams at SoFi Stadium? Are you kidding me? Joe Montana. Give me Montana with a minute left. Who are you taking, Shaka, Vince, Justin, Tyler? It's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi,
ago has walked us down from the 6th Super Bowl championship. So I'm going to have to go with Mahomes. And then for the biggest regular season game, I'm going to go Niners versus Seattle for the division when Dre Greenlaw tackled dude at the 1 yard line for Kyle Shanahan's biggest regular season game.
Hey, how good was Jimmy in that game, Tyler?
I don't even remember how good was Jimmy. I remember Dre Greenlaw being good. I remember Deebo Samuel being really good in that game.
Tyler.
How good was Jimmy in that game?
18 to 22, 285 passing yards and a touchdown pass.
Okay, I know that. Is he still in the league?
Yeah, he's backing up Matt Stafford and the Reds.
Okay. Just making sure.
Hey, come on, Tyler. Come on, give Jimmy G some love around these parts.
Bonte, just I want people to understand. Tom Brady at 30 years old, okay, at 30 years old had basically been 1, 2, 3, 4 Super Bowls, okay? He won 3 of them. Mahomes has already won 3 at 29 years old and been to 4 Super Bowls.
I understand.
And they're going for a 3-peat.
What about Montana?
Montana, I believe, was 23 when he entered the league. So doing the math, I'm sure he had at least 2 by the age of 26.
Right.
So I don't know. He's probably about 30.
About 30. He almost 3-peated too. Almost. And then Leonard Marshall came around the edge. And
1990 was his best statistical season,
I know.
essentially.
He was unbelievable. Coming off that Super Bowl.
I truly believe 87, he should have won the MVP. If you look back at the numbers, it was the strike-shortened season. Yep. His numbers were outstanding.
But Jerry Rice, though.
Well, no,
23 touchdowns.
Trust me, I'm well aware.
Jerry Rice in the strike-shortened season in 12 games.
But when you look at Montana individual seasons, 87 sticks out statistically. It's awesome.
And then, obviously, when they won the second, went back-to-back against the Broncos and then almost 3-peated, Mike Holmgren being the offensive coordinator, they took their offensive game to another level. Now, all of a sudden, you started seeing a lot of deep shots from Montana. All right, let's go to Damon in the city. Damon, who you going with for the last drive? Minute left. Timeout.
I'm going with Joe Montana all day. He played in a different era where the defenses were just allowed to basically give you a GBI, catch a GBI, great bodily injury. Come in here and suplex and body slam you, and it was just no holds barred. The attraction was the quarterback getting beat up. You know, that's what you came to see. And I think that he just balled out in the area where, you know, you don't have I don't know if Mahomes will be able to be as comfortable back there playing in that era, knowing that guys were able to do what they did to him. I don't know if he will be able to be as comfortable and do the things that he's able to do now, knowing that he's pretty much, you know, hands off. You can't really touch the quarterback. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
You got quarterbacks that jump up and they look for the ref. Hey, this guy pushed me, or hey, you know what I mean? Guys flopping like this in soccer. So it was a different era back then. And then also something that you mentioned earlier as far as, you know, given the weapons that they had too. So if you throw that in the equation, that's just a lot because Jerry Rice, I mean, come on.
It's a good one here. I'm looking at the text line asking, no timeouts, 415 Marino. Marino. That's the guy. 707, any update on our backfield? How's Jordan Mason? 707, stay tuned. Jake Hutchinson, 920, our 95.7 Game Insider. We're going to get the lay of the land down at practice in Santa Clara. We'll get an update on Jordan Mason, Ricky Pearsall, Fred Warner, the rest of the team. That'll be coming up at 920. Got a couple more calls here. Sasky, you got something to say?
Yeah, I want to close the loop on the Montana thing. So I said 23 years old when he was drafted in 79. The 88 season, he was 32 years old, 33 in 89, 34 in 1990. So he's a little older, you know, and it's different.
It is different. 707, Comcast Business Text Line. I'm going to say Aaron Rodgers with the minute. That's coming from the Todd father himself in Napa Valley.
That's actually not a bad call.
Not bad. Not bad at all. How about this for a tag team name?
Todd.
How about this for a tag team name? Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes? Off limits.
That's a good one.
That is a good one. Let's go to Justin in Petaluma. P-Town. What's up?
Hey, since somebody already took my first pick, Big Ben, who had the best comeback and the best Super Bowl ever, I'm going with John Elway.
Ooh.
See, Elway deserves.
Yes.
I mean, he deserves to be in this.
Why are you going with Elway?
He did it. The drive. He'd always do it.
The drive was legendary. 99 yards at Cleveland Municipal Stadium, young Spadoni, where the Indians played as well. It was nasty.
Are you taking Josh Allen or Stafford or? But I'm just asking.
No. They're not even on my radar right now.
What about Russell Wilson? I'm trying to think of quarterbacks still
Our
in the
boy
league.
Mondo just texted us. He goes, Russell Wilson is an outside-the-box pick. It's not a
I
bad
see that
pick.
right here. Okay.
Not a bad pick from
I'm
our
just
boy
trying to
Mondo.
think of guys
Team
who
Kid.
have Super Bowls.
Shout out to Team Kid.
Who else has a Super Bowl that's in the league? 'Cause I said Stafford. I know Burrow doesn't, but
I would love to hear from somebody who grew up in the 70s. Where does Terry Bradshaw fall in place?
Fran Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton, who lost 4 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
But Terry Bradshaw, Roger Staubach. I would love to hear from some OGs out there who watched that era of football. How were they with a minute left or a 2-minute drill? Because Bradshaw's numbers got better and better and better. And he could throw that thing down the field. He could throw it down the field. He could spin it. I don't know. I would love to hear from some OGs here. Let's go to Miley in Walnut Creek. Miley, what's happening?
Miley?
What's up?
What's going on?
What's up, Budweiser?
Great. Hey, my last guy said that he basically took the ragdolling portion of my quotes here because you could horse collar those dudes. There was no slide rule. I mean, if you watched Montana's leg break from Jim Burt, it was just like, oh my, it's a different world. I watched all those old guys you're talking about, Stabler, Staubach, Bradshaw. I watched all those guys. They were all amazing. They all had amazing teams. I don't recall any of them being super comeback guys, you know, the 2-minute drill type dudes, but I'm sure they did. But I wanted you guys, this conversation is bringing something up to me that, as a memory back in the day. And you guys should pull it up on YouTube if they have it. But Steve DeBerg playing quarterback before Montana. The dude had to, you know what a push pin is, like on a calendar when you put a push pin in there? The dude had one in his thumb. The end of his thumb, they put a push pin, a pin in his thumb. And the dude played quarterback with it. And I think they played the Broncos in that game. You might want to pull that up. Berg on the Niners, dude. It's incredible.
Well, DeBerg in the Joe Montana doc was explaining that he created, because of an injury, he created the whole radio in the helmet thing for quarterbacks and coordinators. It was very interesting.
DeBerg is interesting. I remember growing up and he was playing for the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And I really had no idea he played for the Niners until I had his football card. It's like, see, DeBerg was a Niner. Then you read up in later in life.
It wasn't bad.
He was a placeholder for my team. But, you know, that Dallas Cowboy game when the Cowboys ran up the score, dropped 59 on the Niners, and Steve Walsh kept DeBerg out there to get killed. He's like, I can't let Montana get out there. They're going to destroy him, destroy his confidence. Anyway, Steve DeBerg, some knowledge on him. The Snake, 707 said Jake the Snake Plumber. Jake the Snake Plumber, he's taking him with a minute left and no timeouts.
Not Kenny the Snake Stabler?
No, maybe.
I was thinking, when you said the Snake, I was thinking of Stabler.
I always think Jake the Snake, but, you know, Stabler?
Yeah, Stabler's the Snake.
That's what I'm like.
Was it Jake Plumber the Snake,
He
too?
was, but you go with the Hall of Famer over the guy.
All right,
Am
I'm
I
just saying.
wrong?
All right, no, you're not. It's 2 snakes. It's 20 Jets.
When you said the Snake, I assumed Kenny the Stabler.
I
Kenny
just,
Stabler.
you know, I think Jake the Snake. Jake the Snake Plumber because of the wrestler and everything
What about
like
Daryl
that.
LaMonica?
The Mad Bomber.
The Mad Bomber.
Thank you.
The Mad Bomber.
Name.
It is a great name.
Jim Kelly, the K-Gun. Peyton Manning, second most fourth quarter comebacks of 45 wins. Peyton Manning.
Only in the regular season. I'm just being real.
Let's go to David at Concord. David at Concord, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
Good.
Morning. So for the quarterback, I'm going to go with Joe Montana as well. If my offensive line is strong as shit, I'm going with
every day, people just feel like they're on the the Cameron pod. I mean, every day.
Gosh, that was. It is what it is. They were dropping some words with Bully there. Bully, you just hear Bully chuckle like, and Cam is calling people all kind of names. Let's go to calls. We can go to a call now. All right, let's go to Jody and Cobb. Where's Cobb at, Jody?
Mountain, bro.
Cobb County, Georgia.
Whispering Pines.
No. Whispering Pines.
Those guys are up north, bro.
Oh, is it?
You don't know about Whispering Pines?
No, I thought about Cobb County, Georgia. I think I don't know why I know about Cobb County, Georgia.
Was it Cobb Mountain?
You're thinking of Randall Cobb, former Packers wide receiver.
You know, Aaron Rodgers' weapon.
Yeah. He played last year.
Always open, never making plays, always available in fantasy.
Sorry, your reception was not good enough, which means your call was not good enough. Contact Florida Water Plumbing and Drain at floridawater.net. Let's go to Frank in the ATL. How far are you away from Magic City, Frank?
About 25 minutes.
How's the wings? Are the wings really that good?
Well, they were the last time I was there about 10, 15 years ago. Yeah.
Damn.
They have good wings there, but there's good wings all over the town.
Yeah,
So,
I feel that. What's up, Frank?
What's up? I'm an old school guy, first caller, but you said you wanted to hear from some old school guy.
Absolutely.
I grew up in the 70s and 80s, so I can tell you about old school. That I can tell you.
Okay,
give me some old school.
Jesus like?
Give me some old school. Don't be disrespectful.
Montana is the top of the mountain.
Thank you. I think he is too.
He didn't start it. Staubach started it. Staubach and Sonny Jurgensen were the originators of the last 2 minutes of the game, and I can run down the field and score a touchdown in no time at all.
Wow.
But Montana was the best, him and Bill Walsh, because they had a system that it didn't seem like anybody else figured out how to stop their system of getting the ball down the field in 8 plays in under 85 seconds. They had a system of plays that they ran that nobody could ever stop. And then after that, you had Elway, Marino.
There it is. Freaking Atlanta. Hey, the biggest thing he said was...
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
The wings 10, 15 years ago was good at Magic City, and they're still popping. We need to hire that chef. He needs to be in the
immediately his best part, about 25 minutes. He doesn't go miles. He goes minutes.
About 25 minutes. He knows exactly where it is. And you know what? We need to put that chef in the Hall of Fame. Whoever's whipping up those wings, man. The hell with the 2-minute drills. I don't know who's whipping up those wings. We need to fly him out to the Bay Area.
Sonny Jurgensen. I've been doing this station, this radio for, 6, 7 years. I have yet to hear anyone utter the name Sonny Jurgensen.
No. Ray Ratto definitely mentioned him at some point. Come on.
Hey,
he's
you know what?
90. He played his first game in 1957 for the Eagles.
You know what?
I remember that.
That was...
I remember that.
Dude, that's why I respect the OGs.
No, I do too.
Frank in Atlanta.
You make fun of me when I bring up that stuff.
No, because you act like he was living in the time. The way you break down Frankie Albert, when he did this, Bonte, and this guy's like this, stop.
He was a Marlboro pitch man.
Stop.
He also wore a suit on the sideline.
But you always get on me. We go at each other about the history stuff. You hate when I bring up the 70s Steelers.
Well, they were roided out.
Oh God!
What? No, it's confirmed.
Oh my God! Roided out. Who wasn't roided out?
Well, and the Immaculate Reception didn't happen. It was
deception. Thank you, Joe.
Let's just call it what it is. Like I respect the Steelers. I respect their organization. But the Raiders got hosed.
Okay, they got hosed in what game? Like he really cared.
Not one, but many. But we'll get into that.
Look at the other ones. We can argue that was a hose job.
Come on,
they got hosed.
Come on. It's disrespectful. The Chargers were, according to ESPN.com, like 10 years ago, the Chargers had their first ever steroided out team. Team, they said. But it's pro football, dude. Like, do we even care? Like, come on, man.
I have never used steroids, period.
Oh, man. Alamo, Richmond. Who you taking? Minute left, no timeouts.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm going to go old school on you. I'm going to go Bart Starr, man.
Ooh, I like that.
Push.
I like that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Why was Bart Starr so good in the 2-minute drill? Because they didn't even pass the ball much those days.
Exactly, man. And you got to go to the Ice Bowl. You remember the Ice Bowl?
Oh, yeah. I've watched it.
Yeah.
Many years later.
The original Tush Push. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll call it the Phantom Tush Push, right?
Yeah.
So they said Paul Hornung didn't interfere, but of course he did interfere. But again, man, you got to go with Paul Hornung old school for real.
That's a good call.
I like that. 21-16, Packers winning Ice Bowl against the Dallas Cowboys. They always replay that on NFL Network. It's a great watch. Old school Lambeau Field, the Dallas Cowboy uniforms. I love old school football. I do. T formation. Some team on college, I was playing them. They came out in the T formation on 4th down. I didn't know what to do. I called timeout. How do we set the T formation? It's been a while. Love that set.
It felt like just 20 years ago, every high school ran it.
I know. the wishbone,
Reardon was doing the T-wing, and they're doing all this
the
fake
single
stuff.
wing, the wing T,
Yeah,
and
whatever
all
they call
that.
it.
It's whatever it is. All right, let's go to Joey back in Cobb. So where's is it? Cobb County, Georgia? Is it Cobb up north? Where you at?
No, it's Cobb, California, up in Lake County.
See, Whispering Pines area. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
The old geyser.
Let's go play some blackjack.
We can do that.
I want to talk about Fran Tarkenton.
Give it to me.
I think in the last minute of a game, that guy in today's NFL especially could pull the stuff out of his butt, and I'm not going to use a curse word. I'm going to say out of my butt or at his butt. He would be able to scramble and figure things out just like Mahomes does. And Mahomes is great, fantastic, but the original Mahomes is Fran Tarkenton.
Fran Tarkenton. I like that. I didn't know where it was going. I was let it play, doggy. Let it play. And he landed. Gosh, these text messages are out of control. It's like the YouTube chatters come over to the Comcast business text line because they got no choice.
I don't know if we
957-9570.
I don't know if we have any tallies on this. Obviously, I think Montana was the winner. If we were just doing that,
Ding, 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 ding.
No one took Tom Brady. I think Carter and I are both in lockstep on this. We're both taking Tom Brady.
Yeah, you guys are both young punks.
No, we just also witnessed the greatest comeback in the history of the sport with the
Multiple
guy.
times.
Yes.
And like the entire place is like, oh my gosh, like Kansas City is going crazy and they're on the road in the AFC Championship game and everyone in the stadium knows the ball's going to Gronk or Edelman. It's one of those two. He's literally like pointing like, I'm throwing to you. I'm going to throw to you.
Gronk was unbelievable in that last drive. He was the catches he was making with the forearm brace and everything.
Dude,
he was unbelievable.
What did they have?
Frankenstein. Exactly.
Frankenstein. Two or three third and tens.
It was ridiculous.
It was unbelievable. How did he you knew the slant was coming.
Fourth down?
Nah, I thought overall third down.
Okay, I thought one was a fourth. I could be wrong. Tony Romo was like, everyone knows it's going to Gronk. Like, thanks, Tony.
Somebody did like your Pittsburgh Steelers hit piece there. Because 510 says the 49ers used to chop block when it was legal back then. That's why a lot of their plays are successful.
Everybody's always got to try to tell a joke. Yeah, people lose their minds. We have a little fun.
That's what we do. That's what we do. That's the society we're in. All right, let's get to another question here. I'm very intrigued with this one before we get to Jake Hutchinson. Is this?
I love when you do that. When you fold the papers like you're, I don't know, like you're Tom Brokaw. I don't know what it is.
You like when I do that?
It's like you're trying to get your real media on.
No, my real media. This is real media. This is me. This is real media. New media.
Hashtag new media.
This is new media.
I
am part of. You know what? I am part of the new media. Now that I think about it,
Absolutely incredible.
I'm not your prototypical broadcaster. I'm not.
You know what you are? What was the guy, Michael Cole, who used to do the WWE?
He still does. Yeah.
He still does it.
He still does it. Yeah.
Still does
McAfee.
This is going to be a slobber knocker.
Yeah, come on, man. You know I can hype him with the best of them.
Jim Ross is the slobber knocker.
Jim Ross, there you go. I can hype up. You guys already know.
I know the Warriors. Hey, they went 3 for 82 from 3 tonight, but I saw some growth, huh, Mully?
As we're saying out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team could make a deep run in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, when they got that arrow shot at the Moda Center, there's nobody that can hype up a Blazers-Warriors games like yours truly.
Look at Chauncey fighting for his life.
Scoot Henderson, he's going to make a big jump this year, guys. You just
Without
wait.
saying Scoot Henderson's name, name another Blazer.
DeAndre Ayton.
Is Alan Crabb still there?
And that's what I'm saying.
Shaden Sharp.
I mean,
Shaden
what
Sharp.
are we doing?
Shaden Sharp. Because you guys don't watch the NBA. And you know what's funny about last year? Because you guys don't watch the NBA.
No one's watching the Portland
No, you guys don't watch it. No, I'm watching Blazers basketball because they got players I like. Shaden Sharp's a baller.
Play with your daughter.
So I do play with my daughter while I have it on the NBA TV League Pass. And we got 4 games going on.
Honey, Shaden Sharp is shooting and clanking jumpers.
You know what's funny?
Look at Scoot Henderson wearing all the accessories. Not some of them, all of them. He's wearing every one of them.
Hey, you know what's funny though? When I mentioned that Chauncey Billups is fighting for his life, and the Blazers were up 8 early in the 4th quarter, all y'all in the text there was like, Guru voice, Bonte did have a point.
No, we did not.
Oh, it was
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I like it a lot. All right, 510 said, he wasn't mad. I'm a 49er fan, but I was just saying the technique they used is outlawed today, which is a great point.
True.
Great point. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. You guys notice I'm doing them at the top of the hour now because apparently stretching it out ain't good for business. All right.
Pause.
Clean it up, Ante.
No, I didn't say nothing. Stretching it out ain't good for business. What are you saying?
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Gosh, we bring up Magic City, your brain goes to the dumps.
You brought up Magic City.
No, I just asked about the wings.
You always bring up Magic
because
City.
They have the great
no one else has ever referenced Magic City.
As far as we know, Magic City is good for their wings. It's a great... Dude, they got... Carter, you shaking your head. Hey, pop the mic right now, Carter.
The
Why are
lemon
you shaking
pepper's
your head?
fire.
Have you been there?
Nah, that's the word on the street, though.
You shaking your head. Like,
that's the word on the street.
The word on the street.
I mean, Lou Will left the bubble for it. It's got to be good.
One of my friends is listening who will tell my family that I went there.
AKA his mom is listening.
Exactly.
He
or
can't
his girl.
admit it. Yeah. He still haven't left the house yet. He's still sleeping on mom's couch.
Carter. Young Love is so cute. My wife hates my guts, so she doesn't even listen anymore. Never has, never will.
Yeah, Anna doesn't
Thanks,
listen.
Joe.
Well, no, Anna listens after she drops Chezza off to catch me slipping at 9 o'clock hour, which is why I'm always buttoned up at 9 o'clock.
Slipping. I am slippery.
Yeah, I'm always buttoned up at 9 o'clock hour, if you notice. I do all my material, run all my material from 6 to 8. See, I firing up YouTube.
My mom is really, like, she wants to have a conversation with you about having the doobies at a strip. She thinks it's really bad. It's a bad idea.
I think it's a great idea.
She thinks it's a horrible idea.
It's so bad, it's good.
She's like, I love him, and I just don't know what he's thinking.
I'm thinking of content. I'm thinking of show promotion. I'm thinking of numbers.
This is not BET After Dark from back in the 2000s that you and I used to watch rap videos.
BET Uncut?
Uncut, that was what it was. This is not, what is it, get your eagle on? What was that one? But Nelly? What was it? Not Tip Drill.
They had a couple of them.
They were just outlawed.
They had a couple of them.
Remember, we are a family show.
We saw the credit card get swiped. Trust me. 888-957-9570. Is this the biggest regular season game for Kyle Shanahan? Why or why not? Let's get serious for a second. 888-957-9570. BPA thinks it's the biggest regular season game in the career of Kyle Shanahan as head coach of the 49ers. I disagree.
Are we talking about like psyche? Or because clearly there's like a standings conversation. Yeah. We're like, all right, look, you lose on Sunday. Season's not over.
Exactly.
You know, they can still go on a run. But psychologically, for the fan base, I think a lot of people are like, you got to prove to me you can beat this team.
Yeah.
And I think that, the same thing could be said. Obviously you referenced the Niners against the Dallas Cowboys in the 90s. That's a great one. But I think of like last year, for example, like the Giants, right? Mm-hmm. To get through you got to beat the Dodgers to prove to me that you can actually do something in September or in October, right? Mm-hmm. There are certain benchmarks you have to hit before I can say that you're going to be one of those teams. The Niners have been wildly successful. This team, they got to get through one time, though. They just do. It's a checklist. Is this bigger than Week 17 against the Rams on the road to clinch and get in the playoffs? No. Is this game bigger than Seattle, up in Seattle, 2019? No, not even. I think it's bigger than that New Orleans game. In retrospect, that was a coming out party, that New Orleans game.
48-46 game?
Yeah. That was a coming out game. That was a huge litmus test.
That was coming off the Ravens' loss in the rain, which they lost 20-17, a very physical football game. And the week before, they had beat the Green Bay Packers. Remember, we can't talk about that gauntlet. We're going to see how real the Niners are. They were down some guys in that New Orleans game. They got 46 points and ended up winning a shootout. That was a hell of a football game. Is it even bigger, this game coming up on Sunday, than last year's Philadelphia game in Philly? That would just the tone of the week.
Looking back on it, let me ask this. Looking back on it. Could you say, now that you've seen it, was last year, that Eagle game of the regular season, was that the biggest moment of the year?
What's that?
Was the Eagle game, now looking back on it, was that the biggest moment of the year for the Niners during the regular season? I think it was. It's pretty clear.
It's clear. Yeah, no doubt.
They took off.
I'm just thinking about...
And they basically crushed the Eagles' psyche. Did it not?
I see. I think you're onto something here. I'm just thinking about the vibe. Well, I was going to get to here because you're right about all those points. I agree with all those points.
But going into it, it's like, oh, this game's big, but it's not the biggest of the year. This season's not over.
I just remember the attitude and the vibe and the passion that week from the fan base. I don't feel that same passion this week leading into this game against the Kansas City Chiefs.
Is it because we've lost to them twice, not just once? And the Eagle game, like you lose your quarterback, so it felt like you didn't even have a puncher's chance.
That, and there was a lot of back and forth trash talking.
That's true.
There's a lot of back, and then there was a situation with us in Philadelphia.
That's true.
And we kind of took it to another level.
Well, it's personal.
You know, it was personal. For some reason, this should be personal this Sunday, but it doesn't feel like it is. It feels like there's a lot of fear, but it doesn't feel personal. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Look, as lifelong Niner fans, I'm telling you, this game, it's not everything, but it's a lot. This one's a big one for me. I'm so pumped up for this one. And if we come out of a victory, I think everyone's opinion of how big it is, I think a lot of Niner fans are lying to themselves right now. Oh, it's not that big, because they don't want to be let down again to that guy, to this team, to that coach. They don't want to be let down anymore. And I get that. You're kind of like in denial of how big it is. But I think if you win this game, come on, we're all going to come in next week and be like, this team can do anything.
Yep. There's no doubt Monday's going to be, the temperament of Monday's show is going to be determined by what happens in those 3+ hours at Levi Stadium. And if they do beat Kansas City, who's 5-0 and undefeated, to have Patrick Mahomes, oh my gosh. You know what's going to start happening again around here? Super Bowl talk. That's what's going to be happening. Super Bowl talk. That's what's going to happen.
Well, what's going to happen is we're going to say Purdy beat Mahomes, right? Even if
all that's coming in there.
He can throw for 100 yards and three interceptions. It's still Purdy beat Mahomes.
Since we're asking the question, is this the biggest regular season game for Kyle Shanahan? What are we going to say about Kyle Shanahan on Monday if they win this game?
Wow, I hadn't really even thought about that. He's learned how to adjust against this opponent. Spagnuolo's had his number.
Yep.
Right? Spags has had his number. And not necessarily all game, but in crucial situations. See, I think the only way this works for the Niners in terms of like catapulting them, you kick the ever-living you-know-what out of them and run them out of the building, which seems really hard to believe. You win a back-and-forth game. I almost would rather, if you're asking me between the two, kicking their butt or winning a back-and-forth game, I think winning a back-and-forth close game against Mahomes and Andy Reid, that to me would be like the ultimate, like, let's go.
Yeah.
Like I want it to feel like a playoff game.
And Andy Reid doesn't really get blown out either. So,
no.
I mean, can you believe this about Andy Reid?
I don't think Mahomes ever gets blown out.
No, it doesn't feel like it. Can you believe Andy Reid? He's been coaching in the league for 26 years. 26 years. 3 to 26 years, he's won less than 8 games. In just 3 to 26.
Yeah, that's unreal.
That's kind of absurd. He had a 4-12 years last year in Philadelphia. His first year in Philadelphia, he went 5-11. And in 2005, he went 6-10. That's it. He's won at least 8 games every single year as coach. I just find that fascinating. But when it comes to Shanahan, I already know what some people are going to say. They're going to like, yeah, this is great. Great win. But you got to do it when it matters.
Well, that's obvious.
So that's going to happen.
That's obvious. But I think for galvanizing the season and unifying the locker room, they need this one. They do. They just do. Like Nick Sorensen. Nick Sorensen.
Oh, my gosh.
You don't think Nick Sorensen could use a win and stifle Patrick Mahomes to just shut everybody up? Well, I don't care if Rashee Rice is out. I don't care if Pacheco's out. I don't care. Kelce could leave the game 1 minute in. If you slow down Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and the Niners win this game, how good does the defensive side of the ball feel? How good does the confidence of that defensive side of the ball feel today?
Not only that, they're going to feel really good. And what Patrick Peterson was saying, you know, when he was on with this last hour, Patrick Peterson, of course, an NFL Odyssey insider, First and Pod, his podcast, you go check that out. It's pretty damn good. Patrick Peterson was discussing how the safeties and these young corners will get targeted by Andy Reid. He will find your weaknesses. Herm Edwards kind of said the same thing. He's going to look at your weaknesses, your deficiencies, and he's going to attack it over and over and over. So that's why I can't wait to talk to Jake Hudson to figure out who's going to play linebacker opposite of Fred Warner. Because if it's Devondre Campbell, we saw what they did with Oren Burks.
I mean, come on.
Oh, my gosh. You imagine Devondre Campbell? I'm not trying to bash a young man. Holy smokes, if they target number 59 over and over, we're going to have a long day. It's going to be a long day around here.
I got a couple of players I want to ask Jake about, and one of them is Ricky Pearsall. The other one is Malik Mustafa, and the third one is Jordan Mason. Are these guys available on Sunday?
We're going to get the injury report from Jake Hudson at 9:20 here on the Morning Roast. Real quick, Shanahan was speaking yesterday. He was talking to the media, and we'll get to Telmo on the other side. Telmo, we'll get to him before Jake. Shanahan was discussing Spags' defense, how they blitz, right? He goes, before the Super Bowl, they were blitzing 20% of the time. In that Super Bowl game, they blitzed 35% of the time. And they played a lot. Oh, no, we got to get that cut. It was man defense. I got to get the transcript. But he's talking about man defense and blitzing, and that they did it 20% of the time in the regular season, and in the playoffs or in that Super Bowl, they did it 35% of the time, and they upped the usage up in the fourth quarter. So could we see a lot of man blitzes? Probably.
I feel like the Dominic Pooney addition changes the offensive line and how they attack us. Chris Jones lined up over center and right guard in very key points of that game, and I want to see what it looks like for Chris Jones this time around.
Here it is right here. Shanahan's on Spagnola's defense. He says it's better than ever.
I think it's gotten better and better each year. I thought last year was the best defense that we played all year, and I feel that way this year so far. So they got guys who've been playing a long time together. They've been doing his scheme for a while. He's been doing a scheme for so long, but they continue to add to it. They continue to fine-tune it, and I got a lot of respect for him and his scheme.
All right, we'll get to Telmo on the other side. Jake Hutchison, we're going to get deeper into Chiefs and Niners. Who's in, who's out of the lineup, who's been practicing. Deebo Samuel had a wrist injury that came up on the injury report. What's going on with that as well? That's all coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
Hey, it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
Got to run the ball this week. We'll get into the stats with the Kansas City Chiefs. Jake Hutchinson coming up in moments. What a fun show today. Fun show. We got Baldy in studio all day tomorrow. He's flying to the Bay Area. He'll be here tonight. He'll be in studio tomorrow. We got some roasters coming in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll do some Q&A with Baldy. Ask him anything you want to. 888-957-9570. Breakfast with Baldy tomorrow morning as we get ready for Chiefs and Niners. Don't forget, download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations. And millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available right now. So we'll get to Jake Hutchinson, our 95.7 The Game Insider, in just a second here. Let's go to Telmo. Telmo in the city. I always love when Telmo calls. Is this the biggest game for Kyle Shanahan in the regular season?
No, I don't think it is, and here's why. For Niners fans, it's a huge game. We want to get that monkey off our backs. But if we win, the national pundits, the national media is going to be like, the Chiefs were banged up. This is just a regular season game. The Niners need to get it done when it matters in the playoffs, blah, blah, blah. But here's my thing personally with this game. Obviously, I want it to be a W because the Niners are 3-3. So whether they're playing the Chiefs or the Jacksonville Jaguars, I just want to get the W because the record needs to improve. But what I'm looking at is I don't want the Niners to beat if the Chiefs play bad and the Niners play just only slightly better and win by 3. That's not going to move the needle for me. What I'm looking for is defense to play better, to be solid, to get off the field on third down. And I know it's against Mahomes, so that's asking more, but that's the growth I want to see. I want to see special teams put together a whole mistake-free game and play well. People are asking, Kyle, run the ball. Jordan Mason's banged up. Debo has a wrist injury. If something happens, how are they going to do that with Garindo? So they need to figure out other ways to be successful without relying on running the ball. And I think this game just has a lot of variables that what's more important to me is how they play and how they win as opposed to just getting the W.
Good call, Telmo. I'm with you on a lot of those points there. I was just, as Telmo was talking, Shasky, just noticed a trend. So Carter was bringing up that regular season game when the Chiefs won 44-23. The Chiefs outscored the Niners in the second half that day, 30-10. They outscored her by 20. They won by 21. The Super Bowl, just last year in Las Vegas, the Chiefs outscored the 49ers in the second half, 22-12. 22-12. All right? And then you think about Super Bowl 54. Game was tied at 10. You know this off the top of our heads. Final score is 31-20. Game was tied 10-10 at halftime. They outscored the Niners 21-10 in the second half. You get the message here? You see the trend? They're finishing games better than the 49ers in these 3 matchups.
Well, and it feels like the offense is getting a little stifled. You know?
10, 12, and 10.
Spagnuolo
10, 10, and 12.
has got the upper hand on him right now. That's why I think this is a big litmus test for Kyle's offense.
There is. This really is.
I don't care about who's out, who's in. And I disagree with him on the run game. I think the run game is vitally important.
They have to run the ball against Kansas City.
The last couple of times they've been outrun. The only game they outrushed them, I believe, was the game that they lost at Levi Stadium. I think the Niners ran for like 150 plus in that game. I could be wrong, but the other 2, the Super Bowls, they got outrushed.
Yeah, hell, in that game, 44-23 Levi's, Kansas City, 112 rushing yards, Niners 101.
There you go.
So, you don't want to get pass happy against Kansas City. So before we get to Jake, I saw this from David Lombardi from the San Francisco Standard, and I guess he got this from PFF, Pro Football Focus. Mahomes absolutely wore out the middle of the field in the Super Bowl versus the Niners. Mahomes was 24 of 26 for 256 yards, throwing between the numbers the last time he faced the Niners.
Slants,
in the Super Bowls.
Crossers, drags.
Screens.
Yeah, screens. I mean, like
24-26.
Yeah.
256.
Yeah, that was the second Dre Greenlaw got off the field.
77% of his yarders came between the numbers.
Doesn't surprise
Unbelievable. Me. So we talk about these linebackers, who's going to be in, who's going to be out. Let's get to our main man, Jake Hutchinson, 95.7 The Game Insider. He's been at practice. He's back from his European extravaganza.
Must be nice.
It must have been very, very
Everybody's
nice.
going to Europe but me.
Yeah, no, you got to get out there, man. Get that passport stamped.
I'm probably not going to go there anytime soon.
All right, Big Hutch joins us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Of course, we love River Islands in Lathrop. What's up, Jake?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's going on? What's the word, man? Glad you're back on the mainland here. Let's get down and dirty.
No,
here
Jake,
with the 49ers.
I have actually some beef to take up with you. You've been appearing on Willard and Dibs a little too much for my liking. I mean, I thought you were our guy.
Hey, listen, man. Whoever calls first gets my services.
Well,
touch pass. I guess is what it is. Huh?
It's actually not a Jake problem. I'm not mad at Jake.
God.
Jake, you got to get your shots up. You got to get your touches. More airtime for you. So I'm not mad at you. I double dip sometimes too when I do other shows and other stations.
Hey,
and
George
other markets.
Costanza, no double dipping.
No, you always double dip. It's okay to double dip. This is a Lucas Alexander issue. What Lucas likes to do.
It's not me, man. It's whoever calls me first.
It's a trend. Lucas and Evan. I'm going to throw both these guys under the bus.
All right, let's start here.
Wait, hold on, before we start. I'm in the middle of something.
I'm taking the steering wheel.
No, I'm in the middle of something first before we get started. Lucas and Evan, they love to take a guest that we introduce to the airwaves. I seen it happen with Laura Britt. I seen it happen with many others. All of a sudden, wait a minute. We brought them onto the show, and nobody even thought about having them on the show because they were quote-unquote not good radio.
Are you saying that you made Jake Hutchinson?
No, I'm saying that we're trendsetters. We are trendsetters.
That's a Radnich bit.
Not me. We are trendsetters. We introduce people, and we give them the platform, and that's, people want to steal from us. It's all good. All right, back to Niners-Chiefs. Who's in, who's out? Who's not in practice yesterday, Chuck?
I don't know.
I was trying to get through it. Jake, you there?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, Malik Mustafa, what's going on? Why was Odom playing so much in that game last Thursday?
Yeah, Mustafa had the little low ankle sprain, but based on his reaction after the game, and he's been practicing, I think he's been limited, but he said it's not going to be a long-term thing. So, I mean, at most he would miss this week, but I don't know. The way he talked about it makes me think he's going to play this week. We'll see.
All right, so he may play. All right, Jordan Mason, how's he looking?
Yeah, I got him in fantasy.
AC sprain. Well, who cares about your fantasy?
Am I starting him or am I not?
Who cares about your team? About the Niners right now. Jordan Mason.
Yeah, we'll see throughout the week because he was out there, but he's in the blue non-contact jersey. He's moving around, he's practicing. I think for him, it's going to be pain. And whether that thing is a risk of being displaced or aggravated anymore, I think we'll know more on Friday when Shanahan talks. But he was out there yesterday. Obviously, it's a shoulder thing, so he's moving well. For that, I feel can he take hits? Can he, catch the ball? I think that's all going to be a real question for him. I don't have a gut feeling on it right now at all. I think it depends on pain and whether he can take shots like he normally takes. But if he does play, I doubt they're just going to tote the rock with him like they have, just every single snap. I'd expect a little bit more Isaac Guerrero, but Kyle Shanahan, he's shown he's a little bit of a sick man, and when it counts, he goes with the guy he trusts.
So, wow, who would, if he doesn't go and they limit his carries, would it be just a lot of Isaac Guerrero and Patrick Taylor Jr.? I'm a little surprised they didn't bring in another running back this week.
Yeah, I mean, they've got Keyshawn Vaughn on the practice squad, so if it gets to that, I think they'd bump him up. But yeah, you're right. I think they have the injuries at kickers that they need a third kicker on the practice squad.
Yeah, I heard
so they had to go there. They picked up Adrian Amos, who used to play for the Packers, on the practice squad because of the safety concerns. So, I mean, the fact that they didn't pick anybody up, is it probably a positive sign? But yeah, I think they probably go with Guerrero heavy. Taylor, it seemed like they trusted him a little bit more, at least initially. But after what Guerrero did, I think he'd be the clear number 2.
Ricky Pearsall, Deebo Samuel. Well, is the injury serious to Deebo? And will we see Ricky Pearsall make his debut on Sunday at Levi Stadium?
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about Deebo. He was in the blue non-contact jersey, and he was, limited, but he was out there, he was dancing, he was catching passes. The vibes were honestly the best I've seen all year yesterday. I think Pearsall is a huge part of that, but everybody was loose. Deebo's dancing, Pearsall's dancing. I don't know if Pearsall is going to play. We got the chance, me and some other beat writers, to talk to him off the record yesterday, so I won't share any of what he said, but his energy was so positive. And, he doesn't know what the plan is yet. And Shanahan obviously said he's going to wait until the week sort of progresses, see how practice goes. But, I think the way he's running out there, like it's awesome to see. And, I think maybe they wait until after the bye, but I think it's going to be hard to keep this kid off the field, just how energized he is to be at practice, just the way he's moving, the way he can change things in man coverage and help them there when Debo's pretty bad in man coverage situations. So we'll see. It's hard to tell. Shanahan made it seem like he won't play this week when he talked on Monday, but I don't know. I just think it's hard to keep this kid off the field too much longer, if he's ready to go.
Shasky, did you see IU's shorts yesterday?
What color were they?
Good.
What color?
They're like black and red, right, Jake?
Yeah, he was wearing. Everybody's like checking their shorts, triple checking what they're wearing after that incident.
It was like black and red.
Well, all right. Can we get back to the Pearsall thing? Look, I'm not trying to be a hater, and I'm not trying to be some pessimist or just extremely skeptical. I always kind of like try to caution myself to take a deep breath on the young players stepping right in and being impact players at wide receiver on a run-first team for Kyle Shanahan. Like the way I'm hearing the play-by-play guy talk about Ricky Pearsall, he's talking about him like he's Jerry Rice. And I'm not trying to say that he's not wrong. He's clearly informed. But like, should we all take a deep breath? Or do you actually buy in that this guy can be a factor on this team? Because there's a lot of mouths to feed offensively when you're throwing the ball. I have a hard time thinking that they're going to change everything for him. I don't know. Where does he fit in? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think there's two parts to that. I think you make a very good point about this is a rookie. This is a guy coming off a literal gunshot wound who had a shoulder injury before that, and he had very limited time in training. Yeah, that is a legitimate reason to say, all right, let's press the brakes a little bit, slow things down. Like, what can we really expect from him? I think that's totally fair. I think we don't know, where he's going to be at conditioning-wise and all that. I think they're going to give him enough time to ramp up if he's not ready this week. I think that's all fair. That said, I don't think he needs to be a guy that you fundamentally change the offense to bring in. I think he's someone who's so physically talented and such a crafty route runner that you can put him at any single position as a wide receiver, and especially I think Deebo Samuel's Z sort of flanker spot. Because, the reason I think the 49ers drafted him amongst many is in the Super Bowl last year, Deebo could not separate from Trent McDuffie, and that's a huge reason they lost. I think Pearsall's a guy who, in man coverage, can at the very least test it in a way that Deebo can't. And so I think as this season goes on, Pearsall is a guy that you can put in Deebo's spot a little bit more, especially in situations where you're expecting man coverage. And it doesn't have to be every snap. It doesn't even have to be most of the snaps, but mix him in as the season goes. And I think he's going to really test defenses in a way that the 49ers just don't have outside of Ayuk and in a different way kill.
So, all right. So they're facing the team that we need a guy like what are the chances he suits up against the team it feels like he was drafted for, or at least the scheme he was drafted to go up against? What do you say? 75% he suits up? 40% he suits up? What's your gut? This is a gut.
My gut is less than 50% just on the way Kyle Shanahan talked about it. And he obviously, they were talking about him being a little gassed after practice on Monday just because he's going full speed and everybody else is, enjoying a midseason practice. There's stuff to get back to where he needs to be back in the rhythm. That said, like I've been saying for a couple weeks now that this is the guy that like I think you want him against the Chiefs. I think if he's not ready, they just won't play him. But my gut feeling is like it's probably like a 1 in 3 chance that he plays. Like not out of the question, but just the way Shanahan talked about it Monday. I'm not sure, but again, this guy he's energized. I don't think you can underestimate just how much of a boost it would be just to introduce him on Sunday against the Kansas City Chiefs, like a game that everybody's going to go into that stadium pretty nervous. And then you bring Ricky Pearsall back. Listen, they're going to make the best decision, but I'm with you. I think if he's ready, you put him out there. Not a lot, but like a few snaps, he can be a difference maker, even if it's just a few, just to get other people open. So, yeah, I'm going to say it's like a 1 in 3 chance but not out of the question.
Oh, yeah, he's right. The hype on Ricky Pearsall, man, it's like, wow, this guy runs. I hear people say he's the best route runner on the football team already. I'm like, whoa, let's see him play a game on Sunday. We're talking to Jake Hutchinson here on 95.7 The Game Insider on the River Islands guest line. All right, defensively, I'm really concerned about the opposite linebacker, Fred Warner. We saw that Super Bowl, Jake. We all watched it. Once Dre Greenlaw went out, Travis Kelce went off as you had Oren Burks running all over the place, didn't know where to line up. Logan Ryan was playing the nickel. Lenore wanted to play the nickel, didn't get that opportunity here. So what's going to happen opposite that linebacker? We saw Campbell. I thought Javondre Campbell, I didn't see much of him in the fourth quarter. Could be wrong there. Who's going to play the opposite linebacker spot opposite of Fred Warner here on Sunday against the Chiefs?
Yeah, they've been pretty mum on that, but like if it was me just looking at how this is played out, I would start D. Winters next. To Fred Warner, just because, like, whatever you lose in the run game, like Campbell, sure, he's much bigger. Winters is a bit undersized, kind of like a mini-me of Dre Greenlaw, just because he plays with his hair on fire. I just think, when I saw in training camp, I saw Winters able to go sideline to sideline and cover guys. He's got that speed, that flexibility to just cover guys, and I think you lose a lot with Devondre Campbell. Like, he's just, listen, His head might be in the right place.
He stinks.
He knows a lot about the game of football, but he's an older guy and his body is just not kept up. I would probably start D. Winters in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, he just hasn't been good at coverage. I'm with you all the way there, Jake. Go ahead, Shasky, get in here.
Jake, the Niners going to win this game or what? I'm bringing my son out there. I mean, geez Louise, I need them to get a victory. I wanted to bring him to the Cowboy game, but it's too late. Michelle won't let me. My wife, she won't let me bring him out to 5:30 sorry because, he's got to go to bed by 7:30. So do you think we're going to win this game? Like, I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be fired up. I'm pumped. Are we going to win this game? Is my son going to see the Niners beat the Chiefs finally?
My gut feeling is no, and that's just because in both of the Super Bowls that I've previewed and I've looked at it, and my gut has been like, well, the Chiefs do have Mahomes, but I think the Niners are the better team. I think they can scheme around, and I've tried to be logical about it, and I think the Niners can do a lot of that stuff, but it hasn't worked out. So I'm just going to flip it, and I'm going to say no. The Niners are going to lose to the Chiefs, and then who knows? Maybe it flips around, and the logical part, wins out. And the Niners actually flip the script and win. So I guess this is a reverse jinx on my part, but my gut is Kansas City is just, they take every little yard. They're going to wear the defense down by taking those dink and dunk passes and just really exhaust the Niners, already stretched thin defense down the field. And unless the Niners force some turnovers, it's just going to be a situation where you get Mahomes in the fourth quarter and it's heartbreak. I don't know if that's going to happen, but that's what my gut says.
Is this the biggest game for Kyle Shanahan in the regular season as coach of the 49ers, Jake?
Technically the Seahawks one was bigger, but from an emotional standpoint, like, I don't think you can undervalue how much it would mean to say we got the monkey off our back. We actually beat Mahomes, because everything fundamentally is based around, if you get to the Super Bowl, you expect to see him there. And if you can't prove to yourself you can beat him, I'm just saying, like, you go into that game, are you really going to truly believe you're going to pull it off? I think this would go a really, really long way into both jump-starting them going down the rest of the season, and if they get back there and it's Mahomes, giving themselves belief that, like, okay, we actually proved to ourselves we could do this. So I don't know if it's the biggest game of Shanahan's career, but it's pretty massive.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. That's where I stand with that one. It's pretty massive. You're right. Jake, thanks for the time as always, brother. Keep doing your thing at practice.
See you, buddy.
Appreciate you guys.
Anytime. Don't be cheating on us, dog. Don't be cheating on us. Jake Hutchinson on the River Islands guest line. That's Lucas Alexander Evan. They did piggybacking off our guests, man. How many new guests we did? Look. I don't know. Never heard them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We get credit for that, Shasky. Don't we get credit for that?
Life's about credits and demerits.
Hey, man. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of which, credits and demerits, I think it's 4 down territory.
When the stakes.
I just wanted to get.
Wait. Hold on.
I had nothing.
Hold on. Hey, is that your real media voice? Was that you trying to be Mr. Broadcaster?
This is when I'm doing like media voice, you have to smile. And then you have to be Bonte Hill. How you doing, everybody? It's me. I know that the Warriors just lost by 17, and they blew another 15-point lead. But boy, was it great to watch Steph Curry do Steph Curry things. Ain't that right, Festus?
No, see, that's not right because of the Steph Curry documentary, Underrated. You should go check that out. Shout out, Steph. Underrated. You can hear my voice in there. Boy, the Warriors went down to New Orleans and laid another clunker. They get blown out in the Smoothie King Center. I think that's what I said. I don't know.
You remember exactly what you said.
He's got it
verbatim.
literally.
No,
like
I actually cringe every time I heard my voice.
Are you guys ready for 4 down territory?
I am.
All right, let's go first down.
I don't want to get to fourth down.
All right. First down, gentlemen. Excluding Kansas City, and Shasky, I'll start with you. Excluding Kansas City, what team currently has the best quarterback situation in the National Football League?
Wow. See, I think of this guy, and I know Lamar, there's a big case from Josh Allen's my favorite probably player in the NFL, not named Patrick Mahomes, even though I hate Mahomes. I also love him. I'm going to go with Josh Allen. I think he's awesome. That third down play the other day against the Jets, game on the line, I go, there's no way he's handing this ball off. He's going to keep it. He's going to read that end, and he's going to juke him, and he's going to get the first down. He's going to slide. And what did he do? He did all of those things. I think Josh Allen is my favorite quarterback, and I think he is the best quarterback, not named Patrick Mahomes.
That was the question. The question was the best situation. And the best situation that the quarterback is in happens to be in Green Bay. Jordan Love is in the best situation.
Okay.
Has a great running back. Has great receivers. You don't know who's their number one. I don't know who their number 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 2 tight ends. He's got a good defense. So Josh Allen is the better quarterback, but the better situation is the Green Bay Packers for Jordan Love. That's my first down. I already got a first down. I don't even need to get a fourth down.
Carter, what do you got?
That was a touchdown.
The best situation's Brock Purdy, if we're talking about this.
Wow.
The money, take it into account. I mean, he makes nothing, and he's an MVP candidate last year.
I do like that.
No question.
It's like you, Carter, here at 95.7 The Game.
Dude, Carter's crushing it. I'm going to put a bow on this one for first down. I'll go C.J. Stroud. I mean, with the Texans right now.
Nico Collins hurt right now.
That's fine. I'm trusting C.J. Stroud. He can elevate other talent around him. No one knew who Nico Collins was before C.J. Stroud. So I'll say that.
That's true.
Let's go to second down, gentlemen.
Second down.
Those are all good answers. I think everybody gets a touchdown.
Good answer, guys. Good answer.
Good
There
job.
we go.
Everybody gets a cookie.
I don't know. Ray Davis and Cook, and they got a nice running game, and that division stinks.
And let's go to second down because we're going to do the inverse of that first question. What team currently has the worst quarterback situation? Bonte Hill.
Oh, you got to start with me on that one? Jeez Louise.
Well, I give you
the worst situation. All right, the worst situation. It's easy to say the Carolina Panthers. It's kind of easy to say the Cleveland Browns. It's the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Dallas Cowboys. When you got that owner, and you got that GM who is also the owner, and you got that head coach, and you've got that running game, and you score 9 against the Detroit Lions defense, it's the quarterback. That situation is terrible for Dak Prescott. I'm going with the Dallas Cowboys, a little outside the box situation.
So, no, it's interesting you say that. I do want to talk about Cleveland's quarterback situation. Yeah. I think they're in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. We'll get to that in 6 minutes. The worst situation to be in, though, is I draft a franchise quarterback that I hope to be in the top 5, and he's not good. And then the 38-year-old actually is good, and the team clearly looks better with him, and I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
The Indianapolis Colts are in the worst spot you could be in right now in the NFL. They have a young guy who's flashed a little but is clearly inaccurate and can't read the field. And then you have an older guy who's not the future of your organization, has zero ties to anything, not even nostalgia with your organization, and everyone knows he's the better player. You're stuck. Like the Indianapolis Colts are in the oddest spot possible.
Well, it's funny because before the season, who came up with it saying that the Colts are going to have a quarterback controversy, Joe Flacco. And we were kicking it around, and I was just thinking, He might not be lying.
Wait, so you were right?
No, I'm not saying.
We were reacting. Was it Todd McShay?
Somebody
I want to
said
say
it.
it might have been Todd McShay on a podcast or something was talking about
Somebody
it.
was saying that. I'm not saying, no, not about me being right or wrong, but I just agree with the take saying, you know what? I don't think Anthony Richardson is that good. And he's right in the sense that if the Colts do sputter and Flacco comes in, they get a couple of wins, all of a sudden, what are we thinking here? And all of a sudden, the Colts, man, they're throwing the ball all over the yard. Flacco looks amazing.
He looks great. But here's the thing, like, if you say, like, the New York Giants, they're going to get rid of Daniel Jones and they're going to draft someone. If you say Carolina, they're going to let Andy Dalton go. They're going to let Bryce go, and they're going to draft someone. Indianapolis just executed a top 5 pick on Richardson, and they're too good to get another good pick to get a quarterback. Yeah. They are really stuck. They're stuck. I think you have to play Flacco and just try to make the playoffs.
I do too. I think you got to move off of Richardson. You have to. Our boy KC. What up, Sacktown KC? ESPN 1320.
Like the Raiders are going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah,
that's not a horrible situation.
Well, ask Devontae Adams. He may say differently.
Well, he's going to a great situation with New York.
Our boy Sacktown KC. KC, Kitty Caraway, 12-4, ESPN 1320. Thinks Lamar is so much better than Josh Allen, in his opinion. Lamar.
Regular season, I might listen to that. I think as a playoff performer, I'll take Josh Allen.
I think, look, this is Lamar's year. I
hope. I'm rooting for him.
But
I'm just a huge Josh Allen fan.
Carter, what team has the worst quarterback situation right now?
I'm not going to beat around the bush. It's the Cleveland Browns. I think if anyone in either of these rooms can name a worse contract in any 4 major American sports,
bad.
Please let me know.
I want to get into that in a minute.
It's really bad. I'm going to put a bow on this one. I'm going to go Seattle Seahawks because I think they're going to be in that, what you were alluding to, Joe.
Yeah.
They're going to be like just good enough to not get a top quarterback next year. They got Geno Smith. It's good enough to win 7, 8, 9 games maybe, but that's not going to get you a top guy. That's what the Raiders happened last year with Jimmy Garoppolo and Aiden O'Connell. They couldn't get their guy, and Geno Smith is not the guy for them to win a division going forward. So let's get to third down, folks.
It's a good call with Deshaun Watson. Cleveland Browns.
That's what I want to get into.
He's
I also want to bring up something with Justin Fields, who I'm becoming a bigger fan of because of the way he handles situations. The kid is all class. All class. Go ahead, Spinall.
All right. Right now, gentlemen, if the season ended today, we're going to stick to the NFC here. If the season ended today, your division winners: Washington Commanders in the NFC East, Minnesota Vikings in the NFC North. In the NFC South, you got the Atlanta Falcons. And in the NFC West, it's the San Francisco 49ers. Gentlemen, are those going to be all of your division winners when the season is over?
No. Ooh. I got Tampa Bay winning the South.
Okay.
I still think Detroit. I want to see Detroit, Minnesota.
Hell of a game this weekend.
That's on Sunday.
Yeah.
And it's going to be...
I just want to see it before I make a proclamation there. And I have a hard time thinking that Washington can stave off Philly. As bad as Philly's situation is, let's just see it. I just want to see it. I'm very impressed with
Washington was impressive last week against Baltimore.
No doubt.
They didn't shrink at the moment like I thought they might.
And Daniels he's having a monster year.
He's a stud.
I'm going to say no, though.
Yeah, I'm going to say no, too. I think Tampa... Atlanta, they're intriguing to me, man. Atlanta's intriguing. I do think Tampa Bay outlasts Atlanta, wins the South. But I think the other 3 divisions, I see Minnesota actually winning that division. I do. I see them winning that division. I see the Niners winning the West. I think the Commanders can hold off the Eagles. The Eagles, something's up. Sirianni is losing me. And I think Dan Quinn, as much as we rip on him, I think he's a better head coach than we give him credit for. He did a hell of a job in Atlanta. Hell of a job. He took that team to the Super Bowl with Shanahan by his side. That was a really good team.
Give Cliff his love.
I'm giving Cliff his love. I'm about to get there. Cliff Kingsbury's doing his thing offensively. I do think the Commanders can win that East Division, but I say no, though, because I do think Tampa Bay is going to end up winning the South.
Cotta.
I think it's Tampa Bay. I'm with Shasky on that. I think the NFC North is really interesting, but I'm going to take the Lions because I think that we saw Josh McDaniels coach the Denver Broncos to 5-0 when he was their coach. I mean, I think that we're still early on enough where they can start to slide, personally. I'll take Niners in our division, and I'm going to give it to the Commanders in the East. Why not?
Yeah. That Lions-Vikings game.
Oh, my
gosh.
I'm going to go Commanders. I'm high on Jaden Daniels, and I'm going Green Bay Packers in the NFC North. I like the Packers.
They got a lot of weapons.
I need that loss of Aiden Hutchinson. I Are they going to go get Hassan Reddick? Are they going to do something to shore that up? They need to do something there because that's a massive loss emotionally on the defensive line. I like the Falcons. I like Kirk Cousins. And Niners are going to cruise in that one.
Fourth down.
Fourth down, boys.
Falcons.
Fourth down.
Falcons tough. Falcons good.
Fourth down. Third of the season's over, gentlemen. I'm allowing you a Super Bowl mulligan matchup. What's going to be the Super Bowl matchup this year?
Chiefs, Lions.
I'll go Ravens, Packers.
I like that.
Carter?
I'll go Chiefs, Lions with you, Shasky.
Ooh, I like that. I'm going to go with my preseason prediction because I'm not a coward. I'm going Eagles, Chiefs.
It's not bad.
What was our preseason predictions? Do we even have some on the show?
Oh, well, they're in the vault.
Oh, are they really?
Sam has a secret file of all these things
course he does.
stashed somewhere that he looks at 2 in the morning.
Oh gosh,
Sam is a
shirt
secret
off.
man.
Yeah, I'm
Sad Sammy Lubman, like the guy from the Yankees.
I'm a little shocked at the Lions here because as much as you guys give Jared Goff grief, y'all are rolling with our boy Jared Goff and the Lions.
Well, it's my guy, Ben Johnson.
Oh, your guy now, Ben Johnson. Oh.
Yeah, the selective guy who didn't want to go to Washington.
I'd
like to get into something here. You brought up the Cleveland Browns situation. Mike Sando wrote an article in The Athletic. It was very interesting. And it was about Cleveland and their situation with Deshaun Watson. Clearly, everyone in the league hates his guts. The NFL wants him to go away. You could say, Joe, he's not guilty of blah, blah, blah. The NFL wants him to go away. This is not me talking. This is everyone who writes and has sources is telling you the league wants him out. And so if they release him before June 1st, $172 million automatically, boom, dead cap for next year. 172, okay? If they do it after June 1st, Cleveland, $118 million. Now, there's an argument to be said. Maybe they just, deactivate him and release him right now and just let that thing hit their books and spread it out over a couple of years and just deal with it and just swallow it. The other thing that was floated out, because he has $92 million guaranteed to him over the next 2 years, and he has a no trade clause. The other part of this is if you're Carolina or if you're New England and you have $100 million in salary cap, do you just take on the Deshaun Watson contract? Not to play him, to literally release him immediately, but you force Cleveland to staple draft picks to Deshaun Watson's deal to make it palpable for you to absorb the cap hit. So my question to you is, A, if you're Cleveland, is it so bad that you might get a top 3 pick, okay, where you could find his replacement, that you staple a first-round pick and maybe multiple seconds to just get him out of town? Or if you're New England or Carolina, do you entertain, hey, we'll just bring him in and we'll take whatever you're willing to give to us because we're not going to land a lot of free agents anyway? How do you do this?
I don't know. That's a tough situation.
It's got an NBA feel, right? Where you have to staple a pick.
Staple a pick just to get him out of there.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a top 5 pick this year with the way things are going in Cleveland. You already traded Amari Cooper. Zadarius Smith may be on the way out. Who's to say Myles Garrett doesn't say, you know what, enough's enough. Get me the hell out of here.
Denzel Ward?
Denzel Ward is a hell of a corner.
They could get multiple picks for him.
I mean, they could just have a fire sale. Yes, you basically tank next season, get a bunch of picks.
Is Denver that bad off for just eating the Russ money? Are they that bad?
No, they have a great defense right now.
That's what I'm saying.
They feel like an offensive playmaker or two away from maybe being a factor in the AFC. You may have to do that for Cleveland. It's an interesting concept by Mike Sando. I'd love to get Mike Sando on about that next week, maybe.
Can we talk with Baldy about this tomorrow?
Yeah, we could do that with Baldy. I got another thought on Fast Five. I'll get to it,
give it to
as well. I don't know how good of a quarterback Justin Fields is, but I know how good of a human being he is and how the character of him is just high level. He's 25 years old. And Pittsburgh is 4-2 right now. And he's playing well. He's gotten better and better by the game. So he was asked, because Russell Wilson seems like he's taking first-team reps, he's probably going to get to start Sunday Night Football against the Jets. He was asked if he was frustrated about the potential of losing his starting job. Fields said that he didn't feel that he has played well enough to secure the position during the 6 weeks. Listen to this quote. I don't think I played good enough, if I'm being real with you. If I'm being real with myself. I think if I did play well enough, I don't think there would be any sort of questions about who should be playing, who should not. At the end of the day, we've got a few wins. Of course, I'm glad about that. But there's areas that I could be better at. I'm just going to continue to work on those and continue to get better. And I know that I'm preparing the same. I'm just doing the same thing I was doing. I'm just going to do my job at the end of the day, whether I'm playing, starting, or coming off the bench. Whether that's helping guys out on the sideline, telling them what I see, helping Russ out if he's out there, just small stuff like that. I've been in both situations before. I played the backup role, and I've also started. As a backup, you prepare the same each week and every week. The preparation doesn't change at all. And he's a low-key guy, and he's been criticized through Chicago, Pittsburgh. I think the character right there says a lot, saying, hey, look, I wasn't good enough. If I was good enough, this wouldn't be a question. But I wasn't good enough, so it is a question, and I take responsibility for that. That kid has a lot of character, man. I wouldn't mind him in my locker room. As a starting quarterback, we've seen a lot better. He's got a lot to improve on. But the character of this young man, he doesn't get applauded enough for it.
Accountability is a lost art. Right?
So much.
It's one thing like, it's on me when people do that, and it's like fake. And like, it's not on you. You're just trying to deflect. And no, but like that is like a real statement. That was incredible. I root for the kid. I don't think he's the greatest. I also don't think he's the worst.
No, he's not.
I think he could start for maybe 10 teams, you know, and I would not touch Russell Wilson with a 10-foot pole. That's just me.
If I was him, I'd just continue to roll with Justice Fields, but it is what it is.
Honest to God, is there any teammate of Russell Wilson's who's had his back?
No. Wait till
Doesn't
George
that kind of
Pickens.
speak volumes on the person?
When Marshawn Lynch, who's as real as he gets, says what he says about Russ, saying that, Pete Carroll said, you need to talk to Russ differently or just don't talk to him. Talk to me and I'll talk to, that's bad. That's all-time bad.
He had the private number, remember that? He wouldn't even give out his phone number to his star running back.
It's just
just to go over plays and stuff like that. That's all Marshawn wanted to do is talk football.
It's just phony.
Yeah.
So phony.
Bronco Nation, let's ride.
And they didn't run the football.
Yikes.
Oh, my God.
Talking about sports what-ifs. I don't even know if that one was brought up.
The best meme of all time is it's Pete Carroll hanging out of the fast food line about to hand you McDonald's. Like, would you like me to just hand this to you or step back 3 steps and fire it at you? It's just an all-time meme.
That's pretty good.
It's him as the McDonald's drive-thru worker.
Guys, it's the 35th anniversary of the 1989 World Series earthquake. That was today.
Yeah.
35 years ago today, the Loma Prieta earthquake. I wasn't alive for that. My brother was actually born the day after. My brother Ray's turning 35 tomorrow. Wow. So happy birthday to him. But yeah, pretty crazy.
And 13 years ago today, we got the keys to our house that we still own.
Oh, congratulations.
I'll never forget that. October 17th. My dad started ripping holes in the walls and stuff right out of the rip. Never forget that. Loma Prieta.
I got to say, boys, I think this is the weekend. They're going to beat them this weekend. It's happening this weekend. That being said, I'm taking Chiefs money line.
Yeah, I know. You're bad.
Got to do the emotional hedge.
Exactly.
That's not a bad
Carter,
bet.
this is how the rich stay rich.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Carter back tomorrow. Lubman out until Tuesday. That's it for us. Steiny Guru next. They're going to be talking Warriors rotations. Now, I'm always jabbing them. They'll be talking Chiefs Niners.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday, so there's only one man to call, and that's our guy, Baldy.
Oh, I love Baldy. What I love about Baldy is that he loves ball.
Brian Baldinger in studio.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. It's a wrap.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. There's really no other way to put it. 49ers-Chiefs. It's the biggest game of the week. It's the biggest game in the NFL this year, up to this point. Super Bowl rematch.
Oh, no doubt.
It's the one that was circled on calendars for a long time, and we are approaching Sunday, Goo. 125, Levi Stadium, Chiefs-Niners, for a lot of marbles.
Yeah.
A lot of marbles.
The marbles upstairs for the Niners, right? And Burkhardt and Brady will be on the call, but I'll just say this. Just do me this favor, this solid. Today, I'm going to act like I'm on the Niners, and I'm going to tell you all, if I had a jersey, what this game would mean to me. And the fact, Stoney, that over the last 5 to 6 years, this team has owned you. Fred Warner, the captain, or one of them, your heart and soul, says, I've never beat that team. We've come damn close. We could have altered history. He didn't say it, but I was taking it that way. But Stoney, damn, man, this is for the marbles upstairs. You want to lay an L on the Chiefs, and the fact that they're undefeated and they haven't played their best football, who cares? To be the team to lay the first L on them, you want to do that. You can't run from it. And I don't think the Niners are. You're right. Is the season over? Technically, no. But damn it, they beat you twice. You want to just extract some Kevin Costner, man, some revenge. I'm going to retire that line because people that know me, I've been using that a lot.
Well, what is this game? What do you want it to mean to the Niners? I mean, how and I'm going to play this one right off the bat, and we're playing this one a few times today.
We'll see.
No, we will.
We'll see.
This is Kyle Shanahan. He's asked about
Kyle.
You know, you've lost a couple big ones to this team, so you pay attention to the Super Bowl. You're looking at game film of the first 5 games of this year. Is it still haunting you? Do you want it to haunt him?
Yeah, I think everyone understands that we've lost the 2 Super Bowls to them. So, I mean, that can give a little post-traumatic stress when you turn on the tape, but I think that's human nature. But you got to make sure you don't get caught up in that. You know, this game has nothing to do with past games. That was last year. We're playing a really good AFC opponent. We're 500 right now. We want to stay at top of our division and get a win. You think about that stuff going into it, but in terms of what it plays out in a game, it really has no correlation, and you try to make sure that it doesn't.
It has no correlation, and you try to make sure it doesn't. Do you want, if I said to you, Goo, do you want Kyle Shanahan to have stayed up at night over the last 4 to 6 months thinking about the Kansas City Chiefs? How would you answer that?
You know me, Steiny, yes. And that's just, and again, even if he had done that, I know he's going to give that political answer, but yes. And if I were him, I would lay in bed thinking about, man, sipping some bourbon or some yak, thinking about, man, not only once, but twice we lost to the same team, which is now a dynasty. We're responsible in a sense of it being a dynasty. And I could have did some things different, some different calls. So I guess you know what I'm saying, Steiny, in a perfect world, I would lay in bed thinking about it because it's the same team.
See, here's the way I look at it. And, let's say you were in a relationship, all right?
Yeah.
You had a girlfriend or a boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
And, something happened. And you just can't get over it.
Infidelity. I've been there.
I don't know if it's infidelity or not.
That's the hardest one.
Just didn't work out.
Okay.
Just didn't work out.
Yeah.
And
Were you ever hard?
And so you get broken up with, and you pine, and you mourn, and you pine, and you mourn. And you kick yourself, and you think, should I have done something different?
Call in sick to work.
Don't you get it, Goo?
Yeah.
When you do that, You can't move on. You can't.
All right.
So in the best interest of the San Francisco 49ers, they've got to wipe it away.
All right.
They've got to wipe it away. Then I'm talking about the loss to the Super Bowl last season.
So you think right now as a collective, because everybody on the 53-man roster was not on the roster last year or 2019, you think when they see those Chiefs helmets and warm-ups or just this week, and that's why I appreciate the Niners this season talking about Super Bowl the bust, Kittle, Warner, you don't think there's mental residue of who it is that they're playing, even though we know the season has a bunch of weeks left, Steiny, it's just human nature. Like, it's that team that prevented us from winning. And now they're a modern-day dynasty. Are you going to call a different play to start the game? No, Matt, I'm not telling you that. But I can't pretend or fake it that this is just another game for the Niners. If they lose, worst case scenario, you got Dallas. You own them, right? Then it becomes a must win, whatever. But Steiny, at what point are you going to send a message to that team? If we see you again in the Bayou, we'll be coming off a bye because you'll have that week. Like, the Niners are too good for a team to have their number during this run. How about that?
I think
that's where I'm at. It just came out.
I think there's a chance that this game, regardless of the outcome, is destined to be frustrating. If you lose it, it's going to be
we just can't beat
a cloak over the season. And if you are progressing toward the playoffs, we're all going to know that if the Chiefs are at the end of it, you've never beaten them. By the same token, we're all smart enough football fans to know that if the Niners win on Sunday, it doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot.
But
in the grand scheme of things, and 49er fans are smart enough, and any NFL fan is smart enough to know you can't win the Super Bowl Sunday, nor can you win last year's Super Bowl Sunday. So you got to go out, try to win the game, and if you win it, all it is great. That's it.
Now,
that's it. And now you start all over against the Cowboys.
I'm not mad at you, but let's put the right on the table. Brought to you by Atco. I sent Billy a text. He hadn't texted me back, Stoney.
Well, that's a first.
I got a friend that's in need of his services. So the Niners have struggled this season, and there's a litany of reasons why, injuries, but we saw the debacle that was Arizona, and they got off the mat, beat Seattle. This win, if they were to get it, would be 2 in a row. You got your little brother coming to town on national TV the week after in the Dallas Cowboys, so you possibly could be setting yourself up to win 3 in a row, 5-3, headed into the bye, if it's just about this year. And obviously it is. So, Steiny, it's more than just the Chiefs. Because if you lose this, here we go again. You're under 500, and then you'll probably beat. You know what I mean? Like, what better way to show the world we're back on track and it being the Chiefs? So I feel like it's the Ernie Banks, the doubleheader, the 2-for-1.
888-957-9570. Here's what I was thinking about today is we're listening to all the quotes from the players and the coaches, and we're trying to decipher what they think of this game and how meaningful it is. And, of course, it's a meaningful game because there's only 17 of them, but yet it is the Chiefs, a team that's had your number and this, that, and the other thing. I'm more interested in how important is this game to you, the fan? Because, again, I think fans are smart enough to know they can't avenge last year's Super Bowl loss with a win.
Can't you make it feel a little better, though?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking 49er fans. See, if I were a 49er fan, you're damn right I want to win this game.
All right.
But I also know that in the grand scheme of things, you're going to have to beat them again if they're there. And so then what will this game have meant? 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to know how big a game this is for 49er fans, knowing that it's squeezed between the Seahawks game and the Cowboys game. Don't miss the kickoff show. And it starts this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. It starts 3 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara at 10 a.m. for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. How are you viewing this game, 49er fans? 888-957-9570.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday, so there's only one man to call, and that's our guy, Baldy.
Oh, I love Baldy.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Donut butt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Super Bowl rematch on Sunday at 1:25 Levi Stadium.
Call it like you see it.
I will call it like I see it.
Give me the.
By the way,
what do
and you know, I'm going to tell you something because first of all, Jeff Chadiha coming up at 11:15. That's in an hour.
All right.
NFL Network reporter and senior writer for NFL.com. He's got Bay Area ties. He used to work in the Bay. Great guy, Jeffrey Chadiha. But I feel like there is something that I'm going to get off my chest today.
That's what we're here for, baby.
And
let loose.
I brought it up, and you seem to, I don't know if the word's hijack, but then you got really gung-ho on it. And I got to tell you,
you're hot.
You got to let me come down this guy's road.
Because I don't even know what it is.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I just said I don't.
And maybe I can incorporate it into this segment. But let me tell you something. We got a fan issue in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear about Fireman Ed?
Right.
This bozo.
I got the fireman hat here.
This absolute.
Well, he's a fixture now. Shut up! Oh, who is that guy?
There's something going on here. Whether it's Fireman Ed.
Now, the second part of this, I took from you.
Whether it's the Ravens' drunk tool walking around Baltimore punching Commanders fans.
He wouldn't have did that out here.
And you know what else I'm throwing in there? I'll throw the NBA in there.
This is my part.
Making a class going into the Hall of Fame of fans.
What are they doing?
Jets superfan Fireman Ed says the team is phasing him out at MetLife Stadium.
Oh!
This guy is the biggest.
They're phasing him out as if it was corporate.
He posts of it. This is the guy, Jets. It's a very
sophisticated. Give him credit, though.
No, it's a very sophisticated cheer that only he can do, apparently.
No, but Steiny.
Ed Anzalone, otherwise known as Fireman This guy Ed. Is such a D. He said, quote, I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're phasing us out. I'd like to know if somebody knows anything. Please let me know because it's evident that it's happening and it needs to stop because we need home field advantage. Last night in particular, he said, although the Denver game also, but last night in particular, we scored a touchdown. And normally, as a tradition, we're always put on the big screen. We do the JET chant to get the crowd going, which is a staple in Jet Life Stadium. Something's going on, so please let me know if you want something or know something. What is wrong with people?
Yeah, that's my guy.
You don't play the game. You never played the game. You're not a player. You matter none.
If you know something, let him know. I think you know it. They're going a different direction, but man, that's where you have a false sense of self-worth. Dude, come on, man.
Go to the game, cheer, boo, react, try not to use profanity, and then go home.
Yeah, maybe you did something to Aaron Rodgers. That's where you need to start. Did I piss him off? Dude, man.
Spike Lee in the Hall of Fame.
We'll get to that.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, did that bother me? Well, you did the big screen.
But the
big screen.
The corporate verbiage of they're phasing me out. They're phasing me out. Boy.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Super fans.
Nothing wrong with them.
Yes, there is.
Nothing
yes,
wrong
there
with
is.
Crazy
yes, there
George
is.
on line one.
And here's the point. These leagues are enabling these so-called super fans, all right? And these super fans think that they're actually on the team, and they're the ones that start all the trouble.
Man.
They're the ones who start all the trouble.
You got me thinking of Clipper Darrell.
He's different. He's different.
He's not in the hall.
We shouldn't be.
Spike Lee's in.
You know how many points Clipper Darrell scored for the Clippers?
As many as our guy in New York with regard to touchdowns. I don't hate on fans.
Fireman Ed.
He said they're phasing
I don't hate
out.
on fans either. Fans can do whatever they want. But when you think you're entitled to be on the big screen, now you've caught my attention.
Yeah.
Now you've caught my attention. I said to Evan, I'm like, you know what? This Fireman Ed guy, boy, he's gotten under my skin.
Well, the A's had Crazy George.
Did he fail at saving a cat out of a tree? Oh, my God.
Yeah. You got it off your chest, though.
You ain't playing.
Yeah. But you care probably more than the...
great.
You care more than the guys that have come and gone before.
To care.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, to be a fan.
They're phasing me out. That's heavy. I love it. Like, he's really somewhere trying to figure it out.
Oh, my God.
I don't think they're going to call you, bud.
Fireman freaking Ed.
And he said it started against the Denver Broncos in the rain, a game they lost.
Anyway,
and we also got to give some Snotty 35 years ago. You know what
happened?
The 89 earthquake.
You remember where you were?
Well, now that hurts.
510. Fireman Ed would kick your ass, Steiny. No, he wouldn't.
I was going to say
I'd
that,
take
but
that
it's not.
fireman hat off him. And I'm not a fighter. I've never been in a fight.
That's why he would win. There's nothing wrong with that. But that Baltimore,
Ed.
That Baltimore, he should have held on to that.
What are you doing?
Yeah. It's like they're paying him, and they're not.
Thank you. And, you have a little of that in you, and it's fine.
I got a lot, but I would have never, they're phasing me out. Mount Rushmore fans. What's the guy at D.C., the heckler? They had to
Robin Ficker.
Dude, he's number one for me. Crazy George. I'll throw this guy on here, and then who else we missing? One more. Oh, Thunder. Rest in peace.
Who?
Thunder for the Warriors.
He was a mascot.
Still counts?
No, he doesn't.
Dude, come on.
Please.
His name was Thunder.
It was a fictional character inside a costume.
I played hoop against him at Club 1, though. He can hoop.
The guy's probably still alive.
Who?
The guy who played Thunder, right?
Actually, he passed
Siddiqui
away. Fuller.
Yeah.
Oh, there was only one person.
Yeah, he passed.
Yeah.
Great guy. And I know, I played basketball against him, too, back in the day. Very unfortunate.
Well, you hurt my feelings. We'll get to Niners Chiefs. We'll see. You asked me about the earthquake. I told you the story where we thought we lost Norm.
No,
You just blew past it.
No, I didn't.
I'll be all right. We'll see. Now, to all the people that lost loved ones on that day, thoughts and prayers. And I'll never forget watching the World Series, Donnie, and the TV just, and man.
5-3-0. See,
Oregon.
See, 5-3-0 is kind of the kind of fan that I'm talking about. We're talking about Fireman Ed this early? No earthquake anniversary or something? See, you're just a fan. You listen, you don't get to dictate the show.
Yeah.
You want to talk about the earthquake?
I brought it up.
35 years ago.
Man.
Evan wasn't even alive.
That bothers me.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Wasn't even alive.
Yeah.
But just to show you the magnitude of the event, he's got a story from it. From his father.
Hit me in the cardiac muscle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we'll talk about that a little later. But I want to get into...
I saw what you did there.
What?
You said the magnitude.
Oh.
Wow, Stein.
I don't...
And you're a wordsmith,
I don't like to
man.
play word games with serious events.
Yeah.
So that was an accident. But I want to talk about another serious event Sunday. 125. Patrick Peterson.
Oh, yeah.
Good ball player for the Cardinals. How important is this game to the Niners, Patrick?
This is a must-win for the 49ers, in my opinion. And if I'm in that locker room, that's how I'm feeling because, like you just said, we lost to these guys in two of the biggest games, two times in the biggest games of the season, and now we have an opportunity to play them in our backyard. You don't know when you have an opportunity to play the team that you lost in the Super Bowl because we're in different, conferences, but Yes, this is a huge game. You know, the 49ers are now starting to get into their groove. We all know how they like to start the seasons over the past years, which has been kind of slow. You know, midway through the second quarter of the season, that's when the guys and Kyle Shanahan get the team, you know, rolling with the confidence and playing with the aspiration that, you know, everybody was hoping that they start the season with. So this is definitely a must-win for the 49ers. If they don't win, the season's not over. But for them, losing to the Kansas City Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl game, I'm definitely feeling that this is a must-win.
I appreciate that.
See, I'm less interested in how the players feel than how the fans feel about a game like this.
Oh, well, then you know it's on 10. They're on 10. They're like, this is a mini Super Bowl then.
Well, see, I wonder again. Because, and I'm being honest here, like, is it a big game? Of course it's a big game. It's a Super Bowl rematch. But I'm wondering if you're a 49er fan, are you fearful going into Sunday's game? Are you confident? Are you concerned? Or do you look at it as it's just a big game? Like, I want to know, because, and this is what I mean. I don't want to insult 49er fans' intelligence. Yeah. And what I mean by that is, of course it's a big game, but we also know it's sandwiched between Seattle and Dallas, which we know the NFC games are more important. Again, I'm not here to talk about, well, it's not that big. No, it's a big game. It's the biggest. It's probably going to be the most anticipated regular season game so far, the 49ers Chiefs.
Due to the history.
But I'm wondering where 49er fans are with this game. What does a win mean? What would a loss mean? 888-957-9570. Goo's right, says the 650. It's our mini Super Bowl.
I really believe it.
And I don't disagree with that. But it's a mini Super Bowl.
But
you can't you can't wipe the slate clean Sunday, no matter what happens.
But you can feel a whole lot better for the pain that the fans felt after what transpired in Vegas.
Better?
It's like getting in a fight and somebody beating you, the same guy beating you up twice, and then you catch him somewhere. It's not a full fight, but you get a lick
like
in.
Mitch Green?
The lick at
in
my
the
man,
alley?
yeah, Tyson. But you get that lick in. And then not only do you get the lick in, you laid the Chiefs with their first loss of the season. You send a message like a text to where, you know what, NFL world, we went overtime, but we were the better team. We should have won that game. And here's proof to follow that. So to me, it's a blessing in disguise to where the Chiefs on the schedule gives the Niner fans and players an opportunity. Yeah, it's only one win if you get it, but it's 1.5 in regard to extracting revenge for what went down in that overtime loss. And then we hadn't talked about Jimmy Garoppolo in 18 tearing his ACL in that regular season game against the Chiefs. And then 2022 when McCaffrey was just fresh here, the Chiefs came in here and ran roughshod on you. So when are you? Fred Warner's never beaten Mahomes. He said it.
See,
this is just a regular game to him? When it's all said and done, it is. It's just singular one, but damn, Stoney, I could do the math to where it's 2.5 or 3 in regard to the mental psyche.
Yeah.
You won 2 in a row. You got Dallas, your little brother, coming in. You could go to the bye 5-3. You don't want to be 3-4. And then here we go.
If I were Kyle Shanahan,
you're 4-4 at the break, and that's one of those 4 losses is the Chiefs. Yuck.
If I were Kyle Shanahan, and you were my linebacker,
yeah,
I'd be worried about your readiness because I don't think your focus is appropriate.
And I would say, Coach, you don't trust me because you just threw it out to the fans, how the fans feel.
Right.
That was a fan rant. That's how, if I'm a Niner diehard, but you think Bonte Shasky and Carter and Sam and all the Niner fans, they want this.
Yes, I know that. How much? Like how much, though? They're smart enough to know.
Smart enough to know.
It's not going to fully alleviate everything.
But for one Sunday, Stoney, 60 minutes, it's our mini Super Bowl.
Okay.
And Kansas City might laugh at that. But you know what? They can because they beat you. They beat you twice on the biggest stage. Andy, man.
415, no. That's his name.
Oh.
That's what he calls himself. No. And I'm gonna have to school him a little bit here.
Dikembe.
No. He says to me, and this is where nuance comes in. No. Oh, classic Steiny. From one side of his mouth, Steiny denigrates fans as irrelevant non-players. Then from the other side of his mouth, he pretends to care about what fans think about the game. I'm talking about Ed Anzalone, the fireman Ed. He's a horse's ass. I'm not talking about normal human beings that root for their teams. I like those fans. They're my family.
Oh,
I live with those people.
I'll give you a 2.
I love those people. They're my family. Fireman Ed, he ain't in my family. That's the difference. No.
But Steiny, if you don't understand you play D3, the word or the definition of competition, then you're not living. And that's what this is for the Niner faithful. They got sense enough to know this is not the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
But you think they want just a few months after losing that game? You want them to, in a season that hasn't gone, the way that you want it to, you got to get back on your horse. Looks like you're headed in the right direction. What better way to go Derek Jeter and win 2 in a row over the Chiefs and lay their first loss on them? And I'm telling you, the season's not over, but good God.
This is from the 510, and it's, to me, directed right at you.
Give it to me.
You can't go back and change the Super Bowl. You can't.
And that's why
if you win 70-0, you know what? They still won the Super Bowl last year.
No, you're 4-3.
Yeah, but that's why it's important.
But how good is that 4-3 after beating who? Kansas City. That's why it's special.
Guru. From the 925, you must stop trying to win a game that's already over.
We're talking about Sunday.
That's brilliant.
We're talking about Sunday.
Then don't bring up last year. But you're saying you can't. You got to think about it.
That's what makes this game for the Niners that much more important.
49er fans, talk to me. Talk to me.
I think
how important is this game? How important is it?
And it means more to the Niners and Chiefs.
I believe that.
Okay.
I do believe that.
And we know why, right? Because they've been the victor.
That's not why I think they want it. They need it more.
I think they need this.
Because the Chiefs are 5-0 and the 49ers are 3-3. That's why the Niners need this game more. Because the Niners and Kansas City happens to be the opponent, but the Niners need. The reason they need and want to win this game is so they can feel like, you know what, we're back on track toward that Super Bowl run. But if they lose this game, they lose to the Chiefs again. But I think then it becomes way more than just about, well, we can't get over the Chiefs. If you don't beat the Chiefs, it's no longer about the Chiefs. You can't even talk about the Chiefs if you don't beat them.
This will be
Sunday.
5 in a row that you lost to them.
So if you lose this game against the Chiefs,
you got a Chief problem? Would you have a problem?
That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, is what I'm saying.
But to the fans, I think it does, Donnie.
But you have a bigger problem than the Chiefs.
Right.
If you're 3-4.
Yeah, after you play them.
Exactly.
But the fact that they're on the ledger, to me, is a blessing from the football gods because, again, it's almost like you're winning 2 games with the victory. You're sending a message like, you know what? We took you to the 15 rounds twice. You knocked Jimmy Garoppolo out. You beat us in 2022. It was easy. At some point, you want to put your foot down. And Steiny, you are so right. If a loss, they're 3-4 and they're getting ready for Dallas, and you're like, okay, when's it ever going to happen? My thing is, is it Marvin Gaye? What a feeling in regard to if you beat them to go 1 game over 500. And that's your second one in a row. I mean, man, what a springboard for the rest of the season. That's how I'm looking at it.
I don't believe in springboards. I mean, here's what I'm getting at. 888-957-9570, because we got some good ones here.
Chris A. saying we're both right. I don't like that.
I think we are. Love you, Steiny. At 3-3, 1-2 in the division, the following 3 games after the Chief game. See, this is what I'm interested in, because I do think that Niner fans they know They know what time it is. Love you, Steiny. Thank you. No. He was just okay. The following 3 games after the Chiefs game are more important.
But what if we just say you can't focus on that? It's Chief week.
Yeah.
But Bobby, you being with the rest tomorrow. It's Chief week. You got to eat.
That's right. Focus on the Chiefs exactly like you focused on Seattle and exactly like you will focus on Dallas.
All right. So
there it is.
You taking me to task. Don't bring up the Super Bowls. I can't. And I'll tell you, don't bring up the games after this is about the Chiefs and what they represent. And they symbolize a hill the Niners cannot climb. And I'm a person that's watched both Super Bowls, 9 quarters, and I thought the Niners were the better team for a majority of the 2 Super Bowls. What can I do with that? Nothing. But you can't tell me this is just another one on the schedule for the Niners.
Yeah, and that's where one of the reasons that I think they are not making it the be-all and end-all, and I don't think any team would make it the be-all and end-all, is because the players know. They also know that if we beat the Chiefs, the only thing that happens is we're 4-3. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the Chiefs know you can beat them. The Chiefs know that they can lose to you. That's worth something to me. It's not in the standings. Hey, can we hear the Acho sound? I don't know if we
can push that to the other side.
Just because we're going up against it.
Yeah, I want to play that and react to it.
Here's a friend of the show. I want his thoughts on this, and you tell me if you agree or disagree.
Like to me, the reason the 49ers or any team, for that matter, can't make one game bigger than any other game is because if you do that and you get beat, then what? It's
the same thing, but the mindset
that's why you can't do it, to me.
But I don't think you can run from it. It is what it is.
It's a big game. That's what it is. It's a big game.
Right. But the history of this matchup is they have owned you. And if this were a Christmas game, like the Warriors owned Cleveland, and Cleveland was on the losing side 3 or 4 times, you can't tell me the Cavs were not treating that Christmas game as an opportunity to at least, it's 1 of 82, send a message like we can beat your ass.
Well, it depends on how much stake you put in the psychological.
And you know,
and the reality of the situation is, and here's the other thing that I know. If for whatever reason the Chiefs and the Niners end up in the Super Bowl, you know what? Sunday's game won't mean a damn thing. Nada. If you don't put stock to a heavy degree in the psychological. That's how I finished the sentence.
Okay, but if the Chiefs were to come in here and win, and you meet them again, you best believe you're...
Same thing.
But nope. I totally disagree.
Okay,
that would be another one on a long list of ownage.
But we've got recent history that proves that what happens in the regular season doesn't ensure anything.
But the
49ers win, yes, they won 8 straight games.
But there's no parallel because the Chiefs have beat you in the biggest game of them all twice. So there is no regular season history outside of 2022 and 2018. That's a nothing burger.
The parallel is that you beat the LA Rams 8 straight times, and you thought, and everybody said you had ownage on them. Well, you did until the biggest game you played. Then they beat you. That's all that matters.
In the postseason.
Exactly.
All right.
So that's what I'm saying. If I see a scenario in which the 49ers lose 30-27 and maybe they win the Super Bowl.
Steiny's funny.
And beat the Chiefs.
My scoreboard says 2-0 in postseason Chiefs, 2-0 in regular season Chiefs since 2018.
Yep.
Fred Warner's admitted, and he said, I have not beat Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. So just from that vantage point, yes, one game. But you know, you're smarter than that, and you know ball. They're saying that because Trent Williams did it. But my goodness, you know they're going to have a pep in their step. And they may win, they may lose.
So they'll have more of a pep in their step than the Seahawks.
There's no doubt to me.
I don't know. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. That's the one thing that I do have trouble acknowledging because I don't know how teams approach every single week. and whether they do get sky high one week and just kind of high the next week. There you go. There's a brat bite for you. All right, 888-957-9570. I want to know what this game means to 49er fans and how much of a must-win is it. 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professional.
Hung Lou, I'm sorry? My boy Hung Lou?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm absolutely not on this microphone saying, yeah, it's not a big game.
Well, then
I'm
we're
not
all
saying
good
that
then. Yeah, I got you.
all.
Nobody's right or wrong, but we're going to play some Bosa sound here, and I think that would give me the point
and
for people that agree with me.
You had to make it a competition. When I just said, I'm not trying to say it's not a big game. I'm trying to talk about why it's a big game. And to me, Evan came in here and he said something that resonated with me, and it's not necessarily Chiefs specific. And he said it this way: Steiny, who's the best team in the league? Chiefs. Okay. He said, so if you beat the Chiefs, you beat the best team in the league. I said, yes. He goes, well, that's important because we don't even know if this team is good right now.
Talking about the Niners.
The 49ers.
Right.
And that's what I'm getting at is I get it's a Chiefs, all that kind of stuff, but that to me is why this is a big game. Because if you lose this game, yeah, the Chiefs this, the Chiefs that, but I always look at, okay, the Chiefs are in the AFC anyway. We're not going to be able to deal with them till the Super Bowl if both of us get there. But you lose to the Chiefs. I mean, we could come in on Sunday. This team's not very good.
Well,
they haven't beaten anybody. Yeah. And they've gotten handled now by 14.
I'll say this to that, though.
I agree with that.
I'm not in, I didn't go to the University of Excuses, but I will say the one right on the table about this matchup, and I know what you're going to say, and you're going to bring up Kansas City's injuries, is the Niners are playing, and they have played every game thus far without arguably their best player. Yeah, and that's Christian McCaffrey.
I must say, to me, that is as irrelevant as anything.
How so?
Because both teams are hurt. And it's just it's a game where they match up, and McCaffrey's out for this team, and Pacheco's out for that team, and Greenlaw's out for the Niners, and two other, that's the way this shook out in week 7, in week 7. But that's, to me, why this would be a monster game.
It is.
In addition to that, it's a Super Bowl rematch.
And I think it's an emotional game for the Niners. That's why it's a bigger game. It's an emotional game. And we'll hear from Bosa, Steiny.
Okay.
Well,
let's hear. Let's take a listen. This is Nick Bosa being interviewed yesterday about what else? The big game on Sunday.
I'm sure you're looking at the Super Bowl too. It's definitely a little emotional, but at this point, it's just a game. So we're just looking at the tape, trying to learn from it. A lot of similarities from last year. A few new guys, but really good defense and offense that obviously has 15 back there. So always dangerous.
What do you make of that?
No, I love it, but, it's not good emotion when you watch the tape back and it's emotional. It's bringing up pain. It's bringing up memories, woulda, coulda, shoulda. So I like that. So, he's going to go out there and play. And Bosa made there was some decision making, that he had that he probably wants back. But at the end of the day, we haven't really broke down this matchup yet, Steiny, but a lot of, when you think of or thoughts that come to your head, and rightfully so, about the Kansas City Chiefs as a whole is 15 and Andy Reid. But the bottom line is the Chiefs got a badass defense. It's better than yours right now. It's playing better. And it shuts your offense down in 2 of the Super Bowls to a degree. So, we talk about Pooney and the offensive line and Trent Williams. But I'm just saying, Chris Jones is a factor, McDuffie. So, Steiny, just from that standpoint, it's not the monster of the Niner defense injured, no Greenlaw or whatnot, taking on and trying to stop Mahomes. It's this Niner defense, this Niner offense trying to move the ball against this Chief defense.
Let's start out with Alex in San Jose. Alex. Oh. Looks like Alex just dropped. I was going to get to you, Alex. How about we go to Steve in San Francisco?
We'll see.
Steve in Frisco.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, what's
Steiny and Goo, man, my guys. Man.
Oh, thank you.
I'm at the job, man.
I love Goose energy, man. I love Steiny knowledge, man. Sometimes Steiny gets me, but he knows his stuff, man. I'm a long-time 49ers fan, man. Right. I just made 52 last week.
There you go.
Allen Brothers, I love my job. You guys, Allen Brothers Steaks, man. We hooked Bosa and them up at the stadium, man. So
Allen
he kept saying I need to hear it.
Allen Brothers?
Yes.
Allen.
Allen Brothers Fine Steaks. We're connected with Chef's Warehouse. We're all over the Bay Area, all over.
Uh-oh. There it is.
If you guys ever need something, give a shout-out, and I'll take care of you. Seafood, too.
All right, Allen Brothers. AllenBrothers.com.
Allen Brothers, yeah. There you go. So I just had to call in. I tried to call in last year when Vontae was like, oh, if the Niners don't win the Super Bowl, I got cut off. It was Purdy. I was trying to tell it was Purdy first year, but being a long-time 49er fan, I've been watching them for over 40 years, and I feel like the game, there's a lot of emotion on the game, but as a fan, it's not a big game. The big game that I'm thinking that I can remember, back in 94, when we lost 2 straight championships to Dallas, that was a big game for me because there was a lot of, we had a lot of Cowboys fans in the neighborhood, and we were all ready for that game. We got Dion, and that was a good win for Steve Young to get them ready for that championship that year. But this game, like you say, the Chiefs, they're not really peaking right now. They usually peak towards the end of the season. And Purdy, he's only had 1 game against them in the Super Bowl, which he played pretty good. So I look at it 2 ways. It's a win because it's a big game, if we can beat that team, but not far as a rivalry. Oh, we beat the Chiefs because we've already lost 2 Super Bowls, Steiny. And Goo, it's the emotions. I heard Fred Warner and Bosa, I know, but I just feel it's not the same as that 94 game against Dallas.
Well, that's a heavy one, and I'm not mad at you. That's a heavy game right there. But I will say this because you said something about the Chiefs they're not gelling right now, but yet they're 5-0. So I would just say to you, what better time to beat them then? It'll almost hurt more the fact that they're not clicking on all cylinders.
Steve?
Out. Those first 3 games, they were really close. They're a tough out, especially for the Niners, because it's psychological. We haven't beat them. With Jimmy's first game, I watched when he tried to run towards ACL, and Purdy actually came in that last game, his first game. It was just it's sort of like Seattle, too. We could never get over the hump with them, and then that one championship game where Dre Greenlaw, it was okay, the Monkeys. But this game, I feel like Steiny said, it's not a rivalry because we only would be able to face them in the Super Bowl, but it is a big win. It's a big game, and if the 49ers win, I think it'll lift their spirits emotionally, but more just that they beat the Chiefs, not far as any get back or anything.
I got you, Steve. Thanks for the call. Allen Brothers Steaks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See,
good points.
They're great points, and that's kind of what I mean. I swear to God, I'm not pandering here, but I think 49er fans and NFL fans are smart. He said, I look at it 2 ways, and one is, do we want to beat the Chiefs? Yes, because of this, that, and the other thing. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, we know as fans that if we win this, all we did was beat the Chiefs in Week 7. We still lost to them in the Super Bowl 2 times. And if we play them again, we're going to have to beat them. But, yeah, it'd be nice to get a win to prove that they can be beat at least. And we have beat them once. So, I think that's the way, in essence, I look at it. I get it's a big game, but you have to be careful of putting too much on just one game because if you don't get the outcome you want, then
you got Dallas. You got to strap up and go out and earn the right. And then what about?
But so if you can't lose to the Chiefs and then be go into Dallas still thinking about the Chiefs if you get beat by the Chiefs,
right?
And that's why I don't think you can put every single thing into this game. Not that it's not a big game.
And you know what? I love what you said earlier. Goo, you're not right. I'm not wrong. We have no proof because we don't play. It's almost trust. And when I say trust, it's about the Niners have won. They've bounced back since 2019 so much. They've had heartbreak losses, and they bounce back. I'm with you, Stoney. I'm not saying if they lose this game that they have nothing in the mental chamber and when they show up to Dallas, there'll be nothing. But I'm just going back to 2022. Nobody cares. It was a regular season game. The last time the Chiefs were in the Bay, they put up 44 points. Okay, different players, different quarterback, 44-23. You just want to beat them at a juncture. And why not a game that'll send you over 500 in the season to where you haven't got off to the best start? And then if you want me to do what you asked, Donnie, not bring up the Super Bowls and talk about the Chiefs being 5-0 and the quality of win, wouldn't this be the best win you had of the season in regard to? Okay, because right now when you look at it, which it doesn't mean anything, of the 3 wins, how's that Jet, all wins you want, but how's that Jet victory looking? How's Seattle's victory looking? You know what I mean? It's like, this would be the one to where I just feel like emotionally it could propel you to where, okay, yeah, that felt good. We're over 500. We got our little brother coming. We got the bye. Let's get healthy. Pearsall, McCaffrey, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, and that's the part I can never gauge with a pro football player. And like you just said it, and I find it hard to believe that like, just the way you said that, you get the Chiefs, and then you get the little brother. You think little brother, you're going to get beat.
Well, let's say Evan said something early in the morning. Are the Niners to the Chiefs what the Cowboys are to the Niners? The Niners have owned Dallas. They've humiliated them. They've broken their heart. Now, I know the Chiefs hadn't humiliated the Niners, but there is an ownage component to this, Donnie, to where another Chief win early in the regular season. Again, I know they're not in your division, in your conference, but it's like, if not now, partner, win.
888-957-9570. You tell me what's at stake on Sunday. Coming up in 15 minutes, Jeffrey Chadiha, NFL Network reporter, NFL.com senior writer. He's going to join us at 11:15. 11:15, Jeffrey Chadiha, Bay Area ties. There was something I wanted to get at, and now I forget what it was. Oh, I know. Evan, can you hit the Acho sound that Guru wanted to play? What set this up, Goo?
Well, it's just about, again, he's a former player, but these are the friend of the show, but these are his thoughts from a Niner perspective on what this game means to him.
Yeah, I don't have my legal.
I don't care how it looks. Yeah. If the Chiefs beat the Niners again, and y'all know it's bang, bang through and through for your boy, I do Niners radio just because I like the Niners that much. I work overtime for the Niners. If the Chiefs beat the Niners again, how can I come on television and actually say, oh, the Niners got a shot? That would be lying to you, and lying to me. The Niners have to win. If you lose close, if you lose ugly, if you lose pretty, you still lose.
All right, that's Acho saying they got to win the game. Plain and simple. Would you?
No, I kind of like. There's no mechanism to determine if he's right or wrong. Right? That's what we've determined. But Stoney, I'm sorry. Sports is so much about the psychological component, and the Chiefs to me is a blessing to be on the Niners schedule this early. If you handle business.
Well, if you handle business. If the Chiefs come in here and roll you, then maybe it wasn't the best time to play the Chiefs.
And then we'll be having conversations about, Stoney, how good is this team at this current juncture this year at 3-4? That's for another day, but you're right. We'll be able to know and recognize if they're getting better.
What do you think? Well, hold on a second. Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You said, what do I think?
What do you think Kyle Shanahan, what's he saying here,
okay.
Gil?
I think everyone understands that we've lost 2 Super Bowls to them. So, that can give a little post-traumatic stress when you turn on the tape, but I think that's human nature. But you got to make sure you don't get caught up in that. And, this game has nothing to do with past games. That was last year. We're playing a really good AFC opponent. We're 500 right now. We want to stay atop of our division and get a win. You think about that stuff going into it, but in terms of what it plays out in a game, it really has no correlation, and you try to make sure that it doesn't.
What are you hearing?
I've heard a lot, and he's right. And I think if he were right here with us, he doesn't have to do 20 hours of radio during the week, right? He's got to get his team ready for the game this Sunday. But Steiny, I feel like he's saying he understands post-traumatic stress and what that starts from. And the origin of that is the ownage, the 2 losses on the biggest stage, and his job is not to get caught up in that. But I also hear a ball coach saying he recognizes that. He can understand that is there, and it's been created by the ownage of the Chiefs and the close games that they had. But before you respond, Stan, I got to read this to you because I hate that a texter believes I'm omitting or not seeing this. Come on, Goo, get real. Kansas City has a lot of respect for the Niners. They know a play here or there and the outcome could have been different. No doubt about it. But this is bigger than the Chiefs. This is about the Niners locker room. And that's why I feel like this is a blessing in disguise to have the Chiefs on the schedule. I know it's not a Super Bowl, but man, what better team or what better opportunity to beat the team that's beat you just last year in the Super Bowl to go 4-3 and head this season in the right direction. Well, I'm not saying the Chiefs don't respect the Niners. Hell yeah, they do.
What I'm hearing Kyle Shanahan say is exactly what you have to say. You have to acknowledge the Chiefs have beaten you twice in the Super Bowl. But you also have to acknowledge that you cannot live this game in the past on Sunday. And it's a coach's way. It's a coach's defense mechanism. Like, he's never going to say, nah, that's not a big game. Well, of course it's a big game. First of all, they're all big. That's a coach speak thing. Secondly, yeah, it's also big because they've beaten us in the Super Bowl last year. But we also realize that it's just one game, and so it's a way to protect yourself regardless of what the outcome is. Yeah. If you win the game, you don't come out of it saying, well, that was our Super Bowl, because you don't want to say that.
Yeah.
But if you lose the game, you don't want to say, well, now we're done. So you got to kind of play it down the middle of course it's a big game, but we can't put every single egg in the basket of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right.
888-957-9570. Jeff Chadiha coming up in 10 minutes. NFL Network. He's a senior reporter. He also is a senior writer at NFL.com. Let's go to Jason in L.A. What's up, Jace? How you doing, my man?
Hey, guys. Doing real good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
Well, I got a couple things. First of all, the Brock Purdy talk and everybody just getting caught in this perpetual state of waiting for the other shoe to drop. For me, if we're talking about Brock being 6'4", 230 and drafted no later than the third round, we wouldn't be having these conversations. We wouldn't be waiting for him to have a bad game against so-and-so or falling on his face against this next team. Or let's say this was Trey Lance. We'd be lining up to throw the bag at him because everything worked out fine. But because he's this aw-shucks kid, this nondescript kid drafted where he was, everybody's just wait. People, stop it. This is him. He's making the throws. He's making the reads. He's just exactly what we need. Just accept him for what he is and be happy with it. I just don't think the what if is coming. Now, as far as what this game means to the Niners, I'm not going to go into all the machinations of it, but I will tell you this. If I can liken it to a game, a prove-it-to game, not a game with Super Bowl expectations, but I'm going to say this is more like the 81 game versus the Cowboys when they handed it to us the year before. And at that time in 81, we really didn't know what we were looking at. At this time, we really don't know what kind of Niner team this is.
Exactly.
I'm not going to say this isn't a must-win. I'm telling you right now, they better win, and they need to hand it to them. I mean, if they have any kind of sense of urgency and the cojones that we as fans want them to have, they need to come out and they need to make a statement. And I'm talking 45-14 at least. But that's what this game means to me. And just real quick, you guys were talking about Malik Mustafa the other week and likening him to somebody. I'm going to bring up a name for you. Chet Brooks. I see this kid. I see Chet Brooks. Last thing, I promise. Jonathan Kuminga. Do you really I'm sorry. Do you really want to hitch your wagon up to a guy whose career high is 31 points? And I'm not a points guy. I don't need spectacular dunks and fiery finishes. But if Jonathan Kuminga showed us oh my God, you see 51 the other night? Holy mackerel. I get this guy's the real thing. We're going to pay this guy like 5 days ago. And I haven't seen it yet. And if they're still wondering whether this guy's a 3 or a 4, I say move this guy like right now and let somebody else figure out where this guy goes. Guys, I love the show. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, man.
Jace.
Yeah.
Coming strong. The one thing he said that I feel like when he said it, I was like, aren't we past that? When he said, how come fans are, and I don't think he's talking necessarily about Niner fans, but how come people are waiting for the other shoe to drop?
Because it's draftism.
I don't think I think most people have moved past that. Well, that's me.
Yeah. But to him, he still feels like it. I still think there's some there. And when Purdy has a bad game, I'm being honest, that Arizona game, I'm kind of going back to, not the shoes drop, but man,
he's got to have some bad games.
Yeah, but he came back and threw 3 touchdowns and balled out against Seattle. So what he was describing to me is just draftism. Now, Chet Brooks, I don't know if you remember, Stoney, ain't Bonte and Shasky, you know that. But all I remember, I was with 49er Frank. He got hurt against the Packers, and his career was over at Lambeau Field. It was like 89-90. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember about Chet Brooks. But he was a baller.
We can throw that out, too. We got Jeff Jadia coming up on the other side.
He loves saying that last name, Jadia.
I think, of course, there's always going to be, there's people out there that think great quarterbacks aren't very good. But I do think we're transitioning off the people waiting for another shoe to drop with Brock Purdy.
Well, back that up then. So there's a blank check waiting on him. Remember how I tell you said...
Why do you have to go to the extreme? I'm not necessarily... It doesn't mean he's a $75 million quarterback. I'm just saying... No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I think we're transitioning from people thinking he's going to have to return the glass slipper to, you know what? This is who he is. Now, doesn't mean he's not going to have some bad games here and there, but I wouldn't necessarily then say, well, if you don't think the other shoe's going to drop, then he's a $60, $70 million quarterback. Maybe he is.
Yeah.
But
that's how I felt coming in if he had the same year he had last year. But a lot has changed because, what he hasn't had at his disposal.
Let's hit up Justin in Hayward real quick. What's going on, Justin in Hayward? What do you got, buddy?
Hey, good morning, you guys. How you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
So I got a couple of things as well, just for the Niners and Chiefs game. I do think it's more of an emotional game. Like, it just shows us that we can beat them because they beat us 1 out of 5 or 5 out of 1 the whole, since 2014. But then I think also with the conference, how this conference is going, I think every game is important from here on out because the way the Vikings are playing and the way the Detroits are looking, they're looking very well. So I think we do need we need to win this conference, more important. But thank you guys. I listen to you every morning. Thank you for having me.
Right, absolutely. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, my man. Hey, listen, there's no doubt that the 49ers are trying to exact some revenge.
Now,
there's just no doubt.
Remember that. Norm texted me, my dad saying, son, it's not extract revenge, it's exact. So I went to the computer, Stoney. You could use both. Give me that. It says you can use both.
What does Norm say? That's the most important.
He corrected me saying it's exact.
Good for you, Norm.
But why didn't you do it?
I'm with Norm.
But why didn't you do it in the real time?
Because that's for your father.
No, you didn't catch it.
Not me.
I'm going to still say extract.
You can.
I'm reading it.
It wouldn't be the first malaprop. I'm with Norm.
Yeah. But you didn't correct me is why I'm mad.
Because, Goo, we get bogged down all the time then.
Well, I didn't correct you when you let this leak.
Yeah, oh, no. Illegal.
Yeah. That's worse than...
You said that on air.
Oh.
Boy. Play it again one more time, Evan.
Illegal. Do it one more time. Yeah, I don't have my legal. That's pretty good. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Spadoni, for bringing in my legal.
Right.
All right.
He did after. I was like, God.
Well, what Evan knows is I still have one little piece of ammunition that I'm going to use.
But I was looking at Spadone's face as he brought it.
I mean, you'd think I'd have the damn thing.
Just give me the diaper. I'll take it to the garbage. Good
All right.
gosh.
Jeff Jadia coming up on the other side. And he works for NFL.com, senior reporter, NFL Network. Also does work there. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I'm not going to say this isn't a must-win. I'm telling you right now, they better win.
You say it's the biggest game of the Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now, NFL Network reporter and NFL.com senior writer, Jeff Chadiha. Jeff, how you doing, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
We're doing well out here in the Bay, and, you know, we've been talking about the Chiefs, Niners, and must win, not must win. How important is it? When you see a game like this, I know it's a Super Bowl rematch, how important of a game do you think it is for both teams?
Well, for the Chiefs, I think it's important given what they're going through. Well, a lot of injuries on the offense, a lot of playmakers down, but it certainly feels like it's a much bigger game for San Francisco. I've had a lot of interview requests in the Bay Area about this game, so it tells me it must be a big topic of discussion out there. And look, they haven't opened strong, and they haven't beat the Chiefs in a long time, so it's a big game for the Niners.
Jeff, let me ask you this. Through 6 games, what have you seen from the Niners? Are there any concerns? I know there's no McCaffrey, but, you know, every time we do radio here, we take calls and, hey, okay, they're injured. It'll get fixed when this guy comes back. What have you seen, and how do you feel about this team?
Well, the way they started out was obviously a little bit disappointing. You don't have that, you know, Christian McCaffrey's out. I think some of the stuff in the offseason with the contract situation with Ayuk and Trent Williams was a big problem. And I also think that the Pearsall shooting was deflating. I mean, I think you've got a lot of things that can affect a team that's trying to win a championship. And when you go through the whole situation of trying to win last year and not winning, that affects you too. So I think they looked like they were going through a little bit of withdrawal, a little bit of a hangover. And that's not surprising, but they have talent. They've got great coaching, and I always been on that.
Jeff Chadiha joining us on 95.7 The Game. He works for NFL Network and NFL.com. Let me ask you about quarterbacks in general, but obviously I'm thinking about Purdy in the back of my mind, and it's for just somebody like you who's watched a lot of football. When does a quarterback go from kind of, can he do it? Is there going to be another shoe to drop to, you know what? This guy's a good quarterback, plain and simple.
Well, I think he's already gotten past that. And usually, once a quarterback's played a couple seasons at a high level, I feel like it's pretty hard for them to go downhill unless you're talking about a situation like Deshaun Watson where you get suspended and you're not playing for a long period of time and you're changing your offensive system. Brock Purdy fits very well in with what the 49ers want to do offensively. Kyle Shanahan, for my money, is the best play caller in the business, so he knows what makes him comfortable. He's got a great supporting cast around him. You know, it's living in Kansas City. I always try to remind people, let's not have revisionist history about when Patrick Mahomes showed up. He didn't play his first year. He joined a team that had a future Hall of Fame tight end, a future Hall of Fame wide receiver, a running back who led the league in rushing, and a pretty good offensive line. I mean, when you get dropped into good situations with good coaches, that means you have a pretty good chance for success. So I like who Brock Purdy is, and I get tired of all the people talking about what he isn't.
No, good stuff, Jeff. Let me ask you this. My partner and I years ago got into a 15-round bout over Andy Reid. At the time, Jeff, he was in Philly, and he got close. He hadn't got it done, and now he's got 3 rings, been to 4 Super Bowls with the Chiefs. But Kyle Shanahan's gotten close. Jeff, I've called him a genius, but people out here are antsy. They're like, when's he going to get it done? Can you share with us your thoughts on Kyle and, I don't want to say blunders, but maybe the mistakes that prevented his team from getting it done?
Well, it doesn't help when you're running into, again, Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. And you're right, people do tend to forget what Andy Reid was like in Philadelphia and all the misses before Patrick Mahomes showed up. I don't think Kyle Shanahan needs to have a Patrick Mahomes to win championships. Doesn't hurt. But, you know, I think sometimes it does come down to little things. And when you look, there's a lot of coaches in this league. Bill Cowher comes to mind, who had a hard time getting over the hump and eventually did. You look at players. Peyton Manning waited 8 years to win a championship, and people remember him now as a great player, but there were a lot of frustrations and conversations about what kind of player he was and how disappointing he was in that realm. So, no, I think Kyle Shanahan is one of those coaches who's going to end up winning a championship at some point because he's come too close with, to be honest with it, and he hasn't had the greatest quarterback ever.
Yeah. Jeff Judea joining us on 95.7 The Game, works for the NFL Network as a reporter, also a senior writer at NFL.com. Jeff, you think the 49ers can get to the Super Bowl, run the table in the NFC without Christian McCaffrey?
It'll be hard, but you look around the NFC. I feel like that injury that Aiden Hutchinson took in Detroit was a big blow to them. I mean, that's like losing Nick Bosa or Chris Jones. I mean, that's how much he meant to that defense, but that team's success. And so without him there, I think Minnesota with Sam Darnold there, you can question if he can sustain that in the playoffs. I just don't see where anybody else is going to run away with it. So, yeah, I feel like even if McCaffrey's not there, you saw what Jordan Mason could do in his stead. He's done pretty well. And that they've got that experience. That experience in big games means so much. It's what's carried the Kansas City Chiefs for a long time. And I always try to remind people this team is, and I know there's frustration out there, the Niners have been in 2 Super Bowls and 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years.
Yep.
That's a pretty good run.
Yep.
Hey, Jeff, I want to talk to you. You mentioned Bosa, and he's coming off his best game against Seattle last Thursday night with 14 pressures. He signed a big contract, and, I know he can't do it by himself, but people out here are like, you know what? He needs to be more disruptive. Can you walk us through your thoughts on Nick Bosa and what you see from him, Sunday to Sunday?
Well, he's doing his part. I know that much. And look, a few years ago when he came in, that defensive line was really the heartbeat of the team. They had a ton of great players on it. Some of those guys have left, and it's hard when you lose that much talent around you to continue being the guy and not have more people double teaming you or creating chips and doing things to disrupt you. And so I know they've been banged up defensively, but he's done a great job of continuing to produce. I mean, I look at what he was last year in the Super Bowl where he had 12 pressures, and that's a ridiculous number for any player on a defensive line. And I fully expect this game to come down to him because the Chiefs have a lot of issues at left tackle, and the right tackle, Jawan Taylor, is a heavily penalized player. I know in that town there's a lot of talk about holding penalties not being called in the Super Bowl. So I imagine that will be a big emphasis for the Chiefs and the Niners in this game.
Jeff, what do you think's going on with Brandon Ayuk? Obviously, he didn't have training camp. He was holding in. He ended up getting big money among the top, 5, 8 highest paid wide receivers, but he's off to a really slow start. I mean, do you view him as a receiver that is in the class of a Chase, of a Jefferson, of guys like that, or is he a notch or two below?
He's a notch below. I mean, but that's a pretty high class to be in.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good neighborhood when you're talking about Justin Jefferson. I put CeeDee Lamb in there, guys who, whether they're getting single or double covered, whatever, bracketed, they're going to produce big numbers. I feel like with Brandon Ayuk, I'm not surprised because, one, he did miss a lot of time, and two, so much of his game is reliant on route running and timing and all those things that make him a great receiver. He's not the athlete that Tyreek Hill or Jamar Chase is, where you throw him the football on a 1-yard play and they go 70 with it. So I think that's a big part of it. I think for the way he plays, he needs more time and more rhythm and get into a groove in the offense as opposed to someone who like those guys, even CeeDee Lamb, who can just go out there and just get it done just off talent.
Jeff, last thing about Kyle for me, last night, and I'm excited about this game, NFL Network's re-showing the Super Bowl, and the overtime decision from Kyle to take the ball and the reaction from Mahomes and the Chief in that sideline. When in totality, was that a big blunder? Was that something that, the game went into overtime? How did you process that, and how big of a deal was that or mistake?
Well, I look at it. I know out here they say the Niners didn't know the rules and Kyle Shanahan was clueless about that stuff. When he explained it, I understood what he was thinking. One, they did a pretty good job of controlling Mahomes for most of that game. And so I think their thinking was, hey, we can get a stop here. We can get the ball and we can be the ones who, we can score and put the pressure on them and then see what they do. Now, it didn't quite work out that way, and people tend to forget that they had a touchdown pass that was about to happen until Chris Jones got up in Brock Purdy's grill. And if that touchdown pass gets thrown, it's a whole different conversation. So I don't think to me, it's like pass interference calls at the end of games. Like usually there's a lot more time to see what happens. And end of the day, the Niners had the Chiefs in a 4th and 2 situation, and Patrick Mahomes scooted around Nick Bosa and got a first down. Yeah. If that doesn't happen, we're not having this conversation.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Jeff Jadia, NFL Network reporter, NFL.com senior writer, joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And, you like to do this to me, but, boy, that's
to do this to you.
Yeah, I mean, he said it, essentially. Ayuk doesn't have the ha-ha.
Oh, I hate that. Wow.
Ayuk.
Well, he cited
doesn't have the
Tyreek Hill. Those are mutants. Him and Jamar Chase. Those are like
good mutants.
Yeah. Well,
gotcha. Yeah.
All mutants are special.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Chiefs-Niners, 125 Levi Stadium on Sunday. And look, as far as marquee games go, it's probably the biggest game of the young NFL season. Practically, it's got some psychological implications, but it's still an AFC team versus an NFC team. But I'm asking San Francisco 49er fans, how are you viewing this game? As a fan, are you viewing it as a must-win? And if you don't get it, what happens then if it's a must-win and you don't get it? How important is this game to you guys? Or do you realize that in the context of the schedule, they're going to have maybe a bigger game the following week, even though it won't be as emotional? 888-957-9570. Philmo Mike.
Mike, how's he feeling?
Is in the house. How you feeling, Mike?
Oh, man. I'm feeling good, man. Let them know if they need an AT&T phone to holler at me, but I'm feeling good. I was debating on calling. I haven't called nobody for real, so I was trying to think, should I call Shasky and Bonte? I was like, nah, I can hit Bonte whenever. And I was like, should I call Mark? And Mark gets to thinking. And I'm like, nah, I said, I got to call Steiny and Google on this one. I was in the lab.
Mike.
And y'all got the perfect question because Niner fans is nervous. We nervous. We're not scared, but we're only scared because we don't want to lose the game for a third time. That's how I'm feeling. It's like, man, but deep down inside in a weird way, I feel like the Niner players, they don't realize they probably even lost to them 5 times. They like, man, we just lost the last 2 Super Bowl games and we would have had to play here or play there. You feel me? That's why Debo like, man, I think we better than them. Because when you lose to a team sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes in a weird way, you say, you know what, if we would have did that, this, that, or the third, they could have beat. You know, if you lose like 2 games, like, man, I think we could beat y'all, bro. Like, you can say what you want.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
In particular, the Niner players in particular, they kind of feel like they are a better team, even though they don't have what it is to show for. I don't know if that's a good thing. I do know this. They're trying to win. And if the Chiefs take the attitude of, this is just another game, we're not really tripping like that, they may come around and blow the Chiefs out because the Chiefs are Duke or a loss.
Hey, let me ask you this, Mike.
I kind of feel the same way,
Let me ask you this, because I know how Steiny feels, but I feel like this game, and I know there's no McCaffrey or whatnot, and everybody's got injuries. That's the Steiny in me. But I feel like it's coming at a good time for the Niners. How do you feel? 3-3, you win this game, you could take off.
Oh, my God. I feel that way. I feel that this is what I feel. I don't care about the takeoff, but what I do feel, it's been a lot of good things happening to us for us. The momentum is starting to shift into our favor. When Jordan Mason got hurt, I said, oh, man, it's going to be bad. Looks like, you know what I'm saying? Like, things are starting to fall our way, I feel like. Ricky Pearsall is coming back. We keep hearing gradually, slowly, but surely good news about McCaffrey. So I feel like that's what's starting to happen. I feel like we're starting to get there slowly but surely, and we're turning the corner. We're turning the corner, and we're trying to get it in, man.
There it is.
I would love this win. But the Niners got to do it.
Mike, you going?
Nah, I got to work.
Oh, I got you. Get that chicken, baby.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Here's the other thing and maybe
what?
You don't have to lose it. Not you, but so 49ers win the Super Bowl in 19, right?
Yep.
I'm just looking at their squad. Because this is part of this thing that I don't buy it like other people buy it. Oh, we lost twice. Well, that's true. Yeah, you lost twice.
Okay.
But I'm looking at the 2020 Super Bowl. It was 2020, right? In 2019 season. Yeah. Looking at their players. Tevin Coleman. He's not here. Raheem Mostert. He's not here. Matt Breida. Well, he's not here.
All right.
Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, he's not here. Jeff Wilson. Well, he's not here. Deebo Samuel. Here. Kittle. Here. Juszczyk. Here.
Big guys.
Richie James. Marquise Goodwin. Emmanuel Sanders. Kendrick Bourne. My main man, Ross Dwelly. This is a totally different team than the team that lost the first Super Bowl to the Chiefs. And I kind of feel like the relevant Super Bowl is last year. 2020, we're a completely different team.
But the results were the same.
Right, but the players were not.
Yeah, but
like most of the 49er players have lost to the Chiefs once in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And a lot of the team in 20 wasn't here, or I'm sorry, the team that was here in 20.
A lot of the heart and soul, the big guys, the coach, you know what I mean? And you're right, Purdy wasn't here.
Purdy wasn't here. McCaffrey wasn't here.
But the guys you
Ayuk
Debo,
wasn't here.
Yeah, but Debo, he's not the heart and soul. Bosa was here, and he was a big part of that game. So
was Fred Warner on the team?
But we could do that with the Chiefs.
Fred was.
Bottom line is, Steiny, a lot of those guys you mentioned are big boys. Kittle, you know, so the heart and soul is still part of it, you know, and that's what made last year's loss to me more damning or hurt more. It was the second time for the heart and soul of the roster, and that's Debo. That's, you know, the big guys you just mentioned. Kyle.
Well, Purdy's a big guy, and McCaffrey's a big guy.
Well,
and Ayuk. Well, Ayuk's not. But I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Like, Ayuk wasn't here at that point. And Trent wasn't either, right? Trent was not on that Super Bowl team.
That Super Bowl team was much more defensive-minded than this team. You're also missing Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, D. Ford, Richard Sherman. I mean, you can just go down the line of defensive players. Yeah. Jimmy Ward. They were much better defensively than this group.
No doubt. No doubt.
And had them up 10.
Two different teams is what I'm saying. Voltron. Voltron's in Oakland.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey.
Hey, I've been good. Well, what about you guys?
Dynamite.
Hanging in there, baby.
Hey, so I just want to talk about this coming up week. We playing against the Chiefs. Yeah, it is a must win, but here's the question. It gives them a boost to go to the playoff, but the question is, are they going to win a Super Bowl? That is the question.
Thanks, Voltron. Yeah. We can't answer that now.
Yeah, especially, you know.
But see, that's what I'm talking about. There's no sense in talking about this year's Super Bowl.
Right now.
Correct. Right. I don't think. Because, and the thing, your thing and Evan's thing kind of hit me. I mean, if you get beat by the Chiefs, 30-17, well, at that point, we're going to come in Monday and we're going to say, okay, we lost to the Chiefs. That stinks, but
you're 3-4.
Are we any good?
Right, no doubt.
Are we even any good?
But let's just reverse it. What if this were Dallas or the Packers? We would do that naturally because the record is that you talk about 3-4, Stoney. So this Chief thing is here. It's exciting. I believe it's exciting because you got a chance to kind of, give somebody that's had your number a L. But at the end of the day, you're right. Naturally, we'll talk about, the week before the bye, the Niners, representing the National Football Conference in the Super Bowl, follow up next year's season, 7 games in at 3-4.
What do you think about this statement from the 510, Chris A? This 49er team is way better than the 2019 team.
However,
that Chiefs teams in 2019 is arguably better than this year's Chiefs. Yep. Either way, Chiefs defense is underrated.
Yeah.
Was the 19 team better than?
Evan just said it. I think defensively,
is this team way better than the 19 team? Like Chris says.
Wow, it's so hard to answer that because I'm the one that, along with others, said that the offense last year with McCaffrey was up there with the 94 Niners, and then they sputtered all playoff long, right? So with that, you look at McCaffrey and what I think of Debo, Ayuk, and Kittle, and now Purdy, I'd be like, you know what? The offense is way better, but the defense was way, way better to me and more stout. So I would take that 19 team if I had to pick between the two. I don't know what you think, but
yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah,
I can't take, even if I acknowledge, yeah, you're right. You guys are right. Their defense was better in 19. I can't. I'm not taking a team with Garoppolo quarterbacking. And I know it's a little. Yeah. I'm using Jimmy Garoppolo today versus Jimmy Garoppolo in 19, and he was better in 19 than he's been the last couple of years.
But you're not by yourself, I'm sure.
Let's go to Derek in San Mateo. Hey, Derek, what's going on, man? How you doing?
It's a lovely day, guys. I love it. Can't wait for the game.
Me neither, man.
I just want to say that. Oh yeah, I think the game it is and it isn't a must win. And I think it actually depends on the final score. Like, let's say it's a close game and we lose, right? It's not that big a deal. I think if we see them again, we think, all right, at least it was close. We're just one play away again, which sucks, but, we're still close. But if we blow them out, just like they blew us out at home 2 years ago, then we finally strike a little bit of fear in their hearts. Because if the Chiefs win by just a little bit, then they're not quaking in their boots. And if we win by just a little bit, they don't care. We need to win convincingly and at least put a little bit of doubt into their mind. Because either way, if it's a close game, win or lose, they don't care. We need to win convincingly, blow them the heck out of the water, and make them go, now maybe we're on notice, because they're not otherwise. They don't care about this game at all. You know what I mean? That's all I got.
Boy, I don't.
Yeah, go ahead, Stanley.
Well, I mean, just
win, baby. Al Davis, win convincingly. Like, when you're 3-3, I don't think you got it like that. Especially going up against a team, the defending Super Bowl champs, 5-0, regardless of the style point, the 5-0. But to win, just get the dub, Steiny.
Well, I do think how the game comes down matters. If if Patrick Mahomes leads the Chiefs on a game-winning drive in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, that'll heartbreak. That'll be the Super Bowl over.
Hey, what if Brock Purdy is driving the 49ers down the field, they're down 3, and he throws a pick?
Oh, this is Heartbreak Hotel.
Okay.
But it's still one loss.
Right.
Or one win. Yeah.
But I mean, to ask for a 40-0
yeah,
game,
right. That's the bigger point.
That's gonna be tough. Mm-hmm. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the biggest game in the NFL so far this season. Kansas City Chiefs versus the San Francisco 49ers, Levi Stadium, 125. I love the 125 start as opposed to 105. Gives me 20 more minutes off the golf course to get to the game.
You know where you're watching?
I don't yet. I should know later today, and I'll be announcing that tomorrow.
Oh boy,
do you know where you're watching it?
The lab.
Evan, are you going to be in LV?
No, he's going to be at the game.
Oh, that's right. You'll be back by then.
Sorry, Evan. I'm answering for you.
Yeah, I will be at the Circa putting in work on Saturday. Yeah.
So
flying back Sunday morning.
Sunday morning.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm doing the pregame stuff.
No, I know. And I've noticed that I saw that they snuck a number in there. They snuck 3 in there instead of 2.
Yeah, they told me it's an extra hour, so I got to get in earlier.
You get paid for that?
Gosh.
Other side.
All right. 888-957-9570. I see the calls. We'll get to you on the other side. Look, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. Is there anything more that needs to be said? What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons They're available at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable.
I'm not going to say this isn't a must-win. I'm telling you right now, they better win.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's a they better win game.
I gotta tell you, I'm turning into you.
Call it like you see it.
Yeah.
What? Go ahead. Give me the
last two
punchline.
callers said they need to win convincingly. Are you kidding me? Get the win. You're 3-3. You're missing Greenlaw. You're missing C-Mac. Beat the Chiefs 20-19. Convince. Whoa. Like, that's where I jump in and say, stop. Yeah. Come on now. Get a win. 4-3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Exact revenge.
Go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. 888-957-9570 is the number, and the Chiefs are in town. It's really all you need to hear.
Well, they're flying tomorrow, but.
And Baldy be in studio with the Rose tomorrow.
I'm working on something.
I gotta
As
be
Tom
honest.
Petty would say, I'm working on something
I love
big.
you, but you strike out a lot when you say you're working on stuff like like that. And
Right,
that's
like
all
you in
love.
sales.
I
just don't take it personally.
I was President's Club, dude.
No,
They used to ask me who.
No, what I'm saying is, when you were working for Bissell or
Icon. I know one name. Icon Office Solutions.
No, when you were working for the vacuum cleaner company.
Oh, Kirby.
I mean, what was your percentage? 1 out of 75?
Oh no, Starting your boy would. I could sell you something now,
dude. You make a cold call. 75% of the people are going to answer the phone. I don't need one. So they're boom.
Yeah, we were door to door.
That's even worse.
Just let me show you.
You ever see the old
to be selected?
I've told you. You ever see the old
It's the best sound ever.
I Love Lucy when she was selling vacuums?
Why don't I remember
I think
that?
so. And the
boys
pitch
in the
was
back are like,
she
who?
would come to the door.
Okay.
Maybe it wasn't.
Ethel.
That was Fred's wife, their neighbor. I'm pretty sure she was selling them, and she would have a clump of dirt. They'd open the door, and she'd throw the dirt onto their floor. So as a way to ensure that she could show them the vacuum. But
I missed that.
If you're not selling Jesus, are you even allowed to sell door to door now?
Yeah, I think it's died down.
Well,
yeah. I don't even answer on Halloween, so.
Oh, speaking of that.
Dude, I'm down on people.
We
I
have
don't
so
trust
many-
anybody. We're done. I admit it. We are done.
I woke up, so Saturday.
Sorry.
Saturday, I took a little nap.
Okay.
And then,
30 minutes.
2 hours.
Oh, boy.
I took a little nap and then messed around in the house and then went to bed. Got up Sunday morning, went outside. The whole house was decorated.
Oh, wow.
And of course, I didn't help.
Right.
But when the house is decorated, it means
you're passing out
we're
candy.
staying home for Halloween and passing out candy.
It's a kid holiday, too.
Just go to the bar.
It's a kid. No, it's just a kid's holiday.
Adults.
When's the last time you dressed up?
I was Obama 2008 at the old job.
What'd you wear? Just a tie?
No, I had the gown thing. No, I was a judge. I had the black gown.
White wig.
No wig. Oh, boy.
Let's go to Tyson in San Francisco.
Mike?
Or Chandler?
What's happening?
Hey. You better bring
What's
it.
going on, man? This is HP Tice back at you, man. I broke my back. Game.
You're sounding a little too laid back for me.
Talk to us, baby.
What's going on, man? We talking about these Chiefs, man. Look.
Yeah.
We gonna win, but it ain't a must win because we know we can play with these guys. You know what I mean? As long as Cal stay aggressive, because our defense is lacking. We can't let it be a defensive game.
Wow.
You know what I mean? They're gonna expose Campbell. They can expose some of our safeties. You feel what I'm saying? Because our safeties is hurt. Linebacker, we missing Greenlaw, and Campbell has been a disgrace so far. You feel what I'm saying? So as long as Shanahan is aggressive offensively, get out your head. You're not Klay Thompson. Get out your head and score the ball. Be aggressive. We'll be okay.
I like
we'll
that.
Be okay. What do you think?
No, I like that, Tyson.
Thanks, Tyson.
Steiny, we hadn't brought that up. The Niners know they can play with this team. I.e. the two Super Bowls.
That's great.
Except 44-23 a couple years ago.
That's great. You know what? Every NFL team can play with any NFL team.
Has any Niner had a worse year than Devondre Campbell? People are starting to...
McCaffrey.
He hadn't played.
Exactly. Exactly.
So there's no negative there.
No, that's a negative. That's a negative. I'd rather be terrible on the field.
Oh, stop. Now, that's a dumb conversation we would have if we were to continue it. So let's stop it, just for the betterment of the show.
Christian McCaffrey is having a terrible season.
He's injured.
Thank you.
Where's terrible come from injured?
They've gotten no production out of him. He's got 0 attempts and 0 rushing yards. He's hurting them right now. I mean, that's...
Wow.
Sorry.
Hurting himself.
Dude.
I'm just saying. Don't get me started on the guys who got paid.
I didn't like Jeff Chadia saying Jamar Chase. I didn't like that for Ayuk. Ayuk got paid. He don't need me to feel sorry for him, but
what?
Maybe this will be the week
for
the breakout for Brandon Ayuk.
You did like a 5-catch, 62-yard game?
I don't know.
Getting him 3 first downs?
I'll say this about Ayuk's career. His most memorable catch?
I can't
There's 2
remember.
of them. See, and that's why you hate. The Green Bay game in the rain where their season was going to be over, 3rd and 5. He caught it off his shoelace, and then the one that hit the Lions' head in the air.
Yeah. No, you're right.
To have that concentration component to complete those catches changed both of those games. So I'll just leave that there.
You're right. I mean, if you boil Brandon Ayuk's 5-year career down to 2 catches, he's pretty good.
Oh, man.
Make an excuse for a guy who's not shown up this year. Oh, he did 1 half. Okay.
Well, I'll give you that.
He played a half.
But a lot of people, if you're liking what they're seeing, Stoney, like he's getting ready to take off.
He had 2 catches last week.
The week before. 115 the first half.
Okay, let's keep doing this. What about the week before that? And the week before that?
It's about progress, brother.
Goo.
Hey, Evan.
Say it after me. They made a mistake, the 49ers.
No,
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
Training camp matters.
Still? Still. Okay. Well, you don't hold the players accountable. Paul in Oakland.
Paulie.
What's up, Paul? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good. How are you guys today? Everything good?
Yeah, not bad. I'm here with him. Yeah.
So I called you guys a week or 2 ago and postulated the idea that there's 5 to 8 plays in a game that are going to determine the outcome one way or the other.
Yeah, I love this. Go ahead.
So 2 things. Number one, both of you guys are avid at what you do, and I know you guys prep. So when you're prepping, as you're watching the game and it unfolds on Sunday, make notes and compare when you guys get together on Monday on the air which 5 to 6 to 8 plays you think and Goo think turn the game around. Whether it's a close game that tilted it one way or the other, or was it plays that one team or the other missed that opened up the can of whoop ass that led to a significant win one side or the other. That's one thing.
All right.
And then the other thing is I'm going to watch the game and I'm going to look at which coach offensively, Andy Reid or Kyle Shanahan, does a better job of getting their playmakers into spaces on the field to where they can get the ball and then have an impact on that play. And then conversely, which defense does a better job of fitting the gaps, playing with integrity, making tackles, being in places to defend plays. And then out of that, you get your 5 to 6 to 8 plays. Special teams also,
sure.
Who's going to block a punt, who's going to cover a punt, you're going to cover a kickoff and all that.
No, good stuff, Paul. I mean, it would obviously...
It's what we do 10 to 2.
It would entail Goo taking notes.
Or watching the game.
But I like the idea.
Yeah.
You take notes.
I watch the game. That's the first
You don't take notes?
Yeah, of course. That's the fun part of it.
So you do both?
Yeah. And then I'll watch it again.
Yeah, so you say.
Dude, let me get my bag.
You don't have your notes aren't as detailed as Dibs. Dibs has the notes.
I got to be honest. He started doing that to steal my bit. I hadn't told him yet.
What do you mean?
Watching the game was my thing like 2-3 times. Now he's on 7 and 8. Kind of stole it from me.
Well, there's a little difference.
No, yeah. I mean, you didn't tell Cosell you watched tape 38 times.
That's today, huh? Go sales on today. Appointment radio.
Can't wait, 3:15.
Is that what it is, 3:15?
Look at these notes, brother. See, you never have my. You know what?
I know.
I know what you're doing.
I don't have your back.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't have it.
And I don't have yours. You're going to need it one day. I did have it one time.
I
think it's Madoni peeking.
No, the difference between Dibs rewatching games and you rewatching games
personnel, baby.
is most people believe Dibs does it.
I do it for a hobby. And you say, Goo, you need to read a book. Remember, y'all took it 3 years ago. You said that.
I did?
Yeah, you need to start reading a book, do different stuff.
Boy,
I like watching games back. You see something new every time.
God.
Remember Nahegan put on the Super Bowl? We watched it. This was before
I don't
this
remember.
week. You, Evan, and I were in the office.
I wasn't watching it. I was looking at my phone. Please.
You are an ass for real. If you were really this tough, man.
Mike in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Hey, Goo, glad to hear you got your voice back. I hope that Dallas fan from earlier was
took him to
eating
school.
crow now because I believe on you.
Hey, no doubt. That audio made it to the Metroplex in Dallas. So I don't know how it got there. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, eat crow, guy.
Oh, man.
Oh man. Anyway, guys, I just my takes away for this game coming up. I'm going to be watching two things. Number one is I'm going to be watching Chris Jones like a hawk.
Man.
I want to see how the offensive line handles Chris Jones because that guy is a game breaker. He's one of the best, if not the best, defensive linemen out there. So you've got to really just put all your effort into that guy for sure. The other thing I wanted to make a point on was, and this is how we've always handled the Chiefs. You know, we start out strong, we have a lead, we have all of that. But what I'm going to be watching is, and I'm going to be watching the team. I'm not calling Shanahan out. I'm not calling the players out. I'm calling out the team. How do they handle the fourth quarter if we have the lead and just being able to manage or just keep a hold on the lead at this point? Because right now the Chiefs kill us they straight up kill us in the end, and that's where they always ended up winning was in the end, and because we took our foot off the pedal and we put the brakes on. So it's on Shanahan, it's on the players. Do your damn job, get the win, and put some fear into the Chiefs.
Wow.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. And our guest, we just had Jeff Chadia. He said the game's coming down to who, Snidey? Bosa. Like, he's got to be better than Chris Jones. And that doesn't help. The last Super Bowl, he was crashing down on the 4th and 2. Jeff brought it up like, Bosa, we need you, baby. They need you.
But you don't need him crashing down.
No.
So you want him to play tentative.
Well, hold on, Stoney. 7, 6, 5.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Just put my six.
Am I legal?
That's great. My 6 pages of notes
I
from
got a legal for you.
The Seattle game. Yeah, so I watch the game. I take notes. Then I go to bed about 1 every Sunday night. Let me finish. And then about 11, I'll get another snack. And then I'll just take... Oh, man. Just told myself. Anyway.
Guru takes notes like I used to write term papers in college.
I set myself up.
This is a 5-page term paper. Okay, well, it looks like I'm going to have to triple space this.
That's a 3. That's pretty good.
You got 6 pages of notes there, but your handwriting takes up 7 lines.
That's pretty good, man.
You got to make sure you have the right font that makes it a little bigger, too.
Thank you.
Was that Helvetica?
I used to...
I'm done.
I led the league in hyphenations. I was just put the word battery... But if I hyphenate battery, then I get part of the next word onto the next line, and that'll make it
get away with some parentheticals.
Yes, exactly. Man.
That's the fun part of the job, though, Starter.
Yeah,
keep going if you want.
It is a fun job. It can be. This is 510. Steiny, this is Fireman Ed. I heard you were talking smack.
Oh.
Hey, Fireman. No, Fireman. You're cool.
But
I just don't like your approach.
He is a staple of Jet football.
No, he's not.
You could tell the story without him.
Exactly.
But my point is, he's a staple. Give guys like that credit, and gals. Crazy George. He was a Viking fan, but he was a staple of what the A's were when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Sonny, don't be gutless. You came down his road. And you ripped the fireman.
You did.
For making it about him.
Exactly. Making it about him.
I think Dibs texted in. 408. That's not Guru's crazy talking about Dibs stealing his bit. Guru done stole all Dibs bits.
Guru's like Dibs 2.0.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go to Will. Will's in the East Bay. What's going on, Will? How you doing? Niners-Chiefs.
Well, couldn't be better if I were twins. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
That's the greatest. I've never heard that one.
All right. There you go.
Ebony and Ivory.
Yeah. Beautiful day in paradise. Listen, real quick.
Yep.
I can understand, the guys like Guru who really had trouble scraping off this last Super Bowl or the last two, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You get a victory in this game. It'll be a good thing, to build on, a good feeling, okay? But I see this as a tale of two different motivations from two different coaches. Kyle Shanahan is going to prepare this team with the intention of winning. And why? Because he's got another team breathing down his neck in that division, and they got a very slow start. As far as Andy Reid, he's going to have that team ready. Number 15 is going to be out there loaded for bear. But his motivation is he wants to build on that equity that he's already built, and that team is trending up because at the end of the season, he wants one, maybe even two games where he's going to go into the playoffs with a bye where he can rest players and get players well going in. And that team's going to be there at the end of the line. So I see it as, two different motivations, but for, 49er fans in the Bay Area, I get it. This is, and it is the game of the year so far.
No doubt.
And I can fully understand why they want a victory here.
Oh, good stuff.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call.
Let me run something. Will got me thinking. I'm as good as two twins.
No, twins. Two twins would be four.
Well, it was a good line. You're right. Let's be honest.
Okay.
Andy Reid is so special in this regard.
Special.
No, come on now with Kansas City. That offense, when they lost last year to the Raiders at home, the Chiefs did, I had a funeral for the Chiefs because I knew who was not going to win the Super Bowl because they had the pregnancy offense. It was a labor. Everything was just, Steiny, it was bad. So I knew they couldn't win a Super Bowl. They went on to win it. So Reid and Mahomes together have shown me when it's all bad, they can still get it done. And then the year before when they beat the Eagles, and I was at Willard's house for the watch party with him, Christy, Dibs, myself, Mahomes is on one wheel. They still will themselves to a win. Now, I will say this. The greatest compliment I could give Kyle Shanahan, I'm being real here, Steiny, he took Jimmy Garoppolo not only to a Super Bowl and 6 minutes away from a
great defense.
A victory, also followed that up with the NFC Championship visit to the Rams where they had a 10-point lead. So now you bring up the fact that they have no McCaffrey. Is this just the Niners early on getting out to a slow start? Or maybe Kyle not dialing it up without his best player? Like, I want to see that Sunday with no McCaffrey because if they can get that win, it'll send the message to myself like Kyle was in his bag, like Andy's been in his bag, Steiny, when they don't have everything.
Andy's bag is bigger.
Well, he's got 3 rings in it. Yeah.
This from Fireman Ed. I don't know exactly what's going on, but they're phasing me out. I'd like to know if somebody knows anything. Please let me know because it's evident that it's happening and it needs to stop because we need home field advantage. More Fireman Ed. Last night in particular. Although the Denver game also.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Last night in particular, we scored a touchdown, and normally, as a tradition, we're always put on the big screen, Anzalone said. We do we do the Jets chant to get the crowd going, which is a staple at Jet Life Stadium.
I'm embarrassed for him, though.
Something's going on, Ed says. So please let me know if you know something. I know we're in the Bay, but if anybody out here knows why fireman Ed Anzalone is no longer being put on the big screen at the Meadowlands or wherever they play, let him know.
Oh, my
You can catch him on Instagram.
Oh, poor Ed.
The self-importance is staggering.
Oh, man. That made my day, man.
Let him know.
And he really believes it, man.
I'm not kidding.
They're phasing him out as if they had a meeting.
Jets are 0-3 at home this year. Maybe that's why they're phasing you out. I actually don't know if they are.
Maybe if they featured him more, they'd be undefeated.
Dude, my man wants that screen time.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That's thirsty, Steiny.
Well,
but he's a fixture.
Yeah. I mean, there's a comparison to be made there between Easy Ed Anzalone, the fireman. And
I do like the last name. Italian Anzalone.
I guess.
Yep.
But no, you got a little Ed Anzalone in you.
No, that's like me saying I sat in the Meyer seats once and me not getting them again. Dude, could you imagine? They're phasing me out.
Anybody know why Myers is phasing out Daryl the Guru Johnson with courtside seats?
Well, wouldn't it be like, remember the Warriors mom who went viral for doing her dance and stuff?
I love her.
And if she went to a game, didn't get on the screen, and then went to the Chronicle saying, I can't believe they didn't put me on the big board.
I forgot about the dance mom.
I didn't. I just couldn't recall her name, and Evan brought it up.
She'll pop up every once in a while.
She was awesome.
Was she a mom or a grandmom? I think she might have been a grandmom. And then the next thing you know, it's like...
Well, you have to be a mom before you become a grandmom.
You know, I remember... You know what?
She learned from Grandpa Daddy.
The original mother.
I love her, but she's another one. You know, the next thing she's doing a couple good dance moves on the big screen, and the next thing you know, she's at Media Day.
Call it like you see it.
Dude, nothing wrong. Come on.
She was a good dancer.
Yeah, she was awesome.
She was a good dancer.
But it was organic. She didn't leave the house saying, honey, I'm going to get on the big screen.
The first time, it was organic.
Dude.
Then it became less
TikTok,
organic. All right, 888-957-9570. Chiefs, Niners, 125, Levi Stadium.
Let's go.
It's the game of the year.
Yep.
At least in this young season. 49ers lost 2 Super Bowls to the Chiefs in the last 5 years. And we've been batting around must win, gotta have it game. They better win. Well, maybe the Cowboys games might actually be more important. How big a game is this to you, the fan, acknowledging that you guys know what time it is? You guys know that the Cowboys are looming and that it's about winning the division, et cetera, et cetera. But how much stock are you putting into this game if you're a 49er fan? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This from the 650. Chiefs fan here. Welcome. Welcome. Good teams win games they should lose. When was the last time the Niners pulled out a game they should have lost? That's a good question. The way I see it,
the Packers playoff game and the Detroit game.
They beat mediocre teams and bums. When they meet a juggernaut, they drop the ball.
They came back on the Lions 24-7, came back on the Packers. There it is right there.
Okay. 650. There you go, Chiefs fan.
Yeah. In the off.
Guru Capin. Glazing. Doing all those words. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday.
cannot sit here and not go outside when it's sunny, waiting on the rain. You gotta go live.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What you mean you not done? You are done. Wow. Hey, Goo. I hope my kids don't hear any of that.
Do they listen?
I'll send them some stuff periodically, but they can't take the comments.
Oh, about their dad?
Yeah, they'll have it blown up. I said, son, little Richard, worry when there's no comments.
My kids actually make comments.
Now do they? Now I like that.
By the way, you saw my niece today, huh?
Yeah, that was
your niece.
Yeah. You called me uncle.
That's because you did.
Yeah, we traveled together.
Yes, we did. Yes,
and I did real quick here. We got a fat head of all the hosts here in the studio, and you balled your fist up at mine like you wanted to punch it on the Kawhi Leonard news. Breaking news.
I love it.
He'll me out indefinitely to start the season. Kawhi Leonard. Retire and quit stealing. And you want to blame it on Paul George. 4 out of the last 5 years, you have not been available for your team, and he's getting a pass. And then he had the audacity to act like he was going to be on the Olympic team and had to leave hurt. Retire. It's okay. You were one of the greatest. It's done.
So he's
Palmer messed up and extended him.
Jim Palmer?
No, Ballmer.
Oh. Hey, you think he's stealing money?
Oh, he is stealing.
But you want him to retire and continue to collect a paycheck as opposed to rehab. So you see how that makes no sense?
I'm so mad at that dude.
Grant Hill was admired for trying to battle through injury.
He tore his stuff. He had ligament tears.
Exactly.
I'm done with Kawhi.
3-time champ.
Yep, one of the best to ever do it.
2.
No, we got 2 with San Antonio, 1 with
Did he?
Toronto.
Yep.
Should have had 3.
Oh, here we go. Now even Kawhi gets to get 3. Good for him.
Zaza.
That's right. Remember that game?
Was that the start of his injuries? Seriously.
Yeah. Blame it on Zaza.
No, I'm not. But let's be honest. That was his Steiny.
He's always been kind of.
They were up 25 in that game,
Yes, they were.
Wow.
Night.
That was the game. Were you there?
I was doing weekends. I was with Zachariah at the old building on 3rd.
You know how I always remember that game? That was game 1.
Yeah, you're right.
They were down 25, the Warriors, and they won the game. Remember, we had a suite at that game.
Oh, okay.
95-7 the game.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So kind of a funny story.
Tell it.
Hey, we got a suite for the Warriors game, everybody. Odyssey. Bev. We got a suite. Sweet. Okay. It was a hockey suite.
What's that?
It means that your head was hitting the roof. It was a hockey press box. Essentially, it may as well have been on the roof of the Oracle Arena. It wasn't a real suite. It was a makeshift, concocted one. Don't you remember?
No, I wasn't there. I was doing weekends, bud.
Were you working there? Were you working here then?
Yeah, I was weekends.
See, this is where I think the audience gets the wrong idea about how spoiled sports personalities are, or media members. You were mad about going to a game and where you were seated for free.
Yeah. You did it. I laid out.
So that's
you gotta quit saying that.
What?
The way you say it. I don't pay to go to events.
I don't pay to go to events.
You're the common folk too. Just because you're on the radio. Don't forget who you are, bud.
I've forgotten who I am. I'm Matt Steinmetz. Let's go to Dave in Fresno.
Davey.
Hey, Dave. He wants to talk about Kyle Shanahan, joke artist. Hey, what's up?
Yeah, my guy.
Hey.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
There's a lot of talk with the comparisons with, Kyle and Andy Reid, and I get that, where I think where Kyle, if he wants to go down the same path as Andy, he needs to evolve more. I think where Andy, you look at Andy in Philadelphia, his receivers are what? Pinkston, Greg Lewis. He always had the same type of receivers, but eventually he was like, hey, I'm going to go get a Terrell Owens, and eventually went to the Chiefs, and he drafted a Tyreek Hill. I feel like Andy Reid takes talented players and gets the most out of that talent, where Kyle kind of like, the player needs to fit my system, which has gotten them pretty far to a point. But I think if he wants to take that next step and will be with Andy Reid, obviously he knows a lot about football. He sounds like a head coach. But I think he needs to lose some of that stubbornness and evolve more. And I'm pretty sure Kyle would rather have a 5'10", 6-foot receiver that can block downfield as opposed to, like I said, Tyreek or Justin Jefferson, because they don't fit his system. I think Kyle needs to evolve more and open up more and just be willing to, not worry about getting so much credit, just evolving his game more, not being so narrow-minded. And I think that's what Andy eventually did when he went to the Chiefs. He had, he got a quarterback in Patrick Mahomes. Like he said, I'm just going to get talented players and get the most out of that talent. I think Kyle needs to kind of do the same thing.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Chiefs last game. Yeah, thanks for the call, Dave. Kareem Hunt, Donnie was at the local 24-hour fitness doing whatever he was doing. Comes out of nowhere, 27 carries for 102 yards and a touchdown against the Saints their last game. Juju Smith-Schuster, Donnie, 7 receptions for 130 yards. And this is not 5 years ago, Juju, or 6 years ago. Long for 50. Reed him and Kyle are 1 and 1A at what they do. But I just hate for Kyle that he's like the Super Bowl's on now, last year's Super Bowl. I'm looking like it's 10-3 Niners, third quarter, 30 minutes left.
It's over.
And I'm saying to myself, how did they let that one slip away? We know how it went, but Kyle is so minutely close, Donnie, from having that bling and beating the fat man. No, I'm just telling you.
So if Andy's 1 and Kyle Shanahan's 1A, what's Sean McVay?
Now I'll put Kyle at 2. Well, Kyle's been to 2. Your boy's been to 2 and 1-1. McVay.
So where does McVay fit in?
I'd go McVay 1A, Kyle 2.
Okay, so
wow,
a quick adjustment.
No shade.
After a fact check.
Wow.
No adjustment
McVay,
after a fact check.
And he beat Kyle. Damn.
Hey, the one thing that, not that we're going to get into it, but
we're going to get into it.
No, one of the reasons is a big game is because of the schedule after the Chiefs.
All right.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to check this out because, hold on. Vikings.
And we got Know Your Foe coming up at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock? Know Your Foe?
Yeah.
I love it.
Another Evan special.
Okay. Where is, oh my goodness. Let's reset here. 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're asking 49er fans what you consider this game. Do you consider it a must-win? How are you feeling about it? Are you nervous? We had Philmo Mike call in, and he's got his finger on the pulse. He said he's not worried, but he's concerned, I think is what he said. But we've heard how the 49ers feel. How does Kyle Shanahan feel about the fact that they lost to the Super Bowl champion Chiefs last year, and they got them this year?
Yeah, I think everyone understands that we've lost the 2 Super Bowls to them. So, I mean, that can give a little post-traumatic stress when you turn on the tape, but I think that's human nature. But you got to make sure you don't get caught up in that. This game has nothing to do with past games. That was last year. We're playing a really good AFC opponent. We're 500 right now. We want to stay at top of our division and get a win. You think about that stuff going into it, but in terms of what it plays out in a game, it really has no correlation, and you try to make sure that it doesn't.
All right, that was Kyle Shanahan. And then I thought this was an interesting question on whether you watch his tape of the Super Bowl from last year or whether it's the 5 games this year that the Chiefs have played.
You stick with the 5 games they've done this year, and you go back to our last game with them. So you also go to previous games of us versus them. When coordinators don't change, the scheme doesn't change, you tie in all those games.
So there you have it. He's looking at all 6.
I am excited, Stoney.
Yeah, me too. Do you know where you're watching it?
At the crib with me. The lab.
Nice. This is an interesting thing that I heard Willard bring it up, actually. And the Vikings are 5-0, and they've beaten you.
Yes, they have.
Can I run down the Vikings schedule?
I would love it.
I mean, we got a problem here if the number 1 seed is the goal. All right. Vikings play the Lions this week, fair. Then they play the Rams, who are 1-4.
Yeah, that's not an easy game, though. They're 1-4, but go ahead.
Colts.
That's a win.
Jaguars.
That's a win.
Titans.
Whoa. I get where you're going. That's a win.
Bears. Cardinals.
They might have it figured out by then. That could be tough.
Well, this is Falcons.
Okay.
Bears.
Tough. All right.
Seahawks. Packers. Lions. So it gets a little tough at the end of the year, but boy, I think they've got some built-in wins there.
I get where you're going. And they beat you.
Quick reaction they want out of you, Goo. You ready?
Yeah.
It says, quick reaction. Kawhi Leonard for Draymond Green and Moody. Yes or no?
Oh, put the pipe down. You smoking crack? Please, hell no.
He also has GP2 and Looney.
Please.
No, but the point is,
I don't want Kawhi. No, Kawhi is done.
What if Steph wants him?
I don't think he would want him.
Yes, he would.
Please.
Stoney,
the dude is done. His body it's over.
That's what they've said about a lot. They said that about Lonzo Ball.
Yeah.
How did he play last night?
No, that's
different. Why is it different?
No, it's not. This guy had played.
I got you in a pretzel right now.
Stoney, it's not a pretzel.
No, it's a pretzel.
I'm mad at Kawhi, but it's hurt mad. Because I'm robbed of watching him perform on the highest level, man. It's over. He played all year last year. They did everything under the sun. And when he gets hurt, it's not that traumatic hurt. It's just, I was going to get some water. I'm out for 8 weeks. That type of stuff. When that continues to happen, which it has, and people come down Paul George's road and all the others and Harden, man, Kawhi just can't stay healthy, man. It's over.
Get mad at a player for something outside his control.
But it's a different man.
That's a shame.
Yeah, no, it's a different man. He's the real Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. His injuries are chronic.
Okay.
He's chronic. It's just over. It's done.
Partly just picking at you here, but yeah, he's injury prone and he continues
to take it to the next phase and stop. That's all I want. Because I don't want to be hurt anymore if we're going to get to see this dude perform. It's over. And you're not the first. Give me his number. I'll call him. Kawhi, look, cut your crap.
This is where you're
dude, I thought he was playing on the Olympic team.
You're like Fireman Ed. You think you're in it.
Did you see him walk in the hallway in Vegas? I knew then. 49er Bonte sent me a text.
I'm doing this right now.
Look at this walk.
I'm doing this right now.
And then 48 hours later, he's off the team.
Do you realize how you're sounding?
No.
You want a guy to quit. You want a guy to quit rather than rehab and try to come back.
But you've been rehabbing 4 years.
Right, so maybe he's got to rehab 5. You can just admit it.
I'm just tired of seeing him drag his leg when he plays. I'm so real, man. Too real for radio, man. I know what it is.
Well, then get Evan in here then.
Well, that's a song, Too Real for Radio.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't feel that way.
Who is that? Kawhi?
Kawhi. It's just, why, Kawhi? Why?
Evan brought up a very interesting point. Before the show. And it comes in the wake of the Jerry Jones stuff. When's the last time we even talked about Jed York? It's been a long time.
And I think that's symbolic of the good times that they've been experiencing, right?
I think there's something to that. But Mike Florio was on with the morning show. Mm-hmm. And I'm very interested to know if fans feel the same way Mike Florio does. I kind of do. But take a listen. This is interesting. This is on Jerry Jones, but he extrapolates a little bit.
And it doesn't surprise me. Look, this guy does 2 radio spots a week. He makes himself available to reporters after every game. At some point during those 3 occasions per week that the owner of the team talks to the media, he's gonna short circuit a little bit. He's gonna let him have it. So it doesn't surprise me. And I saw somebody complain over the weekend that the media shouldn't be party to this, that what we're supposed to do, if he's going to talk, we should just say, no, we're not interested. Owners don't talk nearly enough. We should never complain that owners talk too much. But yeah, sometimes they're going to get a little pissed off.
I kind of agree. I don't want him to talk and I think every sport's different.
Joe Lacob does it perfect to me.
Well, Joe Lacob hasn't talked in a while.
But he'll pop on the podcast.
Right.
And no, seriously, Stoney. And now why are you smiling? What's with the devilish grin? It's kind of like I got you quick and I got you fast and in a hurry. The guy sat down on multiple occasions with the local Bay Area media, and I got everything I needed.
Good call. I'm sorry, I was talking to Evan off camera.
Now I'm mad if you. What'd you say?
I just know the show.
Yeah, he does. You just there's a predictability here.
Stop! You didn't even know.
You're right. I didn't know what you were going to say, but then I knew. So yeah, hey, we're just talking about owners and Jed York. Well, Steiny, Joe Lacob does it perfectly.
So what did Evan say to you, though?
Joe Lacob. Steiny, Joe Lacob does it perfectly.
No, I'm just saying we get enough. He gets in, gets out. Am I wrong?
Yes.
Were you impersonating Guru impersonating you?
I don't know what I was doing there. But I think maybe I was trying to do the Eddie Murphy impression of talking like a white guy.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear that?
Saturday Night Live.
It's pretty.
But listen, all right, so how do you think Lacob's listening? I get it. No, Steiny, how do
you do? You just called him the perfect owner.
No, not perfect. Like, he talks enough for us to know. Like, he ain't a mute. And I thought after the Harbaugh debacle, I'm real. People wanted York, and I was one of them to shut up. And he kind of did it. Now you didn't say you're clamoring for him to speak. I just think if I'm an owner like a Lacob or a Bomber or Mark Cuban used to be, I'm letting you know what I think. Jerry does it too much, but when they were winning, it was fine. It was fun.
But see, that's the problem. I would like owners to talk a little bit more, but more on a schedule.
Okay, so not a podcast form doesn't count. Well, is that why you were laughing?
I'm laughing because of your gratuitousness of Joe does it perfectly.
So you're making it seem like I was kissing his butt.
In a monster way.
No, I was saying I think we hear from him enough.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect.
Oh, God. Perfect. I can't win, man.
Well, sometimes. You might not be able to win, but you're clawing back into it with Lonzo Ball. The bet will not die.
Yes, Spadoni said it last night.
It will not die.
He looked good. He looked good, man.
I still could lose that.
So
I'm still well ahead in that bet. But
Ben Simmons is a no-show. What do you mean you're still ahead? He's afraid. He's timid.
Right.
He needs to go see the Tin Man.
But we've done this before.
Lonzo's hurt.
It's hackneyed radio.
No, I'm being real.
Well, yeah, the point is we were saying which one's better. And I get it. You don't like Ben Simmons not being as competitive as you'd like, but the resume of Ben Simmons is significantly better than the resume of Lonzo Ball as professional basketball players. Lonzo can come back and make a run at this thing.
But you get that dub, if you want to call it that, because of injury. Up until the point and the essence of that argument or debate, I thought Lonzo was Steiny. He was running the Bulls, man.
And they never had any success, and whether you like it or not, and I know you don't, Ben Simmons was the Rookie of the Year. He's a 3-time All-Star.
Oh, my God. What was the last year?
And he was first-team All-Rookie and a 2-time All-Defensive first-team player.
And what happened? He got scared. Okay. Like, that's wow.
But until Lonzo does anything like that, that's all. Just say you're down big still in that one.
By the way, you guys made this bet before I joined the show. What are you guys talking about?
And you're right, Evan, and that's Radio 101.
I'm about to thank you,
Go
Evan.
ahead. You tell him.
So at the time, Evan, about 5 years ago, me and this knucklehead talked about a pure point guard. And I said, you know what? In 5 years, Lonzo Ball will be a better point guard than Ben Simmons at the time. And it got heated, and people called it was 50-50.
No, it wasn't.
But anyway, they both have fallen off since that conversation. But I guess I feel good about Lonzo because he hasn't played crashed and burned. Your guy was mental. He got scared in that series against Atlanta and got scared. And you had to go out there, Benny. Go out there, Benny.
And somehow playing in an Eastern Conference semifinal, you penalize him for when Lonzo Ball didn't even get there.
Totally. But
and
we saw a man just wilt.
Okay.
What happened?
We saw a man have a damn good 5 years in the NBA.
All right,
and
we'll see this year then.
He's got to do more than just
or nothing. Just so who has a better year this year.
I'm not doing that because Lonzo Ball has to be on 2 NBA defensive first teams before you're even back in the ball game.
When's your guy last play? Dude, he's a ghost.
We'll see.
All the talent in the world and size.
We'll see.
Well, that's a 2.
And you know what? Just for the sake of it, and I mean this, I would absolutely love to see him on the Warriors. I would. I'd like to see Lonzo Ball in the Warriors too.
Yeah.
I think Lonzo Ball.
I love watching them play, man. They had something.
2.5 years.
Yeah. And he was on the Pelicans.
Would you be watching film?
That was pretty good about my handwriting. That was good.
Oh, goodness. All of Ben Simmons' rookie awards were in his second year in the league.
And then he got afraid to shoot free throws. And then that just started it. Then he'll show up dressed to a T. I can't go. I can't. Why can't you go, Benny? I can't go.
The idea.
What's hurting, bud?
Idea.
I need some time.
The idea.
Oh my gosh!
This is the two-faced guru. This is the two-faced guru. You just got done lambasting Kawhi Leonard, and your hack of a player that you are sticking up for hasn't played in 2.5 seasons. 2.
Yeah, he was looking for some.
Right, but that's okay.
No, it's not.
Because he's your guy. Nah. What's the difference between Lonzo Ball and Kawhi Leonard, other than Lonzo Ball has gotten seriously hurt way earlier in his career than Kawhi Leonard did? I know. This is what I got to do.
No, I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
I'm disappointed for Kawhi, too. But it's over. That's all I'm saying. It's just a letdown, especially when you play all year. You play. Not you sit, you play, and then when the playoffs start, there's just some, and nobody sees the injury.
Okay, so you'd rather have Embiid, who's not going to play in the regular season, but will play ideally in the postseason.
Everything.
Back to Chiefs and Niners.
Go ahead. Bring up a topic. Ask me a question.
So we're going.
Why is the onus always on me?
I'll get somebody else to ask these questions.
That is great.
And here's the other thing. What's the guy's name? Sean or what's the show?
Sean and RJ.
Yeah,
our sister station at Dallas Marshall.
Welcome to Sean and Guru. I'm Darryl the Guru Johnson. Jerry Jones, we welcome in. Jerry, just want to let you know before the start of the interview, I think you handle the media just perfectly. You talk the perfect amount.
You're on one today.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I'll let you do it.
I am on one.
We don't know where Wiggins is. Well, I can't wait till Wednesday. We got football and hoop, baby, and baseball. Warriors open up next Wednesday.
I think they have one more preseason.
Yeah, well, tomorrow. I didn't count the Lakers. Here?
Yep. You going?
Nah.
You want to go?
I went last Friday.
Are you referring to the Giants-Arizona Fall League? I was unaware that they were playing.
Who?
He said baseball.
Oh, no, I was postseason baseball, Evan.
Yeah.
We wouldn't know anything about that out here in these parts.
Yeah.
Damn! I went in on the Bay. I'll take it back.
What's dude's name who owns the Giants? Johnson?
Yeah.
His first name? Let me guess. You think he talks the perfect amount?
I was going to bring him up. He's a mute. But he said something when they introduced Posey. But that is not enough. He talked.
What'd he say?
He just talked.
Oh.
Yeah. About the hire.
You want your owners to talk more? 49er fans?
Not your job.
That is good.
Warrior fans?
I'm not kidding you.
Oh, Jerry. It's sad, man.
Look, the bottom line is this. Jerry Jones in the Bay Area would be gold. Absolute
But
gold.
for the wrong reasons.
Well, so's Draymond Green, but we can't make that choice.
4. Well, Jerry got 3. Draymond got 4 rings.
My point is...
It's worth the headache. That's what the Warriors keep up.
That's your opinion.
Well, the Warriors do. They gave him 400.
That's great. So you agree with the enabling Warriors. That's fine.
No, I recognize it. That's all. I recognize that they do it.
Okay.
And we've asked Curve point-blank range in his face, and he says he's worth it. They wouldn't answer it. So,
but he's not.
I said it before.
Does that make me wrong?
No,
who's got to back off?
Anybody that says they're doing anything to enable Draymond, they feel like it's worth it.
Right, but it's still enabling.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Would you like to see the Warriors stop enabling Dray? No, I'm just kidding. What time is it? 12:42. We're moving along,
and we
buddy.
got 1 o'clock. No,
1 o'clock. No, your phone.
I killed it last week. A lot of people text me on the side. Dude,
Can you do me a favor? Can you seriously wait till after the show to read all your accolades from your cronies? All right. What's coming up on a game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Safeway. Yeah, I don't have my legal.
Head to Safeway this week for this digital deal and more.
Yeah, I miss Guru, but you're also good.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, one thing we didn't talk about today, and we can get into it. We got an anniversary of sorts.
Yeah.
35 years ago, Loma Prieta earthquake.
Man.
During the World Series.
Game one.
35 years ago today. Where were you?
In the Union, on the couch, Donnie.
Tears in your eyes?
Mama Daisy was making spaghetti. It was about dinner time. Al Michaels was getting ready, and then the TV went fuzzy. Pops takes the Cypress Freeway home every day. You heard this 100 times.
I don't care. It's a good story.
I remember this morning. And
that's theater of the mind. Gives you an excuse to tell it for the 9th time.
Evan laughed. But, yeah, Stoney, cell phones weren't big. There were no text messages, and technology wasn't even here like it is now. And I'm telling you, about 12:30, 12:45, we were all in the garage, neighbors, cousins, uncles from Fremont, aunts, Aunt Billy.
In the morning.
Night.
Right.
That night. And our dad, Norman, was not home. And there were tears, thoughts. They were trying to huddle without me. And I'd go to my bedroom, close the door, and then at 12:50, here comes putt-putt in the Datsun 210.
650 says it was game 3.
Was it game 3? Oh, it was that, you know what?
Well, I'm not right, but.
No, it was the first game at the Stick.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was game 3. Right. Close. It was close. Evan, I'm going to bring you in here because now you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. This is what's fascinating about that period of time is Evan was not even born. And yet
it makes me not like him.
He still has a story.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not even a twinkle in the eye, but one of those involved in my creation. My father was supposed to be on the bridge, at least from what he told me. He was supposed to be on the bridge. He dropped my sister off in the city and then had something wrong with his car. So his car, I don't know if it broke down, I had to change a tire, but prevented him from getting on the bridge because by the time his car was ready to go, someone had told him not to take the bridge. And at the time, there was no social media, no calls. So I don't think he really knew why until he actually got to the bridge and had to make a right.
So he had car trouble.
Yeah.
The best car
was
trouble
he driving
you could
Guru's
ever have.
caddy?
Man. Evan, that's the best car trouble, Snotty, you could ever have. Think about that. Man.
I was back in Pennsylvania.
So you came, months after?
Yeah. I came in spring of 90, so 6 months about after. But, I remember it clear as day. I got home after a long run. I was running back then, Goo.
Look at my man.
And I want to say that I just you're not going to believe this. Ken, don't roll your eyes at me. Right. I know you're not going to believe this, but that day in 1989, your boy.
October 17th.
That's 35 years ago today, your boy ran 18 miles. I swear to God. Wow. Valley Forge National Park, 2 9-mile loops. I thought I was going to try to run a marathon, but I gave up on it like I give up on every dream.
So you did that, burnt, I don't know how many calories. Good God, all the calories you had.
And so
you get home to see the news that happened.
Well, I had a little routine sometimes when I went for a really long run. And keep in mind, I was young.
Yeah.
So I would finish my run and I went to Burger King. 2 double beef cheeseburgers, ketchup only, and some fries and a milkshake.
Wow, man.
What's up, fat boy? Sat down in front of the game. TV goes blinky, blinky, blinky. And I was like, what the heck? And, of course, the rest is history.
What shoes did you run in?
Nike or Saucony, maybe.
Man, 18 of them?
No, yeah. And most I ever ran at one time was 22 miles. 22. But
you might have been a beast on the hoop court then. Like you probably didn't get tired.
I was skinny. No, I weighed less then than when I.
No, I'm talking about as an adult when you start even playing pickup.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I mean, that's a given.
So you probably hated the dudes that came to half court and didn't get back on D that were on your team, like at Club 1.
What about
later in your years, I bet you hated the dudes that didn't come back on defense.
You could have just stopped at hated the dudes.
Oh, look at you.
No, I'm kidding. Here's the other thing. You want to talk about anniversaries? What if I told you this? I saw this. It's also the 30-year anniversary of one of the greatest sports movies of all time. Okay, documentaries. This is the greatest sports documentary of all time. It's not even close. And I mean that. For me, anyway.
The fact that I haven't heard it today.
Hoop Dreams.
Oh, yeah.
30 years ago.
Wow, man.
You ever see that, Evan?
You need to, if you ever get some time,
let me
get some tissue.
Let me take 30 seconds out of the day to be sincere.
Mm-hmm.
Go check it out, Evan.
Man.
It is, oh, God.
It's incredible,
It is unbelievable.
And it's still happening all day, every day.
It's a true story.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, Evan, they
don't ruin it.
No. Oh, actually, sorry. I do think I've seen this.
Okay.
Yeah, this is incredibly depressing.
You know what?
No, it is, man.
No.
Because you're rooting for him. And he's such a good...
Right, but the movie's so fascinating because what you think's going to happen to the one guy happens to the other, and what you think's going to happen to the one guy, like... Everybody thought it was Arthur Agee and William Gates.
Yep, good call.
And Gates was a big-time player in high school, and he went to Marquette.
Yeah.
But he got hurt. And then but he also went to the private school.
And he didn't get the best advice. Let's just say that.
No.
And he was desperate.
And that's one of the things that makes the movie fascinating.
And
the guy who goes to the private school with the coach, who was among the biggest horses behinds I've ever seen captured, Pingator. Then Arthur Agee had to go to the tough inner city school.
Yeah, he did.
And they ended up going downstate, which is their state championship. Yeah. And a great movie.
Man, I'll tell you what, just you bringing that up is why I love LeBron James. I know what he represents, man. Dude's worth $1 billion, Stein. He hadn't gotten in trouble. Come on now. I would do the same with Donovan, Darryl, and Milan if I could in any entity, right? But at the end of the day, you bringing that up is why I look at Bronny, not the person, the privilege, and I get mad. Now, some are going to say, you're a black man. Why are you? But those two guys he took those guys' jersey that maybe got further along or closer that didn't have to deal with what they had to deal with in regard to not making it. But some got closer. The Arthur Agees of the world, some have gotten closer, and Bronny has a damn jersey that he has no business with because his daddy's the man. Yeah. That's what gets me mad.
Yeah, you know what bothers me is you know who else has a jersey? Quentin Post, and he shouldn't either. But they took a chance on him because they think in a couple years he's going to be. Let's go to Big Smooth.
But Quentin Post was better than Bronny James.
By the way, Quentin Post is going to be in studio today with Willard and Dibbs at 2:45.
Let's go.
Get out of here.
Swear to God.
Are you serious?
Or whatever God you believe in.
Yeah. Buddha. Dalstani, wow. That conversation.
And here's where you and I differ.
What?
Quentin Post, that's not a wow. Now, Draymond Green coming in?
I hope he comes in
That's
here before
a wow.
we leave. Hey, Quentin, No, I'm just...
Okay,
Quentin
let me tell you
was better than Bronny was at US. Come on, man. That's all I'm telling you. I'm not saying Quentin Post is Patrick Ewing.
Where'd he go to college, Post?
I want to say...
If he was better. Exactly.
BC.
You're making my point.
No,
Stop it, Evan.
Stop
you
what?
think I don't know that was...
I pulled
you barked that in your ear. You are just being... Kodachrome.
Boston College.
Kodak. You're being exposed today.
You know what? Just ruined the moment.
Which moment?
The earthquake happened when the two Bay Area teams were in the World Series, man. Think about that.
Well, they don't usually have earthquakes in Kansas City.
No, my point being, it could,
Let's go to Big Smooth. He's got a story he wants to share.
Smoothie.
Hey, Smooth, what's going on?
Man,
know your phone. 2 minutes.
Listen, man, I was going to steer my Loma Prieta where I was in San Jose and it looked like I had 4 flat tires, but you brought up Hoop Dreams. Very depressing movie.
You think so?
Documentary. But here's the thing. Gates' coach is I know Gates' coach. He was a jerk.
Pingator.
His coach came off as a jerk.
Pingator.
That was Isaiah. All he was talking about was Isaiah.
Oh, my gosh.
Here's the problem with college athletics. His coach is what coaches do when you can no longer play at that level and you get hurt. People don't know what it feels like. See, listen, man, you guys are bringing up a lot of emotions. Not fair, unfair. Because, like Guru said, Bronny, you're a Division III player, but you're a Division. I mean, I'm a Division II player. I was a good Division II player. But Bronny, I would have ate Bronny for lunch. No disrespect to Bronny, but he doesn't belong in the NBA.
No doubt.
Dudes like AG could have played possibly in the G League, possibly. But anyway, what I'm saying is, do you remember the demeanor of his coach?
It was
he treated him like he was just dirt.
Oh, man. Yes, the coach's last name was
no longer. Go ahead.
The coach's last name was Pingator.
Pingator was a jerk.
Yes, he was, man.
What about Gates the man? He never appealed to Gates the man.
I know he didn't. Oh, man.
He couldn't play, and he treated him like a bag of dirt, man. That movie is depressing. You're right.
It is, man.
That movie. And what about AG's father?
Oh, my gosh, that's right.
He was
when he went around the corner at the playground to do drugs.
He had a habit.
And then one other point. Yeah. What about when AG ends up in the playoffs and Gates comes up to AG? That's what you call, ladies and gentlemen, the turning of the table. Here is AG. Man, that movie makes me want to go. I'm serious. I gotta do something happy right now.
I'm with you, Big Smoothie.
Well,
man.
then all right.
My whole demeanor is, I need to stand. I'm serious, man.
Oh, you still there, Big Smoothie? You have an earthquake story you want to jump into?
Okay. I'm still here. So listen. It felt like I had 4 flat tires. And I get out of my car, like, literally, I mean, my car is shaking. Like, I'm on 4 flats. What's going on? I get out of the car. I was in San Jose. I remember this vividly. I think I was on the Capitol Expressway. Pull over, get out of the car. Other people were getting out of the car, and they say, look up. And the light post was like it was a wave, like the light. It was just weird. The light post and the street, you can literally see the wave. Wow. And then like Norm, I used to travel on that Cypress. Remember that Cypress where you get that little bumps? You get those little bumps?
Yeah.
You kind of go up and down? Yeah, that was my freeway of choice because then you had 580 or you can go the other way. So that was a very strange day in the Bay Area. Strange day. Y'all be blessed.
Thanks,
no doubt, man.
Thanks, Big Smoothie, for sharing that. Yeah, 35 years ago today. Loma Prieta earthquake. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's have a little fun.
Yeah,
it's time for Know Your Foe.
Yeah.
Know Your Foe. I got to win this one.
Who are we getting to know this week, Steiny?
We do this each week where we get to know the 49ers opponent and the area that they play in. So we are going to have a little trivia about the Kansas City Chiefs and maybe Kansas City, Kansas, or Kansas City, Missouri.
I got to believe barbecue's coming up. I'm ready.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a few off the top. Kansas City's a beautiful place, by the way.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Have you been there?
Yeah, I've been there a couple times.
All right. It's the Midwest.
But the Kansas City Chiefs did not originate in Kansas City, Steiny. In 1960, they were founded in which major metroplex?
Dallas.
You know what the name was, Goo? The team name.
I'll say Dallas Chiefs.
The Dallas Texans.
Goo on
fire! And he's trying to look like I'm cheating or something.
Well, now I want to go down this rabbit hole. Do you know who...
It's not an open book test.
The owner of the Dallas Texans was... Because he was also the Chiefs' first inductee into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, God. And I had it. I know you don't believe. I was going to say Tex Schramm, so I didn't get it.
All right, speaking of Bay Area ties, which Kansas City Chiefs head coach played quarterback and graduated from San Jose State? That should be a gimme.
Dick Vermeil.
And he's playing until you hear Dick in the back. That's 2-2.
2-1.
I got 2.
You got 1.
He asked me the name, and then
the second one was just a bonus.
Evan.
No.
Well, if you get credit for Lamar Hunt, then he gets one for...
Yeah, it's 2-2, baby.
It's 2-1.
It's not 2-1.
See, this is... All right, go ahead.
You're such a baby, man. 2-2.
All right. Along with Joe Montana and 1 draft pick, who is the other player the Chiefs acquired in the trade?
Wow.
This one's kind of a deep one.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to... I'm going to guess...
Evan, boy.
I'm going to guess
49 Frankie's killing me right now. He would know.
Boy,
I don't
that's
know.
a tough one. I'll just Guy McIntyre.
Nah, David Whitmore. He was out of the league. Just kind of throw it.
Went to school with him.
All right, this is kind of a multi-parter.
All right.
Who set the all-time sack record for a single game played for the Kansas City Chiefs?
Thomas.
You got a first name?
Broderick.
Derek.
That's a half for both of you.
Who's Broderick Thomas?
I have no clue.
Actor.
I know Matthew Broderick. All right, which quarterback did he sack 7 times?
Doug Flutie.
He was involved in our trivia last week.
David Craig.
That doesn't count as a full point.
Just shut up and let me live my life.
Well, you both got a half. He finished with a half. That's a full for you.
You think I only got it? 'Cause I knew it. I remember. Go ahead. Seattle. Yeah.
I hate this game.
AFC West.
What stadium was the Chiefs' original home in Kansas City?
Take the obvious one.
Pre-1972. Was right next door to Kauffman Stadium, which is now home of the Kansas City Royals. Well, that's what they play in now.
That's why I didn't attempt it.
Okay, it's your turn.
I'm just
Kansas City Municipal.
Oh, no!
Municipal Stadium.
Oh, man. Dude, you got it, that man.
All
right. As you well know, this is kind of off the Joe Montana, but he played his final years in Kansas City. Stop. Which 2 backup quarterbacks eventually became starters for the Chiefs?
Steve Bono.
There's another one.
Jeff Garcia.
The question again?
It's
the question.
Elvis Gerbach.
Oh, God.
That's attaboy,
I'm
Steiny.
still mad you pulled that one. You're up 1.
I love this
my
game.
goodness.
Oh, now you love it.
All right. There was a book, a novel, written about real-life crime in Kansas. Had a little bit to do with Kansas City, but the novel's called In Cold Blood.
Truman Capote.
See you now.
In Cold Blood, Truman Capote. This is a blowout.
You're up 2.
All right. Which city?
See, that's why you read a book.
No, this is sorry. What is the nickname given to Kansas?
The Jayhawk State.
It doesn't have to do with sports.
So you got to quit guessing.
Okay. Any day now.
All right. Which university is located in Lawrence?
Kansas. University of Kansas.
Gosh.
4-2.
Which native animal to Kansas is nicknamed, well, really all the Midwest, but is nicknamed the American buffalo?
Bison. The hunter.
Oh, gosh. All right. Which river
This is big.
runs through the city
Mississippi.
and separates
The mighty Mississippi. Oh.
Oh, wait, no. Shoot.
You got a shot at it.
It is.
Uh-oh.
Damn it. I was looking at Wichita. Sorry. I was looking at the Arkansas River.
Bison was a big pool.
It was nice, yeah.
That was nice.
And now we can talk about me having a bison burger in Tulsa.
Which novel was set during the Dust Bowl featuring a Kansas family?
Oh.
Who are the McAnellys? Who is it?
Grapes of Wrath, John Steinbeck. Oh my gosh.
Not Steinmetz.
No. Oh, God. I'm on fire.
Please.
This is unbelievable.
You just missed Bison.
All right, and finally, Arrowhead Stadium in the 1990s treated the Kansas City Chiefs to the second best home field advantage in the NFL, rivaled by only one team. Who had the best home field winning percentage in the 1990s?
The Dallas Cowboys.
I'm going to guess
the 90s.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. It's probably not the Niners, right?
I'm going Niners again before. Thank you. Yeah.
There's a reason why the question was asked.
That's how
you ruin a game.
But that's all you've been doing.
That's how you ruin a game.
You've been getting them wrong and then guessing before me the second time. If we did analytics on your answers, How many were organic?
Yeah, I can also see why you lost Jock Purdy. You jumped the gun at every single question.
But he got those novels, though.
You weren't allowed to do that in Jock Purdy.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's going to be reinstilled.
By the way, if you like Jock Purdy, you weren't alone, but the boss hated it.
Why did he? East Coast?
I'm just not feeling Jeopardy. I'm just not feeling it.
Oh.
Okay. Tell that to Whitey Gleason,
5-4,
the creator.
I got you 5-4.
Yeah, okay.
You
Grapes
got the
of Wrath.
That's all you got was the novels.
It's an American classic. John Steinbeck, of course, from
well, there we go.
Monterey, the Monterey area. The Monterey area. It's not Gilroy, it's John Steinbeck is from, it's not Gilroy.
Nobody cares.
Hollister, maybe? Something like that.
I'm seeing Salinas.
That's right. That counts.
Yeah.
Salinas counts.
I'll have to go to Spadoni, resident.
I've been reading Of Mice and Men.
That's Steinbeck.
That's why I brought it up.
No. Seriously, when's the last book you read?
I just said Of Mice and Men.
Well, yeah, I know, but you made it up. What's the last real book you read?
Did they put the rat on the table in that book?
Dude, that's the name. Boy, that's going to be the name of my book.
Oh, I know what. Dude.
I just said Of Mice and Men. Little Daryl was doing something.
Hey.
Oh, my God, dude. Now you're going to take it too far.
Of Mice and Men, you see my fingers? That's about how thick that book is. It's like a pamphlet.
It still counts.
Barely.
What do you know about Sherilyn Fenn?
Sherilyn Fenn was an actress.
Yeah.
And she had dark hair.
Keep going. She was beautiful.
That's about it. What is she coming? She from Kansas City?
No, she's in the movie.
Of Mice and Men?
Yeah. D had to do a depiction of the book versus the movie, whatever, some stupid thing.
Let me guess.
We watched the movie together.
Let me guess. You told him, just watch the movie.
Why am I laughing at that? What's that?
Hey, little
Dude, you're
Daryl.
ready for Cobbs, man.
I like little Daryl. He takes his studies seriously.
You won 5-4. You missed a lot. You missed the stuff. People are disappointed. They thought the stuff you would know, the sports stuff you didn't know.
Please.
Oh, good call for the 5-1-0. There were actually 3 backup quarterbacks. Well, not a backup quarterback to Joe Montana, but Alex Smith also played for the Chiefs.
Good call.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you would have gotten it.
It's PTSD from Jock Purdy. He's blurting stuff out.
Well.
Dude, Quentin Post. That's big.
Well, he's big. He's a 7-footer.
I saw him play the other night. If I see him, I'm going to talk to him about his performance.
Well, knowing you, you'll now linger. Hey, Quentin. Hey, Quentin.
Waiting for him on the elevator. Oh, hey.
Quentin. All right. We got one segment left on 95.7 The Game, and we're going to reset and get serious. Although, the boss said, you guys keep having fun. So we'll do that also. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, and I know, you're used to the show starting at 11. This weekend it starts at 10. That's how big of a game it is. 3 hours before kickoff. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara at 10 a.m. Delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
You say it's the biggest game of the year.
I know where all the prisons are.
Great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's a man, by the way.
He is a man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig.
When he was
Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Would you let FP get a word in, please?
I was running hot, baby. Running hot.
Hey, what time are those guys coming in, Evan?
2:45.
2:45. 3 Warriors coming in. Quentin Post, Reese Beekman, Lindy Waters III are going to be in with Dibbs and Mark Willard.
Let's go. Reese
Beekman, Quentin Post, Lindy Waters. Chiefs week. That's all you need to know. 125, Levi Stadium. And we've got an interesting caller here, Goo. It's JD in Oakland. And JD's somebody that I know a little bit. And
I know him too.
I think you say you know him. But, hey, JD, what's going on? How you doing?
JD.
What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
Hey.
Give me the name of those 3 Warriors again. Give me the names.
Quentin Post, Reese Beekman, and Lindy Waters III. And if you don't think Lindy Waters III is going to play, I got news for you. He will.
Okay, I just wanted the names, buddy, because I know, Steiny, you're going to be on top of things. But let me tell you this. The book's got the 49ers favored by 1.5.
All right.
Come on, man. You know how I get out, Matt.
Yes.
This is way off.
Oh.
This is an easy win for me. I'm taking a vacation on this game, and I don't know, at the game why you guys ain't putting me on to give my numbers, but I'm doing real well, and this is an easy pick for me.
Who you got?
Bet the farm. I'm not going to tell you for free. Bet the farm.
Oh, JD, wow. JD, I go back with you since the Golden Bear and halftime, man. Tell Matt to put some respect on my name, man.
JD. Matt, you better do it.
No. Hey, JD, can you do me a favor? You remember playing against Guru back in the day?
I used to bang with JD down low. He was a hard guard.
And you know what? I'm getting old, so I can't say I do. I can't say I do, but if Guru says it's true, it's true. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and you had game too, Jay. They put me on you. Big versus big, Steiny. I just can't believe I ain't ran into Steiny's ass. I would have got him, JD.
Yeah, you would have got me.
Hey, I'm going to tell you. If you ever seen White Men Can't Jump, Woody Harrelson, Steiny was Woody Harrelson before Woody Harrelson. I mean, he walked in his gym with his Chuck Taylors on, and Steiny was able to hoop.
Wow.
He was able to hoop, so he was that guy. He was the Brock Purdy before Brock Purdy got there.
Oh, I love it,
Hey, JD, come on. What's the easy money?
Come on, tell us, man. Boy.
Man, I can. And you guys got way too many listeners for me to just give it away. You guys can call me after we get off air, and I'll give you the easy winner. But trust me, this is an easy one.
Wow.
This is an easy one. There's tons of them. There's tons of them out there. Matt, this is I handicap real well, so
sure.
I spend a lot of time knowing this stuff.
All right.
Man, he said vacation.
We may have to. Thanks, JD.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to hit him, Steiny. Shoot me the number. So you think? He must be flabbergasted. The 3-3 Niners are favored.
Well, let's think about it.
No, I am.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That's odd.
I think you're right.
McCaffrey's not coming back. Greenlaw's not coming back. They're 3-3. Played Seattle tough, but Seattle did have that pigskin with a chance to go. For him to say, "I'm taking a vacation,"
you know what I think it is? I think his pick's the Chiefs, and it's because
no doubt. I believe too.
The one thing we haven't mentioned this enough: Andy Reid off the bye.
What was
that's
it, Donnie? 21-4?
27-4.
Wow, man.
That's probably the number that he says is the reason why he's going to go on vacation.
27-4. Plus they're undefeated, even if they're not at their highest level. That he told on himself, because the Niners are favored. So there's no way he's saying just hammer them over Andy and Mahomes and the bye. Wow. Man, we'll see.
I mean, the one thing I was thinking yesterday, because I do believe a lot of football comes down to urgency, and I think the 49ers have more urgency. But I'm thinking about it yesterday. I'm like, but you're forgetting the bye. You're forgetting Andy Reid's had 2 weeks off.
And who is his quarterback? And your defense is kind of That's a lot of what JD was saying too, Steiny. Just think about it. What's the bigger what scares you the most about this game? And I know we'll get into it tomorrow. The Niner offense versus the Chief D, or the Chief offense versus the Niner D? I want to put my head under the covers when I think about the Niner D trying to stop what the Niner D is right now, trying to stop Mahomes and company, even if it's with Hunt and Smith. Man, Steiny, he got me thinking. He said vacation.
So let me play this sound from Steve Spagnuolo, the Chiefs defensive coordinator. He was asked about Brock Purdy and what he thinks of him. Take a listen to what he said.
Yeah, I mean, we're never going to go in the game and not blitz at all because we're fearful of it. But I think we do have to respect the fact that he knows exactly what to do with the football. To me, the most impressive thing is even if it wasn't getting it out quick on a blitz, he has a unique way of getting away from it. I just showed a play this morning where, I forget what team it was, but they brought quite a few people. He didn't blink. He didn't panic at all, and boom, and he was out of there. And I think he might have gained 2 yards or got the ball away. But that's a pretty good weapon for them to have to negate, that part of our defense.
He sounds like a mob boss. I love that. Yeah, he said after the Super Bowl victory, they had to go to the lab on the fly that Brock Purdy was, passing all the tests, doing stuff they didn't think on the fly in that last Super Bowl. Spags was saying, you know what? This kid's got it. But, man, I just know Kansas City's defense is stout. The Niners' defense was stout against Seattle until, let a couple plays up. But just think about JD has me thinking, why the books got this wrong.
It's a tough one to call.
Well,
it is a tough one to call. 1.5. I'm staying home on this one.
Well, you said your thing is if you're right, at the time you are, urgency is key. Then the Niners, that's why they're favored, because they need this.
Assuming it's not a blowout, let's assume neither team loses 30-0. How do you want to see the Niners win this game?
Not by a field goal, because that scares me.
No, it's going to be fairly. Let's say it's a.
I want Mahomes. Honestly, I don't want to see Brock Purdy throw for 5 touchdowns because I know he's been there, done that. I want to see this defense rise up and this Chief offense that's kind of been stagnant yet 5-0, Steiny. I want them to hold them to 13 to 17 points, 31-17, something like that, to where you're like, Kelce didn't do a damn thing, and we held Hunt and the boys down in the backfield. I want Mahomes on the run. That's where it's like you're feeling real good if you're a Niner fan. Asking too much?
Well, no. Oh. I just ordinarily I would agree with you, but Mahomes on the run, that ain't necessarily a box of chocolates either.
Or how about this, Donnie? A long day.
Yeah, sure.
They're 5-0.
Of course. The one thing I wanted to take a look at here is the 49 or the Chiefs. So the Chiefs, this is unreal.
Yeah, they are unreal.
They haven't scored 30 points this year.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, it's a bad thing for the Chiefs.
And maybe a defense that doesn't have Kinlaw and Devondre Campbell.
And the Chiefs.
Like, you can't give them all day, right? You cannot. Like, Geno Smith started cooking. It was too late. They held him down the first half, Stoney, but I know I saw Geno in that offense cooking to where I felt like if they would have had 5 more minutes left in that game, maybe, who knows, but just think about it. The GOAT, the current GOAT at that position, Patrick Mahomes, is coming in. You give him time, you got problems.
I mean, I think the problem with Mahomes is there's no one way to shut him down. It's got to be a total team effort, but I do think so. Patrick Mahomes this year, Goose, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, and he's been sacked 9 times.
That's nasty for him. You want to say he can be had. So Bosa's going to eat. Shark Week.
Well, we'll see. Yeah. We'll see. Can they run him down? They've won 4 of their 5 games. They've won by 1 score.
We saw that Baltimore, the Kevin Durant game, the foot toenail.
27-20,
okay.
They beat the Ravens. 26-25, they beat the Bengals. 22-17, they beat the Falcons, and they got a big break in that.
Those are three good teams, though, Steiny.
17-10, they beat the Chargers, and then they beat the Saints 26-13.
You know what? You're going to laugh. I know the Saints started off 2-0. They've lost 4 in a row. But 4 of those 5 wins are against, I feel like, respectable teams.
Yeah, it's not a bad call, Goo.
Cincinnati, Baltimore, and who were the Kirk Cousins, Atlanta?
Chargers, Falcons, Bengals, Ravens. So the Ravens are 4-2. Bengals obviously are 2-4? Something like that?
Yeah.
So, they haven't played well. Falcons are 4-2, and the Chargers are 3-2? 3-2. And now they play the 3-3 San Francisco 40.
See, I think this is a defensive game for the Niners, man. This is the one to where can you fluster them a little bit? Can you keep them at bay? And I don't like that you just told the masses the Chiefs have yet to score 30.
But whether I told the masses or not, they still haven't scored 30.
And they know that. The Chiefs. So coming off a bye, I'm just saying they're coming for blood.
Which team's more likely to score 30? The Niners on that defense or the Chiefs on the 49ers defense? But the Chiefs offense hasn't necessarily been clicking on all cylinders.
I just told you. I'm going Chiefs on the Niners defense, man.
So it sounds to me like you think the Chiefs are going to win this game.
We're going to give our prediction tomorrow, but right now, Steiny, it's scaring me. That side of the ball, the Niner defense against Patrick Mahomes. And we saw, and you're going to say it was weeks ago, and it's all fair, but we saw Sam Darnold look comfortable against this Niner team, right? 6-10 on third downs. And Geno Smith is as ugly as it started for him. He started to warm up. That game got closer than it should have. Up 20.
Mike Florio was on with, I didn't see this, but I'm interested to hear what Mike Florio said. I guess they asked him about Brock Purdy, and obviously we're 6 games into this season. He's having a good year. 49ers 3-3, but Mike Florio was asked if Brock looks like a $60 million quarterback.
He is a guy who does what needs to be done within the confines of the Shanahan offense. Plus, he sprinkles in enough mobility to give you something when there's nothing there. It's not a lot of flash. There's not a lot of panache, but he just gets it done. It's very meat and potatoes, but it's a good meal of meat and potatoes that he's serving up. Now, does that mean it gets him to $60 million a year? I don't know, but he's clearly earned a second contract, and they'll replace the final year of his current one most likely after this season with something. It just depends upon what that high-end number is, depends upon how much he wants.
Mike Florio?
Yeah, I'll say this. Give the win for Purdy. I don't know what that number is going to be, Stouty, but the fact that Florio couldn't say definitely hell no, I feel like Brock's on the right track. You know what I mean? Whatever that number, because it's going to be a number, but for Florio not to be able to Mutombo, rest in peace, no. Like, it's coming. He says he's earned a second contract. It's just about how much now.
I want to play a little game here for the rest of the segment.
Yeah.
So I see the sound on my board, and Mike Florio was asked a question. And I don't know what his answer was. But I kind of want to go around to the 4 of us and ask the question and then see if ours matches up with Florio's or they're different. Okay, I'll start with Ken.
Okay.
You don't have to play if you don't want to, Ken.
Mets down 2-1.
What is the thing you remember most about last year's Super Bowl? What do you remember most about last year's Super Bowl?
Well, it's funny because we actually got the TV up here and they're playing last year's Super Bowl. But one of the things I thought about the most was when in the second half, the Niners had the ball and they decided to throw the ball 7 out of the 8 times play calling. And instead of running the ball with their star running back, Christian McCaffrey, and this is after Patrick Mahomes threw an interception, I believe, at their 40.
Right.
And they went minus yards because they decided to throw the ball more than running the ball. So.
All right. Fair. Evan, what do you remember most about last year's Super Bowl?
I remember the muffed punt, which may or may not have been Ray McLeod's fault because it hit Darrell Luter's foot, and then McLeod didn't fall on it, followed by Mahomes finding Marquez Valdez-Scantling for a touchdown the next play. So, and I remember.
Do you remember what
in
the
real
score
time
was exactly at that time?
The score was 10-6. Niners were up. And that was the Chiefs' first touchdown.
Okay.
So, in my opinion, that's where the game flipped.
Gotcha.
In 2 plays.
Good stuff.
Goo?
I'm being honest here, and in real time, they were moving the McCaffrey fumble.
Oh, the first quarter.
But they were marching, and everything looked like, we're coming out guns blazing. And when he dropped that ball, I'm not saying that's why they lost, partner, but I said, damn, you don't see that often. But that was every time I watch it, and Kittle was running material instead of falling on it. But that's what stands out to me.
You know what's funny is you guys just mentioned 3 great ones, and what I'm realizing is I don't remember a ton of specifics, so I would have to answer the overtime rules.
That was my 1A.
Just because that was it might not have been the biggest play of the game, but after the game, it was certainly one of the most talked about aspects of the game. So I would say the overtime. What do you think Florio's going to say?
Knowing him, I think he's going to say the overtime.
I don't think he will.
Okay.
He prides himself on
It's probably something about the Chiefs, if we're being honest.
All right. What does he remember most?
I wanted Ken. What did Ken think he's going to say?
Did you not listen to him?
No, I didn't hear him.
He said them throwing the ball 7 of 8 times to start the half.
After the Mahomes interception. Ken?
What's my guy?
He's in the I just wondered because, he gave a detailed, thought-out, well-reasoned answer. Took about a minute. What were you doing? Okay. Mike Florio, what do you remember most about the Super Bowl?
Like every other Chiefs Super Bowl, they're down, they're out, they're losing. And it's just a matter of Patrick Mahomes finding the gas pedal and just in the nick of time, getting the win, or in this case, forcing overtime. I just think that sense of wonder that comes from the rare occasion when a Super Bowl game goes to overtime, and now that we have the opportunity for both teams to possess the ball, that strategic decision that Kyle Shanahan made that was criticized about whether or not to take the ball or kick off to start overtime, because you're guaranteed that second possession, even if the team that gets the ball first scores. That's a history maker because it was unprecedented. So that's probably what stands out the most.
Well, which one was it? He said 2.
But the last one, he said that one. Well, you're right.
I'll take a victory lap.
Yeah, you can.
No, you did. You can on that one. Yeah. Zuki Main, our main man, says McCaffrey's fumble. How about this one? I'm surprised, Guru, this wasn't at the top of your list.
Get it to
from the 408. What I remember most about the Super Bowl, Purdy not getting the time to hit a wide open Brandon Ayuk.
Man.
And that's from Moose. Moose.
The McCaffrey one's interesting, though, because
I think so, too, Evan.
Well, it's kind of like the Hurts fumble in the preceding Super Bowl. From the standpoint, I'm rewatching this game now, I forgot how unbelievable Christian McCaffrey was in this football game. He was unreal the entire game and made one mistake. Someone out, Jalen Hurts had an incredible Super Bowl, made one mistake, and that's the thing that we remember about it.
Yeah, and to Ken's point, off your point, why did they throw it? Why did they get pass happy with McCaffrey? He did have a game, man.
He had 160 scrimmage yards.
Yeah, I think he had 80 and 80, right? 80 rushing, 80 receiving, something like that.
Some of it came in overtime, but still.
That is, again, I know, how would I know what it's like to, I lost a Madden Bowl, but how would I know what it's like to lose a Super Bowl? But Stoney, I'm sorry, man. Again, we can go to the whiteboard and they had ample opportunity and everything kind of broke down. Coaching, offensive line, man.
What would a win mean for the Niners, Mike?
I think it would remind everyone of the fact that the Chiefs are kind of a phony 5-0. You look at their performances, you look at their games, they keep finding a way to win, which is what they do in the postseason pretty much all the time. But it would be a reminder that most of the time the Chiefs have to scratch and claw and fight for everything they get. And the 49ers are good enough to do it.
What?
Now the Super Bowl's on now, then the overtime possession, and Evan and I are like, he forgot one play where Purdy was, look at Ayuk open, throw it. And it was play action.
Get rid of the ball. Is on right now.
That's right. Get rid of the ball. Yeah.
And Chris Jones was
You took issue to what he said.
Who?
Florio.
About what?
Phony. I feel like that set you off.
Well,
you don't like that.
Well,
from guys that didn't play. That's the Steiny I know. Or Florio, I wouldn't be like if I said phony 5-0, you'd have a heart attack.
Call it like you see it.
Florio, whoa, phony.
Let me think about this one for a second.
Yeah, phony Florio.
He's playing terrible.
Florio's paid his dues in this business.
Hey, and I like him, but come on, man. Phony. Beat the Ravens, bud. Ain't our fault. Beat Burrow.
I mean, well, everybody's beating him this year. Sam's in San Ramon wants to jump into this conversation on what he remembers most about last year's Super Bowl. Sam's in San Ramon. What's up, Sam?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Great program.
Oh, thank you.
What I remember is something that still affects the defense is that freak accident by Greenlaw.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the call,
man,
Sam.
How did we forget that one?
Because it wasn't really a play in the game.
But it had something to do with the outcome.
Did it?
This is it.
Do we know that?
He wasn't on the field.
Right.
Jack. He is bad.
But how do we know that his replacement didn't play better?
Well, they got interception the first series after halftime.
Yeah, there you go.
Offense did nothing.
There you go.
Dude, this could go on for 4 more hours.
I know.
What do you remember? Whoa.
Yeah, well, we got to be careful because you know he's going to steal it.
Oh, yeah.
Although they're the ones who asked for it.
No, you're right. It was a great one. They probably did it on Tuesday.
Oh, boy.
Man, I'm so proud of myself, man.
For what?
That win on Missouri, no Missouri. I just looking at my notes.
Missouri?
The trivia Evan put together about Kansas City. You got the titles for the novels because both your parents were school teachers. So that's not really that impressive, but I got the sports stuff and the Bison.
Okay. Yeah. You lost 5-4. I mean.
No, I got 3-2.
Oh, okay, you lost 5-3. 4-3. Anyway. No, seriously. It's okay.
Hey, you better change your attitude, bud.
Whoa.
Put your glasses back on. Oh, we got the crossover.
Hey, we got day baseball.
Where'd you hear that from?
You.
Thank you.
You brought it up.
Yep. Who you got? I want the
Who's
Dodgers.
playing? Oh, you know what? I'm coming.
You got to do it to him.
I will. You
got to do it to him. Oh, boy. Willard special.
Here's what I got to tell Willard, and they never listen to this segment, so. And I think I said this already, but poor Willard in a way. You know, I'm watching, I go on Monday, it's quick stop, have a beer. They got the Dodgers game on, and there were some people at the bar, and a lot of them were Giants fans. It was really pathetic.
Why was it pathetic?
It was quite pathetic.
Oh, they're rooting against the Dodgers.
They're actually expending energy rooting for the Mets over the Dodgers. They want the Dodgers to lose, and I just felt really sorry for them. I mean, imagine that. You're watching the NLCS, and you're reduced to watching your rival and rooting against them. I mean, to me, that's
part of your job. It's part of a fan's job, Stoney, to hate.
That's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
That's a lose-lose.
No Giants fan wants to see them do a parade again.
Can I be honest? Like, I'm not criticizing.
It's part of fandom.
I'm not criticizing Giants fans that are rooting against the Dodgers. That's human nature. But I do feel like it's a little bit pathetic.
But it's their postseason.
Right. And,
rooting for the other team.
No, it's not. It's actually the opposite of their postseason.
Wow.
I'll just, I'm going to want to get Mark Willard's take on that of
get him early, Stoney.
These days he feels a little bit pathetic.
I'm scared of Willard.
Rooting for the Dodgers. He'll be sky high after the Madden thing. You know that. All right. Coming up next, we have the crossover. Dibbs and Willard, they're in the house. And don't forget, coming up at 2:45, Quentin Post, Reese Beekman, and Lindy Waters III will join him. But on the other side, Willard and Dibbs.
darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
We'll see.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Crossover time.
Yes, sir.
With Willard and Dibbs.
Fresh from the Madden compound.
Yeah.
How'd it go out there, man? It looked great.
It's pretty different. It's pretty unique. It's pretty, it was something. It was something else. I didn't know that existed. And I bet everybody who's driven by that place in their life has no idea that it existed. You could drive by it.
See, now that, wow.
You
that's
would have no idea that that's anything but weird businesses where, like, it looks like an accounting firm from the outside.
Will, I'm so random. Dibbs, I've been waiting for you too. I got to ask this because it came up yesterday. Did you guys find out how the Madden game, the inception of that came about?
Yeah, Steve Mariucci told the story on the air, which is amazing, and I'll let Mark tell it because he's better at long form than I am.
I think you just used your word count already for the whole day.
Well, in the short form story,
long form.
The short form story is it was an accident.
Kind of.
All right, I need to hear. Yeah.
Well, what he thought he was doing was he talked to the guy who eventually launched EA Sports.
Okay, Sam Mateo, Foster City.
And he said, this is what I want to do. I think it would be a good teaching tool if we could use these little figurines and put it on video, and two things could happen. Coaches could use it for planning purposes, and fans could learn more about football. And the first answer that the EA, and I'm going to call him the EA guy because I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
But the EA guy's first answer is
Aaron Andrews, EA.
Yeah, we could probably do like 6-on-6. And John was like, no, this has to be 11-on-11. He's like, well, we don't have the bandwidth or the technology to do that yet. And John's like, get back to me when you do. And then a couple of years later, they do. And that's what John thinks that he's launching. And then it takes off in the video game world in a totally different way. And he just ends up licensing the name. And really, to hear the stories yesterday, to his death, he still really had no clue how the whole thing worked. He didn't play it. He was just like, yeah, I don't know what all those guys are doing over there with the gizmos in front of the TV and players are running around out there.
The first edition had like 8 teams.
Right.
We played 91, I believe.
91, yeah.
Never was he thinking video game.
Wow.
And entertainment.
Look what it ended up being. It still is.
Well, and think about the evolution of the football video game, because when Atari launched in '82, you had the 3-on-3 and like
throwing it up.
Yeah. Exactly. You could either run like the run play or the pass play, and you did the joystick, the wibble wobble.
I play Madden that way. Run play or pass play.
Then you had Intellivision came out with the disc, and you could spin it and throw it. And then you came out with, the 2-button Nintendo, and then you had Tecmo Bowl.
Oh, that was it, man.
Tecmo 2, when you could do 4 runs or
Bo
4
Jackson
passes.
on Tecmo Bowl. Oh, watch out.
And you couldn't stop him. Even like, Cleveland with Mack and Biner, they were unstoppable.
Right.
But Bo Jackson was unfair. And then from there, you went to Madden, 11-on-11.
It was incredible, man.
Like, drop the mic, and football video games have never been the same.
And I would argue, starting about 5 to 7 years ago, it got so good. This has happened to me multiple times in raising boys. You walk by a room, if you just walk by a room quickly, I think that they're watching a football game.
And that's where it's at.
That's how good the graphics are.
No doubt about Will.
If you glance in the room, that looks like a real football game.
It's funny you say that, because this morning I was trying to watch a recap of the game that we're actually watching in the studio right now.
Incredible.
Last year's Super Bowl. So I'm just Googling it, whatever, and I'm trying to feed a bagel to a 2-year-old and whatnot. And so up comes a feed, and I'm like, boom, press play, and it's a YouTube, and I start watching it, and I'm like, something doesn't seem like. It's the Madden version of the Super Bowl,
which is looking like the real.
Looks like the real game.
Wow, that's
insane.
That's sick. Wow, I never knew that, man.
Yeah, because I'd walk by the room and pat myself on my back and be like, "Look at my boys in there watching football,
watching tape,
just watching. They're grinding. They're trying to learn the game." And no, they're.
Stoney, have you ever had a Madden controller in your hand?
Nope.
Wow.
In television, though.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely in television.
Don't sleep on it, television.
In television, baseball was a great game.
Oh,
incredible.
Man, we loved it.
No doubt.
All right, I'm watching this game now. And
stop watching the game.
Who's 33 on the 49ers last year? It's funny because we played your sound of Florio saying, it's a good question. What do you remember most about the Super Bowl? And who's 33? I've just seen him take 7 bad angles in a row.
He was the closest guy to Mecole Hardman when the game ended, too.
His last name was Ryan?
Oh, Logan Ryan.
Logan Ryan.
That's Logan Ryan.
Yep.
Remember he came in halfway through the year, kind of grabbed him off the street.
It's funny because
they had injuries.
There's so much you can remember of that game. And
Florio said overtime. The boys
sense
had
of
him on
wonder.
this morning. What do you remember? Obviously, the heartbreak.
Hey, Cosell today.
Oh,
I'm nervous.
I tell you
what time?
I don't know if Shanahan has. I know he hasn't cut his hair since, but he may not have showered since.
Yeah,
No, I
it
don't think
looks
he
that
has.
he's with no doubt about it, man.
I love it when people say that he's 45 years old. No,
Nah,
he's not. He's
I'm going to call
65.
him Merle from now on.
Yeah,
he
that
got the
works.
Obama acceleration going on.
Because
right
he's
now.
haggard.
Right.
Thank you, Stein. Well, that was for you, old
Thank
man.
you.
Well, that's
a 2.
If
Thanks,
Niner
Goose.
Look at
football
Andy.
is as stressful as the United States of America,
Man.
that tells you something.
Yeah, no doubt about
That
it.
tells a story. Good God.
Hey, can I
You can do whatever you want.
I pass along a scene from Monday that
a scene?
Yeah,
Have the same energy as you told us and the fans you were going to have.
Bring
Not
that same energy.
So
Say it with your chest.
Excuse me, sir.
I don't tell
Mr.
people.
McGillicuddy.
Patelli.
Oh, now he's getting upset.
No.
I'm
Take
sorry.
Come on,
Yeah, we've been having
speak
a
it.
great show.
Let's hear it.
So Monday, and keep in mind, this is not like, oh, these guys are, there's no judgment. I'm just going to tell you the way I felt. So I go over and have a quick one at Sam's on Monday, and
I'm nervous right now.
the Dodgers and the Mets are on. I'm watching, and I look around the bar. It's not packed, but there's like 11 people in there.
Okay.
Mark, they were Giants fans.
Oh, boy.
And they were rooting against the Dodgers.
Of course.
I just felt really
no,
sad.
That's their job.
I felt sad for them.
So like I'm going to
a little sad.
I'm going to ride the fence.
Felt a little pathetic.
I'm going to ride the fence on this one. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. I do it too. And yes, it's pathetic. It's completely pathetic.
But it's part of the program.
It's humiliating.
Yeah, you adopt whoever's playing
It is
the team you
humiliating. It's humiliating, and I will show up again. Do they play again this afternoon?
Yes, they do.
I will show up again tonight and be humiliated.
Yeah.
It's humiliating.
Yeah, you might get prepared because it looks like
I know.
Well, I do. I've always been fascinated.
And next week we're going to have to be Yankee fans.
Yeah.
That'll be great.
I've always been fascinated with that whole thing about who you root for after your team's gone. And I go back to 1985 or 87 when, no, it was 80, whatever. Shoot. Anyway, the Philadelphia 76ers went into the Boston Garden in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals. They beat the Celtics. And the Celtics fans started chanting, beat LA.
Right.
And the Sixers were, I don't know if they were more of a rival than the Lakers, but it was the same thing. They were playing the Sixers more during the year. I don't know. I've always thought
Andrew Tony.
It's just interesting, like, what you want to see. Because I get it, the Dodgers are the rivals, but maybe you want to say, look, 2 teams in our division are the best teams.
I hope this doesn't come off sounding sexist. I want to just no, because this is life. This is life. What we do every October right now is akin to trying to talk to someone you are interested in at the bar starting at 10 p.m. and you're still trying at 11 p.m. and you're sending drinks over and it's midnight and then it's 12:30 and you're trying and you feel like you're getting somewhere at certain hours of the night. And then at 1 o'clock, she and all of her wonderful friends, they get up and leave. They write down the wrong phone number on a piece of paper.
Oh, no.
And you start looking around at 1:30 for what the hell you got left.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay.
Sometimes nothing will.
And that's what we're doing. It's 1:30 at the bar, and this is what we got left. We can we can't do what we want to do, so let's just root against the Dodgers and act like we're happy.
You think Niner fans were
when you get back
rooting
to your car and the window's been smashed in.
Yeah, for
and,
sure.
your stereo got taken.
You think Niner fans were not rooting for the Bengals when the Rams went to that Super Bowl?
We were, but that's not the same.
Yeah,
No.
but you still didn't want to see the Rams win.
I mean, sure,
Yeah.
you don't, but that bounces off of you.
This is different.
The Dodgers are different. Even the Lakers, who think that they have a championship the last few years ago.
Yeah.
But
and this is, I think, the most telling part of all of this, because if the Dodgers actually do get this one
counts.
Then, well, the whole thing about, oh, you can't look at the bubble chip anymore as a bubble chip, and you can look at it as a bubble chip all you want, but now the Dodgers would have 2 since you got your last one, and you could say 1.5 all you want. You could call it whatever you wanted.
They got Ohtani.
Well, 60 is more than a third of 162, but we can debate that later. It's closer to 40%, but it's funny because
0.4,
if they actually get one, if they get a real one, it's
sucks.
hard to look at a real one and say, well, I mean, geez, boy, you can't.
Yeah.
And so, meanwhile, we have a Mets fan in the building who's no longer wearing Mets gear because I'm afraid that he may be resigned to the reality of what's going on.
Yeah, I told Willard they can tie it up tonight.
Yeah.
You'll win a game and you're tied.
They're allowed
They
to.
could go down 3-1. I hear you.
they could.
Y'all can hold
this
on
is a scary spot.
I've been told if the Guardians don't win tonight, they're not going to play Game 4.
Well, that's 3-0 and 2-1 are two very different entities.
True.
You go play a baseball game tonight and make it 2-2.
But if the Mets lose, they're down 3-1, right?
Yeah, but here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, and this is why you know it's embarrassing. I will watch Saints Broncos over this crap.
Prime.
I don't want to watch. I want to hear about it. Tell me they lost.
It's because you are afraid to watch it and watch what's probably going to happen.
No, there's just no joy there. There's 2 options. I can watch the Dodgers win.
49er Frankie.
That makes me want to vomit.
Yeah. Or you can watch the Mets win.
Yes, but like that, again, that is at least a part humiliating. But like, what am I going to do? Run around my house and make unhealthy food because the Dodgers lost a play? Like, what? How
it's
pathetic.
A quiet fist bump.
Yeah.
It's more of an option than watching some 4th-rate garbage on Amazon Prime.
This is why you have as many fantasy teams as possible. On my 4th one, there's Javonte Williams. Great. Let's sit down and act like we care
I got Denver defense
about Javonte Williams.
That's fine.
Yeah,
my team's so deep that, and again, we talked about this yesterday, and Mark did not have a proper answer because Mark's not a real radio doctor like I am.
Surgery.
Which one?
Surgery.
Which one?
The one that happens at a hospital.
See, and this is where all of you novices, all you neophytes, you don't get it. And as a man who's been cut on 5 different times, well, then don't report on it unless you know.
What do you mean? I'm not reporting. I'm not a reporter.
A meniscus surgery.
You didn't even know that he was having surgery.
Doesn't
so what
matter.
kind of reporter are you?
I don't need to set my lineup until 5 o'clock, so it doesn't matter. I'm not going to send him flowers or a card. I don't know the man. All I know is when I bench him, he scores 3 times. When I start him, he gets no catches.
So you should be excited. Now you know what he's going to do.
I'm not going to ever root for another man to be injured. Well, I just want to know from all of you neophytes what the surgery was.
Thank God for granting you this moment of clarity.
There is no moment of clarity because none of you guys have the actual answer.
He's going to get a 0.0 this week.
That's fine.
And next week.
And he would too.
And
this is on my
after
bench.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And by the way, yes, it is a wow moment that Quentin Post is coming in studio because he's not coming by himself.
Well, we didn't get that till later.
I know, but I wanted to talk to you through my radio.
Were you disrespecting our exclusive?
He's not coming in here by himself.
Over here.
We've got a third of the roster coming in here today.
Well, not quite, but
a fifth. 20% of the roster is going to be here.
We have a third of the Santa Cruz roster. Well, that's a fact.
More optimism, please.
Don't put it on me. I was juiced. He knew I was juiced. I said Post.
You know what Cougar and I got into it over today?
What?
We were talking about stupid. That's what we do.
Our job.
I said, Christian McCaffrey's having a terrible year. He said, no, he's not.
I heard that too.
I said, sure he is. He's
got 0. You said, who's had a worse year than Devondre Campbell? And Steiny goes, Christian McCaffrey.
And I hate it when I am Team Steinmetz because it makes me feel uncomfortable.
I was going to pay you a compliment. No, I'm not.
I'm giving you a Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment.
I know.
And it's a backhand up the line 15 love because I hate the fact that you're right, but you're right. Christian McCaffrey, he's had a worse year. He's had the same year that Frank Gore's had this year.
I'm not going to fall for it, Willard. You cannot, if you have yet to play, you're not playing bad. Campbell's been bad.
How's Elijah Mitchell been?
Unavailable.
And I won't go. I won't go to the Ricky Pearsall card because he got shot.
Yeah, no doubt.
But he's having a better year than Jacob Cowing. That's a fact.
Who is that?
Pearsall's having a better year than Cowing.
Well, then how can you say that?
Because Cowing has played and made mistakes.
No, you just said the opposite point 2 times in a row.
No. I'm talking about
McCaffrey.
Did Cowing make a fair catch?
Yeah, he
He
also fumbled a fair catch.
So you're saying Cowing has been a net
negative, correct?
And Devondre Campbell hasn't been?
I'm talking about Pearsall. He's been a net zero.
But
McCaffrey, net zero.
But you say McCaffrey's having a worse year than Campbell.
I did not say that. That was his point.
And you agreed with him.
I agreed with the idea about McCaffrey having a worse year than fill in the blank.
I thought
he said Naomi Campbell.
No, you caught him, Willard.
What's wrong with you people?
It was a throwaway line the other day.
And I loved it.
It's good to see. From across the room, it's good to see both sides of your mouth. That's good.
It was a throwaway line the other day, but Dibs had me laughing when he goes, you're allowed to beat the Chiefs.
That's a Mark line.
That's my line.
It's Mark's line. I do it as mockery because whenever we have a point and he is backed up into a corner, he says, well, Dibs, you're allowed to, blah, blah, blah.
I'm not backed into a corner. It's when you start kissing things off before they're over, like you did with the Warriors season 3 years ago, and told me in January, ain't no damn way in hell this team's winning a championship. They're allowed to. And guess what?
They are allowed
They did. And then they did.
This year, I don't think they're allowed.
They are. I checked. And I called the league office. They said it's okay.
That the over-under is 43.5?
That's
correct. Is that what you found?
That's an
Warriors
win
that is accurate, and
Dude.
I bet the living hell out of it.
The over?
Yes.
Man. He and I had a quick discussion about last year's win total at 46. 46. Right. And I said, would you go over under 46 from last year? And he was quick to say over 46. I think that last year's 46 could be this year's 46 in a different way, but 43.5, that feels way low to me. Way low.
Here's what I think might be true that none of us are willing to admit yet because we don't want it to be true and it will hurt our hearts. But I think it's very possible that Klay Thompson was a huge X's and O's problem for this basketball team.
I think there's a chance of that too.
There's no doubt. And so the fact that it was so difficult for him to be gone.
Kerr take him out the game. Now you wanted to take him out and he didn't.
But there's such an emotional thing on everybody's back and in the locker room, and he's mad and he's going 0 for 10 and all these things. And you bring in people who are not near the name, but they are younger.
No doubt.
There's more of them.
No eggshells, Willard.
Right. Like, I don't know, man.
That's real.
Watch them last night. I know that this just fan night. They were
having a ball.
They look lighter than they've looked in 3 years. Yeah. They really do. Now, they haven't had a chance to punch each other yet, so maybe this will go sideways. I don't know. But I'm starting to get a sense that he was pushing in the wrong direction in multiple ways.
And how many times did we say Poole was gone, so the stench of that was gone, and it really wasn't because Klay wasn't in the best spot. Now he's gone. Nobody's happy, but I'm telling you, that's got to equal. Man, it's just the air is light.
I'm not trying to forecast stench, but the one thing that could be stench worthy would be Jonathan Kuminga if he doesn't get an extension, and if Moses Moody does, and there's talk that Moody might, and Moody's not going to get money that Kuminga would get, but if Moody gets money, if Moody gets 4 years and $60 million, $15 million a year, which would be commensurate with what Moody is as a player, but if he gets money, guaranteed long-term money, and Jonathan does it, it's something to watch, I think.
And if Moody doesn't get it, he can handle it. I just feel like JK, who will run to his reps and they know where to run to, I feel like that'll be a problem.
All right. Well,
Something to watch.
Well, hold on. Where are you going? We got time.
You take it all the way to 12.
Yeah, take it all the way
to 12. No,
that's why I was like,
what are we going to do? 3 minutes of,
hey, can I get you something to drink?
That's what I was trying to.
You got water. Now, let's take it to 12. We'll take it to 12.
Have a seat.
You leave, we break, we come back.
Diz, let me tell you how you hurt my feelings, man. So you and I are in a club where we take notes and watch the game. Then I'll get a late snack and watch it again to note on the note. The real-time notes.
And he was hating on your late night
he
snack.
goes, "Oh, you heard it." That guy had like 6 pages with it. He goes,
I'm telling you, when Spadoni said Helvetica, I laughed out loud. I laughed out loud. It's like I'm like listening to these guys. It's like the term paper in college where you're like, "Oh crap, it's only 3 pages."
It hurt my heart, but it was
Teacher
fun.
asked for it to be 4 pages. You're like, click, drag, change font. We're done.
Man, that
oh my
hurt me.
god, that was so funny.
Don't hate on my note game.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't say anything, but that was, that was painful.
Yeah.
The only time I hated on your note game was when you were in Lucky Break
I'll
in the
never forget.
contest.
How are we friends right now?
Because we've come a
That
long
could've
way,
ruined
Goo.
me. I'm in the contest. Yeah. Brandon Terry was my
2012.
coach. Yeah, 2012, Lucky Break.
Yep.
So I'm nervous. I'm still a nobody, but I don't know what's going on. I had my notes. Left my notes to get a cocktail, snuck off. Nobody could to calm the nerves.
Yeah, you got to do it.
Dibs, this was technology, wasn't even what it was now. Takes a picture of my notes. It could, and I write stuff to myself.
Just tell him where the notes were written.
On my piece of paper, on my notebook.
Incorrect. On the back of an envelope.
Okay, but anyway. Fine, Dibs, now you're talking.
Wait a minute, use what you got.
I thought it was on a
Here's
napkin. I have the picture.
In that moment where I'm scared, and puts it on Twitter. And I saw it and I go, wow, he really was trying to Nancy Kerrigan me.
Wow.
He really was trying to take. Stoney, what if I don't belong?
That's bold for somebody who hasn't even got his footing yet. That's bold.
First of all,
that's bold.
If I may,
from a guy who says he made half the media personalities on the West Coast.
I tried to break him. I tried to break him.
Bold.
Willard, I love you for that, man.
The only people I claim I made are those who I actually made. This man I tried to break, and I failed. And it was a competition. It was me against yo. And if you know Brandon Tierney at all, and I know you do,
I do.
He's the kind of guy, when you compete with him, you want to cut him. You want to beat him. You want to end him. So Google is his
he
guy.
Does you.
And I had a good roster, and I thought that my team was better than his team. But you start going through the thing, and you lose a couple, and he loses a couple, and whatever. And we were down to the final, might have been the final 8 or the final 4, and we were at Pete's or Pedro's.
Pedro's.
Rest in peace. And those live shows, there's stories to be told there.
David Lee,
dude,
Mad Bum before he was Mad Bum.
Matthew Bissett.
Yeah, look at
you. Knocked him off, right?
That was the next year.
Oh, okay.
Bissett was the next year, but I saw an opening to exploit this nobody and his handwritten notes on the back of an envelope, and so I did it, Goo. Do I regret it? Of course not.
Will,
I
appreciate you, Will. I really do.
Whatever. He wasn't there. He doesn't know what it was like.
The way he
in
just
the
described
nascent
that.
days of the station, it was dog eat dog. Survive or be survived.
Not for you, it wasn't.
It sure was.
No, it wasn't.
Please, you were the first hire.
Right,
whatever. And what happened 18 months later?
But at least you were
Well, that was predictable.
Like I was hired after you and fired before you.
Those are facts.
Oh, man.
Those are facts.
You guys, man.
Anyway, I thought it was on a napkin. It was on the back of a notebook. I still have the picture. Or the back of an envelope.
Yeah, I played it off, but that cut me.
But what happened next? You went out there live and you crushed it.
Yeah.
You crushed it. You won the whole damn
Who
thing.
was the white receiver from? He played in the NFL on the Titans and Oilers. Drew, give it to me from
Bennett.
Bennett.
Drew Bennett.
He was a cool cat.
UCLA, right?
Yeah, look at him.
Miramani High School.
There you go.
So Jason Barrett, the old PD, he would bring in a celebrity judge every
You
week.
hate this, Tony. We're talking
And he
about
had
me, but
David Lee. He had literally Madison Bumgarner.
What?
2012 Mad Bum.
How the hell did you get him to go that?
I would listen to that on the way home.
what a
And I know
barrel
he'd
of
probably
laughs.
they asked him, would you listen to these guys? He goes, I would listen to that on the way home. I'm like, yeah.
How would you listen, being that there are no radios on horses, Madison?
He was
Good
young
Lord.
Mad Bum. He wasn't Mad Bum then.
No, he was not yet
he
Mad
was
Bum.
young.
This was
Not
2012
rocking
Mad
all people yet.
He came in
Aaron
all
Davis,
shucks.
the DB for the Niners.
That's
he came
right.
out.
That's right. And David Lee, great call on Drew
D-Lee.
Bennett. That's so funny.
I'm going to let you handle the out here. Because I don't know if you go hard out or not. Or...
No, I got you, Stoney.
Okay.
Don't worry.
If it's Mark,
he's
it's
sick
going to
of
be a
this.
soft out, I'll be honest.
Well, SAWFT. Anyway, this is what you're supposed to do, Steiner.
All righty.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Is your bag hanging on your shoulder correctly? You can go there and find out. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. I might have added a line.
On 95.7. The game, is it okay? A little early? Yeah. Yes, it is. The Warriors Trio coming up at 2:45 on 90. And Kelce.
Oh, my God. We added an extra day just for the effect.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday.
intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, LFG. Let's do Thursday, okay? We are inching closer to Niners-Chiefs, and we're really, Dibs, inching closer to 20% of the Warriors roster standing right next to us in this studio.
I can't wait.
Yeah, it should be fun.
No, and it's fun when you see a real live 7-footer up close and personal, which is going to happen here in about half an hour.
Allegedly. Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, he might be 6'11". I won't, put him to the test and have him take off his shoes and measure. And that's the thing about NBA players is when you talk about height, a lot of times the height that they are listed at is height in their shoes. And when you get to the NBA draft, that's why you see a guy who's like 6'11 and a half and he's listed at 7'1". In shoes, it's different than when you're in your bare feet.
Yeah. Do you have that moment of anxiety when the doctor asks you to step on the scale, but you still have your shoes on?
No.
Like, come on, doc, hang on. Let's get an accurate number here.
I'm gonna need to get naked.
Yeah. Like, come on.
Yeah. If you're going to weigh me, you're going to weigh me.
It's getting hot in here.
You're not going to weigh
take off all my clothes.
I know you want to see me naked.
Anyway.
Is the way that goes.
That got different fast, but anyway.
They stopped weighing me at doctor's appointments for some reason.
What is going on here?
Why?
I don't know. Back on track. Anyway, so yeah, a bunch of Warriors are going to be here. Special day for them. Obviously, all the new guys are doing all the fun stuff. You had the fan night, the practice, the open practice last night, and guys were singing and dancing and carrying on, and we've got some of that for you, and a bunch of them will be in here as they do their Bay Area tour day. So that's coming up in just about 25 minutes. Should be a whole lot of fun. But I know everybody's mind is on the 49ers and the Chiefs. And here we go. This is a massive weekend in the NFL. I almost felt bad for some of the other games that are happening that are seemingly, at least nationally, getting no attention at all, even though they also could claim game of the year status. Like the Vikings are playing the Lions this weekend and nobody cares.
Well,
nobody
here cares.
Do you know what I mean? Well, no, but even you turn on all the shows, whatever network you want, nobody's talking about the Lions and the Vikings. And that is like, those are, if you want to talk about two NFC teams that right now look like they're humming and at full strength and full health, those are the two, aren't they?
Yes, but it's not a Super Bowl rematch. So,
correct.
Whenever you have a Super Bowl rematch, and I don't know how many times you've had this in the regular season following a Super Bowl, it's probably happened a lot, maybe not 57 times, but it happens, and it happens in the regular season, and that's cool. But yeah, you've got Detroit and Minnesota, and you know what? Whoever wins, they're going to play again.
Right. Yeah.
And when they play again, it might be even bigger then because they might be 12-1 and 11-2 or whatever that will be when they actually play again. But it's cool that game's in the morning because that will be the biggest of the morning games. Although Houston and Green Bay
don't sleep on it.
Also a big game. Yeah. But then you get to the afternoon and clear the decks.
Clear it out.
Clear it all out. It's a Super Bowl rematch. It's the Niners and the Chiefs.
We got some Brock Purdy stuff for you later. Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator, with some remarks that you're going to want to hear. We'll get into that conversation a little bit later. Greg Cosell will rip dibs in an hour. We look forward to that.
Oh, boy.
And our buddy Jeff Schwartz of Fox Sports Radio and Beyond, who is a Bay Area guy who used to play for the Chiefs, former offensive lineman. He's going to join us at 4:15. We're jam-packed with an awesome show today as we really start to ramp up for the weekend. With all that said, started on a crappy note. Not going to lie to you. I got a right hook this morning from Mark Randy. Just trying to throw some stuff out there hey, what do you all think about this? And this is one of the reasons I think this weekend is a very big deal, beyond the obvious. Where I sort of feel that the Niners not just want this, but in a kind of sort of need way, not going to do the must-win thing. I just mean for their mentality and for where this era of 49er football goes. I was thinking about this. Here's why I think there's so much stress about the 49er outcomes right now. I think that people feel like we're heading down a road. We're not there yet. We're heading down a road where the 49ers could become, like many great teams and players through the years, where you go, they were great. They didn't win it all, but they were great. Charles Barkley and Ernie Banks and Patrick Ewing and Reggie Miller, or the Buffalo Bills of days gone by, and we could think of other teams too. I know they won one, but sometimes people talk about Bobby Cox's Braves this way, where it's like, how the hell did you only break through sort of kind of once? And then a lot of those players that came in after that never won anything, but man, you were great. And that's the fear. You don't want the 49ers to be, man, they didn't win, but man, they were great. I don't want to look back on this group this way. And I sent a message to y'all that reflected that thought. And Grandy, what'd you take? About 16 seconds? 16 seconds. I couldn't be believed.
Let's see. Yeah, you texted us at 11:01. I responded at 11:02.
11:02.
And I said, hate to break it to you, but they're already that.
Well, not yet.
Really?
Well, this would be different than that. And, miss me with Charles Barkley, a guy who he got there once and they lost. And so, okay.
No, my point is he's a great player.
But this is not that. For me, this is different. This is looking at the Staley, Willis, Gore run, the Harbaugh run, where you knocked on that door 3 straight years, 3 conference championship games, 1 Super Bowl, you didn't get it done. And now this group, you've been to 4 conference championships in 5 years. You've been to 2 Super Bowls. And if you don't get it done, that now becomes, for me, different than Buffalo, 4 straight years, same group. And it's different than Charles Barkley. Wow, you made it once. Good for you. For me, it's different even than Utah, which Stockton and Malone, they were there a lot and they didn't get it done. This would be 2 different iterations with one franchise getting close and not getting it done. So for me, it's a little bit different than all those other examples. It's worse.
That's interesting. And obviously you can affix whatever emotion you want to this. I'm simply, and this is just the way my mind started playing with it, I'm talking about any team or individual where we can freely and openly acknowledge, without debate, wow, they were great. They were great. Charles Barkley was great. Patrick Ewing, Reggie Miller. Go to Ernie Banks. Ernie Banks never went, but he was great. Barry Bonds, great. Absolute greatness. Cannot deny it. But they never won that ring. And so the reason it felt like a gut punch when he texted that this morning is that at minimum, I have to admit, he might be right. The reason I want to fight back against it is because when you say they already are the Bills that's a completed product. It's done. They went 4 times in a row. They did not win. And then that was it. And those players are now retired and off into history we go. So when you say the 49ers already are, it makes me feel like, well, you're saying that they can't save this. And I'm sitting here going, no, they can still save it. And I could say, hey, I'm optimistic about the Brock Purdy era. You could immediately respond back and go, well, this isn't about Brock. Maybe this is about the players who have been doing it for a while, Fred and George and Debo. And it's like, it feels like the curtain is falling and they're this close, at least, to already being the Buffalo Bills. I will argue back. They're not. They're not yet because they're still here and because they're still playing and because I checked, they're allowed to win this year.
There you go.
And if they do, they're not the Bills. But I have to at least acknowledge the possibility. And 888-957-9570. Do you feel that way already about this 49er group? Are they the Bills?
They're not the Bills.
Already?
No.
I would say no, but I understand the fear.
This is 2 different things. It's not like the Bills went 4 straight. They lost 4 straight, and then that was it. They didn't get back, and they haven't gotten back, and that was the way that went. And they definitely should have won 1. They might have should have won 2, but they actually are closer resembling to me like the Utah Jazz in that, or even the New York Knicks, where you had Michael Jordan and they went up against a team that they just couldn't get over, the Dallas Cowboys and the triplets. And so They faced them twice in the Super Bowl. They didn't beat them. Buffalo was close. Buffalo was a great team, and they're one of the all-time great teams in the 90s, but you didn't get one.
But,
this, to me, is different than that because this would be a second go-round of really good coach, really good roster, really close, and if you don't get it done again, then this becomes a different level of heartbreak. And I'm thinking about the Dallas Cowboys who, since they won their last Super Bowl, they are 5-13 in the playoffs, and they have 0 conference championship game appearances.
Right, but I would never, at any point during those last 25 years, this is just me now, I would never have looked at the Dallas Cowboys and felt like, well, that's probably the best team in the game. They probably should win the whole thing. I've never felt that way. Even in years where they had a good playoff setting, even when they had home games. The Niners sometimes were the team to go in there and beat them. The Packers went in there and embarrassed them last year. I don't think the Cowboys are all that good. Like, I mean, I acknowledge what you're saying. All of these situations are different. But to me, the broader point is, are we looking at the next generation of the story of, wow, they were really good. They're really good. But never got it done. And if you do take Brock out of this, I can feel that stress and that angst. And, Grandy I remember him saying that to us on opening night. We're down there at Levi's, and we get the news that Christian is hurt and is not going to play, and we're all getting ready for that Jets game. And remember the conversation we had? We were like, it's not just about the uniform or the fan base. It's about a small handful of players. I'm going to leave Trent out of it because Trent's not homegrown. But like really the 3 names that really pop to mind immediately are Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Fred Warner. Yep. And there are others. But these are guys who have either had their 30th birthday or they're damn close to having it. It feels like they've been around the block a lot. It feels like injuries are mounting and time is running thin. And yes, you mentioned some great names. Patrick Willis, Frank Gore. Joe Staley. Those are great names, but they're not Jerry Rice and Steve Young and Joe Montana and people like that who have a legacy that just automatically feels different because they did that thing and they got that ring.
Exactly. And that's why this group of the players you named with, Fred and Deebo and George, these are guys who will be alongside those other legends if they don't get it done. And if they're able to get one or more, then they get elevated in the minds of fans, and especially fans like Mark Grandy, who's not even 30 yet. He wasn't alive when the Niners won their last Super Bowl, so he's been waiting his whole life for a good team, this team, to go out there and do the damn thing, which they've been close. They've been close twice now since Grandy turned 21, and they haven't been able to get it done, and yet here you have another team that's good, you're good again, and your coach is still really good, and you are in a spot where you're probably going to be a playoff team. Can you do it again in January? Because you don't get to do this every year.
It just has that feel if it doesn't happen soon, and here's why. All these examples we're bringing up, all of them can be explained away when you sort of bring up the why. Like when I say to you, why did Patrick Ewing not ever break through? Why?
Because he couldn't hit a layup in Game 6?
You could answer that.
I mean, Charles Smith gagged at the rim.
I think there's a bigger answer.
John Starks went 0 for 15 in the game.
I'll give you 2 words.
It's Michael Jordan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those guys, Reggie Miller, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, they could not get over Michael Jordan. Why did the Bills not win? Even though they never played the 49ers. Scott Norwood, you could answer it that way. But I'd argue that in those days,
Dallas.
The Cowboys and the 49ers were the Super Bowl in the NFC Championship game or whenever. They were the Super Bowl. And so the Buffalo Bills would get there, and whoever was waiting for them was somebody who came out of a then much more powerful NFC. And I wonder if this is another chapter in the book of when we get done with all of this, the Niners are like, wow, man, they were really good. But they could never get over Patrick Mahomes. That is, and it's one of the reasons why I don't hear a lot of peacocking this week. I don't hear confidence. I hear a ton of trepidation from 49er fans. You're excited. Yeah. You're excited, but admit it. You're not confident. You're not that excited because a lot of you think they're going to lose this weekend.
What's to be confident about? You're 3-3 and you're facing a team that's beaten you 4 straight times, including 2 Super Bowls.
What's not to be confident about? You're home, you're favored, and you're
favored, yeah.
So what? I mean, you're
favored.
It's not like when you play them, you get your bell rung.
No, when you play them, you get your heart ripped out of your chest.
Yeah, but it's not like you're getting roundly outplayed every time. So...
No, but the heartbreak is more real than being able to look at it cognitively and think, you know what? We probably outplayed him, darn it.
Right, I don't want that.
The heartbreak is greater than the cognition of the reality of the fact that you have been even with this team in 3 of the 4 games.
For sure, but my point is, therefore, take that to a projection, and there's no reason to think that the Chiefs are going to come in Sunday and just run roughshod over the Niners.
I don't think any fan thinks that. I think fans think that it's going to be close, and when close gets to late, the Niners are going to find a way to lose the game. That, for me, is what I'm feeling from Niner fans. Like, are we as good as the Chiefs? Yeah. Can we beat the Chiefs? Sure. If it's close, will we win?
No.
God, no.
Yeah.
God, no. Are you kidding me?
And?
They have Patrick Mahomes. And we blow 4th quarter leads.
You just described every Knicks and Pacers fan of the early 90s.
They weren't as good as Chicago, ever. Like New York, maybe you could argue early. Reggie made it once.
But that's not even the point. The point is that when you looked at those matchups, Cleveland Cavaliers, Craig Elo, side of the head, when you just knew. You're like, even if we somehow are ready to break through, that dude's going to rip our heart out. And that's what this is starting to feel like. And even though this, on Sunday, would be akin to Reggie Miller winning game 1 of a 7-game series, it's still a big deal. It's a big deal because they're telling us that it's a big deal. Fred Warner openly, I've never beaten this guy. We need to beat this guy. And this game this weekend, I very, very confidently feel is a precursor to other things. I really do. Whether it's playing them again or just having the swagger to walk into the playoffs and beat whoever ends up in your way. I think that this is, I said it to you yesterday, this is a mental thing around their head, and they have got to snap it. They have to.
For me, it's the more important thing is to get a lead in the 4th quarter and not give it up, because they've done it twice. 2 of their 3 losses this year have been games where they led in the 4th quarter and they gave up the lead. So that for me is more of a muscle that you need to exercise as opposed to we beat Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, because that for me is a more sustainable problem this year than, boy, can we beat Patrick Mahomes.
So you reject the thought, though, that the Niners, quote, already are the Buffalo Bills.
They're not the Bills.
I agree.
No, I think that what they potentially could be, though, is a second iteration of Hall of Fame talent without a ring. And that's not Buffalo. Buffalo was 4 in a row, and you look at all those games, they lost to the Giants, and that was a fluky Scott Norwood. Then they played back-to-back against Dallas, and I was just looking at those games. They lost one of those games 52-17.
Yeah, they got their doors blown off.
But by a team that was far, far, far superior to them.
That's what in a way, that's what I'm getting at. Do you understand that if they don't break through, this is worse than the Bills?
I disagree.
I don't care that you went to 4 straight Super Bowls. You were very often, if not the whole time, you were not the better team, and it was clear.
Well, you lost to Washington.
Yes.
In the second one.
What was the score?
37-24.
Yep.
And Washington was favored in that game by 7.
That's what I'm getting at.
But
Washington was a big favorite. Dallas was a big favorite. The Giants,
Dallas is way better than you.
Yeah,
Dallas by 6.5.
They were way better.
52-17.
What was the spread in the Giants game, the Norwood game?
The Norwood game, I think the spread, Buffalo had to be favored.
Right.
Yeah, favored by 6.5.
And remember, the Giants were playing with a backup QB. They were on their second quarterback. Hostetler was in there. So
Otis Anderson with 2 T's.
Yes, there was one year where you were quote unquote supposed to win it. But very rarely did you come out of the Bills games and go, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You didn't. You just licked wounds and went, damn, the AFC sucks. Like we didn't even belong on the field with that team.
I get that, but you were 49-15 in the regular season.
They were amazing,
yes.
but they never got to the end and gave their fans the feeling. Yes, the Giants year.
Yep.
But you didn't. Very rarely did you give your fans the feeling, dude, we're the dogs. We should win. That has happened almost every time the Niners have bowed out. Every time. Think about the 4 bow outs, the big ones. Okay, the big ones. You had 2 double-digit leads in the Super Bowl. You lost them both.
Those games, though, were toss-ups, according to Vegas.
But I understand, but then you got there and you had a double-digit second-half lead. Rams, right? NFC Championship game, double-digit lead, second half, Jaquiski Tart. You walked out, shoulda, coulda, woulda. And then there's Philadelphia, where at minimum you feel like, well, we never even had a chance. We never got out of the starting gate, and you can feel like would've. You can't do should've. You can play the would've game,
sure.
And then you do go there the next year, and you blow their doors off, and you see why Deebo Samuel feels the way he feels. And a lot of fans, whether you want to admit it or not, I know a lot feel that way, where it's like, God, we're the best team. We have the best team, and you're getting absolutely nothing out of it in terms of the final prize. It's a dangerous spot they're in right now. It's a dangerous spot. And this weekend does not give you finality on any of it, but I think it's a huge step.
Yeah, I don't think it's that big of a step. I think it psychologically it might be a step, but ultimately you have to get into January, and then that is where you have to take the big steps. And I think about what we were talking about in the thread and the Niner legends who went before, and I was just looking at the 2012 season, the 2013 Super Bowl, Harbaugh versus Harbaugh, and all those names on there, and how close you were to actually getting it done, and you had to rally, and you came back, and you had 4 shots inside the 10, and you didn't win it. So those players all retired without one, and now you mentioned Kittle and Deebo and Fred Warner, the homegrown guys, and forget Brock because he's so young. You would hope that he's going to be here for another 10 or 15 years of having legitimate cracks at this. But even Kyle Juszczyk, who was here on the team when they lost the last 2 Super Bowls, you would hope that these guys can get one. But if they don't get one, are they still Niner legends? Yes, but they would be filed alongside the other guys with the Niners who don't have one.
Lesser legends.
Yeah,
they're lesser. It is. It just
lowercase L.
Yeah, it takes nothing away from the performances that they have, the relationships they built with fans, all of that stuff. But yeah, it's different. Grandy, why do you think they're already the Bills?
Well, I mean, obviously it changes if, say, they go on and they win the Super Bowl this year. Like it kind of makes the 4 deep losses feel different. But I mean, you have 4 losses in the NFC Championship game or beyond. There's a very few teams who in a span of 6, 7, 8 years have that. Like, this is exceedingly rare. And a lot of it is a compliment, but a lot of it is also you still haven't finished the deal.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt. And I wouldn't even need to. You already know. If I asked you, you know the answer to this. What is my most painful Bay Area fan moment in my lifetime?
It's the 0-2 World Series.
There it is. And 3 World Series starting 8 years later only sort of made that better. Only sort of.
It made it better.
It made it better, sort of, because I can still sit here and feel the pain.
I get it. But if the Niners win the Super Bowl this year, does that not ease your pain of the last 3 Super Bowls they've lost?
First of all, that phrase just brought my mind to Field of Dreams when you just did ease your pain.
Ease your pain.
Ease your pain.
Totally.
Grandy is like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Go watch the movie.
I know Field of Dreams.
Do you know Ease Your Pain?
I didn't recognize that one.
Okay. It's one of the guy that's up in the sky.
It's more underrated than If You Build It, They Will Come.
Yeah.
That one, I know.
It was in the same ilk.
That's the first one. If you build it, they will. The whispers that Kevin Costner's hearing.
Yeah.
It's actually his. Ease his pain. It's talking about his dad. Anyway, sorry to spoil the movie. Anyway, it will ease most of the pain, but not all of it. Like, not all of it. There's when you should have championships and you don't get them, it never goes away. That's been my experience.
Well, and it's an appropriate thing to say on this day, which is now 35 years to the day removed from the earthquake, and the Giants lost that World Series. And if you are
just noticed
if
that
you're
it was
of a
October
certain age
17th.
that you remember that World Series, and as a Giants fan, that was one that probably, and put aside the horrific nature of that day in terms of lives lost, as far as sports goes, that had to be as painful as any because you lost to the A's.
Oh, it was brutal.
And you got swept by the A's.
It was brutal. And it was doubly brutal because it was like, I'm so bummed that they lost. And now combined with I'm not even supposed to care because people are losing their lives and the Bay Area is in a total disarray. Yeah. It was awful.
It was a 2-week gap, and then you come back, and then they finished the sweep, and the series was never even that close. And so, I think that sports wounds do heal.
Greg Cosell. Do Greg Cosell wounds heal? We'll find out.
Good boy.
At 3:15, he comes in here to just crush Dibbs' soul. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service bank with no compromises. But a bunch of big, tall warriors are going to jump in here at some point soon. They're having a special day. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
It's the biggest game of the year.
Dude, you should get over to YouTube and Twitch while we do have an extra few minutes. No surprise that, things like this don't run on time. That's just not how it works.
Right.
So they'll be here. They'll be here very soon, and that'll be wonderful. And you should see on YouTube and Twitch what it all looks like. So get over there now. And then as soon as they're not here anymore, then Greg Cosell hammers Dan Dibley.
Well, and that's going to happen. But you had me thinking about really tall people arriving anywhere. And I was thinking about an Uber. Okay. So you call an Uber and you're 7 feet tall. And like, how does that work when a car shows up and maybe it's not big enough to accommodate your limbs, your overall stature,
I think
your
that's
size?
That's on that person to order like Uber Black or Uber
XXXL.
Yeah,
Can I get an Uber tall?
Yeah.
I'm Uber tall.
Isn't there like Uber SUV or Uber Suburban or
I don't
something?
know, but
something.
Being 5'8", when you're really small like I am, not like miniature, but small, you always think about, man, if only I was 6'4". And I think about that. I used to think about it a lot when I was doing a lot of sports. And then you also have those moments like when you're on BART or you're on an airplane. It's like, thank God I'm 5'8". This is actually, I don't have any issues with leg room. You go ahead and recline your seat, buddy, in front of me. You're still not getting to me. And then you look at some people who are like, bigger than you because you're 6'2", 6'3", whatever.
Like
You're just tall enough. You're kind of in that sweet spot where you're tall enough to be tall-ish, but you're not so tall that it's an inconvenience.
That's accurate. Yes.
And, our guy coming in is 7 foot, maybe 7'1".
Something.
Like, that's awesome to do what he does as a basketball player. And in general, it's like, dude, you're tall. That's really cool. But in things like, I don't know, being in a vehicle or on a plane, there's got to be a lot of things where it's inconvenient.
You got me thinking about awkward encounters and things, how society evolves, where it's like, can you imagine the idea of Uber or Lyft, like 30 years ago? I mean, it's literally all.
It was called hitchhiking.
Right. It's all of the things that we were taught. Don't ever do that. Don't ever, ever, ever do that.
Get in a car with a stranger.
I mean, and now we pay for it.
Right.
You pay for somebody to show up with a dirty felt Toyota Corolla and you get in the back of the car and let this person drive you around for a half hour. It is the most bizarre experience ever that has been normalized.
Well, and now it's even worse here in the city where, like those Waymo vehicles, get in a car with no driver. Not only are you not getting in with a stranger.
It's kind of funny that I'm bothered by getting in with a stranger. Right. There are people getting in with no one.
And I walk by, and you do too. We walk to our parking garage, which is about a mile away, and you walk by these vehicles, and I always look in.
Oh, yeah.
Is somebody driving this?
It's still weird.
No one's driving that car.
I'm like, damn, there's a steering wheel and everything. And it's just driving down the street.
Nobody driving.
Do you ever get to the point where you just want to almost like test it?
I do.
Not like really, really test it because I don't want anybody to lose their life. But like, do you ever get out in the middle of the street when it's still a block away and just look at it like, what are you going to do, steering wheel? Like, do you know that I'm here? Are your cameras working?
Are you really asking me that?
Driving at you, and then now you're playing chicken with a steering wheel. And who the hell's going to win that? Not you.
Oh, me.
No, you're not.
It's me against all your fancy cameras.
But you're going to get out of the way because if you're wrong and the camera's not working, you're dead.
Well, I'd like to think that I could, at the last second, dive out of the way.
You ain't quick.
And
I watched you go to the bathroom. it takes you 10 minutes to get down the hall.
I got to think about going to the bathroom halfway on the walk to the bathroom just to get things started. But yes, Mark, I'm that guy. When I see one of those cars coming, I'm going to jaywalk.
Like,
you going to stop?
You here?
Yeah. Look at me. I'm going to cross. I'm going to step off this curb.
Dude.
I'm a child.
Seriously. No, but sometimes, what's the character's name from Shawshank Redemption?
Andy Dufresne?
No. The one who ends up hanging himself. Whatever was here. He writes.
Oh, yeah.
What was his name?
Not Doc.
What is it? Brooks.
Thank
you. Ken, the guy who oddly knows everything. You're weird, Ken.
He's impressive.
Seriously. No, you are. Within a week's time of hanging out with Ken, he knows everything about the Mets. He's going to see Oasis in Europe. He knows the characters' names in Shawshank Redemption. But how old are you, Ken? How old are you?
36.
But you're 36. That's weird. You read too much. You know too much for your age.
I'm an old soul.
Yeah, that's weird. But anyway.
And most of his teams are usually unwatchable, so you end up watching movies.
Well, and that's why you know the name Brooks from Shawshank Redemption. But anyway, remember when Brooks got let out and he was like, the world went and got itself in a hurry.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you ever feel like that where you're just cruising around out there and you're like, what cars? Now we just get in the cars. Sometimes there's a driver. You don't ever know the driver. And then sometimes there's no driver at all. And everybody just shrugs like, yeah, that's normal.
Yep. Well, that was me in 2014 when I lost my gig. That was early Uber days. And so I went and got my car all registered up, and I was an Uber driver. Did about six.
I don't know this about you.
Oh, yeah. 6 months of Uber driving. Yeah.
Oh, God, if you ever showed up to pick me up.
Dude. You have no idea.
That would be very unsettling.
4.8 stars.
I bet. Why not 5?
Because there was one time where I had left the passenger side window open overnight.
Okay.
It was a little bit of a rainy night in Oakland, so the seat was wet. So I take my kids to school. That was my routine. Drop the kids off at school, turn on the app, and then do from 9 to 2:30, I would drive Uber. Wherever it took me, it was cool, and then I'd go get the kids from school. I was underemployed at the time. So one day I didn't fully close my window and the seat got wet. And so I'm back there toweling it off. And I thought I had dried it.
Cloth seats.
And I go pick up Karen in the Berkeley Hills. And we're about 5 minutes into the drive.
Her name was actually Karen?
No.
But you're getting the visual, right?
It wasn't.
Are you getting a visual?
Of course. Did you go by Dan or Dibs?
It was Dan.
Okay. Like when they had to call you, they're like, is this Dan?
Karen gets in.
I'm 3 blocks ahead, Dan.
Karen gets in up in Kensington, which is Upper Berkeley, and I'm taking her into downtown Oakland or whatever. And after 3 minutes, she's like, the seat is wet. The seat is so wet. And I'm looking in the rearview mirror.
What'd you say?
I said,
because that's on you. So what'd you say?
I said, do you want me to stop the car and towel it off? No, just keep driving. Okay. Geez, I'm so sorry. 2 minutes later, the seat is so wet still. Karen, would you like me to stop the car and you can get a different ride? No, just keep going. I got 1 star.
Did you have her slide to the right? Slide to the right.
I actually did recommend that the other side of the seat is probably drier. It's too late now. My pants, my slacks are already wet. It's already my day's already ruined.
Socks?
Slacks.
Socks? Oh, slacks.
My slacks are already ruined.
How the hell did her socks get wet?
My action slacks are already ruined. 1 star for your boy. But
how many stars did you get her? Could you give stars back?
Not at that time, no.
But you can now, right?
Yeah. At the time, you just had to wear it. And then every time you got 1 star, you'd get like a balloon from the company, like, can you tell us why you received 1 star? This Karen thought that my seat was wet. P.S. It was drenched.
It was totally wet.
Yeah.
That seat is wet.
Totally. Anyway. Don't mind the fact that I was driving a broken down vehicle.
How do I not know this about you?
There's a lot you don't know about your boy.
See, I would have the hardest time. I'm too sarcastic. I would just turn around and look at. You're the one who got into some random car with some random person.
I was trying really hard. I was trying really hard to, just make it through the ride.
You ever consider your life? You're the one who just summoned with your phone someone you've never met and said, "Come get me."
Exactly.
Weird.
It just.
Anyway,
I could tell stories about my 6 months as an Uber driver.
Let's do it again next hour.
Let's do it.
All right. Some Warriors are going to show up any second. So
allegedly.
That's fun. But let's have fun at Dibs' expense first.
Oh, God.
Okay? I bet I can make you mad. You want me to make you mad?
You can't.
I can totally
I'm in a great
make you
mood
mad.
today.
Not in a minute. You're not going to be. You ready?
Try me.
All right. I got 2 tries. 2 tries. You tell me if the first one gets you mad, and then if it doesn't, this is the second one get you mad. Okay. Here's the first one.
I don't care how it looks. Yeah. If the Chiefs beat the Niners again, and y'all know it's bang, bang through and through for your boy, I do Niners radio just because I like the Niners that much. I work overtime for the Niners. If the Chiefs beat the Niners again, how can I come on television and actually say, the Niners got a shot? That would be lying to you, and lying to me. The Niners have to win. If you lose close, if you lose ugly, if you lose pretty, you still lose.
The Niners have to win.
Was that Emmanuel Acho?
Of course it was, on FS1.
He does Niners radio?
I don't know what he's talking about.
I don't either.
Well, he probably talks. He comes on our station.
Okay.
He goes on with Steiny and Goo.
And he'll be on tomorrow with Steiny and Goo.
Yeah, low-key shout-out to Steiny and Goo on FS1 today. I think that's what he means.
I'd prefer a high-key shout-out and actually name check him.
I've never heard him go on the other place.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't... Okay, that doesn't really anger me. And
they have to win.
Or else what? Acho?
They have to.
I want him to finish that. If they don't, what happens? Does Jed York sell the team? Do they move to Sacramento and play at River Cats Field or whatever the hell they call that?
That was mean-spirited.
No.
That was mean-spirited.
It was actually accurate.
No, there are A's fans crying now that you said that. They're crying.
A's fan crying.
Okay, well, he's crying.
And I've already had my moment with the A's themselves when they tried to say, it's not us, it's you. And turns out it was you, A's, not us. So I will forever, you know me and grudges. I'm going to keep it now.
I know.
And if I ever see
talking about Karen from 16 years ago.
Karen from, that was about 10 years ago, I'm going to let her know. That one doesn't really anger me because he's wrong.
I told you it was only try one. By the way, just to sort of like separate the two, I want to also tell you the text line is a constant flow of people waiting for Greg Cosell. I can feel you. There are listeners all over the Bay Area right now who have set countdown clocks as if it's New Year's Eve. And at 3:15, Greg Cosell is going to come in here and rip your limbs off of your body.
It's funny that people want that again because what's happened. Funny. You know what it was, Mark? It was
funny.
It was an education sensation for your boy. And I've come this week with so much more preparation that I can guarantee you that Greg's going to be like, you know what, Diggs?
You didn't react that way, did you?
Oh, I doubled down on the homework.
No less.
Oh, no.
No, let him be the expert.
I'm going to
Don't try to
I'm going to out-film the film guy.
You're doing it wrong.
No.
Have you never... It's as if you've never been married and you've been married twice.
At least.
You don't learn the lesson and then go, I'm going to come back and show them that now I know what to get at the grocery store. Now I know the difference between an Envy apple and a Fuji apple. No.
Dude, I'm not just going to roll over like some punk.
He's Greg Cosell.
Hey, Greg, football, when they snap the ball, what happens?
That would work better. He won't rip you. Anyway.
Come for me, Cosell. You won't.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. One other quick aside.
Yeah.
This is how you know that this station, at least right now in this moment, because we have plenty of females who work here, but right now, this is 4 dudes. It's me, it's you, it's Grandy, and it's Ken. And everybody knows that dudes don't necessarily plan everything out all the time. And so I'm going to ask the guys now here live on the air, who went through the very obvious possible scenario of the Warriors showing up right when Greg Cosell is on in 14 minutes? Because it's definitely happening, and I'd like to know what plan B is.
Yeah, that's a great question.
That counts. That actually counts.
So you're saying nobody thought of that?
Ever since they hadn't been here at 45, my mind has been, what happens if...
Hey, Quentin Post, would you like to ask Greg Cosell about the wide 9?
Greg, I noticed the Chiefs do a lot of 13 personnel. How does that jibe with the Niners playing a lot of nickel defense?
Hey, Greg, have you broken down any Warriors tape in the last few months? And would you like to suggest Draymond at the 4 or the 5?
That's a great question.
Interesting thing about Greg Cosell is he is a classic rock aficionado.
Yes,
so I wonder if he might be able to look at the tape of the Quentin Post singing of Don't Stop Believin'.
Oh, we got a little bit of that too.
And where that ranks on, like Journey for Greg Cosell, where do they rank on your classic rock? Journey's not really classic rock. They kind of are.
Yeah, they're adjacent.
That song's a pop song. Earlier Journey, I think, is a little bit more of a rock experience, but I think Greg leans a little bit more toward the heavier stuff.
I'm not done trying to make you mad.
You can try. You're not going to get there. I'm in a great mood today.
This is from the Morning Roast, and I'll tell you after who's saying it.
This is a must-win for the 49ers, in my opinion. And if I'm in that locker room, that's how I'm feeling because, like you just said, we lost to these guys in two of the biggest games, two times in the biggest games of the season, and now we have an opportunity to play them in our backyard. You don't know when you have an opportunity to play the team that you lost in the Super Bowl because we're in different, conferences. But yes, this is a huge game. The 49ers are now starting to get into their groove. We all know how they like to start the seasons over the past years, which has been kind of slow. Midway through the second quarter of the season, that's when the guys and Kyle Shanahan get the team, rolling with the confidence and playing with the aspiration that, everybody was hoping that they start the season with. So this is definitely a must-win for the 49ers. If they don't win, the season's not over. But for them, losing to the Kansas City Chiefs twice in the Super Bowl game, I'm definitely feeling that this is a must-win.
Okay, Patrick Peterson in 58 seconds 3 times.
Right.
The must-win.
Right. And he also said, if they don't win, the season's not over. So I would have come back at Patrick and said, well, Patrick, if they don't win and the season's not over, is it really a must-win? And I would like you to elaborate on what makes you think, like what part of this is the must part of it? Because it's not the standings.
He did elaborate.
It's not the life and longevity of the franchise, because if you lose, you still get to play next week, right? And they're allowed to beat Dallas.
Yeah, and
they're still allowed to be a playoff team.
Sure, but that's sort of like that, in my opinion, that at times is overstating it or simplifying it a little bit too much. Like you can call it a must-win, and it doesn't necessarily have to be directed to the idea of the season ends if you don't win. That's very mathematical, and you're not wrong. So if that's how you want to look at the phrase must win, I think what he's talking about, because he did expand on it, is he's talking about the mentality of these players and that this is a devastating blow if they can't beat these guys. And so from that perspective, I do think while I'm with you 99% of the time, because I'm not real big on that phrase either.
It's just lazy.
But that's me. Well, I don't think so. From the perspective,
my opinion, it's lazy.
That's fine. But I think and it's my opinion that it's not. So like you listen to what Patrick said, and I get what he's saying. And I agree from this. This is the words that I would use. This is a devastating blow if they lose. That's how I feel.
Yeah, he said it was a huge game, and I do think that it's a huge game. It's a big game, but you may not face Kansas City again. This may be the only time that these players face Kansas City. You could lose this game. Kansas City could make the playoffs. You can too. Kansas City loses to fill in the blank. You don't. You go to the Super Bowl and you take on whoever you take on, and then this game isn't a must-win. It's not a devastating blow. It's not a huge game. If you go out there and win every other game between now and February, we would look back at this game and think, well, you know what? That was a wake-up call game.
Yeah, but that's obviously that's a very big if, and secondly, it's not.
It depends on how you approach it.
But it's not living in this moment. Like we're here now, and he's talking about this moment. Like I wonder if you buy this. This just came in on the Comcast Business text line, and thank you very much. We love it when you interact with the show. So you can text. You can hang out on YouTube and Twitch. We will take your calls, 888-957-9570. Greg Cosell, and he swaggers in here in about 8 minutes. 510 says, I think it is a must-win psychologically, Dibs. There is a difference, buddy. If they lose this weekend, they'll feel like they can never beat the Chiefs.
See, that's somebody on the text line projecting their own feelings into the feelings of a player. And if the players actually feel that, then I weep for those individuals and I weep for the coaching staff that has not coached them to the spot where they understand the perspective of this game and any other game. If you lose to Kansas City and you are that psychologically devastated by a loss to Kansas City, then you're weak-minded. And that's a coaching point. That's a franchise point. That's an individual point. It's organizational. That, to me, is weakness. If you fall to 3-4 and you lose to Kansas City and your takeaway is, well, we can't beat the Chiefs.
Well, I think
My God, what are we doing?
Well, to me,
you're pro athletes.
Your take is
you got to go out there and fight.
That's a little black and white. I don't think that's what the texter is saying. I don't think that the 49ers would openly walk out and say that in a microphone, and I don't even think they would openly say it into a mirror.
That's what the texter is projecting into their psychology. No, that's what I'm hearing.
But psychology is so much more. It's so much more complex than that. So, in other words, I mean, this is why so many people go to therapy, right? You got stuff going on in you that you can't access. You wouldn't say it. Anytime somebody looks at you and goes, "I'm fine," I'd argue 99% of the time, no, you're not. So, in other words, the Niners will not sit there and say, even to themselves, damn it, we can't beat the Chiefs. But it's in there. It's in there. And I already feel it for them with listening to the way they've talked this week. Again, this isn't my opinion. You're right. How the hell can I tell you how Fred Warner feels? But listen to Fred. And if Fred is going to find a microphone and go, dude, I've been playing football for a while now, and I've never beat this guy. I got to beat this guy. And then you have them come to your place at a time where you are the more desperate team. I don't know who's healthier. They're both banged up, but especially as a defender, I would look at this team and go, it's not like you have a whole lot to offer right now. Like, you have Patrick Mahomes. He's amazing, but there's not weapons running around all over the place that scare the living hell out of you. There's a run game where they grabbed someone off the street 2 weeks ago and he's playing. So, like, if I'm Fred Warner, I'm like, dude, if we can't beat you Sunday, somewhere the seed of doubt gets planted in your DNA, whether you admit it or not.
Well, that's weakness.
I don't think so. That's humanity. That's
right.
Being a human being.
But also being a human being is being able to compartmentalize. And you come in here every day 2 to 6, and I come in here every day 2 to 6, and what you bring from 2 to 6 is probably different than what you do from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m. the next day. And I know it is for me. What I'm doing in my life, what you do in your life is totally different. You and I come in here for 4 hours, and our job is to do a show. And if we can't compartmentalize and put aside all of the poopy diapers and then this and that and what you got 3 kids and a bunch of problems. I got the same. I've got a wife. You have a girlfriend. You have 4 jobs. I got a bad knee. All the different things that we have. When we get on the mic, our job is to do the best damn show we can do. So it's the same thing in a much bigger way that they're trying to do. And if you're feeling like, when you line up and you look across the line and you see Patrick Mahomes and there are kernels within you thinking, man, I haven't beaten him. Geez, I don't know if I'm going to be able to spy the quarterback because he's really good and I haven't been able to beat him.
I'm not saying
I don't believe that.
I'm not saying that they won't, that they'll lose the ability to function. They'll have the ability to compartmentalize. It also doesn't mean it's not in there and that it's not affecting them. All those things that you just said that we are dealing with outside of our show, they come to our show.
Of course.
We don't want them to, but they do. They do. They have, that.
Oh, yeah.
We see that. It happens all the time.
Every show.
It happens to everybody in all walks of life, and the 49ers are that too. So that's all I'm agreeing with. I'm not saying they can't function. I'm not saying they can't win the Super Bowl. I'm saying it makes it harder, and I'm saying that they will carry that with them, and that is a negative. That is a net negative. I absolutely believe that success this year is less likely. It's not over. I don't know if anything's ever 0%, but it's not over, but it's less likely if they lose this weekend and not for mathematical standings reasons.
For me, it depends on how it goes. And so far, what we've seen this year, as far as scars go, the scars that they've suffered are fourth quarter blown leads. Now, if Kansas City comes in here and beats you 36-9, now we're having a different conversation. But if you have a game where you lead again in the fourth quarter and you blow the lead again to Kansas City, well, then for me, it's not so much about Kansas City as it is about you.
The 510 who sent that text says he wants to call in and explain what he's saying to you.
He won't.
But yeah, to do it.
They won't.
Don't text it. Do it. Greg Cosell.
888-957-957.
And Greg Cosell's he's gonna explain what he's thinking to Dibs too. That's coming up next.
Oh boy.
And then the Warriors are gonna come in here at some point. Don't miss a special extended edition of the kickoff show this Sunday. Lo Neal, Evan Giddings, 10 a.m. before the start of the game at 1:25. Okay, big long show. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, and as you know, the best pregame show the Bay has to offer. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday.
Hello, Greg Cosell. How are you?
I'm doing great. Is there a big game this weekend?
Well, we heard about one. Yeah. And actually, why don't we go there? Like, what do you gather on film from previous matchups that you think is applicable to this one?
Well, I would answer that by saying that coaches tend to coach against coaches. That's the way the league works. The most important people on the side of a ball are the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator. Now, obviously, there's certain players that always have to be accounted for, but these are two, like, let's say you're looking at Kyle Shanahan and his offense versus Spags and his defense. You pretty much know what you're going to get. Now, are there tweaks? Are there little adjustments? Yes, but there's not going to be dramatic changes in how these two coaches coach against each other. So, that's kind of the way it works in the league. You don't win games because you do things that are gimmicky, or you totally change how you go about the way you play. I mean, this is a tough match. You could argue it's a tough matchup on both sides.
Yeah, I get that. So if it is sort of the tendencies of one coach against the tendencies of another coach, sort of, I guess I would take that answer and then apply it to the games that we've seen recently. Like, who kind of did what that was effective as far as that scheme and game planning in recent matchups?
Well, Spags is a press man guy. He wants his corners to play press. If you remember in the Super Bowl, they did that effectively. Now, he had one of the 2 or 3 best press corners in the league in L'Jarius Sneed, who's not there. Now, he will still play press because that's his belief. But Sneed is one of the best in the league, so you're playing probably with a lesser talent at the position, but that won't change how he plays. He's very selective, but extremely effective with his pressure concepts. He's really good with overload concepts, and sometimes he'll show an overload to one side and you protect to that side, but then he brings the overload from the other side. So situationally, you have to be very aware of specific pressures. He uses his defensive backs as well as anybody in the NFL in his pressure schemes, both corners and safeties. He has someone who's kind of a new player this year. He was on the team last year and did play, but he's become critical this year, number 27, Chamari Connor, who's a really, really important piece, particularly in their dime, their 6 defensive back package. He's a really good blitzer.
How does this match up with Brock Purdy and the Niners offense as far as going up against man concepts? Has Brock been effective going up against man?
Well, it's not so much Brock. When you're playing against man, then your receivers have to give you a place to throw the football, because quarterbacks have to throw the football versus man coverage. If your receivers can't give you a place to throw the ball, you don't need a new quarterback, you need new receivers. That's kind of the way man coverage works. So now it also comes down to the tactics, the schematics you use to attack man coverage. There's ways to do that. You can do stacks, you can do bunch, you can do motion, of which the Niners are a high percentage motion team. There's ways to try to create free access off the ball so that press man does not inhibit your ability to run your pass game.
Greg Cosell with us, Willard and Dibs, as he is every single week, normally on Wednesday with our special event yesterday. We're doing it today as we get ready for the weekend. So, Greg, a lot of talk about the aggressiveness and the blitzing nature from Steve Spagnuolo, who was talking earlier today about how well Brock Purdy does against the blitz. So I'd love your insight on that. Like, what does Spagnuolo usually like to do with the blitz? And what do you usually see Brock Purdy do in terms of the way he handles that?
Yeah, well, we just talked a little bit about how Spags loves to use his DBs, and you have to be aware of that. And I think one reason why Purdy is good against the blitz is because he is really good both pre-snap and post-snap at recognizing what's going on. One of the things that has so stood out in his career, and that you didn't really see in college because the college game is not like that, is his ability to recognize disguise and late coverage rotation. He recognizes it intuitively, and he knows exactly where to go with the ball. So normally, and he's done this a little more the last couple of weeks, and I'm very curious in this game, normally you don't see Brock Purdy get stuck in the pocket, but the last couple of weeks,
He has, and I would have to be in his head to know the answer to that, and that's why we've seen him run a little more and scramble a little more the last couple of weeks instead of delivering the football. This is a game to me where he's going to have to hit that back foot and deliver the football. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be any plays in which he moves, but I don't think that can be the way in which he plays.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that he's had to adjust to. He's done a lot of scrambling this year, and I'm wondering about the other side and the Kansas City offense, Greg, because I look at a team that is markedly different than they were a few years ago, doing a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets. Is this a byproduct of what you see on film of personnel, or is it just something that they've gone to because they have good tight ends?
Well, the Chiefs have been a very high percentage of multiple tight end offense going back probably 2 years. So this might be the third year in which they're doing that. So this is not something, that they've just started a week or so ago. This is the way they play. And because of Kelce, who essentially, in the way he can be deployed within the formation, he's essentially a wide receiver. So they do play a lot with 2 tight ends and 3 tight ends. So the question is, because they've become much more of a running team over the last, really going back to last year, is how do you deploy your personnel defensively to defend that? Do you play base, in which case, you're playing essentially to play the run game, or do you play nickel because the pass game is still your most important concern, and this way you might have some deficiencies in your run defense.
Greg, you've expressed on our show the last few weeks some intrigue in Renardo Green. So before we get too deep into Chiefs-Niners, I don't want to forget the game that was a week ago and get your reaction on some of those performances. The youth in the secondary for the 49ers, Malik Mustafa, Green with the wonderful interception that kind of clinched the game.
Yeah, it was a great play.
Yeah, what did you see on film from those players?
I would say that the safety from Wake Forest, Mustafa, he's at his best when he can be closer to the line of scrimmage or play downhill. He's probably not a true deep safety as a post safety, which was they asked Hufanga to do that quite a bit, particularly when they played man coverage, because obviously they don't have Gibson anymore. But when they played cover 1 man coverage with a deep safety, Gibson was almost always the tight end matchup against 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers and a tight end, and Hufanga was the post safety. I'm not sure Mustafa is quite ready to fill that role, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. But Green, I think Green played well. I like Green. They don't play a ton of press man, but I thought he held up really, really well. I didn't think there was a problem with him at all. So, we'll see. I mean, I guess, is Ward going to play this week?
They're hoping, yeah.
Yeah,
he's trending that way.
Trending that way, but yeah, we don't have anything official yet.
Yeah, I mean, his interception, I actually thought that Metcalf kind of angled his route too far vertically, and he shouldn't have, but Green still undercut it and made a great play.
And you look at this matchup, as you mentioned, 2 tight ends and even 3 at times, and the 49ers with 1 good linebacker, and then Devondre Campbell better against the run than he is against the pass. Would you anticipate the Niners going to more nickel coverage to try to offset the linebackers not having an advantage against the Chiefs tight ends?
Well, that's going to be interesting. I mean, that's a decision that Nick Sorensen and staff have to make, is how they want to play against multiple tight ends. Will they play in their base and put Flanagan Foles out there? Will they stay nickel and it just be Warner and Campbell? That becomes the starting point for how you play, because you do different things tactically when you play in your base 4-3 versus when you play in your 4-2 nickel. So that's the starting point. I can't answer what they will do, but they're going to have in their mind an answer for that. And some of that depends on down and distance, some of it depends on field location, some of it depends on how the game is flowing. There's many factors that go into how you decide to play.
You've been impressed this year with Jordan Mason. He is practicing this week, but in a non-contact jersey. So the popular thought is at best, he's going to be out there, but we are going to see some of Isaac Guerrero, who popped in that game a week ago. I wonder what you saw from Isaac on film and what your reaction was.
Yeah, Isaac is kind of a one, to me, he's kind of a downhill back. He's incredibly fast, straight line. He's not particularly loose-hipped and shifty. In some ways, he's a lesser case Mason in terms of how he runs. Mason is shiftier, but you wouldn't call Mason extremely shifty, where Garendo is even less so. He's a little stiff, but he's very fast. To me, he's kind of probably a zone-type runner. You want to get him with that one cut, let him go, and hopefully he can hit the hole. He's got really good size, but, I think one reason he was drafted where he was, and he started at Wisconsin, and then he ended at Louisville, and he never truly became a feature back in college, is because there are limitations to him, even though he's straight line fast.
Chiefs very good against the run. What do you see from their front seven that makes it so difficult to run against them?
Good players.
That helps, huh?
Yeah. Well, we know about Chris Jones, but they've got a lot of other good players on that defensive front. Obviously everybody's going to talk about Chris Jones, and deservedly so, but not as a really good run defender. They've gotten really good snaps from Tershawn Wharton. Michael Dana is I can tell you for a fact that he's one of Spag's favorite players. Drew Tranquill is a really good player. We know about Nick Bolton. Bolton and Jones are probably the guys that most people know about. Leo Chenal, another Wisconsin player, is really versatile in how he can be deployed. So they've got a lot of really good pieces in that front group and versatile players who can do a lot of things. So it's a combination of good players really schemed well.
Greg, this might sound like a silly person to ask about, but I would love your perspective, because for those who just kind of scan the league, you're looking at Patrick Mahomes' stats, and they don't stack up to what he used to do. And this team is a little bit more based on its defense than it used to be early in his career.
And the run game.
Yeah, so just what is your assessment of the evolution of Mahomes? Is he still playing as well, or how is it different?
Well, every year is a different year, and we're not going to debate whether Mahomes is great. He's got 3 Super Bowls, so that's not the point of what I'm going to say, but every year is different. So right now, through the early part of this season, the Chiefs' passing game has lacked any kind of real rhythmic feel to it. You see very few plays in which Mahomes hits his plant foot and delivers the ball with a sense of timing. That's been an issue throughout the season. Mahomes has really not been a comfortable player. Now, some people will automatically say that's a function of the receivers. It could be. We're not in his head. But there are plays in every game in which Mahomes breaks down in the pocket prematurely and moves unnecessarily. But we know that off-schedule movement with outstanding vision is a definite strength of his game. So he's always dangerous. But he hasn't really played consistent football this year. I mean, there was a play in the last game that they played because they're coming off a bye where he had Worthy wide open on a deep over route on third down, and he looked right at him from a clean pocket, didn't throw it, and ended up leaving the pocket, and then he ran for 7 yards and a first down. So I don't know how the coaching staff deals with that. They probably say, good play, Patrick, but it would have been a long touchdown to Worthy if he had just thrown the ball. So, that's where his game is right now. And again, people listening to this, they're going to say, well, you don't like Mahomes. No, we know what Mahomes is. He's a great player, but this is a different year, and he's not playing to his level right now.
And we actually saw Mahomes line up as a tailback when you went to a pistol look with Travis Kelce getting the snap and running a little read option to Xavier Worthy.
Andy does all that kind of stuff. But just as a final point about Mahomes, he can be great, and he could come out this week and be phenomenal. We know that. He's always dangerous. He could be phenomenal. Maybe this will be the best game of his season, and he goes 30 for 40 for 450, and he's great. He's obviously capable of that any given week. But I'm just telling you what the tape has shown this year up to this point.
And you look at the tape, and what you see, Greg, is it that they don't really need him to be phenomenal this year because of the way that they're scheming up a lot of passes near or behind the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, they are. They throw a lot of balls near and near. You've hit that right on the head. They haven't really had any kind of consistent intermediate passing game. Vertical is different because you can't live or die with deep down the field throws. But they really haven't had kind of a short to intermediate passing game with any consistency this year. They've really become a running team to some degree. I mean, in some ways, and this is a weird thing to say, and Mahomes is certainly not going to, he doesn't really hurt you, obviously, but they've become a running team and a team built on defense. And as long as Mahomes can be efficient, if not great, they're a really good football team. Their defense is really good.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You've mentioned a few times about this sort of renewed focus on the run game, which is interesting because they don't have their lead running back. And Kareem Hunt wasn't even playing 3 weeks ago, and now he's their lead back. What do you see from him on film specifically compared to who he used to be?
Well, he's kind of the same guy. He's a very physical inside runner. He gets hard yards. The last game they played when he was 27 for 105 was very representative of that. He gets hard, tough yards inside. He's not an explosive back. I mean, obviously, if he gets a big hole, sure. But I mean, in terms of just his normal way of running, he's not necessarily explosive, but he's physical, he's tough. Runs that are blocked for 3, he gets 6 or 7. That's the kind of runner he is, and that allows them to stay on schedule and makes it tougher on defenses.
When you look at the Niners on film, defensively against the run, looked like they were improved against Seattle last weekend. Are you seeing the scheme and the personnel start to match up where this defense is starting to play better?
Yeah, it's always hard for me to discuss the specifics of a scheme because they're essentially a 4-down front, and I know that every coach has specific tweaks and specific things that they ask of their players, which obviously I don't know. I'm not in their meetings, but they do have good people up front. I think Givens has really come in and done a very nice job as, replacing Hargrave. And, we know about the other players. So, it's just, I would say that the Chiefs O-line, particularly the 3 interior guys, can be very, very good any given week. The center, Humphrey's really good. Then the 2 guards, Thuney and Trey Smith. Thuney is getting up there in age, and he's not what he was 3 or 4 years ago. But Trey Smith, particularly in the run game, can be absolutely dominant. I got a chance to meet and talk with him this summer, actually, and he's a big man who does not look the least bit heavy. I mean, he looks like a freaking athlete.
Greg Cosell with us every single week right here on Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Greg, because you just brought up the name Hargrave, I want to sort of pass along a question that I think a lot of our listeners and 49ers fans have, because Hargrave is known for an interior lineman as being better against the pass than the rush.
That is correct.
Okay, so with him out, they suddenly had a really good game kind of bottling up Kenneth Walker, and so people are like, gosh, did the Niners just get better against the run because he's out? How would you respond to a fan who says that?
I would respond with the fact that the interior 3 of the Seahawks are way below the quality of the interior 3 of the Chiefs, which doesn't mean that the 49ers can't play the run well this week, but they're playing against a different animal this week. So we almost have to wait and see. They're going to have to stop the run, but using the last game as a foundation or basis for what we think might happen this week is not really realistic. Those 3 interior guys for the Chiefs that I mentioned, Thuney, Humphrey, and Smith, are far better than the interior 3 of the Seahawks.
And similarly, you look at the tackles of the Chiefs, and that seems to be a point of vulnerability. And you saw Nick Bosa last week move from side to side and rush on the right tackle and the left tackle. Would you expect, having seen the film last week, that Nick Bosa might be able to feast a little bit against these 2 tackles?
Yeah, I would expect to see him, again, nothing's 100%, but I would expect to see him in right defensive end a bit in this game, working against Wanya Morris, the left tackle, the second-year left tackle for the Chiefs, who's won that job over the rookie. They were starting a rookie from BYU, Sumatea, but now Wanya Morris, who's very, very physically gifted, by the way, but there's still a lot of concerns with his pass protection, and he's the starting left tackle now for the Chiefs. So I would expect to see Bosa get some opportunity against him.
Greg, you mentioned earlier that the Chiefs had success in the Super Bowl with their press coverage, but they had Snead and they don't have him anymore. in general, from the 49ers receivers, historically on tape, how do they handle that kind of coverage, what Spagnuolo loves to do?
I think it's probably up and down. Press is hard. Not every team does it, and not every team does it well, so you don't necessarily see it every single week. The Chiefs are masters at it. It's what Spags believes in. I mean, I can remember plays in the Super Bowl, critical plays, where they pressed really effectively, and it impacted in a negative way the passing game. So now you have to decide, if you're Kyle, you know this. So now how do you put together your offense? Now, are there going to be some plays where you just have to line up and play and your guy has to win? There's always those plays in games, but there's also tactics, as we spoke about earlier in this conversation, that you can use to minimize the impact of that press coverage.
When you look at the Niners receivers between Juwan Jennings and Debo and Brandon Ayuk, who is the best man beater of the trio?
It's a great question. That's a tough one. I mean, I've seen Ayuk, win off the ball numerous times because he's got some quickness and some lateral quickness to him. Debo is more physical, and Jennings is more physical, so they're different players. I can remember in the Super Bowl where Snead matched up to Samuel in some critical situations, and he did a really good job against him in press. So, press sometimes can be hard. We'll see. But they're going to get it. The question now, that is one of the critical pieces in this game.
Greg, Steve Spagnuolo earlier today said he can't find a weakness in Brock Purdy. We know coaches always praise the opposing players. I wonder how you would answer that. What do you see? Do you see any weaknesses, or what is the weakest part of Brock Purdy's game?
I would say in a strict sense, there's not a glaring weakness to Brock Purdy's game. I would say that, obviously there are times on certain throws if he has to just sit on his back foot in the pocket, like the touchdown he threw to Samuel against the Seahawks, the long one. He had to kind of sit on his back foot and throw it late, and that ball hung up a little. He's not a power thrower, but normally the nature of this offense doesn't ask him to make those kinds of throws. The offense is so timing based. So does he have a weakness in a strict sense? No, he does not have a weakness in a strict sense, but he's not a power thrower. So sometimes, on occasion, a deeper ball might hang a little bit.
Greg, just phenomenal stuff. And with the size of this game on Sunday, we are already looking forward to 6 days from now and breaking it down with you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
There he goes. Now, the first thing I'm going to say is that, because this is a big moment on this show now.
Big.
All right. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I don't know if I've ever seen a better comeback victory in all of my years of watching sports.
Thank you.
I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that in my life. I mean, it started subtly where he complimented an observation. For you to get a pause and then a great question followed by a tough question.
Yeah, boy.
All within 5 seconds of each other. Had to be one of the highlights of your career.
No doubt. 27 years in, and that is in the top 10. It might be on the Rushmore. And you saw me in real time. There were tears.
I didn't see you in real time because I was freaking out. I was shaking over here, and I had nothing to do with it.
This may be my finest hour as an amateur film analyst.
You just did what the Niners need to do.
Big time.
Step into a big moment and freaking perform.
Let's go.
All right. By the way, you want to hear what Spagnuolo said about Purdy?
Sure.
It's pretty freaking interesting.
I'm on like cloud 30 right now.
You don't care. You want to do the rest of the show by yourself?
Kinda.
All right, I'm out. Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, meantime, I don't even know if I can get through this, although the only thing I love more than getting that's a good question is free. When you look at the Niners receivers between Juwan Jennings and Debo and Brandon Ayuk, who is the best man beater of the trio?
It's a great question. That's a tough one. I mean,
now back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I don't know where to start.
Woohoo! Yeah, baby! It's a celebration.
Our listeners don't know this. You don't have the Comcast business text line in front of you.
I don't know.
I do.
Yeah, I'm allergic to it.
If you could see what this looks like, you would cry. You would cry. I have never seen more texts come in about one subject. Can I read some of these to you?
Please.
510, Cosell versus Dibley, championship bout. 510, right on the head, Dibs. 510, yay, Dibs. 831, Dibs with the win. 415, yes, Dibberzilla. 530, it's a redemption sensation. I hate when people do it with
words. It's a good effort.
It's good. Gosh, you know, I mean,
it was a reclamation sensation.
Thank you. That's how you do it, but we appreciate
Thank you.
Your text. 925, Dibs handled him today. Awesome. Love it. 510, I'm so proud of you, Uncle D. Another 510, attaboy Dibs. Another 510, congrats Dibs. That was effing unbelievable. What champions are made of right there. Yeah.
Last week took an L, but today I bounced back.
One more, 510, Cosell must be doing more than watching film. What a master ego-stroking job. Was it Memorex or was it Patron X Go Dibs?
Patron. Shout out Patron. Patron Silver. Patron Silver.
Whatever you want. It's all the same. You get drunk.
I'm not surprised at that outpouring because on my own phone, I got 3 texts, including one from my knee surgeon.
Your knee surgeon?
Dr. Krinsky. Shout out Mickey, former Warrior doctor. He just texted me with an attaboy. So,
okay.
A lot of people were I think people tuning in to watch me go up in flames again, but it's an upset.
We just got 2 more that came in that are fun. 650, does Dibs have a 510 phone number? Were you sending those texts?
No, I'm 415.
Okay.
I have the same number that I had when I lived in the city in 99.
And then a different 510, which is active, said, let me read this. Go to hell, Dibs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Must be low.
All right. I remember when the Raiders upset the Ravens earlier this year. That was one of my survivor pools that went poof.
Oh, man.
Remember the Raiders in the fourth quarter, down by 10, come back, they beat the Baltimore Ravens. Remember that?
Yeah.
This was a bigger upset than that.
Man. I feel like Joe Willie Namath in Super Bowl III, which was a big upset.
You know what we should do? Because there are people listening that are like, what the hell is this all about? So Greg Cosell, executive producer of NFL Films, he comes on with us every Wednesday. I know today's not Wednesday. We were doing the Madden event yesterday, so we pushed it to Thursday. 8 days ago, Greg Cosell came on our show, and I don't know, it organically just went a certain way. You started firing questions, and he didn't like them. And so he started sunning you. Like, at times, he wouldn't even let you finish.
At times?
For those of you who didn't hear it and therefore don't have the background, the guys here at the station put together a little thingamabob to summarize what happened just 8 days ago.
You know, it was a blitz on that play, and Campbell came in.
They blitzed on 3rd and 4th down.
They did.
On both those plays, yeah. They were aggressive with pressure.
Zone read, and you see Bosa crash immediately toward Connor, and Murray pulls it, and he's got, after 5 yards, he's already pointing to the heavens because he's virtually untouched.
Well, it's not zone read. It's not a zone read.
I apologize.
It's a quarterback sweep.
Tomorrow they're going to Seattle to take on a Mike McDonald team, and he was the defensive coordinator in Baltimore last year who gave the Niners all kinds of fits on Christmas night.
Actually, he didn't. That game, they marched up and down the field in the first half. They went through that defense without a problem at all.
No, 5 picks would tell me that they did something right, at least, to be able to get 5 picks from the 49ers.
I think it was 3, was it not?
It was 4 off Brock, and then Sammy D came in and threw a fifth.
We don't care about that. Brock Purdy has dropped back 185 times this year and has had 3 tipped balls. So it's not really a conversation.
It's about 2%, Greg, based on my rudimentary math.
I don't really think that's a conversation.
Yeah, nor do I. And I just was thinking about Baltimore last year and the fact that I think they had 2 tip ball interceptions, one at the line, one which was further down the field. And
those are fluky plays.
Oh, man.
That's what it sounded like last week.
Oh, God.
And so there was a lot of nervousness in the room.
You think?
For you.
For sure.
Yeah, you did the darn thing. You did it.
And there was one early in the interview today where he jumped me again, but it wasn't.
He jumped the route. It was press man.
He jumped the route, but it was just a pass breakup. It wasn't a pick or a pick six. Last week was, I mean, you heard all 5 of those where
we don't care about that. No,
this week was
a fluke.
It was a bounce back. Yeah, we don't care about that. It was a fluke. Yeah. Yeah, Greg, they blitzed. They also blitzed on 3rd down.
I mean,
yeah, they did, Greg.
I thought it would go better. I didn't think that the 2 of you were going to be dating by the end of it, but that's what it sounded like this time.
Nor did I.
Yeah.
And, I mean,
all right.
It's tough.
Good for you.
I'm happy.
GFY.
Thank you. GFY.
Good for you.
That's what it stands for.
You.
Last week, GFY stood for something totally different. But yeah, we'll see come Wednesday when I watch the game a second time and I come in with notes and he shoots me down again. You just never know what happens.
You don't know. No. And maybe it's maybe it's just a Thursday thing. Maybe he's like me and he thinks Thursday's the best day of the week.
Could be.
And he's in a way better mood. We'll find out next week. We're going to talk to him on Wednesday.
Best day of the week.
And if he hates you again next Wednesday, then you can go to Matt and see if we can move Greg Cosell to Thursdays.
Yep.
Or you can be a big boy and see if you can do this on a Wednesday. I don't know.
I can handle it.
We'll find it. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know if you can.
Coming up in 6 days.
You and Cosell on a Wednesday is like the Niners and the Chiefs. Got to do it before I tell you you can do it. Let's see if you can do it.
The first handful of Wednesdays went better than last Wednesday.
Better.
Yeah.
Not as good as today.
No, today was great. And, I got that's a good question.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
And then he paused and had to stew on it.
You want to hear it again?
Hear it again.
When you look at the Niners receivers between Juwan Jennings and Debo and Brandon Ayuk, who is the best man beater of the trio?
It's a great question. That's a tough one. I mean,
he's making noises. Like, that's a great question. And then he goes into his Kyle Shanahan. He's breathing hard.
Right.
He didn't know what to do. You got him.
That's a tough one.
You got him.
And again,
backed him into a corner and held his feet to the fire.
And I'm gonna thank my parents for all their support growing up, and I do want to give you a little bit of a thank you as well, because one thing we've talked about off air as much as on air is how to ask a question, and that question was pretty short and pretty direct.
Yeah, just say it.
Just ask it.
Yeah, just ask, especially with Greg.
For all you amateur podcasters out there, just ask the damn question.
Well, what did we learn last week? Greg does not want your 25-second question. He will start talking at 12 seconds, and if you're not done, you're done. That's the way it goes.
And he got me with one of those today.
Dog.
Yeah, I should have.
That's the way it goes.
Yep.
All right. So anyway, check this out. Is this a coach doing what coaches do, which is they sit in front of the media and you ask them about the opponent, and then they sit there and go, well, my gosh, I don't even know how the hell we're going to win this game because they've got all the good players and every player at every position is just amazing, and I don't even know how the hell we're going to score a point or move the ball or do anything this week. And when they have the ball, my gosh, I have no idea how we're going to stop them. They'll probably get a first down on every play. And it's especially funny when you hear teams like you'll be going to play Carolina, and they'll be like, look, they're dangerous. They got a good running back, got a good receiver, got a good right? Coaches do that. Or are they being sincere? So we heard, and now this was on the sideline, not in front of the media. Super Bowl last year, Brock Purdy started hot, and Spagnuolo was playing zone, and he was heard going to the other members of the staff, and we're like, we got to shake this up. He's picking us apart. He's absolutely killing our zone. And so they made some adjustments, and it got better. Brock still played okay in the game, but it got better. And obviously we know how the whole thing ended. So now Spagnuolo's had an entire game against Brock, and he's had many more games this year to start looking at film and getting ready for this one. And I want to play for you a couple of things that Spagnuolo said today about Brock Purdy. First of all, about how he handles the blitz.
Yeah, I mean, we're never going to go in the game and not blitz at all because we're fearful of it. But I think we do have to respect the fact that he knows exactly what to do with the football. To me, the most impressive thing is even if it wasn't getting it out quick on a blitz, he has a unique way of getting away from it. I just showed a play this morning where, I forget what team it was, but they brought quite a few people. He didn't blink. He didn't panic at all, and boom, and he was out of there. And I think he might have gained 2 yards or got the ball away. But that's a pretty good weapon for them to have to negate, that part of our defense.
Okay, so we're going to blitz, but we better be ready for the fact that he's really good against it. Okay?
Yep.
So that's one. But check this out. This is a more general answer of Steve Spagnuolo talking about Brock Purdy. Before we play that, I want to remind everyone that you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Check this out, okay? Everybody listen close now. Steve Spagnuolo, possibly the most respected defensive coordinator in the game, certainly among a handful, and the man who was in charge of slowing down the 49er offense in the Super Bowl last year. This is what he said when asked, just in general, about Brock Purdy.
I think the quarterback's really good against zone and finding those pockets and spaces, and I think the receivers adjust routes to do that. That makes it really challenging in zone. Now, one of the things you got to remember is we had, last year was a little different. LJ was here, and Trent, we had him in a different spot, and so we'll see if we can do the same things. But I just think their system is built that they really can expose zone coverage, and yet I think they got enough skill that if you don't have the right people covering their men, that can be challenging too. I mean, it's going to start up front and stop in the run, and hopefully we can get the quarterback not to be in timing like he is, because I can't find a weakness in this quarterback. Every time I put the film on, I'm more and more impressed. It's funny, I was watching, you guys will have a better idea of the year. When did we go out there and play in a regular season game? Yeah, and it was at the end of the game, and I think they had taken Garoppolo out, and it was Brock Purdy, and I had forgotten that, but he ran the 2-minute drill and kind of got him down there, and then I think we picked it off at the end, but he looked pretty good then, not like he is now, but I'm really impressed with the quarterback.
I can't find a weakness in the guy. The more film I look at, the more impressed I am from Steve Spagnuolo.
Yep.
Coach speak or real?
It's real. It's real, and all you have to do is watch the games as you and I have, and any fan who is here and watching the games, every game, once or twice, whatever you do, you can see it on film. And if you're one of these people from outside the market who's not a coach and you don't watch it as closely as Steve Spagnuolo does, who puts on the film and he watches it, and think about last year and 2 weeks in a run-up to the Super Bowl, he probably has seen every snap that Brock Purdy's ever taken, just because you're getting ready for a Super Bowl, and that's what you do. So he's watched Brock Purdy very closely, and what he's talking about there is he's really good against the zone. He's going to pick you apart against the zone, and if you play man against him, their receivers are good enough to win against man, and he's really good at delivering the football there too. So they're going to have their work really cut out for him.
I was just thinking about this because we know the Brock Purdy conversation. It has evolved. It has moved. And George Kittle was talking about this on Debo's pod earlier in the week, where he even said, I think most of the talking heads have finally at least come around to the idea that, like, okay, the quarterback's good. You know what I mean? Like, where you want to go from there, okay, go from there. But, like, let's move past the stupid stuff. System guy, product of Kyle, has good teammates, actually not that good. All that stuff, I think largely you're now in the area of the lunatic fringe, if that's what you're still saying about Brock. But I want to now, okay, let's roll the golf ball forward from there. You all agree the Niners have a good quarterback. I hear now this hesitation, or at least people starting to want to dive into a specific word. And the word is elite. And there is discomfort, at least on some level, with people using that word. I want to define it real quick.
Okay.
For me, there is also a period of time, because how often have we heard about Brock? I need to see more.
Yeah.
I'm past that. Like, we're in year 3, and you're watching similar output, similar numbers, consistency, sustainability. There is a period of time here that needs to be proven before I'm going to use the word elite. So, for instance, here's a teaser. For me, C.J. Stroud doesn't get the word yet. Very good quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm excited. He's a proven commodity. I can't say elite yet. He's barely played over one season of football because he missed a couple games last year too. Another one, Jordan Love. I can't do that yet. So I've got my list of how many quarterbacks in the NFL right now can we truly, confidently use the word elite. Okay?
And by elite, you're saying quarterbacks right now. For example,
right now,
Aaron Rodgers would be a guy who is elite. He's had an elite career.
He was.
But right now, he's not elite.
Russell Wilson used to be.
Yeah.
Not
Matthew
anymore.
Stafford probably was for a time elite, and he's not right now either. So you're just talking about guys as they're playing right now.
2024, week 7,
Who's elite?
in the National Football League, elite quarterbacks.
You probably are going to have a list that is.
How many players you think are on the list?
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to say you have 4 names on your list. That's it.
4.
You got 4.
4?
You have 4.
You're guessing I have 4.
I'm guessing you have 4 on your list of elite quarterbacks.
I'll take the over.
Okay. Well, I'm just looking at, and I'm going in order of yards passing total, and I'm seeing the top 4 in football in yards passing. None of them are elite. Geno Smith, Brock Purdy. I don't think that he's on the list because he doesn't have the sample yet, and I could be wrong. I thought you just said that sample size is such that you wouldn't put him on there. Maybe you have. Dak and Kirk Cousins. I don't think either one of them is on there.
So, all definitions, unless they're in the dictionary, are a little bit loose.
This is your definition.
But I'm basically talking about who I think are clear, sustainable, consistent, excellent franchise quarterbacks who have also already shown some ability to maneuver through the playoffs. Okay?
Oh, then you probably have more than 4 then. And Brock would be on there.
I have 5.
Okay.
I think there are 5
Number 5
elite quarterbacks in the National Football League. 5 elite quarterbacks in the National Football League.
Can I guess?
Sure. And I got $100 says you're going to get it right.
Okay.
You'll get the 5 right.
Patrick's got to be on there. Patrick Mahomes has got to be on there.
I'll let you do. We're not going to ding and buzz. Do all 5.
Even though he's having
you got to get all
down
5
year. Mahomes, Lamar Jackson would be number 2. Josh Allen would be number 3. You're going to put Brock Purdy on there because you're a Brockistan would be 4. And the 5th one is a little tough, but I'm going to say, I don't think you love this guy, but I'm going to put him on there anyway. It's a coin toss between these last 2. I'm going to say Joe Burrow. That's my 5. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Ding or buzz? Buzz or ding?
You, my friend, are having a show today.
Okay.
You're having a show today.
I wasn't sure about Jalen Hurts.
No, Jalen Hurts, no.
Because he's shown an ability to navigate the playoffs.
Right, but that's only one of the factors of the definition. I do not find sustainability from Jalen Hurts. He did it one time, and he has kind of started to crap out since then.
Ooh.
So you can have guys who have had like a moment or a year, right? Like Nick Foles was never elite, but he moved through the playoffs one time. So I'm not a believer in the Eagles and the Cowboys. I'm just not. To use that word, that does not mean that I think all of the other quarterbacks are not good. There are a lot of other good quarterbacks, and Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. Dak Prescott's a good quarterback. Kirk Cousins is a good quarterback. There are those who I believe will become elite. Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud. Brock Purdy is not C.J. Stroud or Jordan Love. This is season 3. You have already gone through the playoffs twice. Both times that you got there, you won 2 games. You've only lost twice, and one of them you had no arm, and in my opinion, doesn't count. The other one was in overtime to one of the all-time greats. So yes, absolutely 100% in year 3 to be performing the way you are again, and in largely doing it without some of the weapons that many have said were the key to his success. Yes, Brock Purdy has arrived at Eliteville, along with Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. There's your list.
Yeah.
And I really wonder why there remains. I'd love to hear from people. If you won't use that word yet for Brock, why? What is the hesitation to start using words like star or elite or what have you?
It is either sample size or draftism or system quarterback or those other things that even those arguments are starting to wear a little bit thin.
We're so aware of those things now.
And he's now 20-7 in the regular year as a starter, 4-2 in the playoffs. He's 24-9 in his first 33 games, including 6 playoff games. That is second to almost nobody. And on the other side, I will pull up the prospector, which the Niners send out every week before the game, and they have a list of all the Brock stats, everything that Brock has done in his career compared to other quarterbacks and also other Niner quarterbacks. And he is number 1 or number 2 in like 8 different categories, including, yards and touchdown ratio through this many starts and that many starts and all the rest of it.
Yep.
It's remarkable when you look at the list of all the Brock stats and most passing yards in a season for the Niners. He's number 1, and all of the other things about highest single game percentage in history. He's got that. Highest completion percentage in a season. He's number 3 behind Steve Young and Joe Montana. So all the things where he's not the leader, he's right behind those 2 guys.
Listen, we talk about this a lot because I love it from a psychological warfare standpoint. Jeff Schwartz is going to join us in a few. He's a really, really good analyst, former Chief, Bay Area guy, former Oregon Duck. We'll get this conversation in with him, but I'd love to have it with you too. And I know what some of you are thinking if you disagree with it. Here comes Willard the Homer again. 858, such Homer talk. 415, good Lord, Willard, you've gone and lost your damn mind. Brock is not elite. Wonderful, wonderful takes. Call the show and tell me why. This is what I live for this. You can't give me a reason. Your reason, you call. I'd love to have this conversation with you. You're not going to have a good reason other than, well, I just don't think it. Okay, fine. Give me the backing. Give me the statistical backing. Give me the thing that you think he doesn't do well. Give us the playoff problem. What is your backing? Steve Spagnuolo thinks you've lost your mind. He thinks you've lost your mind. And he's one of the best defensive coordinators in football. So, let's talk it out. I'm not scared of it.
888-957-9570.
What is your take? What is your backing for the fact that you don't want to use that word?
Highest passer rating through his first 25 starts since 1970.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Before
Mahomes is 2.
Before the majority of our audience was born.
Kurt Warner's 3.
Right.
Dan Marino's 4.
Let's ride. 888-957-9570. Jeff Schwartz is going to join us next. You're going to join us next if you dare on Willard and Dibs.
I love it when you get feisty like that, and I am having
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There are a lot of people who want to talk for a second off of that list about C.J. Stroud. And if you're just joining us, I wonder why some seem to be hesitant to affix the word elite to Brock Purdy. I think there are 5 current elite quarterbacks in the NFL. I base this based on not just your statistical output, but how's your team doing? Do you win the majority of your games? Have you proven that you can move through the playoffs? Probably multiple times. So what are you doing in big games? And I sort of want to see season 3. And for Brock, this is season 3. C.J. Stroud, if you add in playoffs, Brock Purdy has played almost an extra season on C.J. Stroud. He has played 14 more games in his career than C.J. if you add in playoffs. So I think C.J. Stroud is probably the next one to join the group. Houston, I think, is going to win that division this year. Let's see him do that for this season. Go to the playoffs again. Let's see what that looks like. And then my list can be 6. But that's where I have it right now. And I think a lot of defensive coordinators that I hear kind of see it the same way. And it's not to say, again, that there aren't other really good quarterbacks. I left Jared Goff's name out. Jared Goff's a really, really good quarterback. I don't see him as an elite performer that defensive coordinators lose sleep over. He's a good player. Very good player.
Yeah, and I think that a Super Bowl would certainly change the conversation for Jared Goff, because if you look at what he's done, he's been to the playoffs, he's been to a Super Bowl, he's been to a conference championship game, he's done a lot of great things, but he hasn't quite gotten over the hump yet. And so, Jared Goff has played a lot more games than Brock Purdy has, and his numbers are really good. Maybe not quite as good as Brock in a smaller sample, but certainly he's up there. CJ's played in 23 games. Brock's played in 33, so 10 more than CJ Stroud. And because I got CJ as 14-7 as a starter.
Brock has played 31 games in the regular season in his career.
Right. He started 27. So, if you want to count the games where he came off the bench.
You play.
I get that. Yeah. And, we were talking about the Kansas City game. Spagnuolo was referencing it when he came off the bench in mop-up duty and threw a pick. But C.J. Stroud, in his 2 playoff games, he looked pretty good in the first and then looked okay in the second one. So I think he's a guy with a little bit more time. You might put him in that same company.
I mean, there's a lot of good quarterbacks. People are like, the NFC doesn't have any good quarterbacks. Of course they do. We said it. Cousins is good. I think Baker Mayfield is now playing really good football. Dak is good. I love Jaden Daniels. Jalen Hurts is good. Jordan Love is clearly good. Goff is good. Starting to get excited about Caleb Williams. I could go around the entire NFC and argue that more than half of the starting quarterbacks could be received or described as good. Some of them even very good. But this is who I see as elite right now. As far as guys who are going to be perennial playoff performers, their teams are absolutely going to be factors every year. The one that some of you could question in this moment, I guess, would be Joe Burrow. And I know that was the kind of the 5th one that you guessed.
Yeah.
And you were hemming and hawing back and forth because I don't really know what the hell's going on with that team. Joe has proven who he is in this league and has been to a Super Bowl and has had the most success directly against Patrick Mahomes of anyone else in the league. I don't know what the hell's going on with that team this year.
And I look at that team, and I think that they're kind of 2 different teams because offensively they're usually pretty good. This year they've been a little bit uneven on offense, particularly that game where they had to kind of survive the New York Giants 17-7. But a lot of this is so circumstantial because Brock Purdy is able to do what he's doing in part because he has a really good coach and a lot of talent around him. And that's not to take anything away from Brock Purdy, but a lot of this is circumstantial where you get into a spot. Jared Goff and his stock is now rising because they have a really good offense. They have a great coordinator. He's got weapons all over the field. And so his stock is going up because of that.
He's got the best run game in the NFL.
No doubt.
I think right now,
for sure.
which is funny because that was the ding or one of the dings on Brock Purdy in the past. You can't give Brock any credit because he's got a good run game. Well, Jared Goff now has a two-headed monster, and David Montgomery might be the most underrated player in the league, and their offensive line is just killing people. They are fantastic. And but I don't hold that against Goff at all.
No, I think Baker
Jared
Mayfield is another good example of a guy whose circumstance has elevated him because Tampa Bay's offense is also incredible, and he's a big part of it. But when you're playing in Cleveland, you're not going to have the same ability to ascend as you are when you go to a team that has a lot of weapons.
Let's go to Josh on 580. Josh, thanks for calling Willard and Dibs. How you doing?
Yes, sir. What's going on, fellas? Dibs, round of applause for you first off. That was a great performance today.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very welcome. But yeah, I think it's a very interesting question, man. I am a very staunch Brock.
The hell happened there?
Yeah, it's all right.
Call back.
Yeah, call back.
That was what position did you play in high school, Ken? What position did you play in baseball? Did you play baseball?
He was an outfielder.
Okay.
Yeah.
E8.
Yeah.
He used to wrestle.
Yeah. Oh, he used to wrestle.
He's more of a corner outfielder, quite frankly. If he's playing center, there's going to be a lot of balls.
Yeah.
Fat
fingers back here, you know.
Fat fingers. Well, that stinks. I wanted to hear that.
That reminds me of the Homer Simpson episode when he gained so much weight and the operator says, if you're trying to dial 911, mash the keypad now because his fingers are so fat he can't dial.
Oh, God.
Anyway, just a quick aside.
You know how we all get mad at autocorrect? Because you're like, that's not what I'm trying to say. Or like, I get mad that the iPhone won't let us swear. I'm like, no, I don't mean fudge. Okay, I meant
or ducker. I get a lot of ducker, and I get a lot of I
get mad at though that when it won't autocorrect because my thumbs are so fat. Like I'm just like writing things that are sort of kind of like trying to write out the word interesting, and you'll write
yeah,
and it's like, come on, get it, autocorrect. You know what I'm trying to say?
You know me, phone.
Anyway, all right,
you know me, phone.
We know we want to talk to Jeff Schwartz. And he's kind enough to join us here on the River Islands guest line. Yep, many years in the league, played with the Chiefs, a Bay Area guy, Oregon Duck, Fox Sports Radio analyst. He's all these things, and he's with us now on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, thanks for doing it. So, why don't you just jump into the conversation that we're sitting here having and give us your sort of sense on how this year has maybe evolved the Brock Purdy conversation now that he's having another good year and this year doing it without some of his weapons?
It's a good question. I don't really know that it's changed. I think the people that don't want to like Brock Purdy are just not going to like him. They're going to try to find different ways to tell us why they don't like him, right? And I think the people that like him or want to defend him are going to look at this season and say, look what he's done. That throw to Debo the other night, sort of across his body. I think it was Debo, right across his body for the touchdown against Seattle. That's a throw. Like it's a dangerous throw, but it's completed. You can use it in any sort of argument, right? You say, well, look, dangerous throw. You can't do that if you're franchise quarterback. You say, hey man, guy's making a play, right? I think Purdy is the same as he's been. He's a good quarterback. He was very close to winning Super Bowl last season. He wasn't the reason they won or lost that game. And I think this year he's continued to get better with more reps, and he is what he is. And if people don't like him, I don't think this is going to change much. You can always find ways to poke holes in play if you want to. You can always find ways to elevate guys. I think Brock Purdy's really good. I think what's going to shock people is when he makes $65 million this offseason, and that changes. And then the conversation changes, right? Because now it's about, okay, well, you can't pay everyone else, right? Like when you pay one quarterback, you have to sort of cut down the roster a little bit, go younger. Is Purdy going to be good enough to elevate everyone around him when the contracts change? But you don't have to worry about that this year, right? He's still under a rookie contract, and when CMC comes back, everyone's fully healthy. I think I saw that Jennings didn't practice today, and maybe Debo didn't practice either. So they're beat up right now. When everyone gets back healthy, man, I would expect the 49ers to be right where they were last season.
So hearing that, does it take a little bit of the pressure off a game that's a Super Bowl rematch, knowing that even in a win or a loss, you still have 10 more games in the regular season?
I think you want to beat Kansas City because they're a good football team, right? You want to measure yourself up to the Chiefs. But the thing about the NFL is that one loss doesn't really define your season. Now, obviously, this will be, if they lose, that'll be what, their third or fourth loss for the Niners. So I mean,
it'd be fifth in a row overall. Yeah.
Yeah. It depends on how far back you go, but yeah, it would be 5.
Yeah. No. I'm talking about this season. If the Niners lose on Sunday,
just the fourth. Yeah, it'd be 3 and 4.
Fourth loss. Yeah.
Right. I mean, right. Which you mean you don't? If you're the Niners, if you have 4 losses through 7 games, not where you want. Not where you want to be. Like it's not a must win because you're playing the Chiefs. It's a must win because you need wins, right? And I think you still win the division. I don't think Seattle's very good. Arizona's not good, and the Rams are just beat up, and they probably aren't going to compete in that division anyways. But I think you want to win this game because the Chiefs are really good. I don't mean Super Bowl thing. Trent Williams, I think, said it right. Like that was last year. Like it's over. Like it's over, and you want to win this game this week because the Chiefs are a good football team, and you want to prove yourself against the Chiefs. And so it'd be a great game, man. Andy Reid sort of has the number right now of the 49ers. As you mentioned, all the wins in a row. So just sort of finds ways. A couple of years ago, they went to San Francisco and won that game by a lot, if you remember. A really good game plan for Bosa. So I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a lot of fun for both teams. Chiefs off the bye, Niners get a little bit of rest off that Thursday game. So everyone will be fresh and ready to go.
Jeff, totally get what you're saying with regard to just, the standings and whatnot. But I wonder, what is your perspective on how, especially some of the Niners who have been there for a while, what happens to them mentally if they lose this one and it's like, man, they beat the same team, beat us again?
It doesn't. I'll tell you what. It doesn't matter. I would say like now. I think that obviously, you have to admit like Chiefs have our number, but I think it's more for like if they need to get in the Super Bowl, right? Because then the doubt is like, geez, they beat us 5 times in a row. Then the doubt starts to creep in, and then what happens sometimes too is you sort of over prepare, right? You do a little bit too much. You try to find things that aren't really there. And that's where I think it gets into like the quote unquote ownage of it, right? Where you just, as a player, as a coach, sometimes you just lose. Like that's football, right? It's sports. And sometimes you don't have to overanalyze it. When you lose so many times in a row to a team, you start thinking about it, right? Like what can we do differently? And sometimes you do too much and then you over prepare for a game. I'm not saying it's going to happen this weekend, but I could see if they lose again and then in New Orleans in February, the Niners thinking to themselves like, we got to do more than we need to, right? Because they lose the game. So that's where I think it matters. I don't think it matters to this year because the Niners have more goals in front of them before they would play the Chiefs again, right? They have to win the NFC West. They have to be in the playoffs. They have to beat. The NFC is good this year, right? The Lions are really good. Obviously, the Hutch injury is not great. The Vikings are really good. I mean, the whole North is pretty good. The Packers, there's more wins to be done before you even would have a chance to play the Chiefs again. So I think in the moment it would suck, it would stink to lose again, but I don't think it would matter until they played again in February.
Yeah, Jeff Schwartz here on 95.7 The Game. When you look at Kansas City this year, doing it a little bit differently and not a lot of vertical throwing, and Mahomes 6 touchdowns and 6 picks, yet they're still undefeated. Does it make you kind of marvel at Kansas City knowing that they're not as high-powered, yet they're still undefeated?
I mean, I don't know. At this point, the Chiefs, they're so inevitable, right? Sign of a good team is winning different ways. And look, there were games this year when the offense was better, when Rice was healthy, and then there's games when the defense has to take over. So they can win many different ways. It makes them really dangerous because if you're game planning for something, what is their weakness right now? You can say vertical passing, sure, but then like last game against New Orleans, they just came out and they just nickel and dimed you with 4 tight ends and threw 1 deep pass to Worthy. They can do that when they need to. And Mahomes is understanding, and I think he would admit, he hasn't played his best football so far this season, but he hasn't had to. And off a bye, the Chiefs are really good. So I'm kind of curious what they've dialed up offensively for the 49ers in this game. But you're not going to get those deep threats. They don't have those guys anymore, and they didn't have them last year either. And I'm curious to see how their offense operates in general down the stretch without, it really feels like last season again, right? Now, they might go trade for someone and make a big splash to get some more help. But right now, it's a lot of, 5 to 8 yard passes. You take a couple attempts deep in the game, hope to hit them. You run the ball really well, which they did last week with Hunt and Carson Steele. The offensive line is good, really inside, and you just sort of play these close games every week and hope you can kind of survive until you get a wide receiver back.
Jeff Schwartz with us, and Jeff played the offensive line position, so I think you're a good person to ask this. Like, with all the game planning in the world, why has no one been able to figure out how to slow down Chris Jones?
Well, so this is just a general philosophy thing now for defenses. So what a lot of teams are doing on defense now is they're basically what we call like putting 5 across, right? So every offensive lineman is singled up. So it's 1 versus 1. Well, when that happens, Chris Jones is a 1-on-1. I mean, you can't do anything about it. Like he's really good. And so it's one thing defenses have done just over the years and trying to isolate their pass rushers 1-on-1. And as an offense, you can't help. It's just that simple. So the Chiefs do this, the other teams do this, where they say, "Hey, man, we're gonna make it to where your center's got to go one side and Chris Jones is by himself, right, on the right guard, or you got to go the other way, and the left guard has them 1-on-1 because there's 5 guys showing at the snap." And that's just the hard part about pass protection right now is defenses will try to isolate guys. And Chris Jones moves too, guys. So when you're playing a guy who is only on one side of the ball, so like Hutchinson, a Watt, a Myles Garrett for the most part, where they line up on the same side every time, you can game plan for that, right? You can say, okay, even if they show us this look, we'll find a way to block it some other way. But Chris Jones will pick and choose. He'll choose the right guard, then he'll choose the left guard, then he'll choose he's not over the left tackle very much. He'll choose the right tackle. So he just sort of picks. He won't choose left tackle this week, I'll tell you that. He'll pick and choose who he rushes over too. So you can't game plan for him to be in the same spot every time too. So those are reasons why he's singled up a lot. His get off is really good. You see him sort of Aaron Donald thing where even sometimes when you send a double team his direction, he's so good he either splits a double team or goes outside the guard, and the guard can't get out there fast enough to have the center help him. So he's a really good player. He deserves Defensive Player of the Year at some point in his career. With Hutch hurt now, and maybe if the Steelers lose a little bit, Watt gets a little cooler on that award. But he's really good. He's done a great job this season so far, and he's a game wrecker, guys. He's so good inside. So look, Niners will have a plan for him, but then again, the defense can dictate who blocks who.
And you mentioned the left tackle and Trent Williams, who has been just incredible throughout his career. But when you watch him still at this late portion of his career, what makes him still so dominant over there on the left side?
Well, I thought the game against Seattle was probably his best of the season. I think he sort of got in shape, got to his kind of peak physical shape. He missed all the training camp. If you're a veteran, you know what to do, but that still does matter, right? You still need reps, and he's just still supremely gifted athletically. There was a play a couple weeks ago where his feet were like crossed up and crazy sauce, and all of us were just falling on our faces, and he just recovered and pinking the dude. I mean, I've played with a couple Hall of Famers, not on the offensive line, but just other guys in my career, and they're just different. I mean, it's hard to put it in better terms than that. Like, he's just a different guy. His movement skills are different. His health, his recovery, his ability to just power through things, and his hand placement, all these things that he does are just different than everyone else. And so I think he sort of finally got in shape, and now we'll see the kind of the best ball of his the rest of the season.
Jeff Schwartz with us. And Jeff, listen, sometimes people come on the radio and they don't really want to get too deep into predictions and all of that, but I listen to you on Sunday morning. I know what you guys do. And so I want to know, when you look at 49ers hosting the Chiefs -1 Sunday at 1 o'clock at Levi's, what's your thought?
Yeah, I'm taking the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes covers all these games as a 3-point favorite or less. They're off a bye. I know you guys have some rest too. The 49ers are off a bye. Look, I played for the Chiefs. My brother played for the Chiefs. I watched the Chiefs for 10 years, every game they played now. And the one thing about this version of the Chiefs is you often get their best games in these games, right? Like, they don't care about playing the Falcons in Atlanta. The Chargers in LA, they care less about that. They care about this game, though, right? Niners. It's a team that played the Super Bowl. It's a very talented football team. So I like the Chiefs to win and cover. And if they didn't, it wouldn't surprise me. Niners are a really good football team. But, these are games I think the Chiefs really want to win. Playing the Saints on Monday Night Football, they just won because they're better. I mean, it's like not as important to them. So this game matters to Kansas City. It matters to Niners too, of course. But I think I would take the Chiefs. That's where I put my money. I haven't bet on the game yet. I might. I probably will stay away. Maybe some props or something that I look at. But it would be Chiefs or pass for me.
Jeff, I know it's been an active day for you. Thank you so much for coming on, though.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
All right, there it is. Former Chief and current Fox Sports Radio analyst and Bay Area guy, and Grandy wants us to say former Duck.
Yeah.
Jeff Schwartz. Yeah.
And so he's on.
Quack.
He's on before you on the Fox Sports.
He's
Sunday,
on in the
right?
morning. Yeah, he's gonna be on. Like if you want to hear the guys talking out about all the different bets and different things that they're liking, if you when you get up Sunday morning before the games start, Jeff is on that show on Fox Sports Radio.
Okay.
Yeah,
and he likes the Chiefs, and it seems like it's more than just him being a former Chief.
Although he mentioned it. He's
yes,
like, I like the Chiefs. I played for the Chiefs. I like the Chiefs.
But he also said that Patrick Mahomes in games that are a spread of 3 or less tends to cover. I don't know what the number is exactly on how often he covers those games, but it's interesting as we've talked about how the Niners are going to be motivated for this game, and he's like, yeah, the Saints on a Monday night, who cares? Or, the Saints at New Orleans or even at the Chargers, you're not going to be as motivated as you will for the Chiefs to be going up against the Niners.
I don't know if you're a numbers person, and numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers.
Yeah.
Numbers are numbers and numbers are numbers.
Thank you, especially if they're my numbers. For the crowd that wants to, and we can get into this, and Josh did call back, and apparently he forgave Ken, and the two of them have made a coffee date or something like that.
That's
I don't know
cool.
what's going on, but Josh, hang right where you are because we do want to get to the rest of your call, but we're right up against it. But more of you can jump on in on this, okay? Brock Purdy, to me, is one of 5 current elite quarterbacks in the NFL. 888-957-9570, and I don't know if this does anything for you. I have in front of me right here the career leaders for all-time quarterback rating, okay? So we're going to do some game show music because there are three on the list whose career quarterback rating is north of 100. So we'll see if Dibs can get those 3. And then we'll tell you where Brock Purdy would sit had he played enough games. He's not there yet. He's getting there fast. But maybe those numbers will help further the point that I'm trying to make, and maybe not, because maybe you don't care about quarterback rating. But it's pretty interesting. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. By the way, Brock Purdy's speaking today. We'll hear that coming up in about a half hour as well. Your phone calls. Brock Purdy is one of 5 elite quarterbacks in the NFL. Disagree? I'd love to see you try. Have a reason other than I don't like it. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
What a show for Dibs. And the way that it's going, I have no doubt you're going to get these right too. But let's put those aside for just a second. We got some business to attend to. If you were on with us earlier and we kept telling you that a bunch of Warriors were going to stop by, let's just say that there were some planes, trains, and automobiles moments that sort of took place. And so we're going to do that on a different day, which is kind of a tragedy because Quentin Post saying "Don't Stop Believing" in front of a bunch of people at Chase Center yesterday was very funny. And I was looking forward to talking to an incredibly tall man about him singing in front of a crowd at a major concert arena in America when he's not a singer.
And you had the chef and Draymond Green jumping and dancing around, and the crowd was into it. And when you're his age, and I don't know the exact age, but I would imagine he's in his early 20s, and that song now has got to be 40-something years old. Like, how do you even know that song at his age?
Well, I mean, sir, I've learned this, and you have too, with kids, that certain songs, like they last. And sometimes they're not even the ones that you think. I was talking to Ken earlier about him having tickets to go see Oasis in Europe. My kids can all sing Wonderwall.
Yeah.
Well, how? How old is that song? When did Wonderwall come out? Ken, I'm sure you know that off the top of your head.
Probably at least 30 years ago.
Is it
90? I was thinking 97. So
I used to listen. Yeah, like it was when I was in college, which was mid 90s.
October 30th, 1995.
29 years ago.
29 years ago.
To the day.
Update: my kids are not 29. They're not 20. They're not 18. They all know the song. So this is one of those songs.
Don't Stop Believing, 1981.
Yeah,
43 years ago.
You want to hear Quentin Post, 7 feet tall and a falsetto? This is a little bit of it. You get the idea.
It's no wonder why he can hit the high notes, Mark. He's from Amsterdam. There you go.
I thought he was born and raised in South Detroit. No?
I think Northwestern Amsterdam.
Anyway.
The 7-footer. And older than I thought. He's 24, Quentin Post. He's a full-on 24.
24? So.
Yeah.
I don't even know you're allowed to be a rookie at age 24 anymore in the NBA.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, TJD, I think, was 24 last year as a rookie.
And it worked. Yeah. So that was fun. And we will reset with Quentin Post at another time. We're going to go to the phones. We're going to have Dibs see if he can do the NFL career passer rating thing. But we cannot let an incredibly key piece of business get away from us. You know what day of the week today is. Today's Thursday. It is one of the 3 days of the week that is home to a primetime football game. And when there's prime time, there's also Fade the Dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradamus gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple. Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks. Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
I've seen polar ice caps that aren't as cold as you, but let's see if you can rally back, because we do know one thing about Dibs. Sometimes he takes an L. Sometimes he bounces back.
Yeah, and I'm having a pretty good show.
You're throwing a perfect game, but the show's not over yet.
And this is a lot tougher than a Greg Cosell interview or a Mark Willard 5 elite quarterbacks convo, because this is one of those games that is such a stay away. I would not pick this with a 10-foot pole, but unfortunately, I have to.
You do.
And I look at rookie quarterback against rookie quarterback, mediocre team against mediocre team, and I think, you know what? When in doubt, give me the points. I'll take New Orleans and the 2.5. Cuckoo.
Winnie Mo dogs. Winnie Mo. We got a home dog.
And home dog.
Home dog.
And
home dog.
This game feels like 14-13 to me, one way or the other.
This game feels like go say hi to your family and skip it.
Totally.
That's what this game feels like.
I don't have that choice, unfortunately.
I got one of those confidence pools, and I'm like, I don't even know who I'm picking, but I'm putting it at 1. I'm skipping this game.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't know what we're supposed to do with this. Bo Nix versus Spencer Rattler. None of the Saints are playing. The Broncos don't have any good players to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to do with this football game.
I'm in a confidence pool, and this is my 4, which is my third lowest because there's only 15 games, so there's no 1. We do it like you take off
There's
the
no low.
It's
okay.
2 through 16.
Got it.
So this
That's
is my
weird.
third least confident game. You do it the other way, where So
But
there's
what's the difference? It's just points.
It's points, yeah.
Yeah, it's just whatever.
The 16 stays, and then you take off the bottom. You guys do it the other way around.
Yeah, we take off
the top.
Yeah.
So either way, doesn't really matter. But this is my third most confident pick, and I have New Orleans and the 2.5 Cuckoosh.
Cuckoosh.
Thank you. Thank you. One more lock.
We're going to go to the phones here in just a sec. Can we please have game show music, Randy? I would love that. I would appreciate it so much. There are 3 quarterbacks. And the minimum, you have to have played, I think, 64 football games. You have to play 64 football games in order to qualify for the list. So Brock Purdy is just about halfway there. And if he's doing what he's doing then, what he is now, we'll hold that, and you'll see kind of where it sits. But there are 3 quarterbacks in the history of this league that have a career quarterback rating of 100 or higher. Can you name them?
All 3 of them? Man.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Because you're talking about a long history of NFL quarterbacks, and there's only 3 that are higher than 100?
All-time passer rating leaders, minimum 64 games. There are 3 quarterbacks that are at 100 or above.
I'm thinking about highly accurate guys who have been really good for a long time, and I'm thinking about Drew Brees. He was just up on our screen. I'm going to go with Drew Brees.
That is number 6 on the all-time list, 98.7. That's a no from us, dog.
That hurts. Aaron Rodgers has had a lot of years where he's led the league. I'm going to go Aaron Rodgers.
Number 1.
Let's go,
Aaron
baby.
Rodgers, 103. 103.
103.
Aaron Rodgers.
Man.
Go ahead.
You can't do quarterback convos without the GOAT. Man, Tom Brady's got to be in the top 3. Cuckoosh. No?
Sorry. Number 11, 97.2. Tom Brady, number 11.
Well, I get it. God, I'm having a good show. From one GOAT to the other, I'm going to go with the other GOAT and cross my fingers. I'm sitting with 2 strikes. Patrick Mahomes has got to be up there. Let's go.
Mahomes, number 2 at 102.9. Just a shade behind Aaron, but obviously both of them are still playing, so we'll see where it goes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So it's make or miss here. It's a make or miss league.
It is.
And I can't help but think about the Dwight Clark Legacy series where we sat with a guy who told you that you actually were singing. And he was very accurate, and he was very good. He's a Hall of Famer. I'm going to go with the left-hander, Steve Young, for the win. You can put it on the board. Steve Young? Steve Young.
You were having such a good show. You're still throwing a shutout, but I'm sorry.
God, it's a fluky.
I'm sorry. We have a base runner now.
Texas leaguer.
Tell me Steve Young
was
better in the
close.
8th. Infield single.
Steve Young is number 13 on the all-time list at 96.8. You can go ahead and fade the dibbers and fade the music.
I never liked QB rating anyway.
You could have guessed for the rest of the hour, and I don't think you would have gotten who number 3 is.
So I'm guessing it's not Joe Montana.
He is also
number 3.
Still playing. Still playing. He is still
Joe Flacco.
No, Joe Flacco. Flacco's probably 4,000.
Kirk Cousins?
Nope.
Not Padford.
I could give it away.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Looks like he's starting this week. Looks like he's
Oh my God.
starting this
That
week.
guy? Everyone hates me except Sierra?
Mm-hmm.
Russ? Doggy dog?
Yeah, Russell Wilson at an even 100.
Oh, my God.
Is number 3 on the all-time list. Rounding out the top 5, 2 of my other on my list of 5 elite quarterbacks. Joe Burrow is number 4. Lamar Jackson is number 5. You want 2 quick aside, really fun ones? I give you 2 names that are also in the top 10 of career quarterback rating that'll blow your mind because all of you think they stink out loud. And you're kind of right. Number 7 on the all-time list is Deshaun Watson. And number 10 on
Deshaun Watson?
Yes, and number 10 on the all-time list is Jimmy Garoppolo.
What? Quarterback rating. Am I right?
See it. Now, why do we bring this up? Aaron Rodgers, all-time career leader, 103. Patrick Mahomes, 102.9. Brock Purdy's career quarterback rating at this hour is 108.9.
Man.
So we are 30 games away of him being the highest-rated passer in the history of the National Football League. Go ahead. Tell me he's just okay.
Exactly.
I'm listening. Odyssey.com.
Thank you. I knew it.
I'm listening. We're right here. Josh, who is still on 580. Probably not now. Josh, are you at home on your couch by now? Josh? After all that.
Yeah,
there he is.
No,
Okay.
Got me.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Hi, Josh.
Yeah, I got hit with a cancellation sensation, man.
You sure did. You sure did.
Ken will pay it.
I'm still on 580, man. I was on 580 before picking up my son. Now I'm on 580 with my son.
Perfect.
But yeah. Here's what I wanted to say, man. It's interesting because I support Brock Purdy a ton. I think he's top 7 for sure in the league right now, and he's our franchise quarterback. When I think about elite quarterbacks, I think about guys that are extremely accurate, right? That can extend plays, at will. That can run when you need them to, and when it's fourth quarter, you know that they're going to make a drive to at least get a field goal, right? And the last piece is that if you put them on any other team in the NFL, that team automatically becomes a playoff contender. And now, I really love Brock, but there is just something that I think is that you said he has enough sample size. I think we just got to wait to see the end of this season. And if he really does it again this season, then he's truly in that elite category. But it's going to take some more grinded out wins. It's going to take some more close games. It's not going to be as many blowouts as last year. Last year was almost so easy. It's like, oh, it's the team because it's so easy. This year's going to be more grinded out. And it's going to have to be on Brock's back just a little bit more. So the sample size is accurate. It has to be 3 years, but it's got to be another full year for him to really show it. Game in, game out, where they come back in fourth quarters and win games for people to really give him that elite status. And I think he's got it, all that it takes. He's got all those attributes that I mentioned. He can extend plays. He can run when you need him to. He's extremely accurate. He's got it all. People just got to see it in the clutch moments in the big games. In the big game so far, he hasn't really performed well. Ravens last year, he had a down game. The Super Bowl, he had a down game. The playoffs before, the Lions comeback was his biggest one. The Packers game was an okay game. So in the biggest games, he also hasn't shown up in the best way. So I think that's why people are a little skeptical. So I truly believe he's there, but I think that's kind of the reason, the sample size. And when it's those big games, is he dominating? We just haven't seen it just yet. But I believe him. I got it. You guys have a great show, man.
Josh, real quick before you go, since you said he had a down game in the Super Bowl, do you have any recollection at all of what his numbers were in that game?
No, I mean, statistically wise, I think it was I know he was pretty good. I know he was pretty good stats.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact stats. But when the drives, when we needed him, he didn't finish. And that's when we talk about elite quarterbacks. They make those plays. You know what I'm saying? When it's 3rd and 5 and you find anybody, you scramble, you make it. I'm not saying that's me. I'm just saying that's what everybody else is looking at, right?
Yeah, I get it. Josh, listen, Josh, thank you for holding. Thank you for staying with us. There's a very good call. It was reasoned. I get it. I chuckled at one point because when at this point, I don't know if we're not going to just, every time there's a year ending, we're going to go, okay, do it one more time. Do it again. Like when he said, we need to see if we get to the end of this year, then we'll give it to him. Okay, like everybody gets to make their decision on what a sample size actually is. I chuckle at that at this point because we've done that. We did that already. Okay, that was a fun rookie year. Then you got hurt. Do it again. Okay, he does it again. He gets 5th in the MVP, and he goes to the Super Bowl.
Well, and his year last year was the 14th best quarterback rating for a single season in history.
In history, right. And then he comes out this year, and again, statistically, very, very strong. Sure, a 3-3 record. We get how we got here, but he's been doing it with a lot of his key people hurt around him, and it has not hurt him statistically at all. And so we're still going to go do it again. Do it again. In the next breath, you'll go, "Why? CJ Stroud is elite, Mark." Well, wait a minute. I thought I was being told that you had to play for 3 or 4 full years before like no one's asking for CJ Stroud to do it again. No one wants Jordan Love to do it again. Jordan Love hasn't even played a full season at this point. So that's all I'm getting at. And I also think that while there's some points in there with regard to the whole, like, okay, you get the ball, 2 minutes left to go, we forget the success stories. Oh, he hasn't done that in the big games. Well, he did it against Green Bay in the playoffs. He did it against Detroit in the playoffs. And when he got the ball in overtime against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl, refresh my memory, where did the drive go?
Well, it settled for 3.
It settled for 3.
It was another red zone failure.
It went all the way to the 3-yard line.
Yep.
And a lineman went the wrong way, and you guys will blame Brock and call me a homer because I said that. But okay.
Not blaming Brock.
But I mean, Brandon Ayuk is standing by himself in the end zone, and if a lineman is not on his face, then Brock's going to complete that pass, and the Niners are going to go up by 7.
That was not the only play that happened on that drive. So, you can give a quarterback credit, and you can also give a quarterback blame, and it's either fair or unfair no matter how you do it. And his numbers in the game, 23 of 38, 1 touchdown, quarterback rating of 89.3.
Yep.
By his standards, that wasn't as good as what he's been.
Well, but okay, first off, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You can't apply the same statistical sort of bar in the playoffs. Those are the best teams. Right. Everybody's numbers go down. You know what Patrick Mahomes' numbers were in the Super Bowl? Mr. Fancy Greatest of all time, Michael Jordan, Patrick Mahomes, can't be beat guy?
Yeah, 34 of 46, quarterback rating of 99.3.
Okay.
So better than Brock. He threw 2 touchdowns and a pick. Brock threw 1 touchdown. Juwan Jennings threw as many touchdowns as Brock Purdy. I mean, what are we doing here, Mark?
No, but what are we doing?
Juwan Jennings was the best quarterback for the Niners in the Super Bowl. Hashtag quarterback rating.
That's a good take.
What are we doing here?
What
are we doing here?
No,
what are we doing here? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and that's people are going to hold that against Brock Purdy in the same way they hold it against everybody. And you hold it against Joe Burrow. You hold it against Jared Goff. You hold it against any quarterback who's been to the Super Bowl and not won it. And that's just going to be something that he hopefully can get over. They've been close, like Jim Kelly, Dan Marino. These are quarterbacks who still get knocked in some circles for never having won the big game. Jim Kelly went to 4 in a row and was unable to get it done. Fran Tarkenton went to 3 and never won one.
But we move the goalposts on. We change like the big game. That comes from a big game. And then we change it to the big game. I want to see Brock do XYZ in big games. Well, okay, here's the ball. You're losing by 4 against Green Bay. Go get a touchdown. You do. Next week, okay, you're down by 17 points at halftime at home against Detroit. Go do something. You do. Then you go to the Super Bowl. You play a solid, not great, solid game. You go to overtime against Patrick Mahomes. You drive the ball all the way down the field in overtime. An offensive lineman goes the wrong way. You kick a field goal. Mahomes gets a touchdown. Brock can't win the big game. I find that to be a silly argument.
I don't think the goalposts are moving. It's like hurdles, and he's cleared every hurdle but the last one. And it's okay because, or it's even more like American Ninja Warrior, where You go through 10 obstacles, and the last obstacle is the one where you have to climb that rope and you have to go up 100 feet in 90 seconds. And if you can do it, you are the Ninja Warrior. And if you can't, well, you're still really, really good at climbing and jumping and stuff, but you're not the American Ninja Warrior. And right now, he hasn't been able to do that final climb. And he has time. He's a young player.
Sure. I mean, I hope, going back to where this conversation started, where I've got my 5 elite quarterbacks in the NFL, you'll notice something about 4 of them. They haven't won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So, this is not, I don't need that in order to call someone elite, in my opinion. I don't need that. I think we can all see a good player even though they haven't won a Super Bowl. And we all, obviously, for obvious reasons, we only do that to the quarterback. No one would ever, walk up to Trent Williams, you haven't won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Are you really the best left tackle? Yes, you're really the best left tackle, even though you haven't won the Super Bowl. But Burrow has been and lost. Allen hasn't even been. Lamar hasn't even been. Brock has been and lost. Patrick is Patrick. No one's arguing that. Obviously.
Right. And we did this yesterday. There's 5 quarterbacks currently playing who have won Super Bowls, and 3 of them are not currently elite. Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson, and Aaron Rodgers. There are 2 that you could say are still elite. Maybe Matthew Stafford, the other one.
Yeah.
I mean, his team, he's got nobody around him. He still is a very good quarterback.
He's a good player.
I don't think anyone would put him in their top 5. If anybody did an elite quarterback list or a Mike Sando tiered quarterback list, he's not a tier 1 guy. So 4 of the 5 guys who've won Super Bowls are not in that elite tier. And the one guy who has won 3 of the last 5. So does that mean Brock is no good because he hasn't done it? No, you're right. Lamar and Joe and Josh and all these other quarterbacks, they haven't done it either.
Yeah, so I don't attach that word to ring. You can be elite and you have yet to win a ring. I'm fine with that.
I'm with you on that, but I also don't think that you can say, well, you can say it, but I don't see it the way the goalposts have moved. I think that he's achieved every goal but the one. It's not that the goalposts have moved.
Sure.
Can he win a big game? Yeah. Can he come from behind in a big game? Yeah. Can he this? Can he that? He's done all those things. Can he be a top 5 in the MVP? He just was. So all these things he's done, the one thing he hasn't done is win the Super Bowl, and it's fair to not hold it against him, but it's fair to say,
to mention it, yeah, that's part of the conversation. That he has to do. Absolutely. 888-957-9570. We'll hear from Brock in just about 15 minutes. Let's go back to the phones. Javier in Vacaville. Hey, Javier, what's up?
How you doing, Mr. Ruler? How you doing, Mr. Dibley?
How are you?
I just wanted your temperature on the game because I'm going to probably sound like a pessimist, but I got defeated mindset. I don't have any other fear in any other team outside of the Chiefs. But Patrick Mahomes is like the Michael Jordan of football, in my estimation, whether that's ignorant or not to think. I just have not no faith in the 49ers, but, I mean, with no Christian McCaffrey, you know what I'm saying? And I really feel like this might also be something you guys are like, what? Smirk your lips at. But, man, Robert Sala's on the street, and I'm not saying that, Sorensen's a scrub, but, we might be betting our season on a rookie DC when everyone's like, well, why would you want to bring him in and mess continuity? Well, we got a lot riding on the season, sir. Just giving him a call and saying, hey, would you want to come be our quality control? Because we know what he can do. Sorensen is a rookie DC. Yeah, we're 3-3, but we've blown 2 of those games. And defensively, it wasn't nice. It didn't look like our defensive pedigree the last 6 seasons. And it's just Shanahan's bet a lot on a rookie DC that hasn't proven a whole lot in this league except being an okay and exceptional position coach, which is fine. But we got Super Bowl aspirations, gentlemen. And you got a Super Bowl defensive coordinator on the street that's looking for work, whether he wants to take the season off or not, man, it would be idiotic. I feel like I have to keep the tires on him based off we don't want to miss his continuity.
Well, here's what I think. Yeah, Javier, thanks, man. Here's what I think's going on there. And to me, it's a little bit fantasy land to go there, even though I understand why people do. Yes, Robert has already stated publicly he has no interest in coaching this year. But I get it. I totally get the vibe of why you would want to go kick the tires on Robert. And as Javier said, not make him defensive coordinator, but bring him in as part of the staff. Here's why you don't do that. It's the same reason that I was so shocked that the 49ers brought Jimmy Garoppolo back when Trey Lance was about to be the starter. And you remember that show where I was like, that's a hedge. That means that somebody doesn't like what they're seeing in Trey Lance. And everyone's like, no, it's like a free, just like backup card. And I'm like, no, because you don't do that to Trey. You don't put all your faith in someone new and then hang someone with this huge resume right on their right shoulder and go, okay, go play. And that's exactly what you would be doing to Nick Sorensen if you suddenly brought Robert Saleh in. I think there's a measure of this. Sometimes when you lay the card, you got to play the card. And that's what the Niners did. They laid the card on Nick Sorensen. You can't, after 6 games, go hang a massive name and presence in the room with him and be like, okay, hope no one missed tackles. You know, it's too much. So the Niners, for good or bad, you laid this card. Now you got to play this card.
Well, you can't even really look at the card you've played until you get more than 6 games into it. I don't think that that's a fair measurement because there's a certain amount of newness. Even though he comes from within, the scheme is going to be slightly different. The way he calls games, the amount of blitzing he does, he's still finding his way. And he was an internal hire. This is different than when you brought in Steve Wilks from the outside last year because it was a completely different approach. Steve Wilks was not from the Shanahan defensive coaching tree, for lack of a better way to describe it. So he was an outsider coming in, and you could have made that move, I think, more readily last year with Steve Wilks than you would with a guy you promoted from within.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. It's just not the time. I fully understand the vibe, the desire, the angst. I get it. Robert's awesome. But he doesn't want it, and you don't do that to Nick this quick. I don't think that's fair. Frazier in Antioch. Hi, Frazier. Thanks for calling us.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Just real quick on a couple of callers back. The assessment of the Super Bowl, I don't feel the same way as everyone else. What makes a quarterback elite and not elite? Brock played a hell of a game. Lineman, wrong move. Super Bowl, we win. It seems like Patrick's success has come against us. He's won 2 Super Bowls against us, and he lose both those Super Bowls. Are we still calling Patrick Mahomes elite? I don't know. It'd be the same as Lamar. He hasn't made a big game, but this is getting just absurd. These guys are getting labeled to be elite, and Brock has been leading the league in every category since he's been in the league pretty much. This is just becoming such a annoyance when we watch our quarterback play week in, week out. We watch him get us to a championship, watch him get us to a Super Bowl, and for not unforeseen circumstances, he would have won a championship, injured. Super Bowl, lineman, wrong move, we win. And it's just terrible that it's others that takes a team to win a sport when one person is playing pretty much their tail off. So just wanted to touch bases on that because it seemed like everyone is doubting his skills for some reason when he's been leading the league in numerous categories. And it's just like, what is everyone watching? Even his gameplay is above.
Frazier, thanks. That's what I tend to agree, and that's kind of what I'm getting at in terms of moving the goalposts. For those of you who have joined us more recently, this is kind of what got us on this discussion, and we want you to hear it. Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator of the Kansas City Chiefs, listen to him talk about Brock Purdy.
Good against zone and finding those pockets and spaces, and I think the receivers adjust routes to do that. That makes it really challenging in zone. Now, one of the things you got to remember is we had, last year was a little different. LJ was here, and Trent, we had him in a different spot, and so we'll see if we can do the same things. But I just think their system is built that they really can expose zone coverage, and yet I think they got enough skill that if you don't have the right man people covering their men, that can be challenging too. I mean, it's going to start up front and stop in the run, and hopefully we can get the quarterback not to be in timing like he is, because I can't find a weakness in this quarterback. Every time I put the film on, I'm more and more impressed. It's funny, I was watching, you guys will have a better idea of the year. When did we go out there and play in a regular season game? Yeah, and it was at the end of the game, and I think they had taken Garoppolo out, and it was Brock Purdy, and I had forgotten that, but he ran the 2-minute drill and kind of got him down there, and then I think we picked it off at the end, but he looked pretty good then, not like he is now, but I'm really impressed with the quarterback.
I can't find a weakness in him. The more I look at the tape, the more impressed I am. I mean, that's a hell of a quote, man.
Yeah.
That's from a truly great defensive coordinator.
Right. And a guy who, has owned this team to the extent that he's beaten them a couple of times in a row in very big games. So, yeah, that's high praise from Spags. And every time I put the tape on, I can't find a weakness with this quarterback. He's good. He kills you against the zone. And last year they had to switch it up in real time and go a lot more press man. And he's good against man as well. So that's going to be one thing to watch, especially with the Niners offensive line being a little bit shaky in the interior. And you got Chris Jones, as we heard earlier from Greg Cosell. He'll go over the right guard. He'll go over the left guard, not usually out by the tackle very much. And he probably won't go on Trent's side at all in this game. But Chris Jones against that interior three in pass situations, that's going to be an interesting matchup.
I don't know why this just crossed my mind, but you're sitting there talking again. We're talking about what makes a player elite, and a lot of them are like, okay, well, win the bowl, and the way you said it, I like, because you're like, well, no, that's just kind of the last accomplishment that he needs, and but for others, it's like, no, we're holding that until he performs in the last game against Patrick Mahomes, and only then will we hand that out. Well, flip it to a different sport for a second. Let me throw some names at you, and you tell me that if we were talking NBA, if we were talking hoops, and I asked you, give me 10 elite players, you're only going to give me people who've won a ring? You're not going to say Luka? Luka's not on your list?
Right.
Joel Embiid? He didn't make your list. Ant's not there. No Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. We're not doing that. John Morant, he doesn't make your list. Where else do you want to go with all of this? I just think that if you remove the black and white thinking, you get what Steve Spagnuolo just said. He didn't use the word because he's not going to do that. He's a coach at a press conference. But I think that's what he just told you. I think he told you that Brock Purdy is one of the elite quarterbacks in the National Football League.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of quarterbacks where you look at the tape and you can't find a weakness, and then you look at Brock Purdy's numbers, and they're very good. He has the highest quarterback rating ever after 25 starts to a career. He's got a winning record, a winning percentage that is next to impossible to match, and so I don't know what you need to look at. Touchdown to interception ratio, which is better than Tom Brady's was at this point in Tom Brady's career. So I don't know what you have to look at. You watch the tape and you see a guy who's good at just about everything. You look at the numbers, and his numbers are phenomenal in just about everything. You look at his record, and his record is almost perfect. He's got 7 regular season losses in 2+ years. I don't know what you have to look at.
Let's go to Sparky in Alameda. What are you doing, Sparky? Thanks for calling.
What's up, fellas? It's been a minute. Okay. Talking about a resume with a kid, rookie of the year, not bad. One Super Bowl appearance, great. But let's start talking about popularity. Popularity starts, winning athlete, that's their mindset. You know what? I think I should work on this. You know what? I'm going to break somebody's record. Doing this, doing that. Then it's when you really start impressing people, like a young Steph. No one will know what he was in the past. He started breaking records after record, after record, after record. Then we're going to talk about being popular. The kid got a lot of future, and I'm excited to see it coming. And I'm excited to see at the end of the line, holding the trophy, because he well deserves it.
Sparky, thanks so much. Yeah, and I can't refute what he's saying when it comes to Steph, but Steph is so elite at one specific, he does so many things, but there's one thing, obviously, that he's the greatest that has ever lived, and that's shooting the basketball. I don't need Brock Purdy to break records, even though you sort of insinuated that at this point, because he's not qualified for records yet.
Right.
But at this point, he has. He is the highest rated quarterback in the history of the league at this point.
After 25 starts,
right.
Yeah.
So that's but that doesn't count or whatever. If he's anywhere near where he is right now, 30 games from now, so give it the most of the next 2 seasons, if he is still anywhere near where he is now, he will obliterate the record for quarterback rating.
Right. Right.
Obliterate.
Yeah, he'll be 4 or 5 points higher. And I do think that his Steph Curry comp was interesting because Steph in 2013 hit the most threes ever, and the Warriors got knocked out in the playoffs. The next year, he led the league in threes, not quite the same total, and they got knocked out. But then the next year, he reset his own record, and they won the championship. So at that point, he went from, God, this guy can shoot, to now he's a champion, and he's the league MVP. And so all these things don't happen overnight. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's going to be Steph Curry, but his evolution has to continue to progress where, okay, now regular season, 2 years in a row, he's been phenomenal. And then in the third year, the fourth year, whatever, then he wins a Super Bowl. Then it's like, okay, now we've got a 60-game sample and he's got a ring. Now we can start moving him up in the real echelon.
We'll hear from Brock, as elite as he is, here in like 2 minutes. But let's keep going with you, Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hi, Kurt. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, fellas. I just want to talk about Purdy. Right now, he's a young stud. Of course he's elite. He's second in the league in passing this year. He gets the ball out quickly. He throws the ball right on the money. He's a young stud, elite quarterback. And for sure, he's going to be taking us, beating Kansas City. We need to flatten that little runt, Patrick Mahomes. He needs to be on his butt. We're going to smash Kansas City this weekend. It's a must-win, and I'll tell you why. We have not beat them. Shanahan has not beat Kansas City. And the last time we beat Kansas City happens to be many years ago. And I don't like that stat at all. But Patrick Mahomes is going down that run for sure. And Purdy is wait a minute. Purdy is a superstar. He's a young stud. You guys got to remember that. He's young. He's on his way. We went to 2 Super Bowls because of him. We didn't lose him because of him. We lost him because of defense and overtime. Third down, we kicked the field goal. We didn't go for fourth down. That's the coach's problem. That was a bad call. There's a lot of bad calls that the coach made in the Super Bowl, but Purdy is elite superstar right now. And this year, he is going to take us to the Super Bowl again. You watch. You're going to remember me telling you this, and we're going to beat Kansas City's butt.
I mean, Kurt, I'm going to remember every call you ever make to this station. Who are you watching the game with on Sunday, Kurt?
Well, I watched it with the family members. They had a big TV screen. I'm going to be right in front of it, and Purdy is going to beat Kansas City, and that little runt is going to be on his ass.
Thank you.
6'2", 225. I love it. Just as good as the last time he called him a little runt.
If you don't do it again tomorrow, Kurt, we're not friends anymore. That's it. That's it. And whoever, the reason I asked who you're watching with, they're lucky people. They're lucky people. I would love to watch a game with Kurt. That sounds like it would be fun. There would be good food there. All right, we'll keep going with your calls here in just a sec, but we want to let you hear what Brock Purdy had to say today, and here it is.
Brock, what kind of chemistry are you developing with Pearsall, and do you think he could help you guys in the red zone?
Yeah, he's done a really good job, obviously, being back and just bringing the juice, going really fast in and out of his cuts and creating some really good separation. And so, obviously, we drafted him in the first round, and he's got a lot of potential, man. And so, yeah, for him to get in and actually be a part of our offense, not just a young guy that's trying to learn his way, but actually trying to make an impact pretty early on, man. For me, I love it, and it's another great option in another part of our offense. And so, I think obviously, tomorrow we'll go through our red zone plan and stuff. But to answer your question, when you have a guy like Ricky that can win, man-to-man matchups, and then also open up some other guys too, that's always a good thing. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Right, last year you had a game against Philadelphia that from the outside was being perceived as this big revenge game because of obviously what happened in the championship game. But within the building, it seemed like you guys were pretty much focused on your business and not getting into all that, what happened the year before. Is this a similar situation to that with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I would say so. Only because, a couple years ago we played the Eagles. It was a playoff game, NFC Championship, and then whatever happened, and then boom, you got a whole new situation. You got to focus on the 2023 season, and it's similar deals last year with the Super Bowl. That was the Super Bowl. Obviously, we wanted to win it and everything. Didn't go our way, but now it's 2024, man. It's a regular season game. It's the next opponent for us. We have some new guys on our team, some guys that have left. I've said this before, but like, you know, this is the 2024 49ers going against the 2024 Chiefs. And so for us, we're focusing on the next team up. Are we trying to go out and get our revenge and get all this stuff? That's not our mindset. And if it was, I think we wouldn't be able to play at our best and play at our standard. Our standard is to be our best no matter who we're playing right now in the present, not looking back in the past, not looking too far ahead in the future, but where we're at right now. So that's our mindset.
You're focused on the Chiefs defense, but when you look at Patrick Mahomes, do you look at him as like an all-time great, someone you're trying to reach, or do you look at him as a peer, an equal?
I mean, I think, you know, he is who he is. I am who I am. All the quarterbacks in the NFL, I guess, would say the same thing. And so, you know, obviously for what he's done and obviously the Super Bowls that he's won and just what he's done in the NFL with his plays and his style of play, it's really fun. It's fun to watch. And, you know, but do I compare myself to him or anything like that? No, I don't compare myself to any other quarterbacks in the NFL. I am who I am, and I'm trying to win for the 49ers and play my style of ball. But obviously, I tip my cap to him, and he's done a tremendous job, man. He's definitely on the way up to being one of the greats in the NFL as a quarterback, and that's no secret. And so whenever you get a chance to go up against a guy like that on the other sideline, it's always fun. So, very good.
When you mentioned the 2024 Kansas City Chiefs, they're more than likely going to try to get after you and pressure you in this one. How are you trying to prepare for that? I know you can't give the details, but the best way to explain your plan of attack, knowing that that's coming this time around, how's that preparation been for you this week?
Yeah, I mean, obviously in the Super Bowl last year, they made some adjustments of going to more man coverage and making us win in those kind of matchups. And so, you know, for us, it's like, all right, obviously we got to be ready for that kind of stuff, but it's a whole new year. It's a new season, and they're going to be making their tweaks and adjustments as well. So it's not like we're going to get just that. You know, they're going to come in with their scheme and try to dial some things up against us, and so are we. And so for us, it's going in, it's being dialed in every play with whatever the situation is, and playing our standard and our way of football. If we could just do our job really well, I think everything will fall into place how it needs to, and we're a really good team if we can do that. So that's how I'm looking at it. I know all the guys in the locker room are doing the same thing, and you know, we just got to be ready for all the situations and be on top of our plays and our answers within the game.
You mentioned that you felt like a theme of the season so far as you've seen more man coverage, and you just mentioned the Chiefs doing it more in the Super Bowl last year. Do you get the sense at all that maybe teams are kind of trying to follow some sort of, I know you didn't get it as much against Minnesota and Seattle, but do you get the sense that the teams are maybe following that more, or is it maybe just more coincidental in the first 6 games?
I mean, I think it, you know, depends on the team and their scheme and their personnel, and if they think they can match up against, you know, our guys and man coverage and stuff or not. And every team is different, and so it just comes down to the moments, how they're coming in and what their plan of attack is from the jump, and then making adjustments. So like that's every game, and that'll be the case moving forward with every team that we play. So, but with that being said, I feel like we have seen some more man coverage and stuff, and honestly, I think we've done a pretty good job still of finding ways to move the ball, even though we do see more man. It's not like man coverage is our kryptonite or anything like that. I still think we got really good ball players that can create separation, and we find ways to win. And so every team's different. I can't promise a team is going to run this because of what the Chiefs did in the Super Bowl. So every game is different.
Brock, you made your debut against Kansas City 9 or 10 plays a couple of years ago. What do you remember about that? And do you ever, when you're home relaxing, just allow your mind to go back to that moment when you did make your debut?
Yeah, you know, we sort of joke about it actually, just because when I did get thrown into that game, you know, it was my first real regular season action, and I just remember it was pretty fast. The game was fast for me. My feet were moving real fast, and you know, I just remember seeing like Frank Clark and some of the guys. I was like, man, these guys are still in the game. Like, I'm in at the end of the game, and they're still in, and like just my mind was going pretty fast. So just to see like how I was feeling and everything in that moment from that like moment a couple years ago all the way till now, it's pretty funny, but also like for me, I take pride in like learning and the growth and the process of this whole thing of playing in the NFL week to week and getting better with my fundamentals and being able to actually thrive in those kind of situations and in the moments. You know, that's progress, man. That's getting better. And so look back on it and sort of chuckle about some stuff, but yeah.
Brian Flores is pretty distinct in what the Vikings are doing. But how much do you think, if at all, that sort of game where there's a ton thrown at you, it's pretty unpredictable, how much do you think that helps in terms of preparing for someone like Spagnuolo?
Yeah, I think, those are two different schemes, that's for sure. But, I think it goes back to just like the simple mindset of just being on top of your play, every play, and the details and where's my answer per coverage and what's going on. The Minnesota game that's such a great experience of going through every single play. Something different can happen, and I have to get to this guy or that guy. And so when it comes to the Chiefs and how Spags is going to call the game, it's the same thing for me at quarterback. I have to get to my answers. I have to go through my progressions when I can, and obviously just take what the defense is giving me and not trying to force it and do too much. And so two different schemes, but similar mindset in terms of I have to find my answer within every play and every coverage.
Jordan Mason got hurt last game. Did that reveal anything to you or anybody about the importance he has in this offense for what he's done through 6 games?
Just knowing that, he's a physical runner, and obviously when the gaps and the C's part, that's great for any running back, but with Jordan, it's when the gap isn't there, he's still going to push for another 5-6 yards or break a couple tackles. That's the mark of a great running back in the NFL, man. That's not easy. And so when he went down, it's obviously we love that part of him, but we have some young guys behind him that, need to step up and do their part. And I think Garendo did that. Patrick did that. They came in, they played physical, but obviously you just love JP's mentality because he does it every play. And every running back is a little different, but that's what he's really good at. And so, when he went down, it's dang, that is pretty valuable for us in the run game. And but we always have the next guy up, and we're ready to give the next guy a shot, and we always got each other's back. So it was what it was in the Thursday night game, but we're excited that he's healed up and got some rest and ready for this one.
Steve Spagnuolo has always been extremely complimentary of your play, and this week he said that you have no weaknesses. Would you agree with his assessment of your game?
I would disagree. I think I definitely got stuff to work on and get better at. I appreciate the comments, but there's always something, in the NFL, there's always something to get better at, and as a quarterback too, man, you can never be perfect. There's always something. So I appreciate it, but yeah, I got to get better too.
The numbers show that this Chiefs defense sometimes gives up points early and then gets better and better as the game goes on. Does the film show that? Is there anything on the film that they do differently as the game progresses that helps them?
Man, I think they're just they have a lot of experience within playing within the scheme. A lot of the guys that have been there, they understand how their coordinators call them plays and where they need to be. It's a very sound and disciplined defense, and I think for them, maybe, I don't know for sure, I'm not in their meetings or anything, but it might be the bend but don't break kind of defense, and when the game matters and it's on the line, they're the side of the ball that needs to get it done, and their defense has shown that in the last couple of games in this season. So definitely do see it. They haven't given up many points, and like I said, they all have a lot of experience together, and they play and they tie together really well just across the board. So one of the best defenses that we'll see this year for sure. Thanks, guys.
There it is from Brock Purdy, and my goodness. Yeah, when the Niners have the ball this weekend, I know there's frustration with the 49er offense, but it's clearly one of the top offenses in the NFL that's been proven for a number of years now. And the Kansas City Chiefs, it's like slow on the uptake because that's just not who we think of when we think Chiefs. You think of Mahomes and you think of Andy Reid. And you think of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, but the defense, man, that is the straw that's stirring the drink. So when the Niners have the ball this weekend, to me, that's the power on power matchup that I'm really looking forward to. Let's go back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Rich in Fremont is next up. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling, man.
Okay, guys, thanks for taking my call. I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of tired of people questioning whether or not your Brock Purdy is elite. He's already been to 2 NFC titles games, been in the Super Bowl. Okay, maybe he didn't get the W. But then let me ask you something. Do you think Jim Kelly shouldn't be called elite. He didn't win. He went there 4 times, but he didn't win. Dan Marino played in the Super Bowl here at Stanford Stadium against our Niners and lost. And they were unbeaten before that. Would you call him elite? It's like, come on. Why don't you look at it for what it really is? This kid is still growing. And look at what he's accomplished already. It's like, what else do you need to see? At the end of the day, and I mean on either side, okay, if it's going to be a psychological directional for either team. If the Chiefs win, they're just going to keep rolling. They'll be 6-0, and they're going to keep rolling in the air and send them to Super Bowl. If the Niners win, then it's going to be a situation where the psychological will get them to a point where they'll say, okay, you know what? Now we know what direction we need to go. If the Chiefs lose, then all of a sudden now you got a psychological direction where now all of a sudden, hey, guess what? Somebody figured us out. We won a few games, but they were close. They could have won either way. And guess what? Somebody exposed us for who we really are. So to say that he's not elite, we're going to find out this weekend. And if the Niners get that win, at that point, yes. I would even admit, yes.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy is elite.
And Rich, to your point, and thanks for the call, I don't think we're going to find out this weekend because I think we already found out. That's just me. I think the original point you were making is you do not need to win a Super Bowl to be called elite. You know, you brought up Jim Kelly and Dan Marino, all the NBA players' names that we've brought up today, and even the players we're talking about now. Are you literally going to go out in the street and say that Lamar Jackson's not an elite player in this league? The 2-time MVP? Come on. He's an incredibly elite player. Dylan in Menlo Park next up. Hi, Dylan. Real quick, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Really enjoying the conversation about Brock and his first 25 games with the Niners and his stats. And I was wondering if you could compare those stats to Jimmy's first 25 games with the Niners, and that might remove some of the questions about how much of it is related to the system and to Shanahan's system. Yeah,
that's. I mean, you would need to give me a just a little bit, and I can come up with those numbers. And I do think, like Dylan, thank you. Jimmy is relevant in this conversation simply because of the way we look at things. Like, I don't think that these two, by any stretch, are. I don't think that there's a whole lot that's similar to them other than that they've worn the same uniform and they were under the same coach. But for a lot of people, the way Jimmy's career arc has gone and what he was able to accomplish under Kyle, go to a Super Bowl, lose, have one of the top 10 career quarterback ratings, all of those things, that's still in the backs of people's minds when they assess Brock Purdy. Jimmy Garoppolo is a net negative for the Brock Purdy conversation. So from that perspective, I think it's totally fair to bring him up. All right. So everything we just heard Brock say, there was one, maybe two, but really one thing that we need to circle back to with regard to comparing himself to Patrick Mahomes. We'll let you hear that coming up next as we continue on Willard and Dips.
You say it's the biggest game of the year on Sunday. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Can you sing with that voice?
Literally. I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
Y-C.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Okay. Now, first of all, I am a big fan of transparency. Grandy, you know that. Second of all, like hell, I'm going to sit here and get accused of talk blocking Dibs at such a level for the next 10 minutes that you literally do not hear the sound of his voice. I'm not taking that criticism. I won't do it. Can't do it. Dibs left. He's fine. He's fine. He got somewhere to be. And,
Bye-bye.
Yeah, and apparently that's more important than here. And so he gone. But
let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Yeah, Grandy's here. Ken would talk, but he can't because he's sick to his stomach because the Mets are about to play baseball. Or are they already playing? What's going on?
1-1 in the third.
Okay.
I can't believe you didn't see this. Ohtani hit a leadoff home run.
No, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Bad Thursday night football is on. And America will watch football over anything else, period. I don't care that the MLB postseason games, 2 of them are tied right now. I don't care.
This might be the first time I have ever not watched Thursday Night Football in favor of a couple of different baseball games.
And your favorite non-49er is literally playing right now.
Favorite
Hey, come on.
One of them. Go Bo.
Nix.
Bronco Bo.
Bo Nix, who, by the way, you know that I hate biting off of this forbidden fruit, but I have to because I understand the game and the national media, and they know how to get you to react. And my friend Colin Cowherd, he knows how to get you to react. So when he did his whole list last week and went through all the quarterbacks that he'd rather have than Brock Purdy, and Bo Nix was one of them because he's, quote, more accurate. If that's a thing, you need an Amazon Prime subscription. I get you an Amazon Prime subscription, and I want you to watch Bo Nix's, quote, accuracy so far in this game tonight.
The best part of what you're talking about, Cowherd's argument was he used Bo Nix's college statistics to prove it.
He was a more accurate college passer.
Thanks.
What are we doing?
Playing against Washington State on Saturdays.
What are we doing? Is Ryan Leaf the greatest player of all time, apparently? What's happening? But I don't want to bite off the forbidden fruit because I know the game. I get the game. I know how the game is played. So I'm not going to get verklempt or upset or mad about all this because who cares? There is a funny play. Did you see the Bo Nix play, Grandy? Did you see the one?
No, I have not watched a second of this game, and I'm very happy about it.
There's a play. I think the Broncos are up 3-0 or 2-1 or something like that. Anyway, whatever it is.
2-1.
Yeah, that's what this game deserves. It's 2-1. Somebody got a safety. Someone else got an extra point. Now it's halftime. Whatever. Bo Nix drops back. He steps up in the pocket. He looks left. There are literally, and we could have a conversation with the Saints defensive coordinator for a second. He's got his pick of 2 receivers who have the left side of the field to themselves. One is 20 yards away. The other one is 30 yards away. So, Bo, you already know what he did. What did he decide to do? He threw it 25 yards.
Yeah.
He's like, let me see. It was almost like he did like a little game of Jenga or something. He's like, let me see if I could get right over the head of one of them, but landed in front of the other. And he did it.
I don't know what you call that. I call that pinpoint accuracy.
Exactly. Exactly right. All right. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, be sure to check out, guess who the Morning Roast had on? Yeah, one of our favorites, Herm Edwards. I don't know if he hung up on Jaden Daniels to talk to him like he did with us.
You play to win the game.
Yes, and you listen to hear Herm because he's fantastic. So he was on with the roast, and you subscribe to all the shows, Steiny and Goo, Morning Roast, Willard and Dibs. That's how it works. Take a listen to this. Here's Brock Purdy on if he looks up to Patrick Mahomes.
He is who he is. I am who I am. All the quarterbacks in the NFL, I guess, would say the same thing. And so, obviously for what he's done and obviously the Super Bowls that he's won and just what he's done in the NFL with his plays and his style of play, it's really fun. It's fun to watch. And, but do I compare myself to him or anything like that? No, I don't compare myself to any other quarterbacks in the NFL. I am who I am, and I'm trying to win for the 49ers and play my style of ball. But obviously, I tip my cap to him, and he's done a tremendous job, man. He's definitely on the way up to being one of the greats in the NFL as a quarterback, and that's no secret. And so whenever you get a chance to go up against a guy like that on the other sideline, it's always fun.
I tell you what, Brock Purdy's answers have a very, very distinct sound to them, and I'll go ahead and use the B word, not that B word. I'll use the B word because I think in this particular case, it's a good thing. Granny, I don't know if you agree with this, but Brock's answers are boring. They're good. They show leadership. They are what you want them to be, but they're boring. And so were Tom Brady's. And kind of so were, what I remember, I was kind of a kid, but like so were Joe Montana's to a degree. I'm thinking of the great quarterbacks in the history of this league and trying to think like, who was a salacious quote? And the first name that comes to mind, I guess, would be Brett Favre. Maybe that's just because I was at the Madden complex yesterday. And Brett Favre. So, like, maybe that's it. And I don't even know if he was like a salacious quote, but Brett has turned into a bit of a controversial figure. And he turned himself into someone who always had just that buzz that kind of follows him around. And he was great, and nothing will change that. And he won a Super Bowl, but I also argue it flamed out. And it flamed out, and it sent him to different teams early, and there was hurt feelings and relationships that went awry and all of that stuff. So we don't talk about this as much, and I know why. Because it's not exciting. But I think that you kind of want that in your quarterback press conferences.
Well, listening to Brock Purdy during his presser today, about 10 minutes long, the thought I had, you guys just spent the last hour, you and Dibbs, talking about how on the field, Brock Purdy's play has been pretty darn elite.
He's elite.
He looks like an elite quarterback, and I was having the same thought you were. He also sounds like an elite quarterback.
He sounds like an elite quarterback.
Because he just gives you the quarterback, coach speak, boring, vanilla answer, which, again, maybe doesn't make him the most guy you tune into for the press conference, but he sounds like Drew Brees sounded like during his career.
We could play a game next week if you want. I'm not even kidding. You cut up this Brock Purdy press conference before they play the Dallas Cowboys, cut the question, and before you give us the answer, let us tell you what the answer is going to be, because I already know. I do. Seriously. You all do. When he was asked, hey, Steve Spagnuolo says you don't have any weaknesses, how do you think Brock Purdy answered that? You're right.
I would disagree. I think I definitely got stuff to work on and get better at. I appreciate the comments, but there's always something. And like in the NFL, there's always something to get better at. And as a quarterback too, man, you can never be perfect. There's always something. So I appreciate it, but I got to get better too.
I mean, it is the most predictable, wonderful thing ever. You knew damn well he'd be like, that is an honor. That was really nice of him to say it. I don't look at it that way because I am always trying to get better. And I certainly see when I watch the film, I see things that I'd like to do better. So I'm always getting better and I'm getting better and I'm getting better. So no, there are weaknesses in my game.
Can you imagine if he just came out and said, oh, Spags, I agree.
I agree.
Thanks.
That would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. But it didn't go down that way. What are you doing in 5 minutes? What's going to happen on this radio station?
You mentioned Herm Edwards. He was on with Bonte and Shasky. You will not be hearing that. But they also had Patrick Peterson on. If you do want to hear Herm, head to the free Odyssey app. Figure it out. It's on YouTube.
That
wherever
was
you want
awesome.
To find it.
No, that was
also Patrick Peterson.
You wouldn't believe what happened on Steiny and Goo today, and you're going to have to continue not believing it because we're not going to tell you.
I just had so many good things to choose from.
Okay.
We're going to hear from Patrick Peterson. We're going to hear from Steiny and Goo.
Yep.
They reacted to Patrick Peterson calling this game for the Niners a must-win. Dibbs, I hope you're not listening. And then also you guys in your conversation with Greg Cosell. So all that's coming up.
Greg was great. Dibbs was great on Greg. So great that we let him go early. That's what's coming up on the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Dibs, do you want to do it again tomorrow? Sure do. All right, great. For Dibs, for Grandy, and for Ken. Definitely not for Lucas. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Don't miss Renee Vodka at the California Theater.